The Great Xia Empire, Jiangnan Province, West Lake City's first high school. A vast sports field was packed with people. Hundreds of senior students were gathered around the star array of fate, anxiously awaiting their one and only chance to draw cards and determine their lifetime professions. Zhang Yu mingled in the crowd, spinning a colorful divine stone in his hand, his chest feeling as tight as if it were gripped by an invisible hand. After living in this world for years, he was well aware of the rules. Upon turning 18, every individual would receive a divine stone, and on this day, the school would collectively place these stones into the star array, a formation set up by an array master for a card draw. The first draw was guaranteed to assign a profession, their first official class change. However, the outcome depended on luck. A good profession could grant you a meteoric rise, while a bad one would doom you to the bottom rungs of society. The strong gained access to more resources and opportunities, while life skill professions, offering no combat abilities or access to exclusive weapons, formed an unbridgeable chasm between them and those on the battlefield. At the back of the line, despite his rigorous training in stamina and combat, Zhang Yu knew that all his effort couldn't compete with a stroke of luck in this draw. There were previous examples. Some students at the bottom of the rankings had drawn wizard cards and soared to prominence, while others, top of their class, had drawn mundane professions like auto repair and never saw their potential realized. Zhang Yu, with his history of bad luck, dreaded the prospect of drawing a trash profession and being left behind by the dazzling opportunities in this world. A girl in front turned and playfully tapped his head, teasing him with a smile. Nervous. It was Li Qinger, Zhang Yu's sole friend at school, and a second-generation wealthy girl under the influence of the prominent Wang family in West Lake City. Zhang Yu smiled back. A little, as long as it's not a life skill profession.
Li Qinger laughed.
If I draw a healer, I'll take good care of you, dummy. Zhang Yu countered with a grin. And if I draw chef, can I be your personal cook? She immediately agreed, even promising to pay him a high salary. Before their banter could continue, an angry voice interjected. Wang Hu approached them with a sneer. As the youngest son of the Wang family and an admirer of Li Qinger, Wang Hu couldn't tolerate seeing her get close to Zhang Yu. The sight made him burn with envy. As Li Qinger frowned and retorted, Wang Hu arrogantly declared, "He's just a commoner. Even if he draws a combat profession, he has no resources to make it useful. Stay away from him, lest it diminishes your status." Zhang Yu held back Li Qinger with a soft whisper. "The draw is starting." Li Qinger huffed coldly, subtly warning Wang Hu that he'd pay after graduation. Wang Hu feigned a smile, but his stare at Zhang Yu was venomous, as if etching his face into memory. On stage, Principal Ning Zhao called out names through a loudspeaker, summoning students one by one to the array. The luck of those ahead wasn't great. Professions like barber, auto repair, and chef, all life skill classes. Some muttered mantras of fate and guidance, only to end up with chef cards, leaving them sullen and silent. Waves of tension rippled through the crowd, as everyone dreamed of drawing the card that would change their lives. Finally, Ning Zhao called Wang Hu's name. Wang Hu threw a challenging glance at Zhang Yu before striding confidently onto the platform and tossing his divine stone into the star array. Cards spun within the array, glowing as they shuffled. Suddenly, a golden card emerged, depicting a mage wielding a staff. The crowd erupted in commotion. Wang Hu smirked triumphantly while Zhang Yu's heart sank. Seeing such a powerful profession fall into Wang Hu's hands meant even more resources and an even greater imbalance tipping in his favor. The air on the field grew sharp with tension, like a knife slicing through the heavy atmosphere, as envy and resentment played across the faces of the students. The golden card dissolved into a streak of light, merging into Wang Hu's body. In the very next moment, a second divine stone materialized in his hand. The entire field exploded in shock. It was a golden card, and the very first golden card of the day, granting Wang Hu the high-damage fire mage class. Bursting with pride, Wang Hu laughed as he threw the second divine stone into the array. Once a profession was determined, the array would only produce items related to that class. This time, Wang Hu pulled a simple white staff, but he didn't care. Wealthy people like him only valued the profession itself. Item draws were of little consequence to them. As Wang Hu passed by Zhang Yu, he mockingly ran a finger across his neck in a taunting gesture.
Li Qinger, irritated, comforted Zhang Yu.
"Don't worry, he only got lucky." Zhang Yu gave a bitter smile. "I'm not exactly known for my luck."
Li Qinger appetzte jetzt confidently.
"Relax. If he dares trouble you, I'll have your back." When Ning Zhao called out Li Qinger's name, she flashed Zhang Yu a wink before skipping toward the array. The formation burst into golden light, and golden willow branches grew around the area as a shimmering card floated upward. A goddess of elves graced the card's design. Li Qinger had drawn the elf saintess profession. The crowd erupted again. Another golden card. This was a rare support class no one had seen in the school for a decade, and it was exceedingly rare even in Westlake City. Speculation immediately began about whether this would make the news by tomorrow. The array flickered with multicolored light, dropping a second divine stone. Li Qinger drew from the array again, and once more, golden light shone forth. This time, a radiant gold staff emerged, its light exuding a comforting warmth over the crowd. The array master smiled and congratulated her, explaining that while it wasn't an exclusive weapon, obtaining a golden item early on was already highly fortuitous. Li Qinger grinned from ear to ear, clutching the staff as if it were the happiest moment of her life. Just then, Wang Hu swaggered over to Zhang Yu, narrowing his eyes maliciously. The laughter echoed. Zhang Yu, Qinger is already a rare support role. She's bound to be snatched up by the major guilds. Your life-bound profession is a whole different level from hers. Zhang Yu replied calmly, I haven't drawn yet. Wang Hu sneered, emphasizing the high probability of drawing a life-type profession, indirectly mocking Zhang Yu's chances of getting a combat class. Zhang Yu ignored him, stepping forward to place his godstone into the Destiny Star array. The cards began to spin rapidly. Suddenly, a blinding red light erupted, accompanied by a thunderous sword hum and sharp sword energy sweeping across the surroundings. Ning Zhao was dumbfounded. Red? It's actually red. Red light signified a hidden class, something with less than a 1 in 10,000 chance of being drawn. As the red light faded, a figure of a swordsman, standing tall while wielding a sword in the air, appeared on the card. The emergence of a hidden class silenced the entire crowd to the point where one could hear their own heartbeat. Sword Array Master, unique. As these 4 words emerged, the scene erupted in chaos. Even first and second year students charged out of their classrooms, forming a circle to witness the astonishing sight. A unique hidden profession? Someone shouted. Everyone understood what this meant. Zhang Yu was the only person in the entire world with this role. Whether strong or not, the rarity alone was enough to leave everyone flabbergasted. Before Zhang Yu, the magic formation condensed another godstone. The array master trembled with excitement as he spoke. Never in my life did I imagine I could witness someone drawing the unique hidden profession from my array. Quick, while your luck holds, go for the second draw. Zhang Yu didn't hesitate and tossed the stone into the array again. Another burst of red light. Dark clouds loomed over the sky, and dazzling sword lights danced wildly. When the card came out, it was the same swordsman standing in the air, but this time he had no weapon in hand. The array master cried out suddenly, Constellation! It's a constellation! Principal Ning Zhao was so overwhelmed he fainted on the spot. The teachers panicked. The principals passed out. Call the school doctor now. Students, on the other hand, were in an uncontrollable uproar. The array master explained the card drawing rules. If the same profession was drawn again, it wouldn't be wasted but would turn into a constellation, adding bonus attributes or special skills to the cardholder. Each profession could have up to 6 constellations, but most people wouldn't even achieve one in their lifetime. To see someone like Zhang Yu consecutively hitting hidden class draws was absurd beyond all reason. Quick, draw again. If you get the exclusive weapon, you'll be a national treasure. The array master's eyes were bloodshot as his voice trembled. Zhang Yu, although slightly dazed, instinctively tossed another gifted godstone into the magic array. Boom! Another red light shot into the sky. This time, a sword array appeared first, followed by yet another card of the airborne swordsman. Another constellation! The crowd leapt in astonishment. Zhang Yu didn't wait for anyone to react and threw another stone immediately. Once again, there was a flash of red light. Yet another constellation. The spectators were now shouting curses, their emotions brimming with jealousy and disbelief. Zhang Yu, you bloody bastard! Are you seriously going for a theoretical max constellation? Most people rely on luck to draw cards. This guy? He's gambling his damn soul. This must be a bug. The array must be bugged. Quick! Absorb his lucky aura. The voices were loud and crass, and the spectators' eyes grew red with envy. Zhang Yu, unstoppable, pulled off 3 more consecutive red bursts. The school quieted so much it felt eerie, silent except for heavy breathing. In a single drawing session, not only had he acquired the only hidden profession, but he had also maxed out the constellations for that class. There wasn't a single precedent in thousands of years of history that could compare to this terrifying luck. Someone muttered in a daze. He's like heaven's chosen child. The array master was already convulsing on the ground, frothing at the mouth. The principal still hadn't regained consciousness. Zhang Yu himself felt something odd, like he was gambling away his very life essence. But his hands didn't stop moving. He had one final gifted godstone left. Now that the constellations were maxed out, it was time to draw for his weapon. But this time, there was no red light, no gold nor blue, only a serene white glow. A sword case floated down gently into Zhang Yu's grasp. He opened the heavy case, revealing a plain white weapon with no distinguishing features. Zhang Yu let out a resigned sigh. A blank white board. Seriously unlucky. The crowd outside the school erupted. The students almost surged forward, but the teachers managed to restrain them. A music teacher activated a calming skill, singing a tune to stabilize the chaotic emotions in the scene. The music subdued the cacophony, forcing everyone into reluctant calmness. Zhang Yu carried the sword case back into the crowd. Li Qing'er quickly rushed up to him. "Hey, dummy, you've already drawn a hidden profession. Let me see the skills, come on." Zhang Yu nodded and looked down at his interface. Despite having learned plenty of professional insights over the years, even he found what he got this time to be utterly abnormal. Staring at the information on his interface, Zhang Yu's chest tightened as he took a sharp breath. The profession was indeed Sword Array Master, unique. The constellation bonuses were astonishing, enough to throw anyone into a daze. Calmly analyzing it, Zhang Yu came to terms with how rare this was. Most people would never see a maxed-out class in their lifetime. This kind of miraculous fortune was almost unbelievable. The profession panel showed unusually high mental capacity compared to other stats, indicative of a magic-leaning class. However, the presence of strength attributes suggested it could combine ranged sword manipulation with close combat dueling. Even stranger was the inherent talent of critical rate and critical damage boosts, something Zhang Yu had never heard of in all his studies. The skill descriptions confirmed the class revolved entirely around the sword array, making it the core of all future strategies. Zhang Yu didn't rush to activate an array. Instead, he tested out the sword-wielding skill first. Opening the iron sword case, a steel longsword flew out, and the training field immediately exploded in uproar. The pot boiled over. Someone exclaimed, "Sword immortal," while others, envious, cursed out loud. Zhang Yu noticed the attributes of the flying sword. An ordinary iron longsword, attack power 10, very average. But the sword case changed from 1 out of 10 to 0 out of 10, which meant it could hold 10 flying swords and allow him to control up to 10 at once. The key was that his second life seat allowed him to create sword formations and control flying swords without expending mental energy. Normally, a beginner could control at most one flying sword, and the mental energy consumption was enormous. But this one special privilege multiplied his initial combat power several times over. Thinking this, he cursed internally, "Freakish." Lin Qing'er, standing nearby, urged him, "Stop spacing out. If you can control it, show us." With just a thought, the flying sword began circling Zhang Yu at high speed. The speed was incredible, and the reaction time felt as seamless as moving his own hand, with almost no lag. Testing its range, he found that the boundary was about 100 meters, roughly the same as the radius for his sword formation. After retrieving the sword into the case and strapping it to his back, the 10 points of strength made it almost imperceptible to carry. He recalled the vision he saw during the card draw. In a desolate expanse, millions of abyssal army soldiers were annihilated by a rain of descending swords. In that moment, he suddenly understood, when he became stronger, he could become a force capable of standing alone against an entire nation. The card drawing continued, and several others also drew combat-oriented professions. Zhang Yu and Lin Qing'er's performances ignited the crowd, and the atmosphere heated up. After the ceremony concluded, the statistics revealed, among 300 people, there were 35 combat-oriented professions and 265 life-oriented ones, a ratio that matched expectations. Ning Zhao, who had just been rescued, took the stage to offer a few words of encouragement, reminding everyone that the Great Xiar Empire's national college entrance exams were only a month away. Even life-oriented professions could get into university by succeeding in the exams. The school would do its best to assist, so everyone should use the next month to improve their skills and level up as much as possible. After finishing her speech, the teachers led the students from each class away. After school, the principal called Zhang Yu and Lin Qing'er into his office. Ning Zhao couldn't hide his wide grin, his eyes darting back and forth between the two like he was appraising two priceless treasures. Lin Qing'er felt extremely uncomfortable under his gaze, and with a stiff expression, she said, "Principal, just say what you need to say. If you keep staring at me like this, it's kind of scary." Ning Zhao quickly restrained his smile and asked which universities they planned to apply to. Kyoto University, Lin Qinger answered without hesitation. Ning Zhao nodded in satisfaction and then turned to Zhang Yu for his answer. Zhang Yu originally intended to be vague, but under Lin Qinger's scrutinizing gaze, he quickly changed his response. I'll aim for Kyoto University too. Ning Zhao's expression became even more pleased. Kyoto University was the top institution in Great Xia. Last year, only 3 students from Westlake City were admitted, and none came from their school. If this year they could produce 2 candidates, it would count as a major achievement for the principal. He made his intentions clear. He wanted to give the 2 of them some special treatment. He laid out the expectations plainly. Kyoto University didn't state it explicitly, but there was an unspoken threshold, a minimum level of 19 within 1 month. Lin Qinger didn't have much to worry about. She was naturally a powerful Holy Spirit saintess, and her family had resources. Reaching level 19 in a month wouldn't be an issue for her. But his tone shifted sharply as he turned his gaze to Zhang Yu, his expression growing serious. I'm more worried about you. The reasoning was straightforward. Zhang Yu had drawn a hidden profession. Hidden professions were rare, but that didn't necessarily mean they were strong. Historically, many hidden professions turned out to be weaker than ordinary ones. While life seats could enhance professions, the improvement was limited. Typically, a full 6 life seats only boosted strength by 50%, with 70% being extremely rare. Even if Zhang Yu achieved full life seats, he might not surpass those with inherently strong professions. What was worse, judging from the profession's traits, he leaned toward being a formation master, a support role that struggled in the early stages to level up, making it highly uncertain whether he could reach level 19 within a month. Lin Qinger grew anxious and tried to defend him, saying, Principal, wouldn't being fully maxed out on life seats make him even stronger? Ning Zhao shook his head and explained the difference between life seats and a profession's intrinsic nature. Lin Qinger's face darkened as she understood. Zhang Yu glanced at his life seat panel, calming himself internally. The real issue wasn't with others. It was with the attributes of his profession. Ning Zhao proceeded to offer them a lifeline. The city government had discovered a hidden dungeon on the outskirts of the western suburbs. Expert explorers had already scouted it. The monsters inside were capped at level 12, making the difficulty low. However, it provided 50% more experience compared to ordinary dungeons. Most importantly, clearing it would award a divine stone. The government intended to designate this dungeon as a training ground for new students across all schools. But for safety reasons, they had allocated only 2 slots per school. The principal planned to give these 2 slots to Zhang Yu and Lin Qinger, letting them reach level 12 in the dungeon, then venture into the wilderness to grind levels, aiming to hit level 19 within a month. Hearing this, Lin Qinger nearly jumped for joy and thanked the principal profusely. Zhang Yu also politely expressed his gratitude. Ning Zhao repeatedly urged them not to waste this opportunity and to focus on leveling up. After school, when the 2 reached the school gate, Lin Qinger stopped Zhang Yu. She immediately offered to pay for a high-level professional to help him level up if he was concerned about leveling too slowly, guaranteeing he could reach level 19 within a month. Zhang Yu smiled and declined, saying he'd figure it out himself and didn't want her to spend money on him. Annoyed, Lin Qinger stomped her foot and called him a blockhead, then turned and boarded a luxury car parked nearby. Her butler, dressed in a tailcoat and white gloves, opened the door for her personally. Before getting in, she gave Zhang Yu one last glare, instructed her butler to take her home, and the car drove off. He's gone. Zhang Yu stood still, watching the car's taillights disappear into the distance, a calm expression on his face. He wasn't worried about his inability to level up. More importantly, he wanted to rely on himself rather than constantly accepting help from others. With the opportunity before him, he needed to secure his spot through sheer strength. Zhang Yu clearly understood the importance of accumulating practical combat experience. Jing University was the top university in Daxia, with millions competing for admission every year, yet less than 300 were accepted. High level alone wasn't enough. Without comprehensive skills, there was simply no chance. After parting ways with Li Qinger, he didn't return to his grandmother's house but instead headed straight to a weapons shop in Westlake City. Gritting his teeth, he used up all the pocket money he had saved for 3 years, buying 9 common iron swords to completely fill his sword case. Additionally, he purchased a damage-testing wooden dummy and found an open piece of land to practice. Just as he raised his hand to summon his flying swords, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Detected that the host has chosen the profession of sword formation master. Achievement system is now activated. Ding. Detected that the host has achieved the divine level achievement, max luck in 1 draw. rewarding awakening of the unique divine level talent. Congratulations to the host for awakening the unique divine level talent. Absolute luck, level 1. Ding. Detected that the host has achieved the divine level achievement, Sword Immortal, rewarding awakening of the unique divine level talent. Congratulations to the host for awakening the unique divine level talent. I am the Sword Immortal, level 1. He was stunned, quickly checking the attributes of his talents. Absolute luck, level 1 max luck when drawing cards, limited to 10 times per month. I am the Sword Immortal, level 1 all damage is increased tenfold. After reading these abilities, Zhang Yu couldn't help but curse on the spot. Tenfold damage was reliable and purely violent. He could crush opponents with overpowering force. Even someone 10 levels higher might not withstand a single sword strike. However, the truly ridiculous ability was absolute luck. What was the most valuable thing in this world? Drawing cards. Money, skills, equipment, many top-tier items relied on luck in draws. Having 10 max luck draws per month meant that as soon as he acquired a divine stone, he could easily summon a special legendary weapon. Within a few months, he could max out his equipment, obtaining items that others might never acquire in a lifetime. It was unthinkable. Once he regained his senses, the first thing Zhang Yu wanted to test was his damage output. He placed the wooden dummy in the center, set up a sword formation, and unleashed a flying sword. A single sword struck the wooden dummy, minus 546. Seeing the number displayed, Zhang Yu inhaled sharply. Based on data he knew, an early-level fire mage's fireball at level 1 only caused around 20 damage, while his single attack far exceeded that range. With just a few mental energy points consumed, his normal attack was equivalent to a level 10 fire mage's fireball damage. What's more critical was that the damage-testing wooden dummy had almost no defense. In actual combat, a mage's damage would be reduced due to resistance, but his sword damage was true damage, completely ignoring any defense. Go! His expression darkened as he simultaneously controlled 10 flying swords to strike. The numbers displayed above the wooden dummy exceeded 5,000, causing Zhang Yu's eyebrow to twitch. The textbooks were clear. The health of bosses around level 10 was typically between 10 to 20,000. With his damage output, he could take them down in just a few hits. What made it even scarier was this: he was level 1, and these were just common iron swords. He couldn't hold back another curse. Insane. This is absolutely insane. After stowing away the wooden dummy, Zhang Yu carried his sword case and returned home. In the living room, his aunt Zhang Yuya was doing yoga. Seeing him enter, she smiled and greeted him. She was 4 years older than Zhang Yu, had just graduated from college, and was currently unemployed, staying at home. She was attractive, with a slightly round face, a beauty mole beneath her left eye, and a great figure that had drawn significant attention back during her university days. Zhang Yu's parents, the previous host's parents before he transmigrated to this world, had disappeared during a dungeon raid. Ever since then, he had lived with his grandmother. Now, this household only consisted of his grandmother, his aunt, and himself. Dinner time, kids! His grandmother entered the living room with a pot of chicken soup, placing it on the long table and calling cheerfully. His aunt reached out to grab a drumstick, but the grandmother smacked her hand lightly with a pair of chopsticks. Go wash your hands first. Pouting, the aunt obediently went away. Zhang Yu, who had just sat down, also earned a sharp glare from his grandmother. You too! Embarrassed, he chuckled and followed his aunt to wash up before returning to the table. Halfway through dinner, his grandmother suddenly asked, Yuanzi, isn't today your card-drawing day? What profession did you get? Zhang Yu replied, Grandma, it's a combat profession. Her face immediately darkened. Zhang Yu wasn't surprised. Ever since his parents' disappearance, his grandmother had despised combat professions. Sensing the tension, his aunt hurriedly put down the drumstick and tried to appease her. Mom, getting a combat profession is a good thing. With a good university and a decent income later, isn't stability guaranteed? Zhang Yu nodded to support her. That's right, Grandma. With enough dungeon experience, earning money to support the family won't be an issue. Smack! The grandmother slammed her chopsticks onto the table, her tone icy. Why bother eating then? If you're willing to risk your life for money, I might as well go down and wait for you all now. She stood abruptly and stormed into her room, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. The sudden tension left the living room. The room was so quiet it felt suffocating. It was Zhang Yu's first time seeing his grandmother so furious. Unable to help himself, he whispered to his aunt, Auntie, can't combat professions do life-related things? Lowering her voice, his aunt waved a hand dismissively. Don't think that way. Let me tell you, your grandma was an elite in the military when she was young. When your sister got a combat profession, she was so thrilled she held a banquet for 3 days straight. But when I drew the singer profession, her face was long for 3 whole days. Her eyes sparkled with a trace of amusement, yet her tone held a faint note of helplessness. Zhang Yu froze for a moment. His aunt leaned closer, her curiosity intensifying. So, what did you draw? Warrior or mage? Carrying that metal case, you look like a support type. Hidden profession, sword array master. Zhang Yu replied. Hidden profession? His aunt's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed with envy, You're so lucky. Is it strong? Very strong, he confirmed. Then that's great. His aunt instantly grew excited and began peppering him with questions about his profession's details. The heavy atmosphere from earlier dissipated under her continual exclamations of, amazing. That night, the two of them stayed up chatting, her words of praise filling the late hours. The next day, Zhang Yu casually picked up a badge, and its attributes immediately appeared before his eyes. Imperial First Class Merit Badge, Accessory Strength plus 100, Agility plus 100, Spirit plus 100, Constitution plus 100, Damage Reduction 10%. Usable at level 1. Note: awarded to heroes who have made tremendous contributions to the Empire and its people. Staring at the name, Zhang Yu was utterly stunned. First-class merit? That was an honor reserved for war god-level figures. There was a saying in the Great Xiar Empire. First-class merits are earned with blood, second-class with injury, third-class with sweat, and first-class is written in legends with blood and glory. His mind went blank. Grandma is a war god? Holding the badge, Zhang Yu walked into the living room. His aunt, wearing pink slippers, was munching on a pancake while drinking porridge. When she saw him, she teased, Oh, look who's up early today, lucky dog. Ever since discovering that Zhang Yu had drawn a top-tier profession, she had swapped out Yuanzi for lucky dog when referring to him. From the kitchen, Grandma poked her head out, glanced at him and came out with freshly cooked pancakes and porridge. Receiving the breakfast she handed him, Zhang Yu's voice trembled slightly. Grandma, is this badge yours? His grandmother's expression was calm and unfazed. That's all in the past and not worth mentioning. Eat your breakfast and focus on improving your level. Don't embarrass our family. Her words were sparse but carried an indisputable authority. Zhang Yu, feeling emotional, pressed on. Grandma, does this mean you approve of me becoming an adventurer? Grandma responded matter-of-factly. With your profession and talent, stopping you would be the greatest betrayal to the country and its people. Her statement was delivered with the finality of a verdict. It didn't leave room for doubt. Hearing this, Zhang Yu's aunt grinned and chimed in light-heartedly, instantly relaxing the mood. However, under the table, that first-class merit badge exposed their family's illustrious history. Patting her chest, his aunt laughed. I told you so. Our moms all bark and no bite. You go and adventure, and leave taking care of the old lady to me. Me! Grandma shot her a cold glare, instantly silencing her. She turned to Zhang Yu. Go on. The bus from your school that's picking you up is waiting outside. Eat up quickly and leave. Her tone shifted to a stern warning. If you fail to get into Kyoto University with this profession, I'll break your legs. Zhang Yu immediately stood at attention and saluted. Yes, Commander. Swinging his sword case onto his back, he stepped out the door. Before boarding the school bus, he opened his panel to check his stats. The panel displayed, Name Zhang Yu, Profession, Sword Array Master, Unique, Level, 1-0%, Strength, 110, Agility, 105, Spirit, 130,
Constitution, 105.
Class Specials, Critical Hit Rate 10%, Critical Hit Damage 100%. Talents, Absolute Luck Level 1, I Am a Sword Immortal Level 1. Equipment, Iron Sword Case, 10/10, Imperial First Class Merit Badge. Skills, Sword Array Level 1, Sword Control Level 1. Constellation Seat, 6 constellations. After equipping the Imperial First Class Merit Badge, his stats increased by an additional 100 in all attributes. Such a boost at this stage was equal to what most ordinary classes would achieve at level 16, an explosive advantage. While its utility might diminish in later stages, for now it was staggeringly powerful. Carefully putting the badge away, Zhang Yu boarded the school bus bound for the hidden dungeon in the western suburbs. Westlake City had 8 high schools, and each school was allotted a few spots for leveling opportunities. By the time they reached the dungeon entrance, Over 40 people were already lined up. Among them was Li Qinger, her expression cold as ice. When their eyes met, she turned her head away, crossing her arms in a show of disinterest. Zhang Yu didn't take it to heart. Walking over, he pulled out an oil-wrapped pancake from his pocket and held it out to her. Qinger, good morning. Snorting coldly, Li Qinger refused to take it. I don't want to talk to you, she huffed, ignoring the offering. Zhang Yu laughed lightly.
Fine, suit yourself.
I haven't really had enough to eat anyway. That seemed to provoke her. With a swift motion, she snatched the pancake from him and muttered under her breath. The dungeon's opening. The teacher suggested forming 5-person parties for both safety and efficiency. I've already assembled ours. 2 fire mages, 1 warrior, plus me. The healer spoke. Once you're here, we can start the dungeon run. Judging by the experience yield of this instance, grinding for a week will take you to level 12. Zhang Yu shook his head. Why are you gathering so many people? The experience will be split among everyone. Li Qinger rolled her eyes. What? Do you plan to solo the dungeon? Zhang Yu nodded. I can bring only you along if you'd like. Li Qinger gasped. Are you serious about soloing it? Are you insane? At this moment, Principal Ning Zhao walked over, frowning slightly. Zhang Yu, don't overestimate yourself. While the newbie dungeon isn't difficult, entering alone is still too risky. Li Qinger echoed with urgency. If you have both healing and DPS, it'll be much safer. What will you do if something goes wrong? Zhang Yu shrugged casually, his tone light. Relax. I'm not dumb enough to risk my life. If it gets dangerous, I'll just back out. Ning Zhao nodded in approval. Good answer. Those who get into Kyoto University are often top-tier talents. If you really believe soloing will be faster, I'll let you try it.
Li Qinger scowled, dissat his feet.
Principal, are you just going to indulge this fool? Ning Zhao explained. Zhang Yu has maxed out his constellation system and possesses a hidden class. This dungeon doesn't pose much of a threat to him. If it doesn't work out, he can still form a team later. Though unconvinced and still frustrated, Li Qinger relented and stopped protesting. Zhang Yu turned to her once more. Qinger, if you're willing, I can make an exception and take you along with me. Li Qinger huffed. Who cares? I'll find my own group. Without another word, she turned away, clutching her packed pancakes, and joined a pre-assembled party, heading into the dungeon together with them. Watching her retreating figure, Ning Zhao chuckled softly. Ah, to be young. Then, shifting his attention back to Zhang Yu, he spoke seriously. Zhang Yu, remember to proceed with caution. Don't act recklessly. Placing a firm hand on Zhang Yu's shoulder, Ning Zhao lowered his voice. I can tell that girl has feelings for you, but there's more to her background than you imagine. If you want to be with her, you'll need to put in a lot more effort. Zhang Yu gave a faint nod and replied, Thanks, Principal. Without further ado, he turned around and stepped into the hidden dungeon alone. Outside the dungeon, several principals from rival schools noticed Zhang Yu entering the instance by himself and hurried over, eager for gossip. Old Ning, is that kid Zhang Yu? Is he really going to solo the dungeon? First High School really hit the jackpot this time. A rare support role and a maxed-out hidden class. This year, you might just secure 2 students bound for Kyoto University. Why don't we ever draw that kind of luck for our school? The wave of compliments made Ning Zhao grin from ear to ear as they praised his students. Yet, he maintained a degree of modesty, saying, Don't count your chickens just yet. Zhang Yu's class may look strong on paper, but whether he can safely secure a spot in Kyoto University remains uncertain. Even if he falls short, getting accepted into one of the top 3 universities should be no problem. Speaking of which, didn't your school draw the Elven Saintess? That all but guarantees you at least one Kyoto University admission as well, doesn't it? The discussion shifted towards the incredible luck of the Li family drawing the Elven Saintess. The conversation spiraled further, touching on news of a level 70 boss appearing in the Abyss, which had taken out several Vanguard teams. Between banter, competitiveness, and envy, the group exchanged lively remarks. Meanwhile, deep within the hidden dungeon, Zhang Yu found himself surrounded by towering trees and dense undergrowth concealing numerous monsters. This was the hidden dungeon for beginners. For Zhang Yu, it was his first time in a setting of this nature, and his eyes glimmered faintly with intrigue. Suddenly, a frenzied rabbit leapt out from the thicket. Zhang Yu wasted no time. He unleashed his sword array. With the opening of his sword case, a single iron sword shot forth, piercing the rabbit cleanly. Successfully killed frenzied rabbit. Experience plus 2. A cascade of system notifications flashed before him, momentarily catching Zhang Yu off guard. He quickly realized what was happening. It was the splash damage effect of his fourth constellation trait in action. Sword Embryo, constellation for when a target is struck within the sword array. All other enemies within the array suffer 10% splash damage. His single target damage had exceeded the threshold. With one rabbit down, the others in the array collapsed in quick succession. His experience bar instantly rose by 1%. The rapid gain was enough for him to gauge his prospects for the day. This might just work. I might even grind all the way to level 12 today. He released all his flying swords, cutting through the forest like a reaper mowing grass. One system alert after another popped up. The experience gauge rose sharply. Half an hour later, the anticipated level up occurred. Name, Zhang Yu. Class, Sword Array Master. Unique. Level, 2, 1%. Strength, 120. Dexterity, 110. Spirit, 160. Constitution, 110. Class-specific traits. Critical rate 11%. Critical damage 110%. Talents. Absolute luck, level 1. I am the Sword Immortal, level 1. Equipment. Iron Sword Case, 10/10. Empire's Special Commendation Badge. Skills. Formations, level 1. Sword Control, level 1. Constellations. Fully maxed, 6 stars. The attribute increase from leveling up was significant. Zhang Yu carefully studied the numbers. Upon leveling, strength increased by 10, dexterity by 5, spirit by 30, and constitution by 5, totaling 50 points. His heart skipped a beat. According to the textbooks, normal classes gain only about 25 points per level. Mine doubles that, plus a 1% critical rate and 10% critical damage bonus on top. Hidden classes really are overpowered. Having cleared out the lower-level monsters near the forest's entrance, Zhang Yu pressed further into its depths. Encountering, the higher the level of the monster, the more experience it drops. Successfully killed Black-Furred Boar, EXP plus 4. Successfully killed Red-Eyed Hyena, EXP plus 6. Successfully killed Frenzied Rabbit King, EXP plus 10. He slayed monsters wherever he saw them. Entire groups were cleared as if they were nothing but overgrown weeds. The respawn rate of monsters in the dungeon couldn't keep up with his pace. In less than an hour, a pillar of light erupted from his body, illuminating the shadows in the forest. He had leveled up again. Strength plus 10, agility plus 5, constitution plus 5, spirit plus 30, critical rate plus 1%, critical damage plus 10%. Skill proficiency increased. Sword formation, level 2. Deploy a sword formation. Continuously drains spirit. Within a 20-meter radius, critical damage increases by 110%. Sword command, level 2. Control flying swords for aerial attacks. Power depends on the quality of the sword, spirit, and skill level. Zhang Yu paused for a moment, his eyes locking onto a level 5 Frenzied Rabbit King nearby. A flying sword tore through the air, piercing directly through the Rabbit King. 1579 damage. A series of kill notifications popped up so fast that he couldn't even catch how the monsters had died. More successfully killed messages flooded his screen. Staring at the damage number, Zhang Yu's pupils contracted. A single flying sword dealt 1579 damage. 10 swords would be 15,790. Did this mean he could one-shot a level 10 boss? He was only level 3, wielding basic white-tier weapons, and his skills weren't particularly advanced. Yet his damage output nearly rivaled that of a level 40 fire mage. Even without the Sword Immortal's 10-fold talent multiplier, this profession was ridiculously overpowered. His heart surged with mixed emotions, excitement and frustration. This is so unbalanced. But fortunately, it's a unique class. Only I have what it takes to bear this unfairness. As he muttered to himself, he cut down a few more monsters, and his XP bar soared upward. Thanks to the enhancements from Constellations 2 and 3, he barely consumed any spirit when controlling flying swords. Staying within the sword formation, his stamina slowly regenerated, eliminating the need for dungeon exits or supply runs. This saved him a substantial amount of time for leveling. At this rate, hitting level 12 and clearing the dungeon by the end of the day wasn't a pipe dream. Outside, many students had already exited the dungeon for supplies. Hidden dungeons offered more experience but were also teeming with more ferocious monsters. For an average group, killing a few dozen frenzied rabbits in 2 hours was considered an achievement. A few school principals had set up tables by the entrance, spectating the students' performances and exchanging comments. One of our students, Sun Li, has reached level 2 in 2 hours. There's a good chance he'll hit level 4 today, one principal said. Wang Bin's progress is just shy of level 2, but he's likely to land a spot in a decent 211 university, another remarked. Principal Ning Zhao's gaze remained fixed on the dungeon entrance. She was particularly worried about one student, Zhang Yu, who was running the dungeon solo. 2 hours had passed, and there was still no sign of him. Her anxiety only deepened. Li Qing'er ran over, wiping sweat from her brow. Principal, has Zhang Yu come out yet? Ning Zhao shook her head. Not yet. Let's give him a bit more time. The government hasn't detected any deaths in the dungeon. As they were speaking, a stern command suddenly echoed from outside. Maintain order. A squad of heavily armed government soldiers charged in, sealing off the dungeon entrance. The students who had been resting outside were thrown into chaos, and the principal's faces turned grave. An alarm blared as Captain Xia Chaoyang stepped forward, snapping to attention. He gave a swift salute and stated crisply, "My apologies. The military has detected abnormal energy fluctuations in this dungeon. It must be shut down immediately for inspection to eliminate any potential threats. All school leveling activities are hereby paused. Principals, please escort your students back home today." Ning Zhao urgently asked, "Captain Xia, I still have a student inside. Can we wait until he comes out? There are still people inside?" Xia Chaoyang glanced at his watch, his brows furrowing as his tone grew more resolute. These fluctuations resemble abyssal corruption. If not dealt with promptly, this dungeon could undergo abyssalization, and the consequences would be catastrophic. We can allow a maximum of 30 minutes.
Ning Zhao nodded.
Understood. 30 minutes should be enough. He's been inside for over 2 hours already. He should be coming out soon. Li Qing'er grew even more nervous upon hearing this. Clenching her fists, she fixed her gaze on the entrance sealed by the military. She murmured under her breath, "You idiot! You better not get yourself into trouble." Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon, Zhang Yu had already pushed further into the forest, climbing to level 4. He opened his status panel and smiled inwardly with satisfaction. Zhang Yu, Sword Formation Master, level 4. His strength, agility, spirit, and constitution were all impressive, and Constellation 6 granted him splash and true damage that bypassed defenses. His sword formation and sword command skills had leveled up as well. With 10 flying swords each dealing around 2,000 damage, his attacks were ferocious. Coupled with his rapid-fire attack rhythm, any monsters that respawned nearby were instantly shredded. The only downside was that the flying swords required manual targeting. The respawn rate around him was slow, so he decided to venture even deeper. Further in, a massive stone cavern loomed before him. Zhang Yu glanced at the entrance, making a quick judgment. This must be the lair of the dungeon's hidden boss. The monsters inside were likely around level 12, with a chance of encountering elite monsters. Without hesitation, he slung his sword case over his back and strode in. Even if it turned out to be a swarm of creatures, his splash and true damage would be enough to carve his way through. At the same time, the tension outside the dungeon continued to escalate. The 30-minute countdown had begun. When the time came, Xia Chaoyang looked at his watch and said to Ning Zhao, "Principal Ning, the time is up. We must shut down the dungeon." Ning Zhao pleaded desperately, "Can't you extend it a little longer? That kid has the potential to get into Kyoto University. He can't have something happen to him." Xia Chaoyang's expression darkened. "We understand your concern, but this is a matter of the city's safety. If we don't shut it down now and the dungeon abyssalizes, the consequences won't just involve one student. Can you take on that responsibility?" Ning Zhao finally yielded. "All right, shut it down then." Li Qing'er cried out, "Principal, you're just giving up on him like that?" Ning Zhao replied in a low and firm voice, "The fact that he hasn't come out yet means he has some means of self-preservation. Right now, letting the military seal it off for inspection is the best way to ensure everyone's safety." At that moment, a soldier came running over, out of breath and pale-faced. "Captain, something's gone wrong." Xia Chaoyang's voice turned sharp. "What happened?" The soldier wiped sweat from his face. "The instruments detected abyssal energy inside the dungeon. The dungeon boss has been corrupted by the abyss." "Then hurry up and shut it down." Xia Chaoyang frowned. "Our reporting to the captain. We can't shut it down." The soldier stuttered, his voice trembling with fear. "Can't shut it down?" Xia Chaoyang's face shifted instantly, and everyone around froze. The soldier gulped, speaking in a hushed tone. "The dungeon control system has been locked down by abyssal energy. Remote termination is failing. A deafening silence exploded across the camp. The boss has been corrupted, but the dungeon hasn't fully abyssalized yet. How can we not shut it down? Xia Chaoyang questioned with a furrowed brow. The soldier's forehead was slick with sweat. Someone entered the corrupted boss's territory, and the dungeon has triggered abyssal raid mode.
Impossible.
Xia Chaoyang barked. At most, there's just one student in the dungeon, and he's level 3 at best. How could he have entered the boss's territory? The soldier swallowed hard. The instruments don't lie. Abyssal raid mode has already been activated. Xia Chaoyang's expression turned stormy as he stared at Ning Zhao. Principal Ning, what exactly is going on with your student? Ning Zhao was stunned. I don't know. Xia Chaoyang's tone hardened further. You don't know? But before finishing his sentence, he suppressed further questioning and instead ordered, evacuate all nearby staff and students immediately. Call in the city defense troops. We cannot allow the corrupted boss to breach into the urban area. The soldier stood at attention and responded, Yes, sir. Xia Chaoyang and his soldiers quickly departed. Watching them leave, Li Qinger hurried over to Ning Zhao, her voice trembling. Principal, what is abyssal raid mode? Ning Zhao's face was filled with helplessness as he explained in a low voice. Once a dungeon is tainted by abyssal energy, the boss becomes corrupted and transforms into a singularly powerful entity, with its stats surging by at least tenfold. If no one takes it down within the designated time, the corrupted boss will lead all the monsters in the dungeon to breach into the real world. Abyssal raid mode sends an elite into the dungeon to single-handedly challenge the corrupted boss. If they fail, the dungeon will spiral entirely out of control. Li Qinger's face grew pale with fear. If that fool has gone in, does he even have a chance to survive? Ning Zhao shook his head gravely. Almost none. The monsters in the dungeon are a minimum of level 10, and the corruption only makes them stronger. Right now, he can barely scratch the defenses of a regular monster. Once the dungeon fully abyssalizes, even external forces won't be able to hold them back. We might lose one of our own at any moment. Let's prepare ourselves. Li Qinger responded with despair. I refuse to accept this. She then ran off to make a call to Steward Su. Meanwhile, the scene inside the dungeon cavern was a completely different story. Zhang Yu had no idea the situation outside had become so chaotic. He was fully engrossed in the thrill of grinding monsters. The cavern was full of experience-rich foes. The monsters were tougher compared to those outside, but for him, they merely required a few extra swings of his sword. In just a few minutes, he leveled up from level 3 to 6, and then swiftly climbed to level 9. The cavern was teeming with corrupted goblins, and since the space was narrow and the monsters densely packed, there was no need to wander around looking for enemies. This place was practically a treasure trove for leveling up. Sitting on a smoothed-out rock, Zhang Yu munched on dried meat sent by his grandmother while controlling his flying swords to slice through wave after wave of monsters. He had been in the cavern for 5 hours, completely absorbed in the satisfaction of leveling up and collecting loot, utterly unaware of the fear and high-stakes drama unfolding outside. Still a little low on energy, Zhang Yu's growling stomach prompted him to gnaw on more dried meat. Dried meat is great, but it's too dry. I should have brought some water, he mumbled under his breath. Before the words left his mouth, 10 flying swords simultaneously shot forward, piercing through the corrupted giant shaman who was in the middle of chanting a spell in the distance. A prompt immediately sprang up. Asterisk successfully killed corrupted giant shaman. Experience plus 1,200. Successfully killed corrupted goblin. Experience plus 200. Successfully killed corrupted elite goblin. Experience plus 300. Asterisk. The next moment, a golden glow erupted from within him. Zhang Yu had reached level 10. He casually wiped the grease from his hands onto the dissipating remains of the giant shaman's robe before pulling up his attribute panel to take a look. The panel displayed, Name Zhang Yu, Class Sword Array Master. Unique, Level 10, 2%. Strength 200, Agility 150, Spirit 400, Constitution 150. Critical rate 19%, Critical damage 190%. Talents. Absolute Luck Level 1, I am the Sword Immortal Level 1. Equipment. Iron Sword Sheath, 10 out of 10. Empire Special Medal of Merit. Skills. Sword Array Level 3, deploy a sword array, continuously consuming spirit power. Increases critical damage by 120% within a radius of 30 meters. Sword Control Level 3, wield flying swords for attacks. Power determined by sword quality, spirit power, and skill level. Destiny Constellation, 6-star. Both Sword Array and Sword Control are now at Level 3. My damage output has risen again, he murmured to himself. Raising his hand, a flying sword shot towards a corrupted goblin. Numbers appeared above its head. Minus 3,836. The goblin fell. He wasn't surprised. He had roughly estimated it before. Each level of sword control increased damage by about 20%. Combined with the enhanced spirit power and critical stats from leveling up, his overall damage boost was around 30%. Now he hesitated no more, lifting his head to look deeper into the cave. From the moment he entered, he could hear low growls coming from further in, accompanied by heavy vibrations on the ground, creating an oppressive atmosphere. This wasn't a game, death here was permanent. A few years ago, going up against such a boss at level 6 or 7 was no different than seeking death. But now, at level 10, with his damage per second DPS nearing 40,000, as long as his execution was steady, he had the courage to take it head-on. Besides, with his 6-star Destiny constellation, his sword array could ignore enemy defenses. Against him, the boss's defenses were just a facade. He advanced deeper into the cave, and before long, a tremendously exaggerated monstrous figure appeared before him. A cyclops, towering at 10 meters tall, its entire body dark purple-black, bulging with muscles, covered in wart-like rock protrusions akin to demonic armor. It stood in the middle of the cave, emanating a malevolent aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Zhang Yu's gaze fell upon its single eye, and an icy chill ran down his back. Corrupted Cyclops King. Is this really just a level 12 boss? Zhang Yu almost doubted he had entered the wrong area. But the Cyclops had already noticed him, its eye brimming with malicious intent, fury surging as it let out a deafening roar. Boom! The shockwave made the walls of the cave tremble, nearly knocking Zhang Yu off balance. He lacked a detection skill and had no choice but to engage head-on. 10 flying swords shot out, piercing straight toward the chest armor of the Cyclops King. The Cyclops King's chest plate shattered, blood splattered, yet it did not fall. Not dead. Zhang Yu froze. This was his first time witnessing a creature survive 10 swords through the chest. The Cyclops grew even more frenzied, grabbing a massive spiked club nearby as it charged. Each step it took sent tremors through the ground. Zhang Yu hurriedly released another volley of 10 flying swords. Still, the Cyclops remained standing. Zhang Yu's brows furrowed as he retreated and recalled his swords. Though the Cyclops King was covered in blood, its movements became even more agile, eyes filled only with a mad thirst for bloodshed. It raised its spiked club, as though intending to tear the shadows of the cave apart. Zhang Yu stood firm, his sword array gradually unfolding, draining his spirit power. He knew that from this moment, only 2 outcomes remained: walk out alive or never leave. His hands clenched slightly, his objective clear: bring down this monstrosity. The speed was anything but slow. Within a few steps, it closed the distance, bringing the spiked club crashing down. Bang! Zhang Yu sidestepped with a leap, narrowly evading the blow, though the ensuing shockwave sent him flying back, slashing his health bar by more than half. Such high attack power! He gritted his teeth, eyes fixed on the Cyclops King. He knew full well, one more hit and it would be over. If his life couldn't be saved, then he'd wager everything in a desperate attempt. He commanded his flying swords to surge forward again. 10 swords pierced through the Cyclops King's heart in unison. The monster let out a blood-curdling scream before collapsing with an earth-shaking thud. Successfully slain, corrupted Cyclops King. Experience plus 10,000. A beam of golden light surged into Zhang Yu's body, instantly leveling him up to level 11. Ding! Host has achieved the milestone, first encounter with the Abyss, rewarding the awakening of an advanced talent. Congratulations to the host for awakening the advanced talent. Abyssal Eye. Abyssal Eye can detect targets up to 50 levels higher than yourself. Before Zhang Yu could even glance at his updated stats, a treasure chest materialized beside the Cyclops King's stone couch. A treasure chest. His eyes lit up as he rushed over to open it. Acquired. Beginner Skill Scroll X1. Acquired. Divine Stone X1. Acquired. Class-specific Skill Scroll X1. Zhang Yu wasted no time tearing open the beginner skill scroll. A light orb enveloped his body. Acquired skill. Poison Resistance. Level 1. Poison Resistance. Level 1 grants 10% resistance to poison effects. Not bad. Next, he used the class-specific skill scroll. Acquired skill. Sword Array Space. Passive. Sword Array Space. Passive allows storage of sword sheath and flying swords within the sword array space, accessible at any time while inside the array. Zhang Yu frowned and tried to test it. In the blink of an eye, the sword sheath on his back and his flying swords disappeared into the sword array space. He felt a tinge of disappointment. Greater competitiveness would be compromised. How could he possibly let such a thing happen? Zhang Yu, on the other hand, was still utterly confused. He scratched his head in puzzlement as he watched the two of them negotiating like it was some critical matter. He had no idea that he had become the coveted prize in their contention. He just felt that the two adults might be blowing things out of proportion. Clearing his throat to break the awkward atmosphere, he said, "You two. How about you take me out of the equation and talk this over? I've got some things to take care of. We'll only tarnish the school's reputation." Xia Chaoyang quickly waved his hand to calm the situation. "Old Ning, don't get so worked up. Joining the military is still contributing to the nation. You should think on a larger scale." Ning Zhao sneered, "Don't spout that nonsense. Whether someone gets into Kyoto University or joins the army, both are ways to serve the country. The choice is the student's own decision. We can't make it for him." He added coldly, "Xia Chaoyang, my eyes will be watching you. Don't try any tricks these days." Xia Chaoyang smiled and assured he wouldn't force anyone, but Ning Zhao could see through his expression. He hadn't given up at all. After speaking, Xia Chaoyang threw Zhang Yu an ambiguous smile and left with his men. The atmosphere around Zhang Yu eased immediately. Li Qing'er ran over, handing him a bottle of high-grade healing potion while apologizing softly. "This is mine, here, take it first." Zhang Yu looked at the potion, which cost a hefty 100,000 on the market, and his lips twitched. "I'm fine now. This stuff is so valuable that even level 60 adventurers wouldn't use it recklessly. Can I sell it? I'm short on money lately." Li Qing'er's face instantly turned red. She felt both angry and wronged. "You?" Her clenched fist raised halfway before lowering again. Fearing he might indeed be hurt, she gritted her teeth and said, "Fine. Do whatever you want. I don't care anymore." Then, she turned and headed toward Butler Su. "Kinga, wait." Zhang Yu called after her. She stopped, her face cold as she asked, "Do you know what you did wrong?" Zhang Yu calmly stated, "I want to get into Kyoto University, and I aim to enter as the top scorer nationwide." This declaration stunned Ning Zhao. Li Qing'er got into the car, holding back her emotions and saying nothing. Butler Su, busy opening the car door, laughed and tried to smooth things over. "Miss, with his talent, reaching level 12 on the first day isn't something an ordinary person can do. He's undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. You should be happy for him." Li Qing'er gave a cold snort. The car door closed, and the vehicle drove off. Zhang Yu stood in place, clutching the precious potion in his hand, a new sense of determination flashing in his eyes. Butler Su teased her with a chuckle. "Whether he's impressive or not, what does it have to do with you?"
Li Qing'er's face flushed.
She hurriedly denied. "Butler Su, stop spouting nonsense. Who wants anything to do with that fool?" The old butler's grin widened, pleased as if he'd gained the upper hand. Having watched Li Qing'er grow up, he regarded her like his own daughter. Zhang Yu's transformation over the past 3 years had been dramatic in the butler's eyes. As for this future son-in-law, he was more than satisfied. Frustrated, Li Qing'er headed home, while Zhang Yu said his goodbyes to Ning Zhao before going to the Adventurers Guild in Westlake City with the newly obtained God Stone. In the Xia Empire, anyone in combat professions would typically register with the guild. Only after registering could they take on missions and earn rewards. However, Zhang Yu wasn't there to take on a mission today. He was there to use the Destiny Star Array for a card draw. The guild had individual rooms for this purpose. Previously, people had to draw cards in the main hall, making anyone who got something valuable a target. Some were even robbed after leaving the premises. To address privacy and safety issues, the guild eventually created private rooms, each equipped with a Destiny Star Array, though using it came at a cost 1,000 credits per use. After registering and explaining his purpose, Zhang Yu was soon led into a small private room. The city guild setup was simple. The room contained only a chair, a storage table, and a screen. Placing his palm on the scanner, he unlocked the room, and the screen lit up. Initially, Zhang Yu had planned to sell a few items to gather funds. The high-grade healing potion from Li Qing'er was placed in the consignment area. He murmured to it, "Rich girl, I'll borrow this from you for now and pay you back later." Then he opted for direct sale. The guild offered 80% of its value immediately, transferring the money instantly. The screen flashed, reflecting a credit deposit of 80,000. Zhang Yu glanced at the number and muttered, "What a rip-off! 2 grand gone in a blink." Still, he knew that liquidating the potion instantly outweighed its worth. Without delay, He spent 1,000 credits to purchase a single use of the Destiny Star array. The storage table illuminated, projecting the small-scale array. Zhang Yu placed the God Stone into it. The stone dissolved into light particles as cards rapidly spun within the array. Red light swirled from the formation as he held his breath, watching intently. The result of the array appeared. A notification popped up. Absolute luck, level 1. Luck max during card draws. Limited to 10 uses per month. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up, realizing just how valuable this talent card was. Soon after, a glowing card depicting a crimson sword emerged from the array and disintegrated into red light. In the next moment, a fully crimson long sword materialized at the array's center. The blade emitted intense heat and radiated sharp energy straight toward the ceiling. Zhang Yu clenched his fists, feeling both thrilled and tense. This time, he had truly hit the jackpot. The fiery crimson weapon, adorned with dragon patterns on its blade, slowly rose from the array. A formidable aura exploded in all directions, overwhelming the room. Zhang Yu examined the newly revealed stats. Divine Sword, Qi Xiao, exclusive Tier 1. Attack plus 1000, critical rate plus 50%, critical damage plus 200%. Automatically protects the wielder and grants immunity to mind-affecting attacks. No level restrictions for equipping. Note: one of the 10 great swords, known for shielding its master and purging the world of evil. Zhang Yu smirked, his grin tinged with an edge of defiance. The sword, it was pure violence. Forget ordinary equipment. Not even weapons wielded by many god-tier professionals could necessarily compare. Right now, all he held was an iron sword with an attack power of 10. Yet a single slash could deal over 4,000 damage. If he swapped to the Qi Xiao sword, adding a plus 50% critical rate plus 200% critical damage, and the critical-based conversion effect granted by his celestial seat. He roughly calculated in his mind, one casual strike could deal almost 700,000 damage. Level 12. Nearly 700,000 damage in a single hit. This would be considered utterly broken in any system. But this wasn't a game. These were the laws of the real world in play. After his initial excitement, Zhang Yu quickly calmed down. He stored the Qi Xiao sword in his sword array space, keeping it as a hidden trump card. He was determined never to draw it lightly. At level 12, if higher-level professionals were to set their sights on him, having such a treasure would make him an easy target, a glaring beacon of danger. The timeless rule of possessing treasure brings calamity applied no matter the world. Once his emotions had settled, he purchased a map of the outskirts and some rations, stuffing them into his storage space. He sent a quick message to his grandma and aunt, "Not coming home tonight." With that, he turned and left the city. The storage space was a privilege granted after his job class transition and card drawing. Though its capacity was limited, it could hold a decent amount. To expand it, one would have to either upgrade or acquire rare items. For Zhang Yu, it was already sufficient. He had just obtained his first specialized weapon and was filled with motivation. Tonight, he was heading out of the city to level up, determined to channel his excitement into action. Exiting the Adventurers Guild, crossing through the western suburbs, and passing beyond the West City gates, he entered an area marked by the scars of the wilderness. This was his first time getting a close-up view of the wild monsters after transmigrating. The vicious-looking creatures made his skin crawl with just one glance. Many life-class professionals who had never left the city might live their entire lives not knowing what the world outside truly looked like. The monsters near the city outskirts are just low-level ones. If even they look this terrifying, I can only imagine how dangerous high-level monsters must be. He murmured under his breath, though a trace of excitement tugged at the corner of his lips. Pulling out his map, he carefully selected a leveling site and promptly set out. The spot he picked was a goblin-infested area, with monster levels ranging from 15 to 20. Nearby were better locations, some even equipped with resting points established by the government. But those were crowded, teeming with people vying for kills. Zhang Yu deliberately chose this place, infested exclusively with goblins, their numbers vast, densely distributed, and rarely visited by others. Goblins weren't brainless. They could use tools, and more cunning ones even set traps. Many professionals had met their end here, losing their lives alongside their ambitions. The area was dangerous, and the experience reward wasn't unusually high, so players gradually avoided it altogether. It was precisely due to the lack of competition that Zhang Yu could monopolize the experience and keep his abilities under wraps. His current skills alone already looked unconventional. High single-target damage, no mana cost, with splash damage effects. If he killed monsters individually, his power wouldn't stand out too much. But if he fought in groups, he'd become overly conspicuous. He wasn't strong enough yet. Keeping a low profile was always the right choice. Besides, his Celestial Seat level 4 ability granted massive splash damage, allowing him to kill swathes of monsters with a single strike. His leveling speed would skyrocket, so this period of laying low wouldn't last long. Upon arriving at his chosen spot, Zhang Yu set his sights on a goblin roughly 10 meters away. Without hesitation, he activated his new talent, Abyssal Eye. A panel popped up, Goblin Vanguard. Level 15. Strength 220. Agility 30. Spirit 10.
Constitution 90.
Skill Axe Strike. This level 15 goblin was massive and grotesque, wielding a chipped great axe that looked like it could cleave someone in two. Ordinary detection skills could only reveal the attributes of monsters weaker than the caster, but the Abyssal Eye could reveal the full stats of monsters up to 50 levels higher. With such detailed information, danger became easily avoidable. Zhang Yu dismissed the panel, his gaze turning cold and sharp. He was ready to act. Without his unique talent, Zhang Yu wouldn't even know this goblin's attributes. With a focused mind, he deployed his sword array and commanded his blades. A single iron sword shot out, piercing straight through the goblin's skull. Blood spurted as its body collapsed, and numbers popped up. Successfully killed Goblin Vanguard. Experience plus 300. Obtained Goblin Bone. There were still other goblins within his sword array's range, but the system only registered this first kill, indicating the others had more than 448 HP. Wild monsters dropped materials which could be traded at the marketplace for alchemists, potion makers, or combat professionals to use. Looking at his newly acquired loot, Zhang Yu allowed himself a faint smile. The days of one-shotting with a single iron sword are behind me. But I've got 10 swords. Plenty to go around, he said, drawing 10 iron swords from his sword box. Under his control, the 10 iron swords danced through the forest like living entities. Any goblin that showed itself lost its head before it could even utter a sound. Zhang Yu moved like the Grim Reaper stalking the woods. Those foolish enough to emerge met instant death, and those hiding deep within were no safer. His splash damage ensured that no one could escape. Successfully killed Goblin Vanguard. Experience plus 300. Successfully killed Goblin Scout. Experience plus 500. Successfully killed Goblin Slayer. Experience plus 200. Obtained Goblin Bones *36. Goblin Crystal *1. System notifications flooded the screen one after another, and Zhang Yu's experience bar surged dramatically. Opening his storage space, he noticed a small gray stone had appeared. His eyes lit up. Goblin Crystal. This item was rare, a critical material for crafting skill scrolls and high-level potions, and it could fetch a pretty penny on the market. Even a level 15 Goblin Crystal could easily sell for $1,000. No wonder everyone wants to pick a combat profession. Making money is so much quicker this way. If I grind every day like this, Grandma and Auntie could live a good life. Zhang Yu muttered to himself, patting the silver coins in his pocket as his mood improved slightly. However, he was well aware that spending his life grinding monsters here wasn't realistic. If his grandma realized he never left the house, she'd probably come at him wielding a slipper. Shaking off his stray thoughts, Zhang Yu pressed deeper into the goblin camp, methodically taking down enemies. At this pace, hitting level 13 by the end of the night wouldn't be an issue. Before long, a massive goblin over 3 meters tall emerged from the forest, like a mountain of flesh, blocking his path. Field Boss. Zhang Yu's gaze turned cold as he immediately activated Abyssal Eye. A stat interface appeared. Mutated Goblin, Elite. Level 16. Strength 500. Agility 10. Spirit 10.
Constitution 500.
Skills Punch, Stomp. Though not an official boss, it practically qualified. An ordinary player encountering such a creature would be best advised to run for their lives. Yet the beast lacked intelligence, mind entirely consumed by vengeance after witnessing its comrades being slain. Recognizing Zhang Yu as the perpetrator, it let out a thunderous roar and charged, hammering its fists against its chest. Zhang Yu waved his hand, sending 10 iron swords flying through the air. They pierced the creature's chest and abdomen like a rain of steel. Massive damage numbers floated up. The massive monster barely managed 5 steps before collapsing with a deafening crash. Black mist dispersed as its body dissolved into a pile of flesh, its wrath obliterated in an instant. Successfully killed Mutated Goblin. Experience plus 5,000. Acquired Poison Dagger. Acquired Emerald Shield. Equipment drop. Zhang Yu was a little surprised. He pulled out the 2 items for inspection. Poison Dagger, Silver Tier attack plus 100. Assassin class skill damage plus 10%. Inflicts poison elemental damage. Requires level 15 to equip. Emerald shield. Silver tier defense plus 120. Damage taken reduced by 10%. Requires level 15 to equip. The drop rate for equipment from wild monsters was notoriously low, with many players grinding for months without finding a single piece. But here he was, having a single elite mob drop 2 items, a bounty beyond expectations. A smirk tugged at Zhang Yu's lips as he organized his spoils, preparing to deepen his foray into the forest and push his experience bar even further. Silver tier, his luck was already pretty good. The narrative elaborated on the world's equipment hierarchy: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, epic, legendary, and artifact. Additionally, certain classes had exclusive weapons obtainable only through summoning, such as Zhang Yu's Divine Sword Akash. These exclusive weapons started with stats just above epic tier but below legendary, and when fully refined could be upgraded to artifact tier. Thanks to their high compatibility, fully refined exclusive weapons were often valued even higher than standard artifacts. The 2 pieces of equipment Zhang Yu had just obtained boasted respectable stats. Selling them for 10,000 wasn't far-fetched, but they weren't of immediate use to him. I'll hold on to them for now. Selling them later will help ease the financial pressure, he decided, storing the items as he ventured deeper into the forest. Night fell, and a thick fog rose, accompanied by distant beastly roars. The wilderness at night was 100 times more perilous than during the day. Most adventurers would either set up camp or return to the city, making Zhang Yu's decision to delve even further into the forest rather unusual. Soon, a red-eyed goblin appeared in his line of sight. Zhang Yu activated Abyssal Eye. Goblin Axeman. Level 20. Strength 600 Agility, 50 Spirit, 20 Constitution, 220 Skills, Axe Strike, Berserk. He let out a cold chuckle. As expected, the monsters at night are stronger. Before the words even left his lips, 10 iron swords materialized and shot forward, severing the elite goblin's life in an instant. A rapid succession of kill notifications popped up, along with the corresponding experience and loot. Watching his experience bar rise noticeably, Zhang Yu felt a warm sense of accomplishment. The experience here is way better than that of beginner hidden dungeons. If I keep grinding like this tonight, I'll probably level up twice. He continued his rampage. Less than an hour later, a golden light engulfed him. He had reached level 13, and his spirit stat increased to 490. With the level up banishing his exhaustion, he was instantly revitalized and ready for more. Cutting his way through to the deepest part of the forest, Zhang Yu suddenly noticed a massive swirling blue vortex ahead. Stunned, he pulled out his map for confirmation. There was no such marker indicated. Clearly, a newly spawned hidden dungeon had appeared. In this world, the government and adventurers guild strictly mandated that whoever first discovered and reported a new wilderness dungeon would receive a handsome reward along with contribution points. While the financial bonus was enticing, contribution points held far greater. The higher one's contribution points, the more permissions the association will grant. More items could be purchased, more activities could be accessed. For example, at this moment, Zhang Yu could only purchase basic materials at the Empire Trading Post. However, with higher contribution points, the range of goods and opportunities would expand significantly. Most people would wait for the association to assess an opportunity before making a move, avoiding unnecessary fatal risks. Zhang Yu was different. He recognized that first clear rewards were usually generous. Waiting for evaluations would mean handing out those rewards to others for free. Once more, he activated his Abyssal Eye to scout ahead. Dungeon. Shadowed Forest. Level 15. Difficulty: Normal, Hard, Nightmare / The added? At the end raised his brow. A dungeon whose difficulty could hide deeper layers? That was far from ordinary. At level 15, Zhang Yu believed he could solo challenges, but the unknown behind the question mark hinted at hidden dangers. Nightmare difficulty, high risk, but the first clear rewards are bound to be enormous. After deliberating, he decided against waiting for the association or charging in recklessly. Ultimately, he chose a cautious approach to test nightmare difficulty, fully aware that it could be a life-and-death gamble. Through the Abyssal Eye, the system interface popped up with a confirmation box. Please confirm. The prompt asked, select nightmare difficulty? He clicked confirm. In an instant, Zhang Yu was transported into the dungeon. Before him stretched an unfamiliar and ashen woodland, the shadowed forest. A dense fog hung low, visibility less than 20 meters. The air carried a faint metallic scent of blood, an oppressive atmosphere weighing heavily all around. Beneath his feet lay a muddy path leading deeper into the woods. The thick fog blocked any view of what lay ahead. He instinctively hunched his shoulders, extending his iron sword forward to test the ground gingerly. Once confirming there were no traps, he continued cautiously. He hadn't gone far before the earth beneath him suddenly trembled violently. Out of the fog, a dark shadow, towering 4 to 5 meters tall, slowly rose. Immediately, he activated the Abyssal Eye for examination. Shadowed Forest Goliath, Elite Strengthened. Level 15, Strength 1000, Agility 100, Spirit 30, Constitution 1000, Skills Tremor Smash, Stone Throw. After glancing at its stats, a smirk curled on Zhang Yu's lips. With such overwhelming strength and constitution, both exceeding 1000, it was clearly a tank-type behemoth. Yet he understood how stats translated into combat potential. Monsters like this had immense health but weren't invincible. He controlled 10 iron swords at once, sending them streaking forward. In an instant, the swords pierced straight through the giant's chest. A cascade of damage numbers flashed across the screen. Minus 48,238. Without managing even a single roar, the Goliath dissolved into black smoke and crumbled to the ground. The system notified him. Shadowed Forest Goliath defeated. Gain 2000 EXP. Acquired Goliath's Heart X1, Goliath's Nail X1. This experience reward was several times higher than equivalent monsters outside the dungeon. Zhang Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement. One monster in here was worth several from outside, and since he could dispatch them just as easily in a single strike, his leveling efficiency skyrocketed immediately. He pressed further into the woods, effortlessly mowing down identical elite monsters along the way. His experience bar quickly climbed to 70%. Eventually, he arrived at the deepest part, a gray altar surrounded by lifeless, gnarled trees. Corpses dangled ominously from the branches, creating a chilling sight. At the altar's center stood a scarecrow crucified on a massive wooden cross, surrounded by flickering candles. This was unmistakably a boss zone. Activating the Abyssal Eye again, he inspected the opponent. Shadowed Scarecrow, Boss. Level 16, Strength 0, Agility 0, Spirit 10,000, Constitution 0, Skills Psychic Storm, Death Curse, Revive, Spirit Power of 10,000? Upon seeing the stats, his smile turned icy. This boss relied entirely on mental-based attacks, which by normal standards would be a lethal threat. Yet Zhang Yu wielded the specialized weapon Qishao, one of whose passive abilities was total immunity to spiritual attacks. In other words, this mental attack-heavy leader was uniquely countered by him. Wasting no time, he launched his iron swords toward the scarecrow. What should have been an effortless takedown turned curious. The sword stabbed through its form, but no death notification followed. Instead, a green glow enveloped the scarecrow, its wounds healing instantly. Multiple successive strikes yielded the same result. Damaged, but resurrected each time. Zhang Yu quickly discerned this wasn't related to conventional health points but rather a specific dungeon mechanic. The revive effect rendered brute force attacks irrelevant. Shifting his focus, he scanned the 4 corners of the altar and noticed a thick candle anchored at each corner. His instincts told him these candles were the key. He reached out and extinguished one. The scarecrow immediately unleashed a piercing scream, activating its skill, Psychic Storm. However, Qi Zhao's passive ability erected a protective red barrier around Zhang Yu, neutralizing the onslaught of psychic energy entirely. Standing unscathed amidst the storm, a cold smirk spread across his face. As expected, these tricks were ineffective against him. Without hesitation, he proceeded to extinguish the remaining candles. For each candle extinguished, the shadowed scarecrow erupted with another psychic storm. Upon extinguishing the final candle, the scarecrow froze in place, its twisted form beginning to convulse violently. Its shrill cries grew even more ear-piercing before its body erupted with a sharp blast, disintegrating into fragments. A beam of dark energy shot directly toward Zhang Yu. Skill activated. Death Curse. If unpurified within a minute, the target dies instantly. Luckily, Qi Zhao's passive triggered once more, directly blocked a lethal strike. Immediately, the system notification appeared. Successfully killed Shadow Scarecrow. EXP plus 20,000. Acquired equipment. Cursed Necklace. After the kill notification emerged, Zhang Yu was still shaken. Without the passive skill that made him immune to mental attacks, it would have been impossible to clear this level. For a safer run, the team must include either a paladin or a priest who can purify. Otherwise, once hit with the death curse, they'd be doomed. He jotted down these points, planning to craft a guide and sell it to the Adventurers Guild, both to earn money and to save lives. Then he checked the description of the newly dropped equipment. Cursed Necklace, Special Accessory Spirit plus 500. Grants the holder the skill Mental Storm. The wearer suffers a mental curse. Strength minus 250. Constitution minus 250. No level requirements for equipping. Note: one of the cursed 3-piece set. Mental Storm unleashes a wide-range mental scream, dealing 10 times the user's spirit as damage to each enemy. Zhang Yu frowned. The spirit boost from the necklace was exorbitant, but the reductions in strength and constitution were equally devastating. Plus, the no-level restriction obviously marked it as a special-tier item, similar to his exclusive weapon Scarlet Dawn, a piece of rare equipment. His sword control damage scaled with spirit, so the plus 500 spirit was a free attribute boost equivalent to about 17 levels. Additionally, Mental Storm would perfectly compensate for his lack of area of effect skills. His fourth astral seat provided a 10% splash damage effect, but this was insufficient for clearing tanky elite mobs later on. The pure AoE damage from Mental Storm was almost a godlike skill for sweeping through enemies. The problem was the minus 250 strength and minus 250 constitution. Zhang Yu's current strength was 230, and constitution was 165. Equipping the necklace would drive both attributes negative, possibly resulting in a backfire from the curse. Based on his current state, he wouldn't dare touch such a heavily penalizing piece of equipment until at least level 30. Then, an idea struck him. Could the mental curse on the necklace be considered a form of mental attack? If so, could Scarlet Dawn's immunity to mental attacks also counter the negatives of the necklace? Recalling how Scarlet Dawn had negated the Shadow Scarecrow's Mental Storm and Death Curse, Zhang Yu decided to give it a try. He would take the necklace off immediately if it didn't work. He put the necklace on. A cold sensation spread around his neck, but his vision became sharper instead, with no other adverse effects. Anxious, Zhang Yu quickly opened his attribute panel to confirm. Name: Zhang Yu. Class: Sword Array Master. Unique. Level: 13. 82%. Strength: 230. Agility: 165. Spirit: 990.
Constitution, 165.
Class Special Attributes: Crit Rate 22%. Crit Damage 20%. Talents: Absolute Luck, LV1. I Am the Sword Immortal, LV1. Abyssal Gaze. Equipment: Iron Sword Casket, 10 out of 10. Divine Sword Scarlet Dawn. Imperial Special Merit Badge, Cursed Necklace. Skills: Sword Array, LV3. Sword Summoning, LV3. Array Space, Poison Resistance, LV1. Mental Storm. Astral Seats. 6 constellations unlocked. His spirit had indeed increased by 500, and neither his strength nor constitution had decreased. Scarlet Dawn's immunity was in effect. Zhang Yu grinned. Exclusive weapon perks were truly exclusive, even canceling out mental curses. This meant he could now equip cursed items with reckless confidence. More importantly, the necklace was one of the cursed 3-piece set. If he could assemble the whole set, he'd not only gain powerful bonuses but also nullify their downsides. His combat power would reach unimaginable levels. As he brimmed with anticipation, suddenly, a treasure chest appeared in the forest glade. Zhang Yu approached and opened it, greeted by a burst of rainbow-colored light. The system notification popped up. Acquired Divine Stone *1. First completion of Nightmare level Shadowed Forest Dungeon. Bonus reward: Cursed Ring. First clear rewards. Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled. While the Divine Stone was expected, the real surprise was the Cursed Ring. He immediately checked the item's details. Cursed Ring, Special Accessory Spirit plus 500. The holder suffers a mental curse. Agility minus 250. Constitution minus 250. No level requirements for equipping. Note: one of the cursed 3-piece set. Upon seeing the word set, Zhang Yu equipped it without hesitation. Scarlet Dawn's passive ability activated instantly, canceling out the ring's negatives. His spirit stat skyrocketed to 1490, on par with many level 30 specialized mages. I'll need to tackle the hidden difficulty for the final piece, Zhang Yu mused. He already had 2 pieces of the set and a natural counter for the local bosses, so he felt confident in his ability to clear his way forward. Stashing his spoils, He exited the dungeon and returned to the real world, only to promptly confirm re-entry. Please confirm. Difficulty? Confirm. He selected the dungeon again. This time, while the environment appeared identical to nightmare difficulty, a sudden shrill scream echoed from deep within the forest. Scarlet Dawn's passive effect triggered shadow scarecrows. A psychic storm struck first. Zhang Yu didn't panic. He activated his sword formation, releasing flying swords to scout ahead as he steadily moved forward. Even though he had passed this stage on nightmare difficulty before, he was fully aware that hidden difficulties might introduce new mechanics. Caution was key. It wasn't long before he encountered his first giant. Instead of charging recklessly, Zhang Yu retreated a few steps and decided to test a new ability. First, he used the Abyssal Eye, then shouted, "Psychic Storm!" A piercing screech burst forth from the necklace he wore. His mental energy instantly dropped by 500 points as a terrifying psychic shockwave swept through the surroundings. A massive damage number appeared above the giant's head. The Shadow Forest giant warrior vomited blood and collapsed on the spot. The system messages flashed in rapid succession. Successfully killed Shadow Forest giant warrior, EXP plus 4,000. Successfully killed Shadow Forest giant vanguard, EXP plus 5,000. Successfully killed Shadow Mage, EXP plus 8,000. Loot obtained: Giant's Heart times 10, Giant's Nail times 12, Giant's Bone times 10, Shadow Crystal times 1. His experience points skyrocketed, and Zhang Yu leveled up to 14 immediately. Catching his breath, he analyzed the perimeter of his sword formation. The radius of the attack was equivalent to his sword formation, approximately 300 meters. Additionally, Psychic Storm could trigger critical hits and bonus damage. Stacked with his talent's tenfold multiplier and his fourth constellation's damage amplifier, the originally powerful area of effect skill had been elevated to a level akin to a nuclear explosion. Looking at the leveled battlefield littered with corpse fragments, Zhang Yu understood. Any group skill in his hands could be forcibly elevated to the tier of strategic forbidden spells. Once his sword formation expanded to a kilometer or even 10 kilometers, the number of enemies his Psychic Storm could engulf would multiply exponentially, making its destructive power simply unimaginable. By that point, even gods setting foot in his sword formation would struggle to escape unscathed. But the mental energy cost was astronomical. Zhang Yu was well aware. While Psychic Storm was devastating, its cost was far too steep. At his current capacity of 1,520 mental energy, he could only unleash it 3 times at most. As a tool for grinding levels, it was far less efficient than relying on his flying swords and defeating enemies in several rounds. Having tested its power, he refrained from using it carelessly, instead relying on his flying swords to clear a path. In the hidden difficulty level, the monster stats had increased significantly. However, Zhang Yu's characteristic of ignoring defense meant that no matter how strong the monsters were, they couldn't withstand more than a few of his strikes. Clearing his way steadily, he advanced toward the altar deep within Shadow Forest, leveling up to 15 along the way. He fixed his gaze on the scarecrow at the altar's center, preparing to investigate it with the Abyssal Eye. But before he could act, the altar erupted with a mass of purple bubbles. The scarecrow twisted violently, opened its enormous mouth, and unleashed a psychic storm several times more powerful than the one before. The screeching roar exploded, tearing up the ground in waves. Even with the protection of the Akatsuki Halo, Zhang Yu was pushed back several steps. He immediately used the Abyssal Eye. A system message appeared. Corrupted Abyss Scarecrow, Leader, Level 16, Mental Energy 200,000. Skills: Psychic Storm, Death Curse, Resurrection. 200,000 mental energy? Zhang Yu's expression shifted. A boss with stats like this appearing in a level 15 dungeon was completely unreasonable. Stranger still, its name was eerily similar to the corrupted One-Eyed Giant King he had encountered previously. A chill settled over him. Was this another abyssalized dungeon? Whether this was bad luck or fate, Zhang Yu clenched his nerves and forced himself to remember the strategy. Following what he had learned from the Nightmare Difficulty Guide, he began extinguishing the candles surrounding the altar. There were a total of 8. Each time a candle went out, the scarecrow let out a heartrending wail, the sound so piercing that it made his head feel like it was splitting. When the final candle was extinguished, the scarecrow convulsed madly, reaching a crescendo of shrieking before abruptly exploding with a deafening boom. A pitch-black death ray shot out, but the Akatsuki Halo's passive effect forcibly blocked the death curse. The kill notifications popped up. Successfully killed Corrupted Abyss Scarecrow, EXP plus 40. 000 item obtained. Cursed bracelet. The shrieking ceased, and Zhang Yu exhaled in relief. But before he had a chance to check his loot, the altar spewed out more purple smoke. An even colder, more sinister aura emerged. A shadowy figure rose, transforming into a horned demon mage dressed in a purple robe, gripping a staff and bearing sharp fangs. Zhang Yu tensed, immediately activating the Abyssal Eye, only to receive a warning. Unable to detect target. The Abyssal Eye could analyze enemies up to 50 levels higher than himself. If even this spell couldn't detect the demon mage, it meant the mage was at least level 65 or higher, entirely out of place in a level 15 dungeon. Abyss boss. Zhang Yu's face turned ashen. He suddenly recalled something printed in the newspaper his grandmother used to subscribe to, reports about abyssalized dungeons. Fragments of that article rushed back into his mind, sinking his heart further. A level 70 Vanguard team had once attempted to assault an abyssal dungeon but was utterly annihilated. Worse yet, a level 70 abyssal boss had escaped. To this day, it remained untraceable. No one could believe that he was now facing such impossible odds. His throat dried, and his gaze locked onto the demon mage. Testing the waters, he cautiously asked, "Are you an abyssal boss?" The demon mage sneered coldly. "Indeed, I am Audis, Grand Psychic Sorcerer of the Abyss. By royal decree, I infiltrated the Grand Xia to transform the novice dungeon into an abyss and eliminate burgeoning talents like you. Human boy, you're too conspicuous. That's why I personally came to deal with you." Zhang Yu looked at him, calm-voiced. "You're a mental type user?" Audis raised his head smugly. "Indeed, I was born to cultivate spiritual techniques to torment your souls. Not long ago, I tortured a level 70 elite squad from your empire to death with my mental attacks. Thinking back on their final moments is utterly exhilarating." Zhang Yu nodded slightly, his gaze peculiar. In the next second, the divine sword Qishao silently appeared behind Audis, stabbing directly at his back. A shocking damage value materialized. Audis instantly dissolved into black mist, dispersing into the distance before swiftly reforming not far away. But the smugness on his face was completely replaced with terror.
Impossible.
"How did you break through my defenses?" he shouted in panic. "What's your health level?" Zhang Yu didn't give him a moment's respite. Qishao once again manifested behind Audis, stabbing ruthlessly. "And no way." Audis was flustered, his face contorting. "You're just a level 15 brat. How can you possibly hurt me? What skill are you using?" he roared. "I'll make you my slave." Before the words finished, his staff surged with energy, and an invisible mental wave roared toward Zhang Yu. But Qishao's passive ability activated. A red barrier emerged, nullifying the mental assault. Audis' grin froze on his face. "Nullified? Why is it nullified?"
Impossible.
He began to frantically cast his skills. Mental Storm, Soul Blaze, Death Curse, Soul Burst, Soul Toxin. An onslaught of high-tier mental abilities capable of annihilating level 70 powerhouses struck like a thunderstorm. These skills, deadly to any level 70 player, were utterly ineffective against level 15 Zhang Yu. Enduring wave after wave of mental attacks without flinching, Zhang Yu launched strike after strike with Qishao, relentlessly stabbing into Audis. Even with a considerable health pool, Audis couldn't withstand the continuous onslaught and would inevitably perish from consecutive blows. Why? Why isn't it working? Audis was utterly devastated, his eyes bloodshot, his voice hoarse from shouting. Zhang Yu had discerned his opponent's weakness. Aside from mental techniques, this guy had practically no other combat methods. Because of this, Zhang Yu had survived. Against another abyssal demon, he might not have even had the chance to react. Audis, having exhausted his mental energy, wore a grim expression. "Zhang Yu, you're lucky it's me, Audis, that you encountered. Any other abyssal demon would have killed you already. I'll let you go for now. Once they break through the blockade, you'll still die." Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow and taunted coldly. "Trying to run away? A level 70 abyssal demon, brought to this state by a level 15 like me. Can you even lift your head when you return?" Audis' expression shifted, rage flaring up again. But in the end, he could only grit his teeth and glare at Zhang Yu. "Zhang Yu, you'd better wait." Zhang Yu smirked faintly. "Waiting's fine by me." "Me." In the next moment, Qishao pierced through Audis' chest once more. Black smoke dispersed, and Audis completely disintegrated. Successfully repelled abyssal demon Audis. EXP plus 200,000. Ding. Host has achieved the accomplishment, Facing the Abyss. Awakening Advanced Talent as a reward. Congratulations to the host for awakening advanced talent. Fearless Body. Simultaneously, rows of glowing text emerged from the central altar, The light gradually spread, leaving the sealed chamber silent except for the sound of a heartbeat. A chest opened automatically, flashing with golden light, its rewards inscribed upon the interface. Obtained, Divine Stone ×1, Basic Skill Scroll ×10, Class-Specific Skill Scroll ×1. Successfully cleared the Shadow Forest dungeon on hidden difficulty for the first time. Additional reward, Cursed Heart Gear. Zhang Yu stared, momentarily dumbstruck, before clicking open his stats panel. Name Zhang Yu. Class, Sword Formation Master. Unique. Level, 16, 23%. Strength, 270. Agility, 190. Spirit, 1590. Constitution, 190. Class Special Attributes. Critical Rate 25%. Critical Damage 250%. Talents. Absolute Luck, Level 1. I am a Sword Immortal, Level 1. Abyssal Eye, Fearless Body. Equipment. Iron Sword Box, 10 tenths. Divine Sword Qishao, Imperial Special Merit Medal, Cursed Necklace, Cursed Ring. Skills. Sword Formation, Level 3. Sword Control, Level 3. Sword Formation Space, Poison Resistance, Level 1. Mental Storm. Life Nodes, 6. Seeing his spirit stat, Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh. His spiritual power was so high, he almost looked like a mage. He proceeded to review the description of his new talent. Fearless Body, 80% damage reduction. This single line almost made him shout in excitement. An 80% damage reduction. What did that even mean? Coupled with the 10% reduction from the Imperial Special Merit Medal, that made 90% damage reduction. The most prominent problem he used to have. Title, Sword Array Master's Fragility. In an instant it was completely mended. His entire presence solidified as if he were made of steel, leaving almost no vulnerabilities. Zhang Yu's eyes were filled with shock, but his heart bloomed with joy. This talent was downright absurd. He then glanced at the new equipment inside his storage space. It was one of the cursed 3-piece set. The Ring of Curse. Ring of Curse, Special Accessory Spirit plus 500. The wearer suffers from a mental curse. Strength minus 250, Agility minus 250. No level requirement to equip. Note, one of the cursed 3-piece set. As expected. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up as he calculated. With an extra 500 spirit, his spirit would surpass 2,000, far beyond the 300 to 400 range typical of mages at his level. The gap was astronomical. Without hesitation, he equipped the Ring of Curse. Then, his attention shifted to the hidden first clear reward. The Heart of Curse. Heart of Curse. Converts all curse effects imposed on the wearer into positive effects. This description made Zhang Yu draw a sharp breath. Could it be that all the negative effects of the 3 curse pieces could actually be reversed into benefits? He took out the Heart of Curse, still finding it hard to believe. The next second, the Heart of Curse transformed into a beam of light and plunged into his chest, vanishing entirely. Immediately, he felt it, a surge of physical strength. Zhang Yu anxiously checked his stats. Strength, agility, and constitution, all boosted by plus 500. Now, I'm tougher than knights, faster than assassins, more damaging than mages, and stronger than warriors. On top of that, I also have 90% damage reduction. Zhang Yu muttered as he stared at his attributes, barely restraining himself from puffing out his chest and shouting, "What does it mean to be invincible at your level? This is it." After sorting through his talents and equipment, he turned to the rest of his spoils. 2 divine stones meant he could forge 2 exclusive weapons, worth more than everything else he'd obtained that day. Next, he pulled out 10 beginner skill scrolls in one go to test them. Beginner scrolls had a chance to fail. They could also grant duplicate skills, with duplicates converted into skill proficiency. However, if the proficiency was maxed out, it would be wasted entirely. Zhang Yu burned through all 10 scrolls at once. Aside from a few failures, he didn't learn any new skills. Instead, his poison resistance leveled up to 5. Poison resistance, level 5 gained 50% resistance to poison effects. No new skills, but 50% poison resistance is still decent. My luck's not too bad, Zhang Yu concluded without feeling too down about it. After all, beginner scrolls were known to often yield passive resistance skills, with a low probability of granting class-specific abilities. Speaking of which, the exclusive class skill scroll was still untouched in his storage space, awaiting his attention. Skills ultimately relied on luck, and relying on beginner scrolls this time just wasn't feasible. After exhausting the beginner scrolls, Zhang Yu turned his sights to the class-specific skill scroll. It was thanks to one such scroll last time that he had awakened his sword array space, revolutionizing his attack method entirely. This time, he hoped for an even greater transformation. With resolve in his heart, he chanted a determined phrase and used the class-specific skill scroll. Skill obtained. Attribute conversion. Attribute conversion, level 1 within a sword array. Spirit can be converted to strength, agility, or constitution at a conversion rate of 1x. Attribute conversion? Zhang Yu blinked at the description, momentarily confused. The skills of a sword array master always seemed complex, their texts alone difficult to grasp. Without overthinking it, he decided to test it out. He activated the sword array and began converting spirit to strength. His strength skyrocketed from 760 to 2,840. Immediately, he felt as though he could punch a bull to death. Next, he converted spirit to agility, which soared from 680 to 2,760, giving him the exhilarating sensation of being faster than a speeding car. Finally, he converted spirit to constitution, elevating it from 680 to 2,760, making him feel as solid as a wall, utterly immovable. The more Zhang Yu tested, the more satisfied he became. The ability to freely convert spirit into other attributes within the sword array was a god-tier skill in combat scenarios. The key point was that phrase, conversion rate of 1x, indicating that as the skill leveled up, the conversion multiplier would increase. With his current high spirit stat, he imagined the day when he might convert his spirit 10 times over into strength. The scene would be utterly terrifying. Although this dungeon run was full of twists and turns, with even an abyssal demon targeting him, the rewards were tremendous. By sunrise, Zhang Yu exited the dungeon as the hidden difficulty disappeared, no longer selectable. He suspected that hidden difficulty had been a trap specifically orchestrated by the Abyss Mage, intending to bring him down. Silently, Zhang Yu scoffed at Otis. He skipped leveling up further and returned straight to the city, heading directly to the Adventurers Guild. After a full day and night of monster hunting, his storage space was almost overflowing with materials, necessitating a trip to the trading post to convert it into cash. More importantly, he needed to report this new dungeon immediately, exchange it for contribution points, and ensure no one else could steal the credit. He also held 2 divine stones, meaning he had 2 more chances to test his luck. The guild's front desk was manned by a sweet-looking young woman, her smile impeccable. "Hello. How may I assist you?" Zhang Yu cut straight to the point. "I've discovered a new dungeon in the wild." The young woman swiftly recorded the information on her computer, pointing at the interface to inform him that the dungeon would be verified within 1 business day and the rewards issued afterward. Zhang Yu then asked, "I heard that the first person to clear nightmare difficulty and submit a guide gets extra rewards. Is that correct?" "It is. To truly excel, you have to invest a significant amount of resources into these skills. Each skill is like a cornerstone for your future growth, and once chosen, there's no turning back. In this highly competitive world, where every adventurer strives to stand out, skipping such investments means falling behind the curve entirely." As he browsed through potential purchases in the trading interface, something caught his attention: a blueprint for crafting specialized potion enhancements. "Interesting. This might be worth learning," he mused. While not strictly related to his current combat style, such auxiliary knowledge could occasionally provide critical advantages in unpredictable situations. After some deliberation, he decided to buy it along with 2 high-quality mana recovery potions, noting that his stock had been running low after the intense run through the nightmare-level dungeon. Preparedness was everything. Just as he finished up his transactions and exited the private trading room, his system panel pinged with a notification from the Adventurers Association. The message requested his immediate return to brief on the preliminary findings about the reported dungeon. He raised a brow, curious as to what they'd already uncovered. Adjusting his sword at his side, he promptly made his way back. Upon re-entering the association building, the receptionist caught sight of him and waved him down. "Mr. Zhang, Manager Li is waiting for you in the briefing hall. Please follow me." Nodding slightly, Zhang Yu followed her lead. Within moments, the double wooden doors of the hall opened, revealing a gathered group of seasoned personnel, clearly high-ranking members of the association's Westlake branch. At the head of the table stood Li Anping, his previous calm demeanor now replaced with a sharp intensity that commanded the room's attention. Before Zhang Yu could even sit, Li Anping gestured toward the map on the large screen behind him. "It's confirmed. The dungeon data you've reported is highly unusual and consistent with occurrences of abyssal interference." Li began. One of the analysts beside him elaborated. "We verified key elements like the structure, the cursed altar, and the boss's attributes. Everything matches the profile of a tainted hidden dungeon. Considering the dangerous anomalies, there's a pressing need to mobilize advanced squads for containment and purification." Li Anping locked eyes with Zhang Yu. Your initiative in reporting this saved lives, potentially many. As per protocol, depending on what further action is taken, your reward will scale accordingly. Zhang Yu's expression remained neutral, though inwardly, he was calculating how many rewards he could gather from leveraging this situation. With a level as perilous as this hidden dungeon, such opportunities don't come knocking every day. Understood. Zhang Yu replied evenly. If you need more details, I can share additional observations from my run, but I'd suggest expediting their deployment. The longer you delay, the worse the taint might spread. Li Anping seemed mildly impressed at the professionalism of the young swordsman but didn't comment further. Instead, he issued direct orders to mobilize reinforcements within the next few hours. Specialists were already being gathered to assess whether this incident was just an isolated case or part of something much larger, like the escape of the supposed level 70 abyssal boss rumored to be lurking around. Just as the formalities were wrapping up, another notification crossed Zhang Yu's interface. It was an incoming request for a contract, something tied to his role as the original discoverer of the dungeon. The proposal outlined a potential exploratory mission back to the dungeon, under association authorization, for further evaluation. The compensation was generous but came with conditions requiring leadership of a small tactical squad. Skimming through it quickly, Zhang Yu smirked faintly as he accepted. Looks like they'll keep me busy, he thought to himself. Success here would further solidify his reputation, and more importantly, boost his resources for future advancements. As Zhang Yu walked back out into the bustling city streets, his mind was already strategizing. Whether it meant upgrading his arsenal or unlocking the full potential of his class, he knew every step he took from now on would echo into challenges far greater than what he'd faced before. Learning new skills required skill scrolls. Once a player reached level 30 and advanced, beginner scrolls became unusable. To max out the skill cap, one had to learn all 8 skills before reaching level 30. The number of scrolls needed was overwhelming. As for his current savings, they were barely enough to scratch the surface. Focus on the task at hand first, Zhang Yu told himself. He spent 2,000 coins to purchase 2 uses of the Fate Star Array, preparing for a draw. Scarlet Sky has already been refined to the 3rd tier. I'm pretty excited about this, he muttered under his breath, inserting 2 god stones into the array. A double draw. The 2 stones dissolved into light, and the cards spun wildly as the array burst with an intense red glow. 2 red cards imprinted with crimson longswords flew out, transforming into 2 Scarlet Skies. Before Zhang Yu could even react, his old Scarlet Sky, residing within his sword array, flew on its own and merged with the 2 newly drawn swords. Boom! An overwhelming aura exploded from the sword's body, emitting a low rumble like a dragon's growl. The sword's intricate patterns became finer and denser, and its blade faintly glowed. Text started to appear on his interface, though key parts were cut off, leaving only fragments. Divine Sword Scarlet Sky, exclusive Tier 3 attack power plus 3,000, critical rate plus 70%, critical damage plus 400%. Unfortunately, the description was truncated here. Following it were additional notes. After resetting, forcefully drops to 1 point. Can be triggered once per month. Automatically protects the wielder. Holder is immune to psychic attacks. No equipment level restriction.
Artifact Quest. Conquer 10 Abyssal Dungeons, 0/10.
Notes, one of the 10 legendary swords. Protects its master against evil, purifying the world. Zhang Yu's heart sank as he stared at the words, Artifact Quest. Conquer 10 abyssal dungeons? That wasn't something just anyone could pull off. Most people went their entire lives without encountering 10 of these dungeons, let alone clearing them. But judging by Scarlet Sky's stats alone, it was clear that challenging quests came with equally enticing rewards. He made up his mind. From here on out, he'd dive into abyssal dungeons, aiming to complete the quest and claim the ultimate reward. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Zhang Yu stored Scarlet Sky away and went to open it. Standing outside was Li Anping, visibly friendlier than before, with a polite smile on his face. Finished the evaluation already? Zhang Yu asked, a bit surprised. Li Anping nodded, still smiling. Confirmed. The dungeon location you mentioned has been found. The surrounding area is sealed off, and personnel have been deployed. And the reward? Has it been issued? Zhang Yu cut straight to the point. It's already been deposited into your Adventurers Guild account. You can check it for yourself. With that, Li Anping stepped aside slightly, making way. Zhang Yu immediately opened his interface. Name, Zhang Yu. Contribution points, 10,000. Adventurers Guild rank, Silver rank Adventurer. Membership level, level 2. He froze momentarily upon seeing the numbers. The reward was far greater than he expected. Not only 10,000 contribution points, but also an automatic rank up to silver rank, with his membership level upgraded to level 2. Zhang Yu's mind raced. The payoff from this dungeon was far more substantial than he had anticipated. Ranks were categorized from lowest to highest as bronze, silver, gold, platinum, epic, legendary, and divine. The higher the rank, the harder the quests available. Above platinum rank, members even received monthly stipends from the guild. Furthermore, reaching membership level 2 granted access to purchase the Destiny Compass. The most curious fact? Zhang Yu had never even registered as an adventurer before. Li Amping smiled and explained that he had registered Zhang Yu on his behalf, saying, "You had to be registered to claim the full reward." Zhang Yu didn't object but was puzzled as to why the reward was so generous. Normally, a level 15 dungeon would only net about 1,000 contribution points. Even with the bonus for clearing the dungeon, it shouldn't jump straight to 10,000. Contribution points from the guild were worth significant cash on the black market, each point fetching 100 coins. By that measure, the guild had essentially handed him 1 million in cash. Lowering his voice, Li Amping explained that this matter wasn't meant for public discussion and asked him to head to the manager's office. For, as it turned out, your reward doesn't end there. Once inside, Li Amping pulled a cold cola from the fridge, placed it in front of Zhang Yu, and directly began questioning him. The Shadow Forest dungeon had undergone abyssal transformation, and someone had successfully cleared it. According to the records, only one name appeared as the conqueror Zhang Yu. Initially, Zhang Yu tried to evade, claiming someone else might have done it. However, Li Amping countered with evidence. The dungeon's clearance log only featured him. To make matters worse, traces of the abyssal Grand Mage Otis were found within the dungeon. Otis was a terrifying level 70 abyssal boss once infamous for annihilating an entire vanguard squad from the Great Xia Kingdom. Li Amping couldn't contain himself. He stood up and glared at Zhang Yu. "How did someone like you, a mere level 16, manage to kill it?" Zhang Yu replied calmly, correcting him with a hint of amusement. "Strictly speaking, I was still level 15 at the time." He dismissed his survival as mere luck. Unsurprisingly, Li Amping didn't buy it. Suppressing his irritation, he assured Zhang Yu that as long as he provided intel, the rewards would be considerable. Both the nation and the guild were in desperate need of information about Otis. If Zhang Yu could offer something useful, they would share the load of his burden. Realizing this might benefit him, Zhang Yu decided to reveal part of the truth. He was immune to psychic-based attacks. At that moment, Otis could only use psychic spells, making him ineffective against Zhang Yu. Li Amping's expression shifted. This detail was crucial. Zhang Yu went on to explain further, revealing that Otis was acting under orders from the Abyssal King. The goal of the Great Xia Empire's enemy was to transform all the beginner dungeons into abyssal realms, spreading corruption and weakening the Empire's combat power amidst the chaos. If it returned with new tricks, Zhang Yu alone wouldn't be able to hold it off. Action was necessary to eliminate it before it could change its strategy. They're abyssalizing all the beginner dungeons, specifically to take out the young human talents before they've grown strong. Zhang Yu explained the situation concisely. With those words, Li Amping's expression immediately changed. "Are you certain?" he asked in a hushed voice. "Certain," Zhang Yu nodded. "Otis said so himself. He attacked me because I solo-cleared an abyssalized dungeon. He wanted to kill me before I got stronger." Li Amping's pupils contracted as his expression grew grave. "That explains it. No wonder there's been a spike in the abyssalization of beginner dungeons across the regions recently. It was to cut off Great Xia's talent at its roots." He decisively declared, "This must be reported immediately." He didn't even finish his sentence before dashing out of the office. After some time, Li Amping returned in haste, his face flush with excitement. "Kid, this time, you've made a great contribution. Elder Bai wants to meet you and personally reward you." "Elder Bai?" Zhang Yu was momentarily stunned. "Bai Zhenghua." Li Amping chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. "That's right, President Bai himself. Your luck. Meeting him is a rare opportunity." Li Amping led Zhang Yu to the door of a secluded room. "Elder Bai is inside. Go on in." Zhang Yu turned to look at him. "You're not coming in?" Li Amping shook his head. "This is your reward. I won't interfere. Go ahead and speak openly about anything." Zhang Yu pushed the door open and entered. The room was simple yet brightly lit. In the center stood an elder in a white robe. As soon as Zhang Yu stepped in, he felt an overwhelming aura press down on him. so strong it surpassed even the 70-level abyss boss, Odis, in his memory. On instinct, Zhang Yu immediately summoned his sword, Qi Xiao, and held it in front of him, simultaneously activating Abyssal Eye to probe the Elder. Unable to discern target, he could not see anything. The Elder spoke with a calm tone, good reaction, his gaze revealing a trace of approval. Zhang Yu withdrew his stance and respectfully cupped his fists. Greetings, Elder Bai. Bai Zhenghua smiled and casually asked if the sword was a signature weapon. He followed up by praising Zhang Yu's extraordinary luck, drawing a hidden max star class on his first card pull career advancement, and obtaining a special weapon only 3 days later. Zhang Yu replied modestly that it was just luck, but Bai Zhenghua chuckled. Luck is also a part of strength. I only wish the country produced more people like you. As he spoke, Bai Zhenghua casually reached out, and a bottle of ice-cold cola appeared in midair. Li Amping had mentioned Zhang Yu's love for cola, and this was a token crafted specifically for their meeting. Zhang Yu accepted it and drank it down in one go. A system notification popped up. You have consumed a divine-grade cola. Permanent increase to all 4 attributes. Plus 10. Zhang Yu froze and raised his eyes to look at Bai Zhenghua, who merely smiled. A meeting gift. It's nothing much. Bai Zhenghua then got straight to the point. First, he wanted to reward Zhang Yu, and second, he wished to invite him to join the Abyssal Raid Task Force. With the spread of abyssalized dungeons becoming a critical issue, there weren't enough top-tier adventurers available to address it. The association had thus established this task force. Membership wouldn't force Zhang Yu to take on missions. Instead, he'd gain access to a specialized chat group that provided real-time updates on abyssalization. Members could form temporary teams within the group and choose suitable missions to undertake. Bai Zhenghua made it clear. Abyssal dungeons would always have team leaders, and victories in these challenges would be generously rewarded by the association. Zhang Yu calculated in his mind. It was perfect. He already had a divine artifact quest involving abyssal expeditions. The establishment of this task force felt like a pillow delivered just when he needed to rest. However, Zhang Yu didn't agree immediately. Instead, he sought clarity. The ones qualified to join such a group should be high-level elites. Why choose me? Bai Zhenghua chuckled, but his gaze was as sharp as a blade. You hide it well, but your aura is far too sharp. I can tell. Many 30-level career professionals post-advancement couldn't hold a candle to you. And if it came down to it, even that 40-level Li Amping outside the door might fall to your sword. Am I wrong? These words pricked Zhang Yu like a needle. Bai Zhenghua lowered his voice and continued. With your strength, you're more than suitable for the Abyssal Raid Task Force. Plus, if you agree, I'll give you an additional reward. This time, Zhang Yu didn't hesitate and nodded. All right, I agree. Bai Zhenghua nodded in satisfaction and handed over the reward immediately. A flash of light later, 10 beginner skill scrolls appeared in his hands. Bai Zhenghua said, these are for you. You provided critical intelligence about Odis, so here are 10 beginner skill scrolls along with an additional 100,000 association contribution points. Zhang Yu was momentarily stunned. The reward far exceeded his expectations. The scrolls alone were immensely valuable, and the 100,000 contribution points were a significant bonus on top of that. He couldn't help but ask, Elder Bai, isn't this reward too much? Bai Zhenghua waved it off, speaking in a casual yet firm tone. Not at all. Compared to the losses your information saved us from, this is nothing. Next, he handed Zhang Yu a crystal ball the size of a ping-pong ball. This is your guarantee for joining the Abyss Strategy Group. If you ever encounter danger, crush it. I will appear immediately to help you unconditionally. Just this once. Zhang Yu was stunned. If I just crush it, Elder Bai, you'll come? Of course. Bai Zhenghua responded with a faint smile. Even if Odis comes looking for you again, his only path is death. Zhang Yu carefully pocketed the crystal ball, feeling a warmth in his heart. This equated to having a life-saving card in his hand. He would no longer be completely passive when facing Abyss bosses or Odis. Bai Zhenghua gave a few words of advice. Li Amping will pull you into the Abyss Strategy Group. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Before he even finished speaking, a white light flashed beneath his feet, and he disappeared. As he was leaving, his voice lingered. Child, good luck. The future is yours. Looking at the fading white light, Zhang Yu murmured softly, spatial magic? Then, he pushed open the door and stepped out. At the door, Li Amping was already waiting. When he saw Zhang Yu come out, he immediately approached. Elder Bai just messaged me. Add me as a friend first, and I'll pull you into the group in a bit. Zhang Yu took out his communicator and added him as a friend. Thanks for the trouble. Liamping grinned warmly. No trouble at all. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to approach Elder Bai. From now on, if you need anything in Westlake City, just let me know, and I'll help if I can. Zhang Yu directly stated his request. I'd like to exchange association contribution points for a fate compass to draw cards. I don't carry one myself, and constantly running to the trading post is too inconvenient and unsafe. Without hesitation, Li Anping agreed. Of course. With your current contribution points, you can afford the top-tier model easily. I'll have one brought from the warehouse. However, Zhang Yu shook his head. Just give me the simplest one. I don't need anything fancy. Li Anping didn't push further. Smiling, he retrieved a modest-looking compass from his storage space. Its center was engraved with a small magic array. Although simple on the surface, its functions were anything but lacking. This is the cheapest fate compass. Its market price is 1 million credits, which is equivalent to 10,000 contribution points. I'll give you a discount, 8,000 contribution points. With this, the transaction was complete. Zhang Yu didn't haggle and directly transferred 8,000 contribution points. Taking the compass, he bid farewell to Li Anping and left the Adventurer Association. Just as he exited the building, his communicator buzzed with an invitation from Li Anping. He had been added to the Abyss Strategy Group. The group chat was instantly flooded with messages. Abyss in the western mines of Luo City. Level 45 healer needed. DM if nearby. Forest Abyss on the outskirts of Shunqing. Recruiting a level 50 aggressive mage. East Seas Merman Island has fallen into the abyss. Seeking level 60 paladin. Full epic set. Must have blessing and purification skills. The moment Zhang Yu joined the group, he felt like he had entered a marketplace. He had imagined that such a group would be serious and stern. But it turned out to be no different from typical team recruitment chats. If not for the real-time abyss maps and the high-level requirements, he might have doubted whether he had joined the wrong group. Just then, someone with a mature-looking avatar and the ID Rabbit at him. At Genzo, hey there, newbie, say hi. The group operated under aliases, and Zhang Yu had chosen the username Genzo. Being cautious, he switched his status to invisible and opened the map to check the dungeons near Westlake City. However, the only 2 abyss dungeons nearby had already been cleared, and they were ones he had previously tackled. His face darkened. In the short term, he'd avoid the abyss for now. It was better to focus on leveling up and getting accepted into Kyoto University first. Just as he was about to leave the group, Rabbit sent him a private message. Little brother, your IP shows you're in Westlake City. I'm nearby too. Want to meet up in person? I have a surprise for you. Zhang Yu glanced at the message and immediately blocked the person. The Abyss group had too many people with complicated motives. He didn't trust any strangers. Even in future dungeon runs, he would rather go solo than entrust his safety to others. Putting the matter of Rabbit aside, he left West City and headed toward the Eastern City Gate. To the east was the Rakshasa River, with a level 20 wild dungeon along its banks. It was the main place for farming materials in Westlake City and also the most suitable grinding spot for him. If everything went smoothly, he could level up to 19 there. Heading east for several kilometers, he saw hardly any wild monsters along the way. They had all been cleared out by professionals. In front of the dungeon's teleportation portal was a spacious clearing packed with groups of people forming teams. Some waved flags, shouting, "Normal difficulty squad needs one more. Hop on." Others called for healers, some declared difficulties, and others formed nightmare mode guaranteed clear teams. The scene was as noisy as a bustling market. Zhang Yu ignored the commotion and checked the dungeon information directly. This level 20 dungeon had 3 difficulty levels: normal, hard, and nightmare. For normal, all that was needed were DPS, a tank, and a healer. For hard, people were required, a healer and a tank were essential, and the other 2 could be double DPS or 1 DPS and 1 support. Nightmare mode, however, often required 5 people, with a tank and healer being mandatory. At least 2 DPS were needed, as well as a support to provide crowd control and buffs. Otherwise, the team couldn't sustain themselves. Just as he finished reading, someone approached him. "Hey brother, want to team up? Judging by your class, you must be a support. We're short a support for a nightmare level run. The dream team. Roll for gear. Split materials evenly. Coming with us?" Zhang Yu was only level 16, but his sword formation master aura was unmistakable, instantly putting people both at ease and on guard. He stayed silent for a moment, his gaze turning cold. Professions, like human hearts, were hard to predict. Zhang Yu wasn't ready to entrust his life and death to anyone else. Level 16 and you dare to rush into a nightmare dungeon without the skills for it? Someone sneered sarcastically. Without saying a word, Zhang Yu directly declined the invitation to join the team. Instead, he selected Nightmare difficulty, turned, and teleported inside. He went in. The crowd murmured in disbelief. Who would trust that a level 16 could solo a Nightmare dungeon? Most veteran players knew how tricky Rakshasa River was. Nightmare mode ideally called for a 5-person group with support. Those watching outside were betting he wouldn't last an hour. Near the teleportation gate, a woman in assassin's gear sat atop a rock, lightly tossing a dagger in her hand as she watched the entrance intently. Interesting. Maybe he's the one I've been looking for, she mused inwardly. The moment Zhang Yu landed, he found himself trapped in a transparent bubble with only breathable air inside. The indicator was straightforward. There wasn't much air in the bubble, lasting no more than an hour. He had to clear the dungeon within that time or spare enough air to return to the entrance. At the gate of an underwater palace ahead, a row of shrimp and crab warriors stood guard, all elite-level monsters at level 20. Their stats were astonishingly high. Even a level 20 knight might not withstand their brute force. Nightmare difficulty wasn't to be underestimated. It demanded a 5-person team for a reason. Zhang Yu didn't hesitate. He immediately summoned the Abyssal Eye, set up a sword formation, and unleashed the Crimson Firmament to charge forth. The shrimp and crab warriors were swiftly cut down before they could even react. Experience points and loot rewards popped up like a cascading flood on his screen. Then, he raised his hand, releasing a mental storm, wiping out a horde of monsters in the hall. His experience bar surged by 20% instantly, an exhilarating result. However, the palace was a maze, with 3 main paths branching into countless winding corridors. After roaming aimlessly for half an hour, he reached level 17, slaying numerous monsters, yet he still couldn't locate the boss room. Zhang Yu frowned. The limited air didn't afford him the luxury of gambling his life on pure luck. He chose to retreat, doubling back along his path and abandoning the challenge. Moments later, he was teleported out. The people outside were even more stunned. Not only had he survived less than an hour inside, but he had also leveled up to 17. Clearly, he had taken down a fair number of monsters. Some changed their tune to praise him, others claimed he had gotten lost and retreated, but more were beginning to acknowledge his capability. Ignoring the chatter, Zhang Yu turned and walked toward West Lake City. That was when the woman in assassin's gear from earlier stepped into his path. "Were you just soloing the Nightmare dungeon?" she asked. Zhang Yu glanced at her but didn't stop walking, attempting to bypass her. But she trailed him persistently, her smile faint. "I have the secret route map for Rakshasa River. Care to take a trip with me?" Her tone carried a clear hint of scheming. "Info on the hidden boss." Interested, the woman moved closer, her voice probing. Zhang Yu paused, turning to look at her. "A hidden boss?" The woman glanced around, spinning her dagger idly in her hand. "Too many people here. Let's talk somewhere else." Zhang Yu scrutinized her, summoning the Abyssal Eye to confirm details. A system interface flashed before him. Guan Xian, Shadow Assassin, level 22. After confirming her class and level, he finally nodded. Guan Xian smiled, signaling for him to follow. She led him to a secluded spot before stopping. As soon as she spoke up, she vanished in an instant, a stealth skill from her assassin class. The next second, she appeared behind Zhang Yu, raising her dagger, intending to strike him down in a single blow. But before the dagger could fall, an icy steel sword materialized out of nowhere, pressed firmly against her neck. Guan Xian's expression shifted drastically, shock evident in her eyes. He had reacted far too quickly. Zhang Yu turned to face her, his gaze icy. "Without a reasonable explanation, I guarantee your head will hit the ground in the next second." Guan Xian immediately withdrew her dagger, suppressing her emotions as she smiled. "Don't misunderstand. I just wanted to test if you were worth fighting the hidden boss with. If I brought a deadweight partner in there, both of us could die." Zhang Yu replied coldly, "From what it looks like, you're more like the deadweight." Guan Xian froze for a moment, then pouted. "You've got a sharp tongue." She took out a coral key. "I got this from a boss in the Rakshasa River dungeon. Can unlock a hidden door. Behind it lies a level 30 humanoid hidden boss. The entry rules? Only 2 people can go in, and their average level must be below 20. Zhang Yu sneered. 2 people below level 20 versus a level 30 boss? What kind of dungeon rules are those?
Guang xin chúc cờ lai ti.
It's called a legendary trial, loaded with hidden quests and insanely good rewards. Universities even study this stuff. You'll get it when you're in college. Zhang Yu asked why she seemed so sure he'd be a suitable partner. Guan Xian shrugged. Call it instinct. Teaming up with you feels like it'd work. He shook his head. I'm not one for risky nonsense. Your reasoning isn't convincing. Guan Exine rolled her eyes in disdain and pulled out a scroll, handing it to him. When Zhang Yu looked at the interface, it read, Return Scroll. Usable within a dungeon, forcibly exits the dungeon and transports the user to the nearest main city. This item's trading value, he demanded 100,000 coins, but he didn't expect Guan Exine to hand it over so casually. Guan Exine said, There's a return to city scroll. If things go south, you can escape. At least give it a try, right? Zhang Yu thought it over for a moment and nodded. Fine, I can team up with you, but I just finished a nightmare-level dungeon. I'll need to wait 6 hours before entering another. No problem. I've got an item to remove dungeon cooldown, Guan Exine said, immediately sending him a team invitation. She mentioned he was only level 17 and proposed an even split of the loot. Zhang Yu accepted, and the two headed to the entrance of the Rakshasa Dungeon's teleportation portal. At the entrance, Guan Exine took out a charm. A flash of light later, a notification popped up. The team leader is about to challenge the Nightmare difficulty Rakshasa River Dungeon. Confirm? Zhang Yu hit confirm, and the two were transported into the dungeon. Once inside, Guan Exine whispered urgently, Let's take the long way around. We can avoid most of the monsters and head straight for the boss room. We'll go straight through, Zhang Yu replied coldly. This way, I can grind some levels too. With that, he headed toward the shrimp and crab soldiers guarding the entrance. You're insane. Challenging them head-on is a death sentence. Guan Exine shrieked in alarm. Zhang Yu ignored her words. With a casual wave of his hand, 10 iron swords materialized in midair. With a dazzling spin of their edges, the monsters blocking the door were obliterated in an instant. He advanced calmly into the grand hall, the iron swords floating around him, prepared for an even larger confrontation. Suddenly, Zhang Yu unleashed a psychic storm. A violent whirlwind swept outward, engulfing everything in its path. Boom! A barrage of kill notifications scrolled rapidly across their vision. Guan Exine stood rooted to the spot, wide-eyed in shock. When she rushed into the hall to look closer, there wasn't a single monster left. Nothing but empty space remained. Where are the monsters? She asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. What did you do? Grinding? Zhang Yu replied flatly, as if it were the most mundane thing in the world. Guan Exine's face flushed with frustration. She wanted to scold him but couldn't find the words. Following closely behind him as he moved forward, her thoughts whirled with the image of earlier. Every elite monster she'd ever encountered was now being effortlessly one-shot by Zhang Yu. The damage output he displayed wasn't remotely something a level 17 player should be capable of. Monsters with health bars too stubborn for her strongest single-target skill were being shredded by Zhang Yu's basic attacks. Attacks that even came with an area of effect clearing effect. The more she thought about it, the more perturbed she became. Her status as a rare-class player felt utterly meaningless when compared to Zhang Yu. In less than 10 minutes, they reached the door to the boss room. Guan Exine stopped, lowering her voice and offering a warning. I get it. Your attack power's high, but this is the final boss of a level 20 nightmare dungeon. It's got massive health and deals devastating damage. Don't be reckless. I know its weak points. Let me draw its attention, and you flank it from behind. No need, Zhang Yu interrupted, pushing the door open without waiting for her to finish. Inside crouched a massive serpent over 10 meters long, the Rakshasa King Cobra. Zhang Yu's eyes narrowed as he activated Abyssal Vision to examine its stats. Rakshasa King Cobra, Boss. Level, 20. Constitution, 6,000. Strength, agility, and mental stats were listed in striking detail, along with abilities such as Whip Attack, Bite, Poisonous Swirl, and Venom Spray. 6,000 Constitution, Zhang Yu muttered under his breath. Guan Exine rushed up beside him, panting with anxiety. I told you not to charge in. Its attacks are overpowering, and your defense can't withstand even one hit. Before she could finish, Zhang Yu raised his hand and commanded, Qi Xiao. The Qi Xiao sword materialized in a flash, forming a crimson arc of light that pierced straight through the serpent's head. The colossal snake only managed a single agonized screech before its massive frame crashed lifelessly to the floor. The system notifications poured in. Rakshasa King Cobra has been defeated. EXP plus 42,000. Guan Exine obtained. Rakshasa King Cobra Hide Armor, Gold Tier. Rakshasa King Cobra Venom Fang Blade, Gold Tier. Rakshasa King Cobra Essence Core. Guan Exine froze in place, her mouth twitching. Did you just one-shot it? Her wide eyes scanned the now empty room. She could hardly believe what had just unfolded. Zhang Yu turned to her, his expression calm. Dungeon loot goes into the team leader's inventory by default. As agreed, we split everything 50-50. Sure. Guan Xian nodded on autopilot. She retrieved the items from the system stash and examined their stats, hesitating before asking with a hint of eagerness. These 2 pieces are gold tier and look valuable. If you don't need them, I could buy them outright. How about a package deal? For 5 million coins. Zhang Yu glanced briefly at the items and shook his head. They're useless to me. Guan Xian quickly explained her reasoning, justifying the price and even offering to make up for any shortfall later if she didn't have enough cash. But Zhang Yu cut her off with a firm rejection. We agreed on an even split. 1 for you, 1 for me, and we split the essence core equally. If we convert everything to cash value, you owe me 2.5 million. In just a few sentences exchanged outside the boss door, the stark contrast between Guan Xian's incredulous wonder and Zhang Yu's unwavering composure became apparent. A tension lingered in the air as the disparity in power and their differing attitudes toward resource allocation clashed silently. All right, fine. Guan Xian couldn't help but laugh. You're such a strange one, not even tempted by free money. Zhang Yu's face remained impassive. It's a matter of principle. Besides, I didn't expect you to contribute much the moment we agreed on an even split. You blockhead. Can't you at least say something nice for once?
Guang Xin replied.
Rolling his eyes, he followed up with another jab. 250 just sounds off. Once we're out of this dungeon, I'll transfer you 3 million. All right? Zhang Yu agreed. With the agreement settled, Guan Xian pulled out the coral key, walked up to the portal, and brushed aside the seaweed clinging to the wall. The coral gate was revealed. She inserted the key, and with a click, the gate began to slowly open. Strangely, the world outside remained the underwater expanse of the riverbed, but no water seeped through the threshold. It was as if an invisible force kept the liquid at bay. Beyond the door, a chilling stillness dominated, as though it led to another world. The moment the coral gate opened, a notification popped up for Zhang Yu. Ahead lies the domain of the Rakshasa King. Entry restricted. Personal maximum level cannot exceed level 25, and the team's average level cannot exceed level 20. Do you wish to proceed? Guan Xian turned back to him and asked. The hidden boss is in there. Are you ready? Let's go. Zhang Yu gave a nod of confirmation. The 2 were teleported into a vast, barren arena. In the center sat a humanoid monster clad in crimson armor and wearing a menacing Oni mask. By its side lay a sheathed sword, resting quietly. Even without rising, it emanated an aura of domineering arrogance, heavy and suffocating. A true king, the Rakshasa King. Zhang Yu immediately activated his abyssal eye to survey the enemy. Rakshasa King, hidden boss. Level 30. Strength 10,000. Agility 10,000. Spirit 10,000. Constitution 10,000. Skills: Blade Flash, King Suppression, Undying Resolve. Seeing those attributes in 5-digit numbers made Zhang Yu's heart sink. Guan Xian's expression tensed as well. Zhang Yu turned to her and asked, Have you fought it before? Any intel?
Guang Xin nodded.
I fought it once and made it only past the first phase. During the first phase, it doesn't use its weapon. It unsheathes its sword in the second phase, and its aggression and attack speed skyrocket. Each phase is locked at a specific health threshold too, so it's not exactly the type of boss you can overpower with pure damage. A mechanics-heavy boss. Zhang Yu noted with indifference. He had encountered similar foes before and understood that brute force alone would not prevail. I'll take a crack at it first. You stay on the sidelines and observe, he instructed, walking into the arena. The Rakshasa King, which had been sitting with its eyes closed, slowly opened them. It stood up, revealing its towering frame over 3 meters tall. Just its presence alone weighed down the air. Zhang Yu activated his sword formation skill, summoning Qi Xiao, and launched a flank attack. With a single thrust, his blade pierced through the Rakshasa King's chest, forcing it to its knees. However, in the next instant, flames erupted from its body. Its skin turned crimson as it rose to its feet once more, this time drawing its sword. The second phase had commenced. Guan Xian froze in astonishment. It's in the second phase already? It had taken her nearly an hour of grinding just to force the boss into the second phase during her last attempt. Yet Zhang Yu had managed it with a single stab. The stark contrast made her face flush. While the momentum was in his favor, Zhang Yu went in for another strike. but a sudden flash of sword light nearly blinded him. In an instant, Qi Xiao was deflected, sent flying away by a single swing of the Rakshasa King's weapon. Zhang Yu's pupils constricted. This was the first time an opponent had outright repelled his attacks. Watch out! It's about to unleash a skill.
Guang Xin sao tek an siêu ly.
Before her warning fully left her lips, the Rakshasa King transformed into a streak of red light, hurtling toward Zhang Yu. The skill, Blade Flash, came slicing down. By instinct, Qi Xiao leapt to Zhang Yu's defense, forming a red barrier that absorbed the full brunt of the attack, deflecting it back. With a deafening clang, the clash of swords reverberated through the arena. The king staggered backward, easily dispelling the rebound's force, while Zhang Yu suffered a noticeable decrease in stamina. His breathing labored. Though Qi Xiao possessed a protective ability that prevented stagger, it couldn't entirely nullify the damage. Zhang Yu's innate talent and equipment reduced the impact by 90%. But with a constitution stat of only 7, his maximum stamina and recovery were severely limited. After enduring several of the boss's powerful strikes, his movements grew progressively sluggish, and his breath came in shallow, rapid bursts. Guan Exine watched, her chest tightening with unease, her complexion worsening by the second. The situation turned precarious in a heartbeat. Zhang Yu knew continuing to trade blows head-on would only spell death. The Rakshasa King's strategy didn't rely purely on its colossal stats but on a combination of phase mechanics and locked health thresholds. Zhang Yu retracted Qi Xiao, stepped back a few paces, and steadied his breathing. He shifted to observing the boss's rhythm and skill cooldowns, carefully searching for an opening. Guan Exine stood a good distance away, watching the confrontation with bated breath. She dared not utter another word to break his concentration. The air between the two combatants grew so tense it felt as if it might snap. The Rakshasa King remained still, as though waiting for Zhang Yu to make the first mistake. The true battle had begun, not simply one of raw power but a test of sharp decision-making and ruthless precision. From her vantage point, Guan Exine's scalp tingled. The Rakshasa King's attack stat was an astronomical 10,000. Even if only 10% of its damage connected, it wasn't something anyone could withstand casually. Yet Zhang Yu had taken that ferocious blow head-on without retreating a single step, standing as if nothing had happened. Guan Exine grew more unnerved the longer she watched. What kind of monster is this guy? The damage output, the insane defense, it all seemed absurdly overpowered, as though he had some hidden passive invulnerability. In her case, at level 22, even with technical skills to mitigate damage to a fraction, just a single scrape from the king would have drained her health bar entirely, forcing her back with a scroll just to survive. And yet, was Zhang Yu really only level 17? Zhang Yu suddenly turned his head slightly, calling over to her. Guan Exine, do you know why the boss managed to deflect my attack just now? Pulled from her daze, Guan Exine quickly responded. You don't know about perfect parries? That's an advanced defensive technique against physical attacks. If you manage to intercept an attack perfectly at the moment of the enemy's strike, you can completely mitigate the damage and even cause stagger. Think of it like parrying in video games. The downside: the window of opportunity is extremely brief. Fail once and you'll take the full brunt of the damage. During the first phase, I managed to bring it down slowly with perfect blocks. But in the second phase, its attacks were lightning fast. One hit and you're dead. I didn't even dare try again. Before his words had fully landed, the Demon King of Rakshasa executed its skill, Flash of the Sword, appearing instantly before Zhang Yu and striking downward with its blade. Crimson Sky. Zhang Yu hurriedly moved his sword, Crimson Sky, in front of him, aiming for a perfect block. But the opponent's speed was overwhelming, leaving him no time to react. His block failed. Clang, the sword struck his body directly, causing him severe pain. Instantly, Zhang Yu summoned more iron swords to force the Rakshasa King back, then commanded 10 flying swords to launch an aggressive assault. Each blade was effortlessly parried. The attack couldn't even break through its defenses. Watching the situation unfold, Guan Exine urged him to retreat. However, Zhang Yu didn't respond. Instead, he asked her for healing potions. With a sigh of reluctance, Guan Exine pulled out 3 bottles of intermediate healing potions from her storage space and tossed them over. You can only use 3 bottles max in this dungeon. I get one shot by the boss every time, so these are useless to me. What exactly are you planning? Zhang Yu caught the potions and replied calmly. This Rakshasa King can only be beaten with perfect blocks. I'm going to use it as a target to hone my skills. His mind calculated, with his current constitution, he could survive 3 direct hits. Adding in the sustained healing from his Tier 3 Fate Constellation passive and the full recovery from the 3 healing potions, He'd have 14 chances to experiment with the timing for a perfect block. If he could figure it out within these 14 attempts, there was hope for defeating this hidden boss. Guan Xyan was stunned. Perfect blocking depends on strength and agility. Its attacks are too fast. Can you even keep up with that kind of speed? Zhang Yu uttered only 4 words. I have a plan. He immediately activated his attribute conversion ability, reallocating all his spiritual energy into strength and agility. With his spirit reduced to 0, his strength and agility surged to 1,845 and 1,770 respectively. The 10 flying swords lost control, clattering uselessly to the ground. But Zhang Yu could feel the raw power and speed coursing through his body. Clutching Crimson Sky tightly, he locked eyes on the Rakshasa King ahead and muttered under his breath. All right, now this young master has turned into a warrior. Bring it on. The Rakshasa King, as if sensing his shifting intent, raised its sword in a flourish, assuming an offensive stance. Beneath the demonic mask it wore, there seemed to linger a mocking smile. Skill. Flash of the sword. In a flash of crimson light, it lunged straight for Zhang Yu. With his heightened strength and speed, Zhang Yu barely managed to glimpse the attack's trajectory and attempted another perfect block. He failed again. The Rakshasa King's sword pierced him, draining his stamina to a third. It gracefully stepped back, creating distance between them. Staring at the retreating boss, Zhang Yu felt even more certain. This hidden boss was specifically designed to test perfect blocking. Not long after, the Rakshasa King attacked again. Zhang Yu made another attempt and failed once more, his stamina bottoming out. Without hesitation, he pulled out an intermediate healing potion and downed it, immediately restoring his strength. Again! Shouted Zhang Yu, bracing himself for another round. Inside the training hall, the Rakshasa King resembled a cold-faced master, executing one strike after another to force Zhang Yu to train. Each attack was accompanied by its cry, "Flash of the sword," followed by a grim, "Block failed." Zhang Yu, undeterred, persisted relentlessly. If he failed once, he tried again. Each attempt became more ferocious, as though he were wagering his very life. From the sidelines, Guan Xyan watched in disbelief. She never imagined that a mere level 17 player, like Zhang Yu, could use sheer repetition to strive for perfect blocks. Clang! After finishing the 3rd bottle of intermediate healing potion, Zhang Yu finally managed to seize the opportunity. This time, he successfully blocked the Rakshasa King's blade, even knocking it out of its grasp. In that instant, he deactivated his attribute conversion and wielded the Crimson Sky with precision, driving it straight into the Rakshasa King. The crimson glow pierced through its heart, depleting its health bar instantly and bringing it to its knees. Did we win? Guan Xyan was just about to cheer when suddenly, an overwhelming force exploded from the Rakshasa King, sending Zhang Yu staggering backward. A skill notification popped up. Asterisk Indomitable Will. King's Dominion. Asterisk. The hall began to quake violently. The Rakshasa King unleashed a thunderous roar and slowly rose to its feet. Pieces of its armor fell away, revealing a heavily scarred and muscular frame beneath. With a single upward motion, the enormous sword it had lost earlier flew back into its hand, the blade now engulfed in searing flames. There's a third phase? Guan Xyan's face paled as she yelled toward Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, if it's too much, use a town portal scroll. You have unlimited attempts. You don't have to die here. Zhang Yu didn't answer. His gaze locked onto the Rakshasa King's eyes beneath its mask. He knew this was the true final showdown, a test not only of strength but also of the courage to push forward in the face of despair. Besides, he still had the Crimson Sky Sword's passive ability to cheat death once if needed. Bring it, he muttered with a wry smile. This time, he didn't convert his attributes. He recalled the flying swords into his sword formation. After so many clashes, Zhang Yu had grasped the rhythm of the Rakshasa King's attacks. With skill and his now refined sense of timing, he could instinctively block the majority of its strikes. The Rakshasa King suddenly blurred into a streak of red light, its massive blade slashing downward. Zhang Yu commanded 9 iron swords to intercept simultaneously, with one pinpointing a vulnerability and deflecting its swing. Crimson Sky. With a flash of crimson light, Zhang Yu drove his blade straight into the Rakshasa King's heart. System notifications flooded his vision. Asterisk successfully defeated the Rakshasa King. Gained 100,000 experience points. Acquired Rakshasa King's mask. Epic. Obtained Rakshasa King's heart. Asterisk 1. Epic material. Dungeon complete. Asterisk. The legendary trial awarded the skill, Blocking Instinct. An achievement was triggered, awakening the advanced talent, I Am Legend. A hidden dungeon clearance treasure chest appeared in the center of the dojo. Guan Xyan stared at the interface, feeling slightly faint. Although Zhang Yu completed the solo fight, she still gained basic experience and the blocking instinct skill as part of their duo team. As the team leader, the boss drops went directly into her storage space. She took the items out. Rakshasa King's Mask, Epic, can summon the Rakshasa King to assist in battle. After it falls, it automatically regenerates within the mask. Rakshasa King's Heart, Epic material. Unable to hold back, Guan Xyan exclaimed aloud. These items were astonishingly valuable, with the epic material being essential for crafting legendary equipment. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu stared at his newly awakened talents. Blocking instinct, passive, the first block is guaranteed to be a perfect block. I am legend, when a legendary trial exists. Clearing it guarantees a drop of the item used to initiate the trial. He smiled so broadly it almost split his face. Guan Xyan handed the mask and heart to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, you basically did all the work. These 2 pieces of epic gear should go to you. Zhang Yu only accepted the mask and said calmly. I said it would be split evenly, so it will be split evenly. We can't allocate based on contributions.
Guan Xin Froder.
Do you know how much this heart is worth? Easily over 10 million. Zhang Yu shook his head firmly. Even if it's 100 million, it's yours. It's a matter of principle. Without the hidden key you gave me, the perfect block info, and those 3 potions, I wouldn't have been able to kill the Rakshasa King. Guan Xyan's view of him changed completely. She had previously thought Zhang Yu was just paying lip service about splitting rewards evenly. But now, seeing him stand firm even with epic loot on the line, she saw him in a whole new light. In that moment, Guan Xyan gained a deeper understanding of this man. She knew many close relationships between friends, lovers, could fall apart over a single piece of epic gear, leading to betrayal and backstabbing. Thinking this, she shook her head with a smile and put the Rakshasa King's heart into her storage space. Her tone was light yet probing as she said, All right then, I won't be shy about it. You're rigid, but reliable. Zhang Yu put away the mask and walked toward the treasure chest in the dojo center. The loot from defeating the boss always went to the leader first for distribution, but the chest from a first-time dungeon clear was unique to each individual. Since Guan Xyan had already cleared this dungeon before, this time the chest belonged to Zhang Yu alone. He opened it. Acquired Divine Stone *1. Acquired Beginner Skill Scroll *5. The chest disappeared, and the dungeon's exit appeared, transporting both of them outside. Guan Xyan took a deep breath of the damp air outside, satisfied, and transferred 3 million credits to Zhang Yu's trading account. Smiling, she said, That was a good collaboration. Add me on your communicator. Maybe we'll work together again in the future. Maybe, Zhang Yu replied coldly and turned to leave, even disbanding the team. Guan Xyan was so irritated she almost chased after him. Is that how you treat women? But her footsteps stopped, and in the end, she just stood there, watching him walk away. She chuckled lightly, spun her dagger, whistled, and turned to leave in another direction, mocking, You're definitely going to apply to Kyoto University, aren't you? You won't escape from me. After the 2 parted ways, Zhang Yu headed straight home. He was now level 18, only 3 days into his 3rd job tier. At this pace, leveling up to 19 within a month wasn't an issue. However, grinding wasn't his immediate priority. The reality was, after spending days outside without a shower, he didn't smell great. With his grandma and aunt not at home, Zhang Yu quickly showered, changed into fresh clothes and sat on the sofa. He took out the Destiny Compass and his 15 beginner skill scrolls. Talking to himself, he said, Got another Divine Stone. Maybe I can gather enough for a max-tier exclusive weapon before the college entrance exams. He didn't start drawing cards immediately. Instead, he used all 15 of the skill scrolls at once. The results quickly appeared. Duplicate skill acquired. Skill proficiency increased. Toxin resistance. Level 10 gain 100% resistance to toxins. Zhang Yu stared at it for a moment, his mouth twitching. How terrified of poison am I? The 15 scrolls maxed out his toxin resistance, which even he found absurd. But he laughed it off and consoled himself. Repeated awakenings aren't the worst outcome. Next, he picked up the Destiny Compass and placed the Divine Stone inside. This was his first time using his own compass, and he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Mumbling to himself, he thought about trying to draw the 4th-tier refined Crimson Sky Sword. The cards began to spin, and the magic array lit up before producing a red card. Zhang Yu shouted, Come forth, my Crimson Sky! But what fell from the card wasn't Crimson Sky. It was a cobalt blue long sword, surrounded by rising mist like crashing waves. Divine Sword Zhanlu. Divine Sword Zhanlu, exclusive, first tier attack power plus 1000, damage plus 100%, automatically protects the bearer. Bearer is immune to water elemental attacks. No equipment level limit. Note: one of the 10 great swords, it protects its bearer and cleanses evil, purifying the world. Zhang Yu froze. Aren't exclusive weapons supposed to be limited to one per person? Yet this sword was also marked as one of the 10 great swords. A terrifying thought struck him. If, to be able to possess multiple specialized weapons, perhaps even 10 all fully refined, wouldn't that be equivalent to wielding 10 divine artifacts at once? This possibility exploded in Zhang Yu's mind like a detonation, filling him with both exhilaration and trepidation. His chest tightened, and his breathing quickened. Divine artifacts. Those were objects that could shake the heavens and earth. Even for professionals who had ascended to god-tier levels, possessing a divine artifact was as rare as a phoenix feather. Coupled with terms like hidden class and absolute fortune, all Zhang Yu could feel was that this potential was terrifying. At this moment, there was a knock at the door. He quickly recalled Zhanlu back into the sword array space and went to open the door. Standing outside was Xia Chaoyang, a bright smile on his face. "You're that squad captain from last time." Zhang Yu recognized him and immediately added, "Sorry, I've already decided to apply to Kyoto University." Xia Chaoyang's smile grew even warmer. "Don't worry, I'm not here to stop you." After that day, I reported your details to the High Command. They took it very seriously. After 3 days of meetings, they've decided to make an exception and let you join the Qianlong Special Unit as an auxiliary member. This way, you'll still be able to take your university entrance exams. What benefits are there to joining the Qianlong Special Unit? Zhang Yu asked. Xia Chaoyang's eyes lit up as he got to the point. Once you're in Qianlong, the military will be your strongest backing. No one in all of Xia would dare harm you. Military resources would be prioritized for you. Not only will you have access to Kyoto University's resources, but also exclusive dungeons, equipment, and intelligence from the military. You'd be the first person who gets to enjoy both university and military resources at the same time. What would I need to do in return? Zhang Yu asked. Xia Chaoyang didn't beat around the bush. Join the military's missions after you're in. But as a newcomer, the focus will primarily be on your training during the early stages. It won't impact your identity as a student. Later on, you'll become the sharpest blade in the Empire's hands. You won't be sent on ordinary missions. Zhang Yu fell silent, thinking about the distinguished service medal his grandmother had left behind. He knew that if his grandmother were still here, she would want him to serve the nation. At last, he nodded. "All right, I'll join the Qianlong Special Unit." Xia Chaoyang was so delighted that he patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder, yet soon added, "But having the High Command's recommendation alone isn't enough. You also need to pass the Qianlong trials. Once you reach level 15, I'll take you there. Given your abilities, you'll definitely make it. After passing, you'll officially join with the rank of Major." Zhang Yu replied simply, "I'm ready for the trials now." Xia Chaoyang froze, then stammered, "Aren't you level 12? Just 3 days ago, you..." He immediately cast a detection spell on Zhang Yu. Runes flashed, and the information displayed, "Zhang Yu, Sword Array Master, level 18. "What? Level 18? Xia Chaoyang's eyes widened. "How did you do it?" Zhang Yu answered plainly, "I cleared the Abyss dungeon in the Shadow Forest and earned a substantial amount of experience. I also completed the Nightmare-level Rakshasa River dungeon, which brought me to level 18. Xia Chaoyang was completely dumbfounded. "You cleared the Abyss dungeon in Shadow Forest? I heard there was even a level 70 Abyss boss named Odis that forced everyone to retreat. Was that also your doing?" Zhang Yu looked mildly surprised. "I reported all this to the Adventurers Guild." "You didn't know? The Adventurers Guild and the National Defense Intelligence don't fully share information," Xia Chaoyang explained, massaging his forehead. He shook his head in disbelief. After a long moment, he finally muttered, "This news is shocking. I'll need to report it right away. Stay here for a moment." He then hurried out, only to return shortly afterward, panting and visibly excited. "Good news! The war god himself wants to meet you. Come with me to the military district." "The war god?" Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback. "You don't know Wan Chang'an?" Xia Chaoyang exclaimed in surprise. "He's the war god of the Xia Empire." Zhang Yu followed Xia Chaoyang into the city as the latter sang praises of Wan Chang'an's reputation. Not only was he the highest commander of the city garrison army, but also a legendary warrior. In the entirety of Xia, there were fewer than 10 people above him. Zhang Yu simply nodded nonchalantly. Deep down, he was confident that relying on his sword array masterclass, he would inevitably reach the pinnacle someday. When they arrived at the Shihu City Garrison Command, security was tight. 2 soldiers standing guard at the entrance immediately caught Zhang Yu's attention. With a glance of his abyssal eye, he discerned their levels. Both were elite level 60s. Xia Chaoyang saluted respectfully and led Zhang Yu inside to report. A low, commanding voice came from within the command room. "Bring him in." In the center of the room stood a middle-aged man whose presence was imposing like a towering mountain. When he turned around, his gaze was sharp as a blade. Zhang Yu recognized him instantly as Wan Chong'an. His power was no weaker than that of Bai Jingguo. While Xia Chaoyang visibly trembled under his intimidating gaze, Zhang Yu stood firm, entirely unflinching. Wan Chong'an gave a subtle nod, his expression calm, and abruptly raised his hand. Out of thin air, a long sword formed from golden light and thrust directly toward Zhang Yu's face. Its aura burst forth, filling the room with a piercing wind like a raging storm of blades. With a low shout, Zhang Yu's Qishao appeared in response. Skill activated, intuitive block. Clang, the golden longsword was forcefully deflected by Qishao. The room fell into an eerie silence. Everyone present was stunned. Even Wan Chong'an himself paused for a moment. The thought that an 18-level Zhang Yu could parry his strike left all in disbelief. Xia Chaoyang's face turned pale. His mind went blank. Wan Chong'an's face showed a hint of discomfort. He had only intended to test him, casually throwing in some praise to foster a closer connection. Unexpectedly, his sword strike was parried. It was clear that Zhang Yu relied on a skill guaranteeing a block, but in front of the crowd, one couldn't say anything further. After 2 coughs, he withdrew his aura and said with a smile, "Good boy. You do have some skill being able to block that strike of mine. No wonder old Bai values you so highly." Zhang Yu clasped his hands respectfully and replied calmly, "I only used a skill that guarantees a block. Nothing worth mentioning. Just luck." Only then did the crowd relax. Wan Chong'an's opinion of him seemed to rise, and from his storage space, he pulled out a pair of old boots, handing them directly to Zhang Yu. Someone protested in a low voice, "Sir, but those are—" He snapped impatiently, "It's my decision. Keep quiet." Then, he gestured for everyone to leave, leaving him alone with Zhang Yu for a private conversation. The crowd retreated far away, their eyes filled with envy. Zhang Yu took the boots and inspected their attributes. Boots of the Wind, legendary strength plus 1000, agility plus 1000, spirit plus 1000, constitution plus 1000. Wind-type damage reduced by 50%. The wearer gains the skill Windborne Journey, usable at level 15. Windborne Journey. Upon usage, movement speed increases by 100%. Zhang Yu's gaze remained calm, but the hand accepting the boots tightened slightly. The door to the room closed, leaving only the sound of their breathing and unfinished words. Legendary grade equipment? Zhang Yu looked at the attributes displayed on the interface, his eyes narrowing as he turned to Wan Chong'an. "This is too valuable." Wan Chong'an waved his hand with a laugh. "I obtained this equipment in my early years. It's been with me for over 20 years. I can't use it anymore, so take it. No need to refuse." Zhang Yu hesitated for a moment but eventually accepted it and equipped the boots. In an instant, he felt incredibly light, as if he could jump into the air at any moment. Satisfied, Wan Chong'an nodded, then shifted the tone of the conversation. "Zhang Yu, do you know why I wanted to meet you in person?" Zhang Yu assumed it was related to Captain Xia's report and replied softly, "Wasn't it because of that?" "That's just part of the reason." Wan Chong'an's voice grew heavier. "The real reason involves your family." He paused, as if dropping a heavy stone into the conversation. "Your grandmother was my teacher. Your parents were once my subordinates." Zhang Yu's eyes widened. "She never mentioned this to me." Wan Chong'an explained in a calm tone. After her retirement, his grandmother ceased mentioning military matters, and after Zhang Yu's parents went missing, she cut off contact with Wan Chong'an. Few in the military even knew their connection. Then Wan Chong'an got to the heart of the matter, the fate of Zhang Yu's parents. They were part of the elite unit, the Qianlong Task Force. During an operation to clear a deep abyssal dungeon, something went wrong. The squad searched for a month but found no sign of them. Wan Chong'an took a step closer, his tone weighty. "Recently, someone spotted traces of them at the abyssal front line. The problem is, they might have become bosses within the abyss." "What?" Zhang Yu's face paled, and the glimmer of hope in his expression shattered to dust. Wan Chong'an made no attempt to hide his concern. "I haven't told your grandmother. If she hears about this, she'll rush to the front lines. Things are chaotic there right now, and I can't let her go to the battlefield. So don't tell her just yet. If you want to know more, I'll inform you the moment I have news. Do you want me to do that? Zhang Yu was silent for a few seconds before replying firmly. Commander, if there's news, please let me know first. Wan Chang'an nodded. All right then. Now that the personal matters are settled, let's talk official business. From his storage space, he produced a dark green military uniform. This is the uniform of the Qianlong Task Force. Try it on. Zhang Yu changed into the uniform. His tall and straight figure instantly looked sharper, like a blade unsheathed. As Wan Chang'an gazed at him, a complex expression briefly flashed in his eyes, as if he were catching a glimpse of his old comrades. His expression shifted as he raised his voice. Major Zhang Yu, present. Zhang Yu immediately straightened with a crisp salute, his voice resolute. The corners of Wan Chang'an's mouth lifted into a faint smile, and his tone softened. Welcome to the Qianlong Task Force. After the ceremony, Wan Chang'an departed with his personal guards through a teleportation device. As the Supreme Commander of the Great Xia National Defense Force, carving out time to meet Zhang Yu was no easy feat once his figure vanished. Xia Chaoyang led Zhang Yu to the military dining hall, explaining the rules, benefits, and welfare available to soldiers in the unit. When Xia mentioned the skill training grounds, Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. He looked up and asked, "What is the skill training grounds?" "It's a place to level up your skills rapidly," Xia Chaoyang clarified. "Once you're inside, your training efficiency skyrockets. It's exclusive to our military, unavailable elsewhere." "You can level up skills there?" Zhang Yu's eyes gleamed brightly. At level 18, his sword formation and sword manipulation skills were still only at level 3. If he could boost their levels, his combat power would skyrocket. He asked if he could visit. "Of course." Xia Chaoyang, laughing, "This is your benefit. This is just the primary facility, where you can level up your skills to a maximum of level 5. If you want higher levels, you'll need to go to the Hidden Dragon unit in Kyoto." "Level 5 is enough," Zhang Yu said hurriedly. Wrapping up lunch in 2 sentences, he followed Xia Chaoyang toward the independent cubic building. Before reaching the door, Xia Chaoyang turned and laid out the rules very clearly. "Once inside, you'll be directly sent into a closed room. You can't come out unless the training ends or you surrender. Food, drink, and hygiene will be taken care of. Nutrition meals will be delivered by professionals, so don't worry." Zhang Yu nodded and walked straight into the training facility. A few soldiers outside watched him enter and began betting on how many days he could endure. Xia Chaoyang raised a hand and gestured 5 days. The soldiers were shocked and mockingly remarked that anyone would go crazy if they endured 5 days in there. Xia Chaoyang smiled faintly. "He's the hope of the empire. Don't underestimate him." The teleportation sent Zhang Yu to a roughly 50 square meter room. As he landed, an AI female voice greeted him. "Welcome to the primary skill training facility. Would you like to customize your training?" Zhang Yu clicked yes. A light wave scanned over his body, and the system prompt appeared. Sword formation level 3, sword control level 3, attribute conversion level 1. Training plan, 16 hours a day. Estimated time for leveling up, 20 days. Would you like to start? 20 days. Zhang Yu froze. Only now did he realize the significance of Xia Chaoyang's emphasis. This wouldn't just be brief confinement, it meant 20 days of locked-in training. He quickly calculated. There were still 27 days until the entrance exams, leaving him 1 week for final preparations after training. Moreover, with his mental strength exceeding 3,000, 16 hours of high-intensity training a day was barely manageable. After notifying his grandmother and aunt, he confirmed the start. A training dummy rose in the center of the room. The cold voice of the AI commanded, "First, use sword formation, then attack the dummy using sword control. Repeat 100 times." Zhang Yu swiftly got to work. With a flick, his sword formation activated, and 10 iron swords burst forth, slicing through the air toward the dummy. The indoor environment made the sword control operation feel significantly more fluid than in the wild. After completing 100 repetitions, Zhang Yu noticed a marked improvement in his sword controlling precision. By the end of the first day, his stamina was utterly drained. Too tired even to wash up, he fell asleep immediately. The gains were apparent. Sword control had advanced to level 4. The next morning, while he was still dreaming, a robotic arm on the ceiling dumped an icy bucket of water over him, jolting him awake. The AI's voice was even colder than the water. Second day of training begins. Use sword control to attack the training dummy 1,000 times. The room's lighting shifted, and the dummy materialized once again. The command felt like a nail driven into Zhang Yu's brain. 16 hours, 1,000 times, no leaving. He steadied his breathing, staring ahead, knowing this was designed to push him to his limit. Training was no longer just repetition of techniques, it was a relentless test of his stamina and mental resilience. Every swing of his sword felt like a battle against his inner self. Stopping would mean surrender, persisting would mean growing stronger. Gritting his teeth, he began. Every sword light he unleashed carried an even greater force of determination. His body protested, yet his skills progressed incrementally, with the figures on the interface climbing steadily, as though silently affirming his perseverance. Outside the room, bets were being placed, Xia Chaoyang's trust loomed in his mind, and the looming entrance exams drew ever closer. But all of that was sealed beyond the door. Inside this room, there was only Zhang Yu, the training dummy, and the cold, unyielding voice of the AI setting his target. Even the guarding dummies couldn't help but mutter, "Is this a training facility or a prison?" The system sternly warned, "You must begin training within 10 seconds, or it will be considered forfeiture. This training facility will close permanently and will no longer be available to you." Zhang Yu's gaze steeled. "Who's forfeiting? I'll master these skills completely." With that, he summoned his flying swords and resumed his relentless drills. For the next 20 days, Zhang Yu was basically trapped in that room. Hungry, he ate. Tired, he slept. Awake, he trained. Eat, sleep, and train. It was a ceaseless, machine-like cycle, but his skill levels steadily rose in this rigid daily grind. Gradually, he came to understand that greatness wasn't achieved overnight. Even with high talent and immense mental power, he had to endure one trial after another, grinding repeatedly. To grow stronger, he had no choice but to push himself to the brink. And as the days went on, he found himself addicted to pushing those boundaries. 20 days later, Zhang Yu rushed across the room as a blur, stopping abruptly in the center to press the button. The AI immediately announced, "Congratulations on completing this training package. This skill training facility can no longer further enhance your skill levels. To continue progressing, please proceed to an advanced training facility." Only then did he breathe a long sigh of relief and pull up his skill interface. Sword formation, level 5 deploys a sword array that continuously consumes mental energy. Increases critical damage by 140% within a 50-meter radius. Sword control, level 5 controls flying swords for aerial attacks. Power scales with the quality of the sword, mental energy, and skill level. Attribute conversion, level 5 within the sword formation, converts mental power into strength, agility, and constitution, with a conversion ratio of 5x. In truth, it had only taken 3 days to max out sword formation and sword control. The remaining 17 days were spent grinding attribute conversion. To level up this skill, he had to push his physical body to its limits. Those 20 days were essentially an Ironman triathlon on steroids in a training facility. When he first entered, he hadn't even had defined abs. When he stepped out, his six-pack abs were clearly visible, a testament to the intensity of his training. As he exited the training hall, a circle of soldiers had already gathered outside, their gazes filled with admiration. Xia Chaoyang stood among them, quickly giving him a thumbs up as soon as he emerged. "Kid, you're amazing. You actually lasted 20 full days in the training hall." Zhang Yu was puzzled. What's the big deal about staying 20 days? Isn't that just the system's preset plan? Xia Chaoyang looked at him like he was some kind of monster. "Do you even know? Before you, the record for staying in the training hall was only 7 days. You've really done something incredible." It was only then that Zhang Yu realized his dedication had been truly intense, but he didn't dwell on it. What's done is done. He changed back into his regular clothes, bid farewell to Xia Chaoyang, and headed straight for the Rakshasa River dungeon in the eastern part of the city. With only a week left until the college entrance examination, he had to reach level 19 before the exam. Otherwise, he wouldn't even qualify to apply to Kyoto University. When he reached the dungeon entrance, he saw Li Qinger already waiting for him. He walked up to her, but the moment she saw him, she lunged forward and punched him hard in the chest, full of complaints. "Where have you been these days? I couldn't get in touch with you at all. I even went to your house and you weren't there. I finally heard you'd been seen at the Rakshasa River dungeon." Zhang Yu, unwilling to mention that he had joined the Qianlong Special Unit, simply deflected with, "I was practicing my skills." Li Qinger rolled her eyes and then asked about his level and whether he was confident about getting into Kyoto University. Zhang Yu casually used his abyssal eye to check her status.
Li Qinger, 11 Scientist, Level 16.
Seeing her level, Zhang Yu felt relieved. Li Qinger frowned, her voice laced with discontent. You've got the nerve to ask me? There's only 7 days left until the exam, and you're only level 16. Zhang Yu wouldn't back down. I leveled up on my own, and it's already pretty high. Why don't you tell me what level you are? Li Qing'er rolled her eyes again and cast a detection spell on him. Level 18. The result hit Li Qing'er like a bucket of cold water. She froze, her mouth agape. I worked so hard to get to level 16, and you're already level 18? Zhang Yu responded casually. Just solo a few nightmare mode dungeons. It's not that hard. Li Qing'er's expression darkened, and after a long moment, she clenched her teeth and muttered, Fine, your leveling skills put mine to shame. But before the words had fully settled, she shifted her tone, adopting a sales pitch-like enthusiasm. I didn't come here to check your level. I'm here to take you to a secret dungeon. Zhang Yu was taken aback. A secret dungeon? Li Qing'er briefly explained. It wasn't a naturally formed outdoor dungeon, but an artificial one created at great expense. The monsters were also artificial. 7 days later, the college entrance exam would take place in a massive secret dungeon, and she wanted to familiarize Zhang Yu with the environment in advance. More importantly, the military had recently introduced a new policy. Students this year could apply to both universities and the military's special forces simultaneously, gaining access to military resources for cultivation. These military resources were something even Kyoto University might not have, a chance to change one's destiny. This secret dungeon is actually part of the military's assessment. The best performers might even get a chance to join the legendary Qianlong Special Unit. All the major families are scrambling to secure spots. I went through a lot of effort to get you in. There was urgency in Li Qing'er's eyes. Zhang Yu's lips twitched. So, this is a trial for the Qianlong Special Unit? Li Qing'er patted him on the shoulder, lowering her voice. Don't overthink it and don't put too much pressure on yourself. I believe in you. Zhang Yu waved his hand dismissively. The opportunity is tempting, sure. But what should we be focusing on right now? Let's hit level 19 first. Otherwise, you can forget about Kyoto University. Li Qing'er didn't seem bothered and laughed as she gave him a playful punch to the chest. You big fool. When did you become so cautious? The dungeon has plenty of monsters and loads of experience points. Grinding in the dungeon is way safer than messing around outside. Just treat it as leveling up. Before she could finish her sentence, she had already pulled him into a car driven by Steward Su. Steward Su glanced at them through the rearview mirror and said with a smile, Young miss, we're ready to depart. The car headed for the Cloud Sea Manor at the top of Cloud Sea Mountain. When they arrived, the parking lot was packed with luxury cars. It seemed nearly all of the prominent families in Westlake City with children taking this year's college entrance exam were in attendance. Zhang Yu scanned the scene, puzzled. Isn't this military initiative open to everyone nationwide? Why are there only cars from Westlake City here? Li Qing'er offered a concise explanation. Each city has its own entrance. Once inside, it's all part of the same dungeon. But there are many independent spaces, stacked like a millfight. The assessment content is the same. You just need to clear your own layer. After parking, the two went through identity verification and smoothly entered the manor. At the center of the courtyard, a blue vortex swirled quietly, identical to the entrance to any outdoor dungeon. A crowd had already gathered around it, parents whispering nervously to each other, students clenching their fists. The atmosphere so tense it felt like pins and needles. Zhang Yu wandered around the courtyard and used his abyssal eye to scan the crowd. He noticed that most of the students were high level, at least level 16, with several even at level 19, clearly a gathering of top-tier talents. He recognized Wang Hu. Wang Hu also spotted him. At first, Wang Hu was startled, but then his face twisted into a provocative smile as he made a throat-slitting gesture. Instantly, a murderous glint flashed in Zhang Yu's eyes. He had been holding back all this time, refraining from taking action, but now, being provoked so blatantly, who wouldn't be enraged? Yet, there were too many onlookers, and who knew if Wang Hu had someone backing him up? Reacting impulsively here would only be foolish. Zhang Yu suppressed his fury, maintaining a calm expression, but inwardly, he resolved to handle this quietly another day. At that moment, Li Qing'er tugged at his sleeve. Zhang Yu, the secret realm is opening. A white light glowed from the teleportation portal at the center of the courtyard, and a solemn voice announced the dungeon rules. Team-based dungeon, groups assigned randomly by profession, 4-person teams, comprising an attacker, tank, healer, and support. Items prohibited within the dungeon, with the incentive of outstanding performance granting eligibility to join the Hidden Dragon unit. Participants were allowed to exit the dungeon at any time. Suddenly, the sphere of light expanded, enveloping everyone. In the next instant, Zhang Yu found himself transported to the front of an underground palace. His companions included Li Qing'er, a tall woman clad in knightly armor, and Wang Hu, who held a staff. Dummy. Looks like we're on the same team. Li Qing'er chuckled, her eyes curving into crescents. Zhang Yu glanced at the team configuration. He had been assigned the role of support. People often misjudged his profession as a sword array master, assuming he was a support-type class. The tall woman stepped forward and introduced herself. Miao Shulan, level 17, Sacred Shield Knight. Zhang Yu and Li Qing'er followed suit, sharing their levels. Before their voices had even faded, Wang Hu sneered. What rotten luck. I'm a level 19 fire mage, stuck with trash like you? This run is doomed from the start. His tone overflowed with mockery as he locked eyes with Zhang Yu. Why don't you just quit now? I'll take Qing'er through the dungeon myself. Otherwise, let's all just screw this up together. Li Qing'er bristled with anger and snapped back at Wang Hu. Your level was carried by others. You're the one dragging the team down. Miao Shulan immediately stepped in to diffuse the tension, saying, Stop arguing. Teamwork is the most important thing. Let's set aside our grudges for now. She turned to Wang Hu, softening her tone. Mage, we're counting on your damage output this time. Help guide us through, won't you? Wang Hu was unimpressed, his attitude turning cold. Expect me to carry this deadweight? Not a chance. He clearly regarded Zhang Yu as a thorn in his side. Miao Shulan's expression darkened. She had deliberately traveled from a remote county, braving a mountainous path full of level 30 wild monsters, all to perform well in this secret realm. But now, the team's dynamic was already unraveling because of someone like Wang Hu. She despised his unreasonable behavior, yet he was their team's only damage dealer. If he truly decided to sabotage the run, the team seemed on the verge of falling apart. Someone was bound to be kicked out. Wang Hu struck first, his tone laced with arrogance as he posed an ultimatum. I could have easily qualified for the Capital University with my level alone. I didn't even need to waste my time on this trial. Either Zhang Yu rolls out or I leave. I'm a level 19 fire mage with rare skills. As long as there's a healer and a tank, clearing this dungeon is a breeze for me. If you won't cooperate, I'll quit and make sure you all get disqualified. Zhang Yu replied icily. Then leave. Wang Hu froze momentarily, then erupted with hostility. Who are you telling to leave? Don't forget who I am. I'm the core damage dealer of this team. What are you, a mere support? Li Qing'er immediately sided with Zhang Yu, retorting, Leave right now. The team will probably perform better without you. Wang Hu's face darkened. He turned to Miao Shulan, trying to win her over. Miao Shulan, come with me. I'll carry you through. You take the front lines, and I'll handle all the mobs by myself. Miao Shulan was so infuriated by his words that her face turned grim. She swallowed her irritation before suddenly throwing a punch that sent Wang Hu sprawling to the ground. You think being level 19 makes you special? You think you're some kind of god? I've had enough of you, you arrogant good-for-nothing riding on your family's coattails. Stop running your mouth. Everyone was stunned. Clutching his face, Wang Hu roared with rage. How dare you hit me? Do you even know who my father is? Miao Shulan sneered, drawing her knight's sword. I don't care who your father is. If you don't leave now, I'll cut you down right here. Seeing that she had unsheathed her weapon, Wang Hu retreated in panic, shouting as he backed away. Just wait until I get out. I'll make you all pay for this. With that, he left the team and stormed off. As Wang Hu's figure receded, Miao Shulan spat angrily at the ground. What cursed luck. Running into someone so cowardly and dumb. She turned back to Zhang Yu and Li Qing'er, her tone softening slightly. You two are really unlucky to have been targeted by him. If it were me, I'd have dealt with him long ago. Once we're back in the county, I'll make sure to settle this score on your behalf. Zhang Yu smiled faintly and waved her off. Don't waste your time on a fool like him. Let's keep going. With a light laugh, Li Qing'er led the way down the passage to the underground palace. Miao Shulan hesitated briefly. Since she was already here, she might as well make the trip worthwhile. She hoisted her heavy shield and followed, saying, I'll take point ahead. The three advanced through the narrow corridor, Miao Shulan at the forefront, her shield braced in front of her as she murmured instructions. I've heard that the mobs in this dungeon are all level 20, and they hit hard. Stay behind me and don't charge ahead recklessly. Li Qing'er raised her staff and promised, Don't worry, I'll heal you. No way I'll let your health drop below half. Miao Shulan nodded and turned to Zhang Yu. When we encounter mobs, give me buffs. I have 2 offensive skills. If you can boost my... The monster can be slowly worn down if we play defensively, Zhang Yu said calmly. I don't have buffs, Zhang Yu replied evenly. Miao Shulan froze. No buffs? What about defense debuffs? None. Any control abilities? Also no. Miao Shulan's expression stiffened, leaving her momentarily speechless. Staring at Zhang Yu in astonishment, she asked, Then what support skills do you have? I already told you, Zhang Yu replied lightly. I'm a damage dealer. Miao Shulan immediately shook her head in disbelief. That can't be. The rules of the secret dungeon state that each team can only have one damage dealer. That firehound earlier was already forced out. Zhang Yu shrugged and said that perhaps the examiner misjudged his hidden class. Hearing this, Miao Shulan's eyes lit up, and she perked up, saying, Even without support, we can make it work. It'll just be tougher, but at least we can still fight. Lin Qinger also chimed in with a smile, saying, I'm semi-support. I can handle it. Just as her words fell, a massive, headless armor over 2 meters tall emerged from the shadows, wielding a great sword that slammed down fiercely. Block it! Miao Shulan's eyes turned cold as she threw out a taunt to draw its aggro. The great sword struck her shield with a loud clang. She stood firm like a pillar, completely unharmed. Lin Qinger frantically prepared to heal, but Miao Shulan stopped her. Don't rush to heal. I can tank it. Save your energy for now. Zhang Yu's gaze sharpened as he activated Abyssal Eye. A status screen revealed the monster's details. Headless Knight Elite, level 20. Strength, 1800. Agility, 1200. Spirit, 800.
Constitution, 1000.
Skills Charge, Cleave. The level 16 Miao Shulan had directly withstood an 1800 strength attack without taking any damage. Her defense was astounding. Zhang Yu's mind shifted gears as an iron sword flew out from his sword array space, piercing through the headless armor. A massive damage number flashed across the screen. The headless knight collapsed instantly, dying on the spot. System update. Successfully defeated Headless Knight. EXP. Plus 2000. You have acquired Armor Shard *1. Miao Shulan was in the middle of casting buffs when she noticed the kill notification and froze. Lin Qinger stared wide-eyed at Zhang Yu in disbelief. You're incredible. Zhang Yu gave a slight smile. Just basic moves. Let's keep moving. His current spirit level was 3160, with his sword array and sword manipulation skills both at level 5. It was no longer an even playing field. If he equipped a 3rd-tier Scarlet Dawn alongside a 1st-tier Waterstone Edge, his damage output could even exceed 20 million. But this was an exam, meaning trial scores were tied to performance within the dungeon. He couldn't just cut loose and sweep through everything. If he were to go all out, his damage would clear the entire palace of monsters in no time. Lin Qinger and Miao Shulan wouldn't have a chance to contribute, and their scores would drop as a result. Miao Shulan quickly steadied her emotions. Great! Your DPS is strong, and Qinger's healing is stable. The three of us can definitely do this. Lin Qinger nodded along with a smile. Zhang Yu also agreed. Let's pick up the pace and make up for lost time. The team advanced rapidly. Miao Shulan led from the front with unwavering strength. Lin Qinger carefully managed health levels in the middle, while Zhang Yu brought up the rear, swiftly clearing monsters and finishing them off. Elite knights, gargoyles, and elemental mages. Everything they encountered was crushed in their path. If Zhang Yu hadn't been intentionally holding back to give the others opportunities to perform, the monsters wouldn't have even seen them coming.
Lin Qinger seid in Relief.
This was vastly different from the stress of teaming up with random players in the past. Now, she could casually throw out a few heals to stabilize Miao Shulan's health. Even Miao Shulan felt a sense of unprecedented safety. They progressed quickly, eventually reaching the depths of the underground palace where they stood before the boss room. During their journey, Lin Qinger had leveled up to 17, Miao Shulan reached 18, and Zhang Yu was less than 10% shy of hitting level 19. This feels amazing, Miao Shulan exclaimed with excitement. Being in a team with a pro makes all the difference. Lin Qinger joked, half in jest. If I'd known you were this good, I wouldn't have bothered leveling up myself. I'd just stick with you. Zhang Yu chuckled but reminded them, don't forget, this is an exam. Even though I'm holding back, if we keep going like this, you two won't score well. Miao Shulan suddenly remembered. Oh right, this is an exam, not level grinding. So what do we do? Zhang Yu stared at the imposing door ahead, speaking with calm determination. I have an idea. For the boss ahead, standing before the entrance, Zhang Yu addressed them. This is the boss room. I'll hold back for the first half hour. The two of you manage on your own to maximize your scores, and then I'll step in to finish it. Miao Shulan gave him a thumbs up. Brilliant idea. You really think things through. Lin Qinger grew eager as well. All right then, you can sit back and watch. We're not just going to stand idly by. The duo pushed open the towering, heavy door with all their strength and stepped into the boss chamber. At the center of the room stood a massive knight statue towering over 10 meters high, beside which rested an enormous stone sword. Unmoving at first, the statue's empty eye sockets suddenly began to glow red. It seemed to come alive. With a casual motion, Zhang Yu activated Abyssal Eye once again, and the status screen displayed the boss's details. Knight King Statue Boss. Level 21. Strength, 5,000. Agility, 3,000. Much. Spirit, 1,000. Constitution, 6,000. Skills. Stomp, Earthquake, Self-Healing. The wave of attribute numbers weighed heavily, like ballast pressing on the chest. The statue charged forward abruptly. Miao Shulan didn't hesitate. She raised her shield to meet it head-on while shouting commands. I'll tank it. Qinger, boost my stats. Got it. Li Qinger quickly chanted, and golden light descended upon Miao Shulan, instantly raising her constitution by 50%. Miao Shulan taunted fiercely, standing firm against the Night King's charge. The stone sword slammed into her shield, shattering the ground beneath their feet. Yet, Miao Shulan stood like a rock, utterly unshaken. Li Qinger instantly followed up with continuous healing, restoring her health in moments.
Nice job, Kinga.
Miao Shulan shouted, then unleashed a holy charge. Golden light burst forth from her entire body as she surged forward like a rampaging bull. She collided with the Colossus, knocking it to the ground. The massive statue fell heavily, causing the entire room to tremble. Zhang Yu watched the scene unfold clearly from the sidelines. A Holy Shield Knight paired with an Elven Saintess was already an exceptionally rare combination. Moreover, Miao Shulan's shield was no ordinary piece of equipment. With the two of them working together, even a level 30 boss would struggle to make a dent. Thinking this, he relaxed completely, standing off to the side like a spectator, idly fiddling around. Meanwhile, in a control room monitoring the secret realm, a specific screen displayed the ongoing scene where several middle-aged men, wearing Dive Dragon Squad instructor uniforms, were closely watching. All of them were above level 70, the examiners for this trial. Check this out. There's an interesting team on the West Lake side. One of them magnified the footage of the trio battling the boss, and the rest all leaned in. Just 3 people? Someone asked. The back end shows that the mage left the party earlier. These 3 have been fighting their way to the boss door, another pointed out. Interesting. They made it this far with no DPS in their party. What are their professions? An Elven Saintess, a Holy Shield Knight, and a Sword Formation Master. Seems like a new profession? It rings a bell somehow. Isn't the Dive Dragon Squad's god of 10,000 battles known to have recruited a student from Westlake recently? That student is a Sword Formation Master, and also the Soul Hidden class. It might be him. Someone connected the dots. I heard that kid solo cleared 2 Abyss-level dungeons. This could be a test of whether it's true. The instructors grew increasingly intrigued as they watched. But more than 10 minutes passed, and the Sword Formation Master hadn't made a move, leaving everyone puzzled. Why hasn't he done anything yet? Even slacking off involves at least providing some buffs for the teammates, doesn't it? One of them muttered. The 2 girls have pretty solid combat instincts, holding their ground against the boss this long while staying in good shape. They're worth cultivating. They could become strong players. We should consider bringing them into the Dive Dragon Squad. But this guy is just slacking off. I can't gauge his capabilities at all. Let's wait a bit longer. If the god of 10,000 battles chose him, maybe he's charging up for a big move. So the instructors kept their eyes glued to the screen, eager to see the Sword Formation Master's true abilities, while also captivated by the steady performance of the 2 girls. On the monitor, Zhang Yu remained calm as ever, seemingly waiting for the perfect moment to act. He's just intentionally dragging things out. The instructors gradually grew impatient as they watched. This guy doesn't seem to have any tricks up his sleeve, nor any support skills. He's probably just tagging along with the 2 girls, someone said, face darkening. Soloing Abyss dungeons? There's definitely something fishy about that story. Another chimed in. The more they discussed, the angrier they became. After all, the Dive Dragon Squad needed capable fighters, not freeloaders riding on inflated reputations. It felt like a waste that Miao Shulan and Li Qinger, with their increasing synergy and undeniable potential, might be held back by the lack of DPS in their team. And to top it off, they were up against a boss with self-healing. Regardless of how skilled their tank and healer dynamic was, they couldn't finish the fight or claim the prize. At that moment, inside the dungeon, Zhang Yu glanced at the time and said coldly, "That's enough. Step aside. I'll take it from here." The two girls answered promptly, retreating to either side. The Night King statue's aggro immediately shifted to Zhang Yu as it charged toward him with ferocity. Zhang Yu unfolded his sword formation. The Scarlet Sky Sword appeared at his side, and a beam of crimson light shot through the air, piercing straight into the Night King statue's head. Boom! The statue collapsed, dissolving into black smoke. Successfully slain Night King statue. EXP plus 30,000. The special control room fell into a momentary silence, the instructors collectively stunned. After a few beats, someone finally asked, "What the hell just happened?" All eyes turned to the formation master in the room, hoping for an answer. But the formation master shook his head helplessly. "I couldn't see what formation he used either. It just looked like a basic attack as soon as the formation deployed." A basic attack took down the boss instantly? Was he pretending for the past 20 minutes? Someone questioned. The formation master mused. The formation deployed in an instant. My guess is, he was deliberately stalling to give his teammates a chance to shine, not wanting to overshadow them right at the start. The instructors exchanged glances, reconsidering their earlier judgments. Suddenly, they wondered if they had been too quick to underestimate Zhang Yu. Early in the morning, at this moment, Wan Chang'an entered the room. The instructors immediately saluted. After listening to the report, Wan Chang'an glanced at the footage on the light screen showing the three splitting up before speaking. "Adjust the dungeon parameters. Summon a level 30 boss for them." Level 30? The instructors' faces changed dramatically. They hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "Sir, isn't that too difficult? This dungeon is already in nightmare mode. A level 30 nightmare boss typically requires a party of 5 at around level 35 to take down. They only have 3 people, and Zhang Yu is just level 18. Wan Chang'an smiled faintly. "Don't worry. Zhang Yu once forced the Abyss boss Otis to retreat and even perfectly blocked one of my sword strikes. I think level 30 is already too low." The instructors were utterly shaken. Everyone knew that blocking a single sword strike from Wan Chang'an was no trivial feat. Who was Zhang Yu? "Really?" Wan Chang'an waved a hand. "Do as I say. Crank up the intensity." "Understood." Executing immediately, the instructors scrambled to adjust the parameters. On the light screen, Zhang Yu and his team were preparing to distribute the dungeon rewards. The room had just fallen silent when a system notification chimed abruptly, and the fluctuations in the dungeon intensified again. A more powerful boss had been summoned. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Everyone turned their attention to the 3 faces on the screen, their expressions a mixture of conflict and uncertainty, like sharp blades hanging over their heads. Suddenly, the room lit up with a flash from the screen. In the next moment, a boss identical to the Night King statue emerged from the light screen, and warnings simultaneously popped up on all 3 players' interfaces. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, seeming a little surprised. Miao Shulan immediately raised her massive shield in front of the two and spoke in a voice as steely as iron. "Doesn't matter how many come. With Zhang Yu's damage, we can kill however many they send." Before she finished speaking, she had already thrown out a taunt. The boss swung its stone sword, slamming it fiercely against her shield. A deafening crash resounded, and a shockwave erupted, forcing Miao Shulan back several steps. Her health bar dropped to below half in an instant. She frowned and said, "These stats aren't normal." Before her voice could taper off, a green light flashed, and her nearly depleted stamina was replenished. Li Qinger, standing in the rear, had swung her staff to fully heal her. Miao Shulan gave her a thumbs up and said, "Qinger, keep it steady." But suddenly, the boss turned its focus to Li Qinger and, hatred shifting, raised its stone sword and charged at her. Li Qinger's face turned pale, and she had no time to dodge. Miao Shulan let out an angry roar, holy charge pushing her forward as she slammed into the boss with her shield, forcefully deflecting its attack and drawing its hatred back onto herself. The sword came down on her shield again, and this time she clenched her teeth and held firm, shouting, "Qinger, don't be scared. Keep healing me." Li Qinger quickly resumed healing and stacking buffs for defense and resilience. Standing in the back, Zhang Yu watched the two struggling against the overwhelming force of the boss, his expression darkening. He opened his interface to inspect. Night King statue, boss, level 30, strength, 10,000, agility, 5,000, spirit, 2,000, vitality, 12,000. Skills. Stomp, Earthquake, Regeneration. Zhang Yu frowned intensely. There was a high possibility of abyssal infiltration. He shouted sternly, "You too! Get out of the way!" The Qishao sword in his hand gleamed, piercing through the Night King's chest in a flash. A burst of red light tore through its body, and the interface displayed. Successfully defeated Night King statue. Experience points plus 70,000. A golden light enveloped him as Zhang Yu leveled up to 19 on the spot. The instructors watching from outside were left dumbfounded. A level 30 nightmare boss had been taken down with a single strike by Zhang Yu. Some muttered quietly, speculating that the sword was a specialized weapon, while others wondered if he had awakened some sort of innate talent. All of them turned to Wan Chang'an, eager to test Zhang Yu's limits further by escalating the difficulty. Wan Chang'an shook his head. No need. If the boss gets any stronger, those two women will be in danger. He immediately declared, "Trial's over. All three receive an S-grade evaluation. Zhang Yu is promoted to Lieutenant Colonel." As his announcement concluded, he and the dungeon disappeared, and the three were teleported back to Cloudsea Manor, along with other trial participants. Zhang Yu glanced at his returning team, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Facing 2 consecutive abyssal dungeons had left him a bit shaken. Outside, Wang Hu, who had been standing guard, approached with a mocking grin as soon as they appeared. "Bet you had a tough time without me carrying the damage. That's what you get for siding with Zhang Yu." Miao Shulan raised her fist, her eyes sharp as blades. "You looking to get hit again?" Wang Hu immediately stepped back 2 paces, hurriedly running his mouth to save face. I have bodyguards watching outside. Go ahead, try touching a hair on me." Li Qing'er couldn't be bothered to respond, linking arms with Miao Shulan protectively and guiding her away. Wang Hu, seeing this, swallowed his grievances and followed behind, throwing out a few snarky remarks as their group left the trial grounds. Having been snubbed by Li Qing'er and Miao Shulan, Wang Hu vented his frustration at Zhang Yu, gritting his teeth and cursing, "Zhang Yu, you ruined everything for me. Without you, I'd have cleared this dungeon with them ages ago. I won't let this go. Just you wait." Zhang Yu shrugged, nonchalantly picking at his ear before smiling at the 2 women and saying, "Did it just get noisy? Sounds like a stray dog nearby. Dog, let's move to another place. Don't waste time dealing with it." The 2 women immediately burst out laughing. "All right, no need to stoop to a dog's level." The 3 of them turned and left. Wang, whose face flushed red with anger as he stomped his feet, cursing non-stop. "Damn it! Damn it!" He stared intently at Zhang Yu's retreating back, his eyes filled with venom. Gritting his teeth, he muttered under his breath, "Why is it that everyone flocks around you? This useless piece of trash? Just wait. I swear I'll kill you." At that moment, the broadcast sounded through the venue once again. The voice was composed and authoritative. "The trial is over. Now announcing the results for the West Lake City Division. Zhang Yu, score S-grade, 1st place. Miao Shulan, score S-grade, 2nd place. Li Qing'er, score S-grade, 3rd place. Zui Yu, score A grade, 4th place. Wang Hu, score F-grade, unranked. The moment the results were announced, Wang Hu froze in place, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets.
Impossible.
How could they be S-grade? There must be a mistake, he shouted, demanding an investigation. The onlookers stared at him as though watching a joke. This secret realm trial was hosted by the military, with instructors of level 70 and higher monitoring the entire process. Who would dare to cheat? Wang Hu causing a scene like this was tantamount to slapping the military's face. Someone sneered, "Isn't he on the same team as the top 3? He quit from the very beginning, failed to ride their coattails, and now look at him. What a joke!" Exactly. Didn't he brag about being a fire mage and calling supports useless, refusing to team up with them? Now he's the one embarrassing himself, while no one needed him and they still got S grades. The mockery poured in like a tide. Everyone present was either an elite or had connections. Who would be afraid of Wang Hu? At their spirited age, seeing someone make a fool of himself brought out no mercy. Wang Hu became the hot topic of ridicule. Disdainful gazes came from everywhere. His face turned beet red as he wished the ground would open up and swallow him whole. In the end, he gave Zhang Yu a vicious glare before fleeing the manor in humiliation, provoking even more laughter. Zhang Yu watched as Wang Hu left, still throwing threatening glances his way. Zhang Yu's expression gradually turned colder, his murderous intent deepening. If Wang Hu remained alive, it was only a matter of time before he hired someone for revenge. Even Zhang Yu's grandmother and aunt might end up being caught in the crossfire. At that thought, Zhang Yu said to Li Qinger, "I'm heading to the restroom."
Li Qinger urged, "Hurry up."
Now that the results are out, they'll begin distributing the rewards soon. Zhang Yu responded with a nod and quickly made his way to the bathroom. Once inside, finding no one around, Zhang Yu pulled out the Rakshasa King's mask, talking to himself in a low voice. "Let's hope you're really useful." He put on the mask, which instantly radiated a crimson light. From within, the Rakshasa King leapt out, kneeling before him. Unlike its form in the dungeon, the version summoned by the mask appeared human. Without using detection skills, it was almost impossible to discern whether it was a person or a summoned creature. Zhang Yu casually inspected its attributes. Rakshasa King, summoned creature. Level 30, strength 10,000, agility 10,000, spirit 10,000.
Constitution 10,000.
Skills: Sword Flash, King's Oppression, Undying Will. Its stats hadn't been diminished. This was indeed an epic-grade piece of equipment. Relieved, Zhang Yu immediately commanded, "Go keep an eye on Wang Hu. Don't let him notice you." The Rakshasa King nodded, its figure flashing as it dashed out of the restroom, disappearing in an instant. Watching it leave, Zhang Yu muttered under his breath, 10,000 agility. Its speed is truly terrifying. He glanced back at the mask in his hand, his gaze growing even darker. Once the mask and the Rakshasa King established a connection, Zhang Yu could not only see through its vision, but also control its movements. Not long after, through the Rakshasa King's eyes, he saw Wang Hu cursing under his breath as he got into a luxury car and turned around to head down the mountain. Zhang Yu put the mask away, let the Rakshasa King move on its own, and then returned to the courtyard. Standing before the entrance to the Secret Realm dungeon was a level 70 instructor. The once bustling courtyard now had only 7 or 8 people left. The low-scoring trialists had already dispersed. As soon as Li Qinger saw Zhang Yu, she immediately waved him over and called out, "Come quickly! The instructor is handing out rewards." Zhang Yu walked over with feigned composure and asked, "That's all there is?" Li Qinger was so excited she was practically jumping up and down. The rewards this time are no ordinary thing. Even the A-rank rewards include an upgrade pill. An upgrade pill? Zhang Yu froze. Li Qinger explained. It was a pill refined by the military's grand alchemist. If someone below level 20 took it, they could directly rise 1 level. She was nearly level 18 and planned to save it until she reached 18, then take it to leap straight to level 19 and secure her spot at Kyoto University. Higher grade pills were strategic resources that ordinary people would never even see. In the black market, something like this had already been driven up to 5 million per pill, and even then there was no supply to buy. In wartime, it could quickly build a capable fighting force, and enemy spies coveted it desperately. After handing out the pills, the instructor solemnly reminded them, "Each pill has an independent code. Take it as soon as you receive it. If this thing ends up in someone else's hands, no matter the reason, you'll all be held accountable by the military tribunal." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was shaken. A 16-level student swallowed his pill on the spot, and a streak of golden light flashed through his body as he instantly leveled up to 17. The instructor smiled faintly and said, "Actually, it's most cost-effective to take it at level 19. For now, just keep it in your storage space and no one can steal it." What I just said was a warning not to buy or sell them. The one who had swallowed the pill almost regretted it after hearing that, while the others hurriedly put their pills away and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After finishing the rewards, the instructor dismissed those who had received theirs and then walked up to Zhang Yu, Li Qinger, and Miao Shulan. The 2 women stood up nervously. The instructor smiled and said, "Congratulations, all of your scores are S rank, so you're qualified to join the Qianlong squad. Whether you join or not, I'll ask first. Are you willing?" Miao Shulan answered without hesitation, "Yes."
Li Qinger also nodded.
The instructor introduced himself. "My name is Ning Wuwei. From today on, I'll be your instructor." Li Qinger, sharp-eyed as ever, said, "Instructor Ning, Zhang Yu still hasn't answered." Ning Wuwei glanced at Zhang Yu and laughed. The military introduced the policy of external members for him. He's already joined the Qianlong squad. Li Qinger was so shocked she couldn't speak. Turning to Zhang Yu, she said, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Zhang Yu gave a wry smile and explained that he had been afraid it would hit her too hard at the time. Li Qinger slapped her chest and cursed him as a dummy and a jerk, and the atmosphere instantly lightened a little. Seeing them joking around, Ning Wuwei clapped his hands to signal that the rewards would continue. He took out 3 upgrade pills and 3 black cards with gold trim from his storage space. Li Qing'er recognized them at a glance, and her expression changed at once. Sky Tower entry tickets? So soon? A trace of surprise flashed in Ning Wuwei's eyes. Then he nodded. That's right. These are Sky Tower entry tickets. With them, you can challenge the Sky Tower once. Zhang Yu and Miao Shulan asked at the same time, "What is the Sky Tower?" Before Ning Wuwei could answer, Li Qing'er spoke first. It's one of the most precious dungeons in the Great Xia Empire. Only 1,000 people are allowed in each year, and the slots are extremely limited. Ning Wuwei smiled, praising her for being sensible, then added, "There are many rare treasures inside, and there's even a chance to drop divine artifacts. There's also an extra reward for your first challenge, so don't miss it." After the rewards were handed out, Zhang Yu did not swallow the upgrade pill on the spot. He put the items into his storage space and added Miao Shulan as a friend. Then, using an excuse, he declined Li Qing'er and Miao Shulan's invitation to treat him to a meal, descended Yunhai Mountain alone, and immediately picked up speed. Attribute conversion. Riding the wind. He converted his mental attribute 5-fold into agility, activated the wind-riding boots, and doubled his speed, chasing after them like the wind. His target was the Rakshasa King who was tracking Wang Hu. Wang Hu had suffered a setback at Yunhai Manor and, infuriated, ran out into the wilderness to vent his rage, hurling fireballs at wild cats and rabbits. "Zhang Yu, I'm gonna kill your whole family. I will definitely kill your whole family." The surrounding monsters were blown to pieces by him. Standing beside him was a middle-aged man in a suit. Zhang Yu looked with abyss eye and identified the man's identity. Zhang Yeqing, Water Mage, level 48. Zhang Yu's expression darkened. Wang Hu actually had a level 48 Water Mage bodyguard with him. This was going to be troublesome. But with Zanlu in hand, it might not be unsolvable. Zhang Yeqing lowered his voice to persuade him, "Young master, it's not worth losing your temper over a commoner." Wang Hu gritted his teeth, his eyes red as blood. "He's just a commoner. What right does he have to get an S rank? Why did Li Qing'er take a fancy to him? Those should have been mine. He stole everything from me." The more he spoke, the crazier he became, until he was almost howling, "Uncle Jiang, I want to kill his whole family. I want them dead with no witnesses left." Zhang Yeqing frowned and tried to stop him. "Young master, after Zhang Yu got the S rank, he's very likely joined the Qianlong squad. If we get caught by the military, we'll be in trouble. Wouldn't it be fine to kill him secretly?" Wang Hu sneered. "Find a high-level assassin or use sulfuric acid to dissolve the bones. No one can trace it back to us." And his address too, "Wipe out his grandma and aunt first. Only after wiping out his whole family will I feel satisfied." Zhang Yeqing felt a chill run down his spine, but Wang Hu's killing intent had already approached madness. After a few seconds of silence, he nodded. "Understood. Leave Zhang Yu's family to me." In the shadows, Zhang Yu heard the entire conversation clearly, and his killing intent solidified like ice. With a single command, the Rakshasa King shot out like a streak of shadow, its target straight for Wang Hu. Skill. One flash of the sword. Immediately, a blade flash streaked past. "Young master, be careful." Zhang Yeqing's expression changed sharply. He flipped open his magic tome, and a layer of water shield suddenly rose around them, with Wang Hu protected within it. The Rakshasa King's sword slashed down fiercely, crashing directly into the water shield. The blade sank into the water, and the sword almost brushed past Wang Hu's head. Wang Hu was so terrified that he sat down on the ground, his face deathly pale. Sensing the summoned creature's aura, Zhang Yeqing's expression turned grave. "No, it's a summoned creature being used for a sneak attack. Who is making a move? Your summoned creature has initiated an attack, and Zhang Yeqing and Wang Hu have become enemies." Seeing the prompt, Zhang Yu immediately converted his mental attribute into agility again and began luring monsters around to create chaos. But Zhang Yeqing's gaze had already locked onto him. Zhang Yu had never expected to rely on a summoned creature to finish the job in one strike while Zhang Yeqing was protecting Wang Hu. He saw it clearly. Zhang Yeqing's water shield could not only block attacks but also impose a disarm effect, meaning close-quarters weapon combat would be restricted. So he changed tactics, widened the distance, and lured wild monsters into the battlefield to create space for the coming fight against the water mage. A sword is too hard. The one blocking it is often the first to be ruined. Zhang Yu knew that, which was why he could only go for a one-strike kill and give the other side not even the slightest chance to react. He kept pulling monsters, while Jiang Yeqing flipped through his magic tome in front of him, and his incantations fell rapidly. Water Dragon Bullet. A water dragon burst out, blasting Luo Cha King away. Right after that, Jiang Yeqing instantly cast Water Prison spell, and a large amount of water element condensed into a prison around Luo Cha King, trapping it. Another sulfuric acid arrow pierced its chest, contaminating the entire water prison, corroding Luo Cha King, and sending its stamina plummeting. Jiang Yeqing shouted coldly, "Summoner, why don't you get out here?" His voice shook the surrounding area. Looking at the suppressed summoned creature, he smugly muttered to himself, "A level 48 water mage really does suppress summoned creatures with ease." At that moment, Zhang Yu walked out from the shadows, raised a hand to remove the Luo Cha King mask, and put it away. When Jiang Yeqing saw that it was him, a hint of surprise flashed across his face. Seeing Zhang Yu, Wang Hu's fear immediately turned into venomous resentment, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Good, Zhang Yu, I was just about to look for you, and you came to me on your own. Uncle Jiang, kill him." With Wang Hu's order, Jiang Yeqing immediately opened fire, sending several sulfuric acid bullets shooting toward Zhang Yu. In front of Zhang Yu, Zhan Lu appeared out of nowhere, and a blue barrier instantly expanded, blocking all the attacks. Jiang Yeqing froze. A signature weapon? He had heard that Zhang Yu had drawn a full constellation in a single pull at school, so he had already heard of it, but he had actually gotten a signature weapon in such a short time too. That luck was absurd. Could it be that he had some talent that increased his draw rate? As the thought flashed through his mind, his killing intent grew even stronger. Someone like that could absolutely not be left alive, or the Wang family would be finished. He cast Water Prison spell again, trying to trap Zhang Yu. But as soon as the water element approached Zhan Lu, it was absorbed, and it couldn't even touch him. Jiang Yeqing then threw out several water element skills, all of which were swallowed by Zhan Lu without any effect. His face turned ashen. Zhang Yu's signature weapon was a perfect counter to his class, and his attacks couldn't hurt him at all. Zhang Yu smiled faintly and activated the sword formation. The sword formation space opened in front of Wang Hu, and an iron sword shot out, aiming straight at Wang Hu's head. The water shield around Wang Hu forcibly wrapped around the iron sword, not only blocking it but also stripping away the effect of the normal attack. Zhang Yu's expression darkened. This water shield didn't just block attacks, it could also disarm. He secretly felt relieved that he hadn't used Qi Shao for a sneak attack just now, or else the signature weapon might have been seized by Jiang Yeqing. Jiang Yeqing was also stunned by Zhang Yu's way of attacking. A student at level 19 could actually do this much? He lost focus for just a moment, and Wang Hu would really be finished. Wang Hu was so frightened that he was almost going insane, and he roared at Jiang Yeqing, "Uncle Jiang, what the hell are you doing? You can't even kill a support who's over 10 levels lower? Hurry up and kill him. Young master, this guy is off. His signature weapon can immunize water element attacks, and my skills can't hurt him." Jiang Yeqing had calmed down a lot by now, and knew he didn't have the leverage to kill Zhang Yu at the moment. He hurriedly put a water shield over Wang Hu, lifting him into the air as he prepared to retreat. "Young master, let's go first and find someone to take care of him." The corner of Zhang Yu's mouth lifted as he said mockingly, "You want to leave now? Isn't that a little too late?" Jiang Yeqing felt a chill down his spine, but he still forced himself to say, "Zhang Yu, I admit your class is strong, and your signature weapon counters me, but my water shield has disarm. You still can't hurt us." Zhang Yu smiled even more lightly. "Is that so? Then look around." Jiang Yeqing scanned the surroundings, and his expression changed instantly. At some point, the area nearby had already been swarmed by low-level monsters. A rough count put them at several hundred. The smile on Jiang Yeqing's face stiffened. The monster noises around them drew closer, and the route of retreat was being sealed off step by step. Zhang Yu stood where he was, his expression cold, as the sword formation rose again, and the atmosphere instantly grew taut with deadly tension. "Just a bunch of low-level monsters. Don't tell me you're planning to kill us with these things?" Someone sneered. Zhang Yu gave no response. He kept expanding the sword formation, spreading it out in one go to cover a radius of 500 meters, then pressed the skill, Psychic Storm. At the same time, he activated all his constellations and equipped both Qi Shao and Zhan Lu as well. Constellation 4. Within the sword formation, when one target is hit, all other enemies take 10% splash damage. Constellation 5. Attacks within the sword formation are guaranteed critical hits. Critical rate is treated as critical damage, and critical damage is additionally increased by 100%. Constellation 6. Ignore the enemy's defense within the sword formation. Qi Shao. Attack plus 3000. crit rate plus 70%, crit damage plus 400%. Zhanglu, attack plus 1000, damage plus 100%. After that setup, Zhang Yu had completely gone for the kill. When Jiang Yeqing saw the necklace flash with eerie light, his expression changed and he hurriedly raised a water shield. But it was already too late. The mental storm exploded violently, sweeping outward in all directions. All the monsters within a radius of 500 meters, along with Jiang Yeqing and Wang Hu, were swallowed up by that power at once. The water shield couldn't withstand that force at all. Jiang Yeqing's soul was shredded on the spot, and he collapsed dead instantly. System prompts flashed across the screen one after another. Successfully killed Jiang Yeqing. Successfully killed Wang Hu. Successfully killed Wild Rabbit. EXP +1. Centered on Zhang Yu, a radius of 500 meters instantly became a dead zone. Jiang Yeqing and Wang Hu's bodies lay on the ground, blood flowing from all 7 apertures. A miserable sight. Zhang Yu glanced coldly at the two of them, expressionless. He split his mental power into agility, instantly used wind riding to leave the scene. This place was too close to the downtown area of Shihu City. As soon as such a commotion broke out, someone would definitely rush over. He didn't have time to drag the corpses away. Not long after, a group of novice professional Gandal, only to find that Jiang Yeqing and Wang Hu were already completely dead. They immediately cried out in shock, Murder! Zhang Yu didn't return to the city. Instead, he deliberately entered the Rakshasa River dungeon in front of many people to grind levels, leaving behind proof that he hadn't been at the scene. Wang Hu was the youngest son of the Wang family, and the Wang family held great power in Shihu City, with a guild under them that had more than 1,000 combat professional. With Wang Hu dead, there was bound to be a huge uproar. Zhang Yu had already calculated the timing. The normal time it took him to travel from Yunhai Mountain to Rakshasa River was almost exactly the same as the time it would take to chase after Wang Hu first, kill the two of them, and then make it to the dungeon. On top of that, his switching mental power to agility and using wind riding to travel, those were things the Wang family could not know. In this way, even if someone suspected him, it would be very difficult to pin the blame on him. He cleared the dungeon in an hour, returned to Shihu City, and first went to the exchange to sell all the excess equipment and materials in his storage space. Before closing up, he looked at the 2 platinum-grade pieces in his storage. Water Grimoire, Platinum Mental Power plus 1000, Water Magic Power plus 30%, usable at level 40. Flame Staff, Platinum Mental Power plus 300, Fire Magic Power plus 30%, usable at level 15. 2 pieces of platinum-grade equipment were quite valuable, but Wang Hu and Jiang Yeqing had just died. If these 2 items appeared on the consignment market right away, anyone could associate them with the murder scene. Besides, he already had the 3 million transferred by Guan Xian before, and with the gains from grinding monsters and selling loot, his balance was now 3.28 million. He wasn't short on money for the time being, so there was no need to take that risk. So Zhang Yu left the 2 pieces of equipment in his storage space, and instead spent 100,000 to buy 10 intermediate healing potions to put in there. Although his stamina would automatically recover when using the sword array, prolonged battles or unexpected interruptions could always happen, so it was safer to have some consumables on hand. Zhang Yu didn't dare to skimp on healing potions. When it came to instant recovery that was more important than life itself, he would rather stock up on a few more bottles than take a risk. As for skill scrolls, he couldn't bear to spend 100,000 on one, and even 3 million would only buy 30 scrolls. Even if he poured that much in, there was no guarantee he would awaken a new skill. He would rather honestly grind dungeons and make money steadily by looting equipment. Over the past 2 days, he had spent a long time at the exchange, selling off all the materials in his storage space. He also went to the shop to pick out some gifts for his grandmother and his aunt, and only then did he slowly head home. He hadn't seen them for more than 20 days, and he really did miss them. They got home just in time for dinner. Grandma was cooking in the kitchen, and Aunt was practicing her voice in the living room. The moment Aunt saw him, she shouted, "Oh, a rare visitor. Yuanzi, you're finally back. I'm the little rascal. So what are you?" Zhang Yu shot back, taking the gifts he'd bought out of his storage space and piling them up in the living room. "Big rascal, these are for you." As soon as the gifts were laid out, Aunt lunged over to open them, moving like a hungry wolf. Grandma came out of the kitchen, saw the floor covered in gifts and frowned. "You just started making money and you're already spending it recklessly. Right now you should be using that money to buy gear, not these things." Zhang Yu explained with a smile, "Grandma, I made several million these past few days. All these gifts together only cost a few tens of thousands. It's nothing." At the words, "several million," Aunt's eyes lit up. "Several million? Combat classes are that profitable?" Why didn't I draw a combat class? I only make a few tens of thousands from a concert. The more she spoke, the more excited she got, and then she simply threw a tantrum. Mom, I want a combat class too. I don't want to be a singer anymore. Grandma rolled her eyes at her. Enough. Clean up the living room, then eat. Under Grandma's watchful eye, Zhang Yu and Aunt cleaned the living room spotlessly. The three of them sat down to eat, a rare family reunion. At the table, Zhang Yu picked out the parts of his adventures he could talk about and told them in a broad, light way, steering clear of anything about killing people. Aunt listened in repeated amazement, and Grandma's face also showed a trace of relief. Yuanzi, don't let your guard down. Be careful, Grandma reminded him. Got it, Grandma, Zhang Yu replied, though his mind was already on something else. Just then, a rapid knocking sounded at the door. Zhang Yu set down his bowl and chopsticks to answer it, and when he opened the door, there was Li Anping, looking flustered. Manager Li, what brings you here? Zhang Yu hadn't even reacted yet. Li Anping's expression turned grim. Zhang Yu, there's been a murder in the north of the city. The words hit like a bucket of cold water. Zhang Yu feigned confusion on the surface. A murder? Li Anping lowered his voice, each word heavy. 2 combat professionals were found dead outside the city in the north. One of them was named Wang Hu, the youngest son of the Wang family in Westlake, and also your classmate, right? The coroner examined him. Wang Hu was killed by a powerful mental type skill, and there was a huge residual mental force fluctuation at the scene. The other was a level 48 water mage, with no external injuries. He was also killed instantly by mental force. The only people capable of doing that are high-level mental type mages. In Westlake City right now, the only one who fits is Odis, the abyss boss you repelled. Li Anping looked at Zhang Yu, his tone even more urgent. We suspect Odis still hasn't given up and is roaming nearby, specifically targeting talented young people. You defeated him before, so he'll be watching you. You must be careful. Zhang Yu froze, nearly laughing out loud in his heart. Odis had actually taken such a huge scapegoat for him. But he suppressed his smile and said a serious thank you, then mentally filed the matter away. This blame probably wouldn't be easy to clear. After reminding Zhang Yu, Li Anping left. I came specially to warn you about Odis. Be careful. He spoke briskly, his face full of urgency. Wang Hu's death in Westlake City had already caused a huge commotion, and now it was tied to the abyss boss Odis. As the manager of the Westlake branch of the Adventurers Association, Li Anping already had a pile of messes to deal with and couldn't stay any longer, so he left in a hurry. Zhang Yu saw him off, and Grandma immediately came over to ask what had happened. Zhang Yu simply said, the abyss boss killed one of my classmates. Manager Li came to remind me to be careful. My aunt immediately started cursing after hearing that. That monster is way too ruthless, not even sparing students. Zhang Yu nodded. It's always been targeting human geniuses. Luckily, I forced it back in the dungeon, or I might not have made it out alive. After hearing that, my aunt felt a chill run down her back. A combat profession is this dangerous? I'm not the least bit envious of you anymore. Grandma's expression darkened further, and she directly warned Zhang Yu. Your parents fell in the abyss. Don't be careless, and remember that clearly. Zhang Yu agreed to lay low at home for a while. His aunt immediately brightened up and wanted to drag him out shopping, eating, and gaming. Grandma smacked her on the head and said, if you like to have fun, don't drag him down with you. My aunt let out an aggrieved huff, but she didn't say anything else. Over the next week, Westlake City was thrown into an uproar over Wang Hu's death. The government sealed off the nearby dungeon, the Adventurers Association conducted one-by-one checks, and the media aggressively demanded accountability. Yet they still couldn't find Otis's whereabouts. In the end, they had no choice but to reopen the nearby wilderness dungeons and let the Wang family retrieve Wang Hu and Jiang Yeqing's bodies, and the case was thus hastily concluded. The Wang family head held Wang Hu's corpse and cried for 2 hours, then posted a 5 billion bounty for Otis, but still came up empty-handed. Meanwhile, the true culprit spent that week peacefully, and even attended the funeral, putting on a moving act in front of Wang Hu's parents. The college entrance exam was drawing near, and the atmosphere shifted back to the tense rhythm of everyday life. On the night before the exam, Li Qinger invited Zhang Yu to the playground for a night run. Under the moonlight, the two jogged along the track. The only sounds on the field were their heavy breathing. Principal Ning Zhao was quietly watching from a darkened teaching building. After Wang Hu's incident, he had become especially wary of these 2 top students, afraid that something else would go wrong. During that week, aside from the incident with Wang Hu, Zhang Yu and Li Qing'er didn't encounter any abyss demons again. Ning Zhao secretly breathed a sigh of relief, repeatedly thinking that it was fortunate only Wang who had been unlucky. Though of course he didn't dare say that out loud. After running 10 laps, Li Qing'er was drenched in sweat and suddenly asked Zhang Yu, "Do you have confidence in tomorrow's college entrance exam?" For the past 3 years, they had almost always chatted and run together every night, discussing the exam and their future. Li Qing'er had recently gone into a dungeon a few more times and used an upgrade pill, reaching level 19, but Zhang Yu could still tell she was a little nervous. Zhang Yu smiled and comforted her. "Don't worry. We'll definitely meet at Kyoto University." Li Qing'er's eyes lit up, and she held out her little finger. "Okay, it's a promise. Pinky swear." Zhang Yu hooked his finger with hers too, and the moonlight shone on their linked pinkies, bright and white. The next day, the National College Entrance Exam officially began. All combat-type candidates participating in the national exam gathered early in front of the Westlake City Government Square. The Jiangnan Province exam site was not in Westlake City, but in the provincial capital Donghai City. On exam day, every city used the city government to set up a teleportation array, sending all local candidates together to the provincial capital to take the unified exam. In the square, the rows were neat and orderly, but the atmosphere was tense. Ning Zhao stood among the students of First High, grinning from ear to ear. His gaze landed on Zhang Yu and Li Qing'er, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. "I really didn't expect both of you to reach level 19. First High produced 2 geniuses, and smoke's practically rising from my old Ning family's ancestral grave." He then carefully reminded the students one by one to keep calm and put safety first, before starting to distribute the exam admission cards. Li Qing'er first thanked the principal, then nudged Zhang Yu in a low voice by his ear. "Why are you still level 19? Didn't you eat that upgrade pill?" She remembered that, after the dungeon ended, Zhang Yu was already level 19. Zhang Yu smiled faintly. "I wanted to keep it, just in case. After level 20, upgrade pills won't do anything anymore. What are you saving it for? You can't even trade that thing."
Li Qing'er was puzzled.
Zhang Yu simply waved it off. "Getting to level 20 isn't far off anyway. Keeping it as a memento is fine too. You're such a weirdo, not even wanting free experience." Li Qing'er complained once, then didn't press the issue. The 34 students from First High were led into the teleportation array. After Ning Zhao gave his final reminder of safety first, he nodded to the government formation mage. Energy was poured in, the formation lit up, and the First High students were instantly teleported away. The examination venue in Donghai City was absurdly huge. Tens of thousands of examinees from dozens of cities across Jiangnan Province gathered in one place, yet it didn't feel crowded at all. In fact, it felt spacious. High above the center of the venue hung a tower of light, and beneath it was a massive blue vortex, looking just like the entrance to a large-scale secret realm dungeon. Half an hour later, the other teams had also arrived one after another. A dignified voice came from the Tower of Light. "Silence! The exam rules will now be announced." The venue instantly fell quiet. The rules were simple and clear. The college entrance examination is divided into 2 parts, the foundational exam and the advanced exam. The foundational exam tests your basic class abilities. Only those who achieve at least D rank are qualified to participate in the advanced exam. The advanced exam is conducted in a dungeon. Examinees' performance in the dungeon will count toward their score, and the higher the difficulty, the more points they will earn. Personal equipment may be worn, but the use of any items is prohibited, potions, buffs, etc. Anyone found cheating will have their results annulled and will be prosecuted under criminal law. These key points had long been emphasized by the teachers, but everyone on site was still holding their breath. This exam determined their future, and no one dared to take it lightly. As soon as the final sentence fell, the vortex beneath the Tower of Light burst forth with a blinding white glow, and all examinees holding admission tickets were simultaneously teleported into the secret realm dungeon. On the top floor of the Tower of Light, a group of elderly professor examiners looked down at the dungeon footage, quietly discussing this year's students to watch. "I heard Zhang Yun from Donghai First High leveled up to 20 very quickly. He has the strength to contend for the provincial top scorer. The berserker from Nanjing can also solo a hard dungeon. He's worth paying attention to. And there's a girl from a small county who drew the Holy Shield Knight." Someone enlarged one image. "There's a student from Westlake City worth watching. Zhang Yu, Sword Formation Master, level 19. Sword Formation Master? That's a newly released class recently." Another person frowned. "Don't underestimate him. It's a new class, but this kid has a record of soloing Abyss Dungeons," someone added. "Soloing Abyss Dungeons?" Is that information reliable? Questions immediately arose, but there was more anticipation and alertness than disbelief. The examiners exchanged glances and decided to keep a close eye on this new class's performance. In the exam venue, the breaths of thousands were swallowed by that instant of solemnity. In the secret realm, the fates of the examinees were quietly determined amid light and battle. The association's higher-ups had inquired about the news. That kid had also received high praise from Chairman Bai, and was now regarded as one of this year's top candidates for provincial top scorer. As soon as those words were spoken, several examiners were piqued, and their gazes all fell on his exam area in unison, wanting to see just how capable the young man favored by Jinguo really was. Zhang Yu appeared at the center of the gladiator arena dungeon. A tall wooden testing post stood in the middle of the field, complete with a counter. The task prompt was straightforward. Attack the testing post with all your strength. He didn't think much of it, set up his sword formation, equipped both Qi Xiao and Zhan Lu, and first controlled Qi Xiao to shoot out. Boom! A streak of red light flashed, and the wooden post exploded into fragments on the spot. The examiners on the top floor of the Tower of Light were all stunned. Someone asked in a low voice, "Could there be a bug? Wasn't that post supposed to withstand 1,000,000 damage?" He blew it up with one sword. Very soon, another wooden post spawned, and the task was the same. Attack the testing post with all your strength. Zhang Yu struck again, and the second one also exploded. Silence fell all around, followed by even greater shock. This wasn't a system error. It was a 19-year-old student dealing over 1,000,000 damage. The professors in their 70s and 80s widened their eyes. No one could dig through history books and find such an outrageous person. Someone muttered, "This kid is way too monstrous. He can even smash a wooden stake with one hit. He's probably the first place in every college entrance exam ever." Another teased. People were still saying S rank wasn't the limit, but he straight up blew up the rating machine. Chief Examiner Chen Yun stopped them with a shout and set the tone. In the first round, Zhang Yu scores S and is temporarily ranked first. Any objections? The others fell silent and nodded in agreement. But no one was willing to stop there. Chen Yun wanted to keep probing the limits. Give him another one, and raise the HP to 10 million. The examiners operated the device while secretly watching the spectacle unfold. As soon as the new wooden stake appeared, another flash of red light stabbed through and shattered it. Their faces turned even greener. 10 million HP still couldn't hold? Someone started to panic and even fumbled out quick-acting heart pills. Couldn't it be a skill burst? From that movement, it looks like a normal attack and there's no cooldown at all. Someone analyzed. The more he thought, the more terrified he became. No wonder Zhang Yu could solo Abyss Dungeons. Chen Yun gritted his teeth. Increase defense. Raise damage reduction to 50%. The examiners kept adjusting the settings, getting more and more fired up, as if they were wrestling with a monster. The fourth wooden stake appeared, but even with defense and damage reduction added, it was still blasted apart on the spot. The light tower descended into chaos. Someone helplessly called for surrender. Let him out. Most of them had been worn down by this freakish output and directly gave up. Only Chen Yun's brows remained tightly furrowed as he turned around and frantically adjusted the parameters in the back end. He was unwilling to accept it, and he didn't believe that someone at level 19 could crush everything so overwhelmingly without a counter. He wanted to find that limit. No matter how much defense was stacked on, he had to test it and get a result. The stakes defense was raised again, and the exam continued, but the atmosphere already felt like they were staring at a storm on the verge of getting out of control. Defense increased by 500%, damage reduction up to 80%. The prompt flashed by, its voice cold as a blade. Professor Chen. Several examiners' expressions changed dramatically at the sight, angry and shocked. You! Chen Yun raised a hand to stop them and whispered, "Shoo! Don't move yet. Let's watch him perform first." His eyes were fixed dead on everything inside the instance. At that moment, yet another new wooden stake appeared. Seeing this, Zhang Yu didn't think twice and swung out a strike. Bang, the wooden stake exploded again. The entire area fell instantly silent, the atmosphere taut as a snapped string. The examiners froze completely, not one of them making a sound. After a long silence, Chen Yun finally let out a breath and said coldly, "All right, confirmed. This kid is a beast. Announce the results." A solemn broadcast echoed through the secret realm. The first basic examination has ended. Results are now announced. 2,326 people reached D rank or above. The rest have been eliminated. Out of more than 10,000 people, only a little over 2,000 passed. The elimination rate was enough to make people suck in a cold breath. A score sheet appeared before each person, and the top 100 rankings scrolled simultaneously on the giant screens above the instance and outside the light tower. Although all were S rank, the gaps between them were obvious. Number 1, Zhang Yu, rating S. Number 2, Zhang Yun, rating S. Number 3, Miao Shulan, rating S. Number 10, Li Qing'er, rating S. Zhang Yu took first place, Miao Shulan third, and Li Qing'er 10th. The three of them all made it into the province's top 10. Beneath the light tower, Ning Zhao, the principal of Westlake No. 1 High School, saw the rankings and was so excited he nearly jumped up, loudly showing off to the other principals nearby. Did you see that? Both first and 10th are from our school. We got 2 in the top 10. As soon as he finished speaking, a sneer cut in. A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle walked over and mocked. Ha! This is only the basic exam. In the end, S-rank scores don't differ that much. What really matters is the points from the advanced exam. Ning Zhao turned around and glared. Feng Gaoyuan, are you jealous of me? The man was Feng Gaoyuan, the principal of Donghai No. 1 High School, the head of the top high school in Jiangnan Province. Feng sneered, full of confidence. My school's Zhang Yun is definitely the provincial top scorer.
Dareto bet?
Ning Zhao refused to back down. Bet then. I'll bet Zhang Yu is the provincial top scorer. If I win, you resign as principal of Donghai No. 1 High School and come teach at our school. How about it? Feng Gaoyuan was angered into a dark expression. Stop trying to provoke me. Fine, if Zhang Yun is the provincial top scorer, you come teach at our school. Do you dare? The two openly taunted each other. Ning Zhao magnified the bet and deliberately made sure the teachers nearby heard it. Everyone listen up. We're making a bet. Whoever loses will go teach at the other school. Anyone who breaks the bet is a mangy old dog. Feng Gaoyuan, his competitive spirit ignited by the provocation, snorted coldly. Ning Zhao, once summer vacation is over, you'll be carrying your luggage and coming to my school to be a teacher. Dream on. Ning Zhao replied with a cold laugh. The two principals traded barbs back and forth, the tension thick in the air, and the onlookers only grew more excited as they watched. At the same time, the second advanced exam in the Secret Realm dungeon had already begun, the solo dungeon trial. It wasn't pure solo play. The system would assign 4 NPC teammates based on the examinee's level and attributes, each taking on the roles of damage dealer, tank, healer, and support. The examinee could choose the difficulty and also decide how many NPCs to bring along in battle. There were 3 difficulty levels: normal, hard, and nightmare, with point multipliers of 1x, 2x, and 5x respectively. For each NPC teammate not brought along, the point multiplier doubled. For example, if one chose nightmare difficulty and brought only 3 NPC teammates, the system would give a point multiplier of 6x. If one chose normal difficulty and brought all 4 teammates, then killing a single monster would only grant 1 point. On nightmare difficulty, bringing fewer teammates yielded higher points, but progress became extremely difficult. This test wasn't just a trial of strength, but also of brains and courage. Impulsive people would choose high difficulty and fewer teammates. The multiplier looked impressive, but dungeon progress was slow, and the gains were often swallowed up by the difficulty. The advanced exam was most easily ruined by strategic mistakes. Their final scores were not necessarily higher than those who chose normal difficulty and brought the full team. The advanced exam also had a special rule. If an examinee chose nightmare difficulty and didn't bring a single teammate, the point multiplier would double again, reaching the maximum of 10x. In past college entrance exams, almost no one dared do this, not because it was bold, but because it was suicide. There had even been people before who drew a legendary class and confidently attempted to solo a nightmare dungeon, only to never come out alive. Inside the light tower, the examiners were keeping their eyes on the key candidates and chattering away. Zhang Yun from Donghai No. 1 High School has entered the dungeon nightmare difficulty, only bringing 1 healer, 8x multiplier. He's clearly aiming for the provincial top scorer. Miao Shulan from Tsaihe County No. 2 High School in West Lake City also chose nightmare, bringing only 1 damage dealer. I think she's a strong contender for provincial top scorer. Li Qing'er brought a damage dealer and a tank, 7x. She's definitely secure for the province's top 10. This year's provincial top scorer will most likely be one of the 3, Zhang Yun, Miao Shulan, and Zhang Yu. How will Zhang Yu choose? In the chatter, some predicted he would choose nightmare and bring a tank. Others worried that his single-target physical damage was too slow, that clearing mobs would take too long, and that he'd lose out in the race for the national top scorer. Just as they were sizing him up, Zhang Yu made his choice on the dungeon interface. Without the slightest hesitation, he picked nightmare, and brought not a single teammate. The examiners were all stunned. Has he gone crazy? Should Professor Chun step in and at least make him take someone with him? Someone nervously suggested it. The output Zhang Yu had displayed in the basic test was enough to make him an Imperial-level combatant. But no one wanted to bear that risk. Chen Yun frowned thoughtfully for a few seconds. Don't interfere with his choice. If he really runs into danger, then just kick him out directly and have him take the adult college entrance exam next year. His tone remained calm and unhurried. With his talent, he can still catch up even a year later. Letting him understand to do what he can, and that life comes first, will be good for him. The others could only nod. Keep a close watch on him, and don't let a genius die young. Zhang Yu had no idea he had become the center of attention. The dungeon was much the same as the military's secret realms. In a corridor of the underground city, a half-orc stood there, holding a long sword and wearing armor. The eye of the abyss popped up with information. Orc warrior, elite, level, 15 strength, 1000 agility, 300 spirit, 100 constitution, 2000 skill. Battle cry. Zhang Yu immediately understood what Ning Zhao had said. The threshold for admission to Kyoto University was level 19, and for a level 15 nightmare dungeon, only students close to level 19 would come to test their blades. He glanced at the monster, but in his heart he felt that this difficulty was too low for him, no challenge at all. Seeing the disdain on his face, the examiner started talking again. His class is ranged DPS. Without a front line to protect him, one hit could be dangerous. Zhang Yu couldn't be bothered to respond, and said flatly, "Boring. Let's finish this quickly." As soon as the words fell, he instantly deployed his sword formation, spreading it across a 500-meter radius. The Qishao sword then rose, shooting straight toward the half-orc's head ahead. Immediately after, all the monsters in the dungeon, including the level 15 boss, died on the spot. System notifications popped up one after another. Successfully cleared the dungeon. Time taken, 36 seconds. Calculating points. Kill points plus 5,000. Clearance points plus 5,000. Time points plus 5,000. Dungeon clear time record broken. Points plus 10,000. Total points, 25,000. Provisional ranking, 1. Zhang Yu looked at his college entrance exam points panel and yawned. This dungeon was too small and too weak, boring. But the examiners in the light tower seemed as if they had been struck by lightning. At first there was deathly silence, and then it exploded into a frenzy. What just happened? Where are the monsters? The boss? The dungeon? What skill did he use? How did he wipe out the entire dungeon in one go? Some suspected cheating. Did he bring some kind of large-scale destruction item? Why didn't the system alarm? Cleared in 36 seconds? Who would believe that? In all previous years, the fastest was still over an hour. Others gritted their teeth. Leaving aside the time he was just standing there, how long did he actually spend making a move? Everyone wanted to rush into the dungeon immediately, drag Zhang Yu out, check his attributes, check his skills, and get to the bottom of it. The score on the giant screen outside the light tower also refreshed at just the right moment. Name: Zhang Yu. Points: 25,000. Rank: 1. The teachers from various schools outside were all stunned. They had been guessing what this year's dungeon would be, but now they were all fixed on that light screen. What's going on? Someone already cleared it this fast. No way. It's only been a few minutes? Everyone grew more and more bewildered as they watched. Someone laid out the rules clearly. The advanced dungeon has a fixed 450 monsters plus 1 boss. Killing 1 monster gives 1 point, the boss gives 50 points, so the theoretical maximum kill score is 5,000. The dungeon's base clear score is 500, and clearing within half an hour adds a time bonus, up to another 500. Then multiply by the point coefficient, and the theoretical maximum is 10,000. In other words, only by clearing all the monsters and the boss in the Nightmare Dungeon solo within half an hour can you get 15,000 points. The extra 10,000 points can only come from breaking the clear time record. An examinee solo cleared the level 15 Nightmare Dungeon, killed every monster and boss, and even broke the record? How is that possible? The teacher's suspicion instantly turned into an interrogation. Did he cheat? This is the Great Xia Empire's college entrance exam. Even the imperial higher-ups are watching. Who would dare cheat in there? The topic all centered on Zhang Yu. When Ning Zhao saw the score, he happily slapped Feng Gaoyuan on the shoulder and laughed. "Old Feng, see that? That's a student from my school. Quit your job and come teach at my school." But Feng Gaoyuan fell silent, saying nothing as he stared fixedly at the light curtain. Zhang Yu's score was simply too outrageous. No matter how he thought about it, He couldn't make sense of it. Zhang Yun's chances were being heavily suppressed before his eyes. But Feng Gaoyuan was unwilling to give up, and through clenched teeth said, "Don't get too pleased with yourself. There's still a chance to turn things around in the additional trial." Looking at the constantly refreshing leaderboard, Zhang Yu saw that Zhang Yun and Miao Shulan's scores were right on his heels. Li Qing'er, on the other hand, surged all the way up and pushed into 5th place. The rankings were still updating, and the crowd outside grew more and more excited. At the same time, another dungeon had just refreshed and was empty, waiting for the next examinee to enter. Zhang Yun was wearing a black mage robe. He looked delicate, almost feminine, but at this moment as he stared at Zhang Yu on the leaderboard, his expression had completely changed. No way. How did he do it? He cleared every monster in the Nightmare Dungeon by himself and even broke the clear record? What kind of monster is this guy? Zhang Yun wished he could drag Zhang Yu out right now and demand an explanation. He had originally thought that with his own results, 1st place in the advanced exam was in the bag. In an hour and a half, he had slain 288 elite monsters and casually killed the boss to clear the dungeon. By normal reasoning, that score should have crushed everyone else. But no one had expected a pervert with 25,000 points to appear. Miao Shulan and Li Qing'er were also staring dumbfoundedly at Zhang Yu's panel. Thinking back to Zhang Yu's performance in the military secret realm, the two of them almost simultaneously thought, so it really was him. Soon, a dignified voice announced that the exam was over. A total of 2,326 examinees had taken part this time, and 321 of them had scores above 500. Those with over 500 points were qualified to choose the additional trial, but that was not mandatory. It was very dangerous and could even threaten their lives, so choose carefully. As soon as the prompt appeared, most people gave up. The additional trial was originally something only the top students aiming for the nation's top 3 universities would dare touch. Ordinary examinees only needed to pass 500 points to basically get into a good university. There was no need to take risks. Trying to force their way through with raw strength would only leave them injured and without enough points. Of course, there were also those confident enough to continue. In the end, only 98 people from Jiangnan province chose the additional trial. After making their choice, those who continued were teleported to the light tower above the exam grounds. The 98 people were in the same space, greeted by a group of proctors, with Chief Examiner Chen Yun standing at the front. "Congratulations, everyone. Those who have made it here are all the elite of Great Xia. I look forward to seeing you all shine in Great Xia in the future," Chen Yun said. His gaze swept over Zhang Yu for a moment before he got straight to the point. "The additional trial next is very special. You will no longer be competing only against others from your province, but against prodigies from every province in the nation. You will be dropped into a simulated abyss battlefield, each of you with a team of NPCs matched to your own level and attributes, to fight against simulated abyss monsters. The rules are brutal. There is no point coefficient, and each team earns 100 points for killing one abyss monster, with no upper limit. In other words, this round can turn the tables, but others can also turn the tables on you. Don't let your guard down." As soon as Chen Yun finished speaking, many people's eyes lit up. A magic tome floated up in Zhang Yun's palm, and his expression turned sharp. He was going to turn the tables in this final round. "The time's up. Set off." As soon as the words fell, everyone was teleported away. Zhang Yu was sent to another barren wasteland, where 4 level 19 NPCs appeared beside him. A warrior, a mage, a knight, and a priest. He glanced at the panel. The combined attributes of the 4 were roughly on par with his, just distributed differently. The warrior favored strength and agility, the mage favored spirit, the knight favored constitution, and the priest favored spirit and constitution. The stats looked decent, but they were all wearing level 19 white grade gear, and their skills were very basic. I guess this is to account for non-DPS classes by giving everyone a team. Useless to me. After reading the panel, Zhang Yu immediately gave the order. The 4 NPCs were to stand by where they were and not move. Inside the light tower, Chen Yun and the other examiners watched everything below, unsurprised. They had long heard of Zhang Yu's reputation. Even if those 4 NPCs were strong, they would only be a burden to him. Zhang Yu walked forward alone, like a lone wolf. Chen Yun gave a low evaluation, already with anticipation in his eyes. On the abyss battlefield, how spectacular would this kid be when he exploded in power? Not long after, a squad of abyss monsters patrolling the wasteland ran into him. Before they could even react, they were slaughtered on the spot by the 10 iron swords Zhang Yu threw out. In the next second, Zhang Yu's points surged by 50,000. The examiner's expressions stiffened. This kid doesn't just have high single target damage, he has splash damage too, and the range is ridiculous. The monsters we send in are being wiped out in no time. That sword formation masterclass is too outrageous. Could it be even stronger than a legendary class, maybe even like a god-tier class? Someone whispered. It's a strategic weapon on the battlefield. One person can wipe out an army. The discussion was filled with shock and fear. In previous years, the national top scorer would be impressive if they could get more than 40,000 points on the Abyss battlefield. Zhang Yu broke the record right at the start, and this instance would last a full 6 hours. Zhang Yu pushed the 10 iron swords to the edge of the sword formation and advanced at full speed. As long as Abyss monsters stepped into the formation, they were instantly shredded. His points shot up like crazy, quickly breaking through 100,000. The examiners watched, dumbfounded, feeling that Zhang Yu and the other candidates were simply on completely different levels. The others were still desperately organizing teams, covering one another, and even fighting bitterly against the first Abyss squad they encountered. Jiang Yun, second in Jiangnan province, had just wiped out one squad and only gained 500 points. At this rate, in previous years he would have been on track to become the provincial top scorer. But this year he happened to be in the same cohort as Zhang Yu, and his brilliance was completely overshadowed. Seeing Zhang Yu steamrolling everything without any skill cooldowns or spiritual power consumption, Chun Yun simply said to the examiners, "There's no suspense in this round. He's the national top scorer. Let's go look at the other candidates. The Great Xia Empire needs more talent." The other examiners nodded and turned their attention to the other test sites. Zhang Yu's side had already become the cleanup phase, a piece of trash time. Just then, 2 clusters of purple mist suddenly appeared above the light tower. As the mist dispersed, 2 Abyss demons stepped out. One was Odis, the level 70 Abyss boss Zhang Yu had forced back before. The other wore a blue robe, with a magic tome floating beside him, also a level 70 boss named Ishtar. Odis asked in a low voice, "Ishtar, there are many human experts in the tower. Can this plan really succeed?" Ishtar raised a hand and condensed a wisp of mist, his tone steady. "We'll win." Odis took out a black heart, chanted an obscure incantation, then crushed it hard. With a buzzing roar, a strange noise exploded in the air, and the sky above Donghai City instantly darkened. Blood from the black heart splattered onto the light tower's barrier, instantly staining the barrier black. The instant the barrier shattered, Odis and Ishtar exchanged a look, nodded, and rushed into the light tower. Immediately afterward, the instance interface for all candidates in Jiangnan province turned completely red, and the surveillance feed inside the light tower lost connection in an instant. "The protective barrier of the trial light tower has been broken," someone exclaimed.
Y senza avisar Laura.
"It must be Odis, the one rampaging everywhere," an examiner shouted. The emergency plan was activated. Suspend the exam, immediately transfer the candidates to the safe zone, and request support from above. But the system then gave even worse news. One secret realm had completely descended into abyssalization, entered abyss raid mode, and could not be forcibly halted. Chen Yun's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly asked, "Which candidate is in that instance?" "Checking right now. It's Zhang Yu." "As expected, it's him." "Odis is coming for Zhang Yu." A vicious look flashed in Chen Yun's eyes. He immediately turned to an examiner from Donghai University and said, "Professor Li, come with me to Donghai University. We're going to demand the Gauss core." Chen Yun issued the order coldly, intending to forcibly shut down the Abyss instance. Professor Li froze for a moment, visibly hesitant. The Gauss core is the school's treasured artifact, and there aren't many of them in the country either. The principal won't take it out to save a candidate. Chen Yun's gaze grew even darker. "If they won't hand it over, then we'll take it. I'll take responsibility if anything happens." You've all seen Zhang Yu's performance during the college entrance exam. His value is far greater than the Gauss core. We absolutely cannot let him be cut down by an abyssal demon before he even has the chance to grow. That would be a huge loss for humanity. Professor Li gritted his teeth. "You're right. So be it if I lose this teaching position. Let's go." The other examiners were no longer willing to sit by either. "Professor Chun, don't underestimate us. Just the 2 of you won't be able to get the Gauss core back." "We're coming too." "Good." Chen Yun ordered. "Examiners below level 70 go to the light tower to reassure the students. Everyone level 70 and above, come with me to Donghai University. The faster, the better. Bring the Gauss core back." At the same time, inside the secret realm, the temperature plummeted, and a familiar fishy, damp stench rose in the air. Zhang Yu sensed it. The instance was turning into abyssalization. Purple mist churned as Ishtar stepped out from within it, a snake-like smile on his face, sending a chill spreading instantly. System prompt. Abyss Eye. Target cannot be detected. Another Abyss boss above level 70. Zhang Yu's face darkened. He quietly took out the crystal ball White Xinghua had given him, preparing to call for help. Last time he had forced Odis back because that guy only knew psychic spells. But this one was a water element archmage. If he knew any other element too, Zhang Yu would likely be done for on the spot. Ister let out a cold laugh as he introduced himself, his tone full of contempt. I'm a level 70 water element archmage from the Abyss. Today, I'll make you drown in my water element. Yet Zhang Yu only smiled faintly, as if hearing a joke. You should have said so earlier. Ister froze, unable to understand why Zhang Yu wasn't afraid at all. Zhang Yu then asked, you only cultivate water magic, right? Just like Odis, you only focus on one element. Of course. I was born close to water, so I only cultivate water magic. My dream is to drown this world in a flood. Ister answered proudly. Zhang Yu sneered. Who said I can only cultivate one system just because I want to? Before the words had even faded, Qi Shao silently appeared behind Ishtar and thrust straight in with a blade. Ishtar turned into smoke and dodged, quickly reappearing in the distance as he coldly said, I've already figured you out. You may have a method that ignores defense, but with your current speed, you can't reach me. Zhang Yu did not force a clash. Instead, he stopped, and his composure only made him seem more at ease. He had already understood that these abyssal powerhouses either had thick health or life-saving tricks. Fighting head-on was not worth it. The most important thing was to buy time. This was human territory, and a lone deep abyss demon could not hold out for long in the college entrance exam secret realm. Once human powerhouses arrived, the problem would be solved. Seeing through Zhang Yu's delaying tactic, Ishtar sneered, Don't even think about waiting for humans to save you. I won't give you the chance. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked directly. Sea Dragon Roar. The magical tome flipped wildly beside him as massive amounts of water element condensed into a giant dragon, crashing toward Zhang Yu. The next moment, Zhanlu had already raised a blue barrier in front of Zhang Yu, forcibly blocking the water dragon. Ishtar was greatly shocked. My attack is ineffective? Aren't you only immune to mental attacks? Why is my water magic useless too? Zhang Yu said indifferently with a mocking tone. Try again. Maybe you just don't have enough strength. Those words completely enraged Ishtar. Lowly human. In the abyss, no one dares talk to me like that. He roared, unleashing high-level water spells one after another. Heavenly Flood, Massive Tide, Siren Screech, Poison Sea. Within just a few seconds, the entire instance was flooded with seawater, the water raging violently and crashing in all directions. Zhang Yu stood in the chaotic torrent. Zhang Yu's expression remained calm. Not even a scratch on him. Ishtar, why haven't you killed Zhang Yu yet? If human powerhouses arrive, none of us will be able to escape. Outside the instance, Otis shouted anxiously. Stop fooling around. His voice carried no patience at all. Go fuck yourself. Ishtar cursed back on the spot. Damn Otis. Zhang Yu is clearly immune to water-type attacks. And you still sent me in to die? You're trying to get me killed. Otis froze, then tore open a spatial rift and charged inside. The entire instance before him was flooded with seawater, and Zhang Yu was actually swimming freely in it like nothing was wrong. Seeing this, Zhang Yu sneered. Otis, this is the helper you found? Not much to him. Otis's face went deathly pale, and he was furious beyond measure. He waved his hand and unleashed soul flames. The terrifying soul fire instantly ignited the seawater, and the instance seemed to explode into chaos. The flames surged toward Zhang Yu, but they had no effect on him at all. Zhang Yu smiled faintly. You two work pretty well together. This hot spring you made is just the right temperature. Otis was so enraged he coughed up blood, his eyes bloodshot. Zhang Yu, if I don't kill you today, I swear I won't be a demon. He poured a massive amount of spiritual power into the instance, causing the seawater to recede as the ground split open and wave after wave of corrupted orcs emerged. Those orcs were tall and ferocious, as if growing straight out of the ground. Zhang Yu activated the Abyss Eye and locked onto one orc. A panel popped up. Corrupted Orc Warrior. Elite. Level 20. Strength. 10,000 Agility. 10,000 Spirit. 10,000 Constitution. 10,000 Skills. Abyssal War Cry. Damage Sharing. These stats were actually close to those of the hidden boss, Rakshasa King. Even more terrifying was the fact that there were dense swarms all around him. Several thousand in total. Odd sneered. So what if you're immune to mental and water-type attacks? In this abyss, as long as my mental power remains, I can summon as many monsters as I want. Zhang Yu, you're dead today. The orcs roared in unison and charged forward with their axes raised. Zhang Yu instantly summoned 10 flying swords to defend himself. At that moment, 10 water ropes appeared out of thin air, tightly binding the swords. You are disarmed and cannot use weapons. The panel flashed a prompt, and Zhang Yu's brows sank. Ista coldly added, being immune to water-type attacks doesn't mean you're not vulnerable to control effects. Sure, it's a bit unfair for the two of us, both level 70 demons, to bully a level 19 like you, but today you have to die. More than a dozen corrupted orc warriors had already reached him, their giant axes coming down. Zhang Yu had nowhere to retreat. Risking exposure, he forcefully unleashed his skill, Mental Storm. Boom! A tearing storm instantly swept outward. Odds and Ista immediately sensed something was wrong. Their expressions changed as they tried to retreat, but that dangerous force pinned them in place. Zhang Yu pulled back to 500 meters away just before the storm engulfed everything. Centered on him, every corrupted orc within a 500-meter radius was swept in and turned to ash in an instant. One move and the field was cleared. The two level 70 abyss bosses stood frozen, shock and fear filling their eyes. They could clearly feel it. Each time a corrupted orc was struck by Zhang Yu, the power of Mental Storm increased, stacking continuously. The corpses of thousands of orcs caused that power to surge wildly, the growth rate already absurd beyond reason. If this power were to fully erupt, let alone Zhang Yu, a human youth, even the two of them might not be able to withstand it. This kid can't be allowed to keep growing, or the abyss is going to be in serious trouble. The two of them simultaneously decided to kill him. A flood of prompts began flashing on the panel, but each one said, successfully killed corrupted orc warrior. Due to demon suppression, no experience gained. Successfully killed corrupted orc warrior. Due to demon suppression, no experience gained. Looking at the screen full of prompts, Zhang Yu's chest tightened. He hadn't gained a single point of experience. Worst of all his kill rewards were being suppressed by the demons, leaving him completely unable to reap any benefits. What he feared had still happened, and Zhang Yu's expression darkened. If abyss monsters didn't give experience, it meant he couldn't rely on leveling up to recover HP. One Mental Storm cost 500 spirit power, and he only had enough spirit power left to cast it 6 more times. He had long suspected that odds would make a move during the college entrance exam, so he had never used his leveling pills. A leveling pill could instantly restore him to full condition, but even if he took one now, he could only cast Mental Storm 6 more times at most. In other words, he could fight 12 times at most. If he exhausted his mental power before human reinforcements arrived, his only hope would be White Xinggua's crystal ball. 500 meters away, Odysseus once again consumed a huge amount of mental power to summon another batch of abyss monsters. This time, he'd gotten smarter. Instead of sending the monsters swarming in all at once, he dispatched dozens of them to probe and encircle. That way, Zhang Yu wouldn't be able to force him into large-scale consumption so easily. Seeing this, Zhang Yu simply stopped wasting mental power on killing those probing monsters. He activated attribute conversion, turning his mental power into 5 times agility, then used wind control to double his speed. Relying on that speed, he darted back and forth among the dozens of monsters, his figure like a swimming dragon, and the monsters couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Ista couldn't stand it anymore and shouted at Odysseus, "How much longer are you going to keep saving your mental power? Stop dawdling and just surround him with sheer numbers. You're a level 70 spirit grand mage. Are you really afraid of a level 19 kid?" Odysseus was aided by the scolding and shouted back, but he also knew he couldn't drag this out any longer. Very quickly, thousands upon thousands of abyss monsters surged in, sealing off all of Zhang Yu's dodging space. Zhang Yu had no choice but to cancel attribute conversion and raise his hand to unleash Mental Storm again. Its sweep cleared out every monster in the sword formation. Odysseus roared as he continued summoning monsters, encircling and killing, forcing Zhang Yu to use his skills. Meanwhile, Ista kept using his special ability to siphon away the experience Zhang Yu gained from killing monsters, preventing him from recovering mental power through leveling up. After 6 waves, Zhang Yu's head was splitting with pain, and after repeatedly unleashing Mental Storm, his mental power had been drained to the brink. Odysseus himself was almost at his limit too. He wasn't a summoner, and creating monsters on his own was also pushing his mental power consumption to the extreme. Watching all this, Ista was both shocked and relieved. What kind of monster is this kid? At level 19, he can already use such a short cooldown, devastating forbidden art, and he can cast it 6 times in a row. What happens when he gets stronger? Odysseus nodded. Being able to erase such a future powerhouse in advance makes this trip worthwhile. Victory was within reach, and Odysseus began taunting again. Zhang Yu, your mental power is empty. I can still summon 2 more times, you're done for. The moment he finished speaking, Zhang Yu showed no sign of panic at all. The wasteland trembled, abyssal rifts opened, and thousands of monsters crawled up from underground. Ista cursed and sneered again, the 2 of them tearing into each other, each believing the other was close to collapse as well. Listening to their argument, Zhang Yu's lips curved slightly. He pulled an upgrade pill from his storage space and swallowed it directly. Golden light exploded, his aura surged violently, and his level instantly jumped to 20 as his condition returned to full. He raised a middle finger at Odysseus and Ista, smiling viciously. Come on, you 2 trash. Keep fighting. Odysseus and Ista were instantly stunned. An upgrade pill? Where did he get an upgrade pill from? This guy is already level 19, and he's still holding on to an upgrade pill and not using it? The 2 demons were completely thrown into disarray. No one had expected Zhang Yu to still have such a trump card hidden. Right now, Zhang Yu not only was at full power, but could also cast Mental Storm 6 more times. But the other side couldn't hold on, and there wasn't enough time either. They had wasted far too much time in the dungeon. Odysseus immediately looked at Ista. Didn't you say we could win? What do we do now? Ista gritted his teeth and cursed. The situation's changed. This kid is too devious. We can't kill him today. Withdraw. We'll call in other demons later to deal with him. Odysseus had wanted to run long ago. Hearing the order to retreat, the 2 of them immediately pulled out teleportation items and turned to leave at once, even leaving Ista behind in the process. Ista understood instantly. Odysseus was trying to lure the human powerhouse over to cover his escape. With no time to threaten him, he had no choice but to retreat as well. Successfully repelled the Abyss Demon Odysseus, EXP plus 200,000. Successfully repelled the Abyss Demon Ista, EXP plus 200,000. Successfully cleared the Abyss Dungeon, Red Sky Divine Artifact Quest Progress, 1/10. Ding. Detected that the host has achieved the feat, Unbelievable Taunt, randomly increasing 1 talent level. Congratulations, host. I am the Sword Immortal. My talent level has increased. I am the Sword Immortal. Level 2 all damage is increased by 20 times. A streak of golden light shot upward, and Zhang Yu directly leveled up to 21. Outside the dungeon, the examiners, covered in wounds, rushed back to the school carrying the Gauss core. Chun Yun looked at that core, anxious like an ant on a hot pan. We've already delayed too long at East Sea University. Use the Gauss core to forcibly shut down the dungeon immediately and save Zhang Yu. Don't be careless. Osiris may still be hiding somewhere. I'm afraid there's a tough battle ahead, someone warned. Chun Yun pulled out a black rhombic crystal, his hand trembling as he aimed it at the Abyss Dungeon. Just as he was about to press it, the originally blazing red dungeon interface suddenly turned blue. That's not right. Has the dungeon been cleared? Someone asked in disbelief. Osiris is a level 70 Abyss boss. Even if we went ourselves, we might not be able to take him down. Zhang Yu won on his own. Everyone was stunned. It wasn't until a flash of light appeared at the teleportation portal and Zhang Yu slowly walked out that they finally confirmed this wasn't an illusion. When Zhang Yu saw Chun Yun holding a stone pointed at him, he froze. Teacher? What are you doing? Chun Yun's eyes reddened, and his voice trembled. You're okay? I'm mostly fine, just used up too much mental power, Zhang Yu said, shaking his head. Then he asked, Teacher, 2 Abyss bosses just broke into my dungeon and delayed my college entrance exam. Does the score still count? Do I need to retake it? That question left Chun Yun dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Zhang Yu's first concern to be his college entrance exam score. Soon he grasped the key point. You said 2 Abyss bosses broke into your dungeon? Zhang Yu didn't hide anything. Yes, one is called Osiris, a spirit-type archmage. The other is called Ister, a water-type grand sorcerer. He explained everything he knew, hoping the Great Xia Empire would act quickly to eliminate these 2 hidden dangers. Osiris and Ister were like 2 knives hanging over their heads. They couldn't keep betting on luck and a special weapon forever. After hearing this, the examiners were first stunned, then dumbfounded. A 19-year-old boy had actually held off 2 level 70 Abyss bosses head-on and forced them back? Only at this moment did they understand why Bai Jingguo valued Zhang Yu so highly. This kid was simply a monster. Just as everyone was discussing it, the space nearby twisted, and Bai Jingguo appeared as well, his expression dark. I received news of the Abyss invasion and rushed back immediately. What's the situation now? Chun Yun and the examiners immediately bowed. Elder Bai, it's already been resolved. Bai Jingguo froze. Resolved? Seeing Zhang Yu's innocent-looking expression, Bai Jingguo smiled first. I see. You forced Osiris back again. Chen Yun quickly added. Not just Osiris, there was also Ister. Another abyss demon came in with him. Bai Jingguo's expression darkened. If only Osiris had broken in, it could still be handled as a defensive failure. But now another boss had also slipped in without a sound, which meant the problem wasn't just the defenses. There was a mole inside the empire. He already had several guesses in mind, but he didn't expose them on the spot. He only nodded at Chen Yun. You did well this time. I'll give you credit for it. Chen Yun gave a bitter smile instead. Old Bai, I'm afraid this credit can't be counted as ours. Bai Jingguo was stunned. Chen Yun took out the core of Gauss and explained the whole story. After the Abyss invasion, they had charged straight to Donghai University to fight the other side's teacher in order to save Zhang Yu, and snatched back the core of Gauss. Zhang Yu was fine, but Donghai University would definitely pursue the matter. By the rules, people like them, the proctors, would probably end up in prison. After hearing this, Bai Jingguo first fell into thought, then clapped and laughed. You're not in the wrong. I'll speak for you. As long as you return the core, I guarantee Donghai University won't give you any trouble. Once those words were spoken, the proctor's hanging hearts finally settled. What had just been a fiery, impulsive act now seemed increasingly terrifying in hindsight. Donghai University could pursue this to the end, but they had to give Bai Jingguo face. Zhang Yu also spoke up. Thank you, old Bai. Teachers, I have one more question. Now that this is settled, does my college entrance exam score still count? Chen Yun couldn't help but laugh at him. You're still thinking about the college entrance exam at a time like this? Then he changed his tone and gave him good news. Although the Abyss had interrupted the college entrance exam and the additional trial, the scores earned before the interruption had already been archived. Publicly, it would be explained as a technical adjustment to the Secret Realm instance. The instance would restart and the trial would continue. More importantly, Zhang Yu was currently far ahead in points and was almost certain to be the national top scorer, so the rewards would definitely be substantial. Bai Jingguo looked at Zhang Yu and suddenly grew serious. I gave you a life-saving crystal. Why didn't you plan to use it when facing 2 Abyss bosses above level 70? Aren't you afraid of death? Zhang Yu replied calmly. No other reason. Those 2 just happened to be the perfect counter to me. Using the crystal would have been a complete waste. Those words left Bai Jingguo speechless. He had originally wanted to use the crystal as bait, waiting for Otis to appear again so Zhang Yu would call for help, allowing him to take care of that demon who had been hiding all along. But with Zhang Yu saying this, Bai's plan was completely derailed. Zhang Yu's strength far exceeded expectations. He cleared his throat and handed Zhang Yu another crystal. Kid, if you really run into the Abyss next time, crush it immediately. I'll come save you. Don't be stingy with using this thing. Zhang Yu happily took it and put it into his storage space. Just then, a proctor stepped forward to report. Old Bai, Professor Chen. All Secret Realm instances have been adjusted. The trial can be restarted. Chen Yun nodded. Send all the candidates back into the instances. Bai Jingguo patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder and instructed, don't be reckless. If you run into danger, use the crystal immediately. Don't leave me any hidden trouble. The exam broadcast coldly reminded them. Keep going. Although Zhang Yu's score had already locked in the top rank, he should still try to earn as many points as possible in the additional trial. The higher the score, the richer the final reward. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up, and he immediately responded, got it. As soon as the additional trial began, he charged forward with full force, slaughtering Abyss monsters in the instance like a madman, with his points skyrocketing. Before long, the trial ended, and the screen displayed. The exam has ended, and all candidates will be teleported out of the instance shortly. Zhang Yu killed the final monster, and his panel showed that his points had broken through 1 million. He put away the sword formation and was teleported to the square beneath the light tower. The other candidates gradually appeared as well. They all thought it was just a malfunction with the light tower and that the exam had been interrupted, completely unaware that they had just escaped a real crisis. Some were still excitedly discussing how many points they had earned in the instance, oblivious to the danger. Li Qing'er and Miao Shulan walked over. Li Qing'er first asked Zhang Yu how he did, and Zhang Yu answered lightly, not bad. Seeing the 2 of them linked arm in arm, he asked curiously. Li Qing'er smiled and explained that when the instance had malfunctioned earlier, they had been sent to a room, where Shulan taught her some techniques, and now she had more than 30,000 points. Miao Shulan said she had more than 50,000. Zhang Yu commented, you're a tank, killing 400 monsters in 6 hours. Not bad, but you're still far behind me. A dignified voice rang out from within the light tower. The college entrance exam has ended. The final scores are now being announced. The big screen refreshed. Rank 1, Zhang Yu, points, 1,100,000. Rank 2, Jiang Yun, points, 80,000. Rank 3, Miao Shulan, points, 53,000.
Rank 4, Li Qing'er, point. 32,000.
The whole venue exploded into an uproar. Li Qing'er and Miao Shulan were so shocked they couldn't speak. How could Zhang Yu have 1.1 million points? At 100 points per monster, that would mean he killed over 10,000 abyss monsters. Could there even be that many monsters in the instance? Not far away. Jiang Yun stared at the rankings, his expression darkening instantly as his whole body trembled. How is this possible? What exactly did he do? More people began to suspect a system error or that someone had cheated. Since the higher-ups of Great Xia were all watching this exam, no one dared easily conclude it was cheating. Instead, they became even more curious about how strong Zhang Yu actually was. Amid the murmurings, suspicion and amazement intertwined. This is way too outrageous, isn't it? If we could figure this out, wouldn't we all become geniuses? Could the system malfunction have been caused by him? Very possible. Ning Zhao grabbed the phone, so excited he was practically about to jump up, and ran to find Feng Gaoyuan to boast. Top scorer! Teacher Feng, you saw it, right? My student is the top scorer. Based on these results, he's even the national top scorer. Don't forget our bet. Go back, pack your things, and come report to my Westlake No. 1 high school during summer vacation. Feng Gaoyuan's face was full of disbelief, but his words also carried a helpless acceptance of defeat. You were lucky and picked up a treasure of a student. I'll keep my word and go teach at your school. Ning Zhao said proudly with a smile. Don't look so sour. With a genius like Zhang Yu coming out of Westlake No. 1 high school, the school is definitely going to become famous in the future. By then, you may not even be able to get in if you want to. Feng Gaoyuan fixated on one question. Ning Zhao, right now I only want to know, how did Zhang Yu rack up 1.1 million points? I can't say too much about the rest. Ning Zhao lowered his voice, deliberately teasing him. All I know is that on his first day in the newbie instance, he solo cleared the Abyss instance. Feng Gaoyuan froze, his whole body stiff on the spot. After hearing that, Li Qing'er instead became happy, smiling at Zhang Yu. Dummy. That's way too ridiculous. That's so like you. Zhang Yu said casually, just luck. I'm still far from enough. He knew full well that compared to the demons in the Abyss, he really was far from enough.
Li Qing'er rolled her eyes helplessly.
That's pretty demoralizing. But she wasn't angry, and added with a smile, no matter what, at least we can still be classmates. After the college entrance examination ended, all the examinees were sent back to their schools. Only Zhang Yu was taken by Chen Yun to the central trial tower in the capital. That tower was twice the size of the light tower in Donghai City, its appearance far more majestic, and within it surged an unsettling power. Every year, Great Xia brought the national top score here and drew rewards based on their college entrance examination points. Zhang Yu's points were, without a doubt, the highest in the nation. Chen Yun stood beside him and sighed. Don't be nervous. You're just here to draw your reward. I can't even imagine what you'll get with 1.1 million points. Is the top scholar's reward random? Zhang Yu asked. You could say that. Chen Yun nodded. This central trial tower is the light tower itself, and also one of the nation's sacred artifacts. It holds quite a few treasures. The national top scholar can take one item each year, and the higher the points, the more valuable the prize. The worst is still epic grade. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. Chen Yun led him to a golden vortex with a radius of about 1.5 meters. Stick your hand in. Whatever you grab is yours. Zhang Yu did as told. The moment his hand entered the golden vortex, it instantly turned red, lightning crackling wildly as energy surged out in all directions. Zhang Yu felt something unusual in his hand. Acting on reflex, he grabbed it and tried to pull it out. The tower began to shake violently, and the energy ran rampant. Chen Yun's expression changed drastically as he shouted, Zhang Yu, don't pull whatever's in the vortex out. But before he could finish, it was already too late. Zhang Yu yanked out a short blade, jet black and covered in cracks. The blade immediately erupted with terrifying curse power, blasting Chen Yun away. The next second, the short blade stabbed back into Zhang Yu's chest, and the curse swallowed him like a tide. Chen Yun's eyes were full of despair.
Impossible.
It's actually the Curse King's blade, something even a divine artifact can't suppress. A system prompt popped up. Curse King's blade. Damage the holder will suffer a curse, with physical and mental strength continuously decreasing until death. Force equipped, cannot be discarded, cannot be destroyed. Divine Artifact Quest. Use the Curse King's Blade to harvest the souls of the weak. 0/1000000. Note: the weapon of the Curse King, containing his boundless resentment. Only those who can withstand the wrath of the Curse King are qualified to sit on his throne. Amid the heavy curse, Zhang Yu looked down at the short blade lodged in his chest and couldn't help complaining. Why is this thing all negative effects? Where are the stats? The skills? And it even has a quest. He instinctively felt this had to be something above legendary grade. Strangely enough, Zhang Yu had the heart of curses inside him. The Curse King's blade's negative effects instead turned into positives for him. When the short blade entered his chest, it didn't make him suffer at all, but instead continuously absorbed energy to restore his physical and mental strength. He didn't even feel hurt. He smiled. It looks damaged. I guess I'll have to complete the Divine Artifact quest first before it returns to normal. If you don't have the Heart of Curses, whoever gets this is doomed. With that, he pulled the short blade out of his chest. The wound healed rapidly at once. Another prompt appeared. Successfully pulled out the Curse King's blade, temporarily earning the Curse King's recognition. The short blade trembled, and the curse power seemed to be swallowed back by something. The disturbance inside the central trial tower immediately calmed down, and even the wind seemed to be suppressed. Zhang Yu looked up and saw Chen Yun, Bai Zhenghua, Wan Chang'an, and a ring of unfamiliar yet terrifyingly powerful experts all surrounding him. Every face was filled with shock. Is he still alive? Someone shouted in a low voice. Even the blade of the Curse King didn't drain him dry? He actually held down that sword? Bai Zhenghua and Wan Chang'an rushed forward to anxiously check his condition. Bai Zhenghua probed with elemental power, then let out a long breath. He's fine. There's no curse reaction on him. Wan Chang'an, however, kept staring at him, his gaze growing deeper. How exactly did you do it? You took that sword and nothing happened to you at all. Zhang Yu was a little confused and said bluntly, Maybe it's because I have the Heart of Curse. The two elders exclaimed in unison. What is the Heart of Curse? Zhang Yu froze. Even they didn't know? He realized the thing in his hand was no ordinary item, but he didn't say any more. Seeing this, Bai Zhenghua hurriedly reassured him. Don't be afraid. Everyone here is trustworthy. No one will harm you. Wan Chang'an also nodded in support. With the two powerhouses vouching for him, Zhang Yu told the truth. In the shadowy forest dungeon, after clearing it, he obtained an item called the Heart of Curse. It converted all curses falling upon him into positive effects. Hearing this, Bai Zhenghua was astonished on the spot, his expression growing complicated. That you were able to draw the blade of the Curse King from the central trial tower probably isn't a coincidence. Zhang Yu asked about the sword's origin. Bai Zhenghua spoke in a grave tone about its history. 30 years ago, the Demon King of the Abyss led his army to invade Daxia. We fought a bloody battle to kill that Demon King and drive his army back. That blade of the Curse King was the divine weapon left behind after the Demon King's death, possibly even a token of the royal family of the Abyss. Hearing this, Zhang Yu suddenly understood. So this sword was far more important to the Abyss than he had imagined. When Daxia obtained it, nearly all the Abyss's fury was directed at Daxia, which lessened the pressure on other countries. Precisely because of this sword's existence, the Abyss had been constantly targeting and harassing Daxia's geniuses. Incidents like Odis and Ista were also inseparable from it. Daxia had once wanted to use this divine weapon to strike back at the Abyss, but no one could withstand its curse, so they could only suppress it beneath the central trial tower. Unexpectedly, it had now been drawn out by Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu wanted to ask something, but swallowed the words back down. Wan Chang'an smiled and said it for him. Are you wondering why, since we can't use this thing, we don't just destroy it or throw it directly back into the Abyss? Zhang Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Bai Zhenghua's words also showed agreement that this sword did more harm than good. Keeping it would only make Daxia bear a heavier price, spending huge amounts of manpower and resources every year to contain the curse and shoulder the risk itself. Wan Chang'an's expression turned cold. You're right, but we can't do that. His voice sank, as if pressing down on everyone's chest. The Abyss has never changed its desire to destroy the human race. Someone has to stand at the front. If we retreat and return the blade of the Curse King, then we may get a brief respite, but the Abyss will eventually come back. By then, not just Daxia, but the entire world will become scorched earth. Zhang Yu softly recited that ancient saying, Today we seed 5 cities. Tomorrow we seed 10. To yield to the abyss is like carrying firewood to put out a blaze. As long as the firewood remains, the fire will not go out. The moment he said it, even he himself was stunned. That tone pulled the image of the destruction of the Six Nations into view, making one's heart tighten. It was exactly the same as the current situation. Wan Chang'an's eyes lit up. He forcefully patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder, excited as if he'd found a treasure. Good kid, you hit the crux with one sentence. If this gets spread around, it can wake up a huge number of appeasers. You really are talented. Bai Jingguo also nodded, his face showing relief. Indeed, to be so perceptive at such a young age. Daxia is fortunate to have someone like you. Feeling a little embarrassed by the praise, Zhang Yu quickly explained, I didn't come up with it myself. I saw it in an ancient book. Don't be modest. Wan Chang'an waved his hand. I've read through every book in the Imperial Library, and I've never seen this line before. Which book did you find it in? He patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder again, unable to hide his excitement. Next Imperial Assembly. I'm going to use your words to shut up those spineless cowards and wake them up. Zhang Yu said nothing more, but instead asked worriedly, Commander, Elder Bai, isn't it too dangerous to leave this thing with me? Shouldn't we just return it? Wan Chang'an immediately shook his head. The Central Trial Tower chose you, which means it recognizes you. Keep it with you for now. If you can activate it, you'll also become one of Daxia's top combat forces. Bai Zhangguo also agreed, but his tone turned stern. That's right, but this thing absolutely cannot be shown to outsiders. Even Daxia is mixed with the Deep Abyss's lackeys. If you get targeted, you'll be in big trouble. Zhang Yu nodded repeatedly. Wan Chang'an turned to scan the strongmen present. His expression suddenly icy. What happened here today is to be kept strictly confidential. If anyone dares leak it, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Everyone responded in unison. Understood. After finishing his instructions, Wan Chang'an nodded at Bai Zhangguo. Military affairs are still keeping me busy, so I'll be leaving first. You and Zhang Yu handle things from here. You understand what I mean, right? Bai Zhangguo smiled and agreed. Wan Chang'an gave Zhang Yu one more look, then left with his men. Chen Yun also hurriedly bowed and took his leave. Bai Zhangguo stopped him and gave him a few instructions. Handle Zhang Yu's enrollment procedures for Kyoto University properly. Zhang Yu might need to leave for a while and could miss the opening ceremony and the new student training. Chen Yun acknowledged and withdrew. Only Zhang Yu and Bai Zhangguo were left in the room. Zhang Yu couldn't help but ask, Elder Bai, you made such a big deal out of this. What do you want me to do? Bai Zhangguo looked at him and asked slowly, Do you know about awakening and class advancement? Yes. Zhang Yu nodded. When a class holder reaches level 30, they can go to the advancement hall to awaken. If the awakening succeeds, their strength will increase significantly. If it fails, they'll be stuck at level 30 until they succeed. Some classes are weak early on but become very strong after class advancement. Others are the opposite. Bai Zhangguo nodded, his tone softening a little. I'm not saying this to make you worry. With the strength of your class right now, you can already withstand the impact on the front lines. It's just that, he paused, his gaze turning heavy. Be cautious and keep it secret. Don't invite trouble for yourself. After hearing this, Bai Zhangguo's expression became grave. Many people can obtain more suitable classes from a second-class advancement. Even if the awakening boost isn't huge, it's still not bad. But there's a kind called Special Awakening which relies on awakening stones so rare they're practically absurd. Even the lowest grade bronze awakening stones can sell for tens of billions at auction, and truly high-level ones are simply unavailable no matter the price. Zhang Yu became even more confused. Then what exactly are you trying to say, Elder Bai? Bai Zhangguo looked straight at him. Have you heard of Special Awakening? Zhang Yu nodded, saying the school had mentioned both awakening halls and the method of using awakening stones. Using an awakening stone can grant additional traits, Bai Zhangguo continued. But I'm telling you about something even more valuable. There's a dungeon that hides a god-tier first-class awakening stone, and no one has taken it yet. A god-tier awakening stone? Zhang Yu froze, feeling as though a pie had fallen from the sky. Half believing it, he asked, How could something like that still be there and not taken? Bai Zhangguo smiled faintly. It's not that no one went. It's that no one could get it. Including me, Wan Chang'an, and the strong men from the top families in the country. We all tried, and none of us could take it. Zhang Yu's expression darkened. Since even those people couldn't do it, he had even less hope. But Bai Zhangguo shook his head. No, I'm afraid only you can take it. Zhang Yu asked why. Bai Zhangguo gave a brief and direct explanation. That dungeon was formed after the Cursed King fell. The restrictions were harsh. Only those below level 30 could enter. Difficulty couldn't be chosen. Only one person could go in at a time. And the moment you entered, you'd be afflicted by a curse that couldn't be purified. Your 4 basic attributes are reduced by 90%, movement speed by 90%, skill cooldowns are doubled, and your stamina and mental energy are continuously drained until you're cursed to death alive. Even the toughest tank would have their HP depleted within 10 seconds, and in the end, they'd only be able to retreat. Bai Jingguo described the rules like a death sentence. Instead, Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. He remembered his own words. The heart of curses can turn curses into benefits. Bai Jingguo had come to him for exactly that reason. Only your curse can turn the dungeon's curse into an advantage. Bai Jingguo's tone was grave. People in the Great Xia Empire have used legendary awakening stones before, but no god-tier awakeners have ever appeared. If you succeed, the strength will be unimaginable. Zhang Yu grew excited, to the point where he could barely speak clearly. That sounds awesome. I can't wait. Bai Jingguo smiled and patted his shoulder. Come with me. The space around the two of them distorted and turned into light. After a teleport, Zhang Yu stood on a bizarre wasteland. Around him, streaks of light crisscrossed, like a stretched image forming a tunnel of light. When he landed, the ground beneath his feet was black soil, and moonlight reflected a massive skeleton in the distance. Bai Jingguo pointed ahead. That's the cursed dungeon. That skeleton was 100 meters tall, like an overturned mountain. At its head was a black vortex 10 meters in diameter, emanating a chilling, hair-raising aura. The Curse King, Zhang Yu asked. That's right. Bai Jingguo's voice was heavy. Back then, 1,000,000 soldiers were buried here to kill it. The god-tier awakening stone is its essence, hidden in the deepest part of the dungeon. Zhang Yu immediately used the Abyss Eye to inspect the dungeon information. King's Burial Ground Dungeon. Level 30. Difficulty. Cannot be selected. The brief prompt felt like a death warrant. The rules were harsh, and the difficulty couldn't even be changed. At a glance, it was clearly a lethal dungeon. Yet Zhang Yu only felt his blood boiling. The chance was right in front of him. Perhaps it was his only path. Bai Jingguo lowered his voice and said, Under normal circumstances, we'd have to wait until you reach level 30 before coming here. But the Abyss has been in turmoil lately. Many dungeons are beginning to abyssify, and the front lines are also being pushed back. At this rate, within a month, this place is very likely to be taken back by the Abyss. We can only let you go now. He handed over a forced return scroll, then reminded him, If you really can't hold on, don't force it. Just retreat. Come back when you're higher level. Remember, your life comes first. Zhang Yu nodded, his tone steady. Got it. I'm confident I can clear it. He walked to the dungeon entrance and pressed confirm. The system asked, Please confirm whether you want to challenge the King's Burial Dungeon? Warning. This dungeon is extremely dangerous. Zhang Yu chose to confirm. In the next second, he was transported into the dungeon and appeared in a stretch of black swamp. The air was filled with the stench of rot. In the distance lay a corpse larger than a mountain, its flesh already more than half decayed, with a foul odor soaring into the sky. Suddenly, a cold and eerie aura burst from the corpse and drilled straight into Zhang Yu's body. System prompt. Cursed. For attributes decreased by 90%. Movement speed reduced by 90%. Skill cooldowns increased by 100%. Stamina and mental energy continuously drained until death. As soon as the prompt appeared, Zhang Yu felt as if something inside his body had violently shoved him. He looked down at his panel. Name Zhang Yu. Class, Sword Formation Master. Level, 21, 5%. Strength, 3,277. Agility, 3,287. Spirit, 6,175.
Constitution, 3277.
In an instant, his 4 attributes skyrocketed by 90%, with values surging dramatically, even surpassing many level 30 awakeners. He stood there like a humanoid boss. After his attributes rose, the originally eerie swamp looked much more agreeable to him. He didn't think much of it and kept walking forward. Soon, 3 giant frogs jumped into view. They were taller than a person, with hard coral-like shells on their backs, horns on their heads, and fangs protruding from their mouths, looking extremely ferocious. As soon as they saw Zhang Yu, they leaped into the air and crashed toward him like 3 cannonballs. Zhang Yu immediately used the Abyss Eye to inspect them. Cursed Demon Frog Elite, Level 30. Strength, 15,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 10,000.
Constitution, 10 000.
Skill Meteor Strike. Reading these stats, Zhang Yu drew a sharp breath. Even the basic monsters here had stats higher than many level 30 hidden bosses. Even more terrifying, this was a solo instance, and anyone who entered would still have to endure a 90% stat reduction and continuous resource drain. Even a full-level party would only be walking to their deaths. He sneered. No wonder nobody has gotten a divine awakening stone. This place wasn't made for people at all. As soon as the words left his mouth, he swung his sword. 3 frogs scattered at the strike and turned into experience that fell to the ground. The system kept flooding the screen. Successfully killed cursed demon frog, EXP plus 50,000. Successfully killed cursed demon snake, EXP plus 50,000. Successfully killed cursed demon. A string of prompts. Obtained demon frog skin *10, demon snake scales *3, demon crab roe *3. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest 22/100000. Along with the string of prompts, a flash of golden light flared over Zhang Yu's body, and his level instantly rose to 22. He stared in shock at the experience numbers. One monster gave 50,000 EXP, and clearing the surrounding monsters was enough to level him up directly. Soon he figured it out. He was only in his early 20s while this was a level 30 hidden difficulty area, so the EXP rewards were naturally brutal. After clearing the area, he moved forward again. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet gave way, and the solid earth instantly collapsed into a swamp, sinking his entire lower leg. Zhang Yu instinctively cried out in a low voice, "Rakshasa! King!" Zhang Yu gave the order without hesitation, recalling the Rakshasa king and yanking himself out of the mud pool. Once he was back on firm ground, cold sweat poured down his forehead. He cursed under his breath. He had nearly forgotten this was swamp terrain. If he had been even a step slower, there wouldn't have been time to use a Siddha return scroll. This time he didn't take any more risks. Instead, he had the Rakshasa king scout ahead. Whenever it stepped into a trap, Zhang Yu would immediately put it back into the mask, then summon it out again to continue scouting. In this way, the two of them advanced cautiously inward. After about 500 meters, the Rakshasa king ahead suddenly froze, its body twisting as its HP bar dropped rapidly. It had clearly been ambushed by something. Zhang Yu reacted quickly, pulling it back into the mask, and then saw a distorted crawling trail in the mud, as if something invisible was rushing toward him. Qi Xiao suddenly blocked in front of him, shaking violently as a dull impact rang out. Zhang Yu immediately lost 1/10 of his stamina. Zhang Lu also took a blow from the other side, helping him resist the stun. Zhang Yu's heart tightened. There was more than one invisible monster lying in wait. Fortunately, he had the sword array, the Cursed King's Blade, and the dungeon's triple healing mechanism. As long as he wasn't instantly killed, he could quickly top himself back up. But if he were besieged by a group, Qi Zhao's death prevention passive might be forced out, and that would be no small matter. The death prevention passive had a full 1-month cooldown, and he had to clear the dungeon within 1 month. His progress was still less than 1/10. If he used up his trump card here, things would be dangerous later. He didn't hesitate and directly unleashed a large-scale mental storm. One prompt after another appeared, cursed demon serpents were killed, his experience soared, and loot as well as the artifact quest progress increased. Zhang Yu panted as he looked at the panel, feeling both relieved and alert. This dungeon's difficulty was outrageous, but the greater the risk, the greater the reward. He couldn't back down. Outside, Bai Jingguo used the dungeon detection talisman to watch Zhang Yu's condition. Seeing him occasionally lose health only to recover rapidly, he finally breathed a little easier. Before he could say more, the ground in the distance began to shake, and the night sky turned blood red. Bai Jingguo's expression changed. The abyss was attacking. He judged that the abyss had sensed the Cursed King's core and might come to seize it, so he decided to head to the front lines personally to provide support. If the defense line was breached, not only would the Xia army suffer heavy losses, but the dungeon would also fall into the hands of the abyss, making Zhang Yu even more endangered. He set up a temporary teleportation formation outside, left behind the words, "The rest is up to you," and rushed to the front lines. Zhang Yu, however, had no idea the outside world had already changed. He still had the Rakshasa King scout ahead, periodically unleashing a mental storm to confirm the area was safe, relying on the dungeon's curse to stabilize his mind and stamina as he continued deeper in. Skill cooldown had been reduced by half, and Zhang Yu could almost cast Mental Storm continuously without much effort. He advanced carefully for more than an hour before finally arriving before that huge corpse. At last, Zhang Yu let out a breath. His experience bar had reached 90%, and he was only a step away from level 23, yet along the way he hadn't encountered a single real elite monster. He first cast Mental Storm in front of the corpse to confirm there were no invisible threats, then used the Abyss Eye to inspect it. The remains of a certain king. Within them, there may be an earth-shattering secret hidden. That was all. There was no other information. Zhang Yu was stunned. That's it? I have to cut it open myself. He had no better idea, so he had the Rakshasa king step forward and first cut through the rotten flesh on the outside. A stench immediately surged out. Rakshasa king has been cursed. All 4 attributes increased. Prompts kept popping up one after another. Fortunately, the heart of curses also affected summons. Not only did the Rakshasa king not get hurt, but the deeper it carved its way in, the faster it went. Rakshasa king has been afflicted by an advanced curse. All 4 attributes permanently +10. The prompt appeared twice more, and Zhang Yu's eyelids twitched.
Permanent attribut de gain?
There's even such a good thing. He was immediately tempted, pinched a tissue over his nose, and prepared to rush in himself to share in the curse. Before he could take a step, however, the Rakshasa king suddenly died. Rakshasa king has fallen in battle. Zhang Yu froze, his expression darkening. He had just swept the surroundings with Mental Storm, so in theory there shouldn't have been any problem. The Rakshasa king's sudden death made him calm down. He no longer dared be reckless and could only wait outside for it to revive. Although the dungeon was filled with vicious curses, skill cooldowns were halved, and stamina and mental recovery were fast as well. The Rakshasa king soon resurrected. This time, Zhang Yu directly switched to its perspective and personally controlled it to burrow into the corpse and carve a path all the way in. Rakshasa king has been afflicted by an advanced curse. All 4 attributes permanently +10. Zhang Yu suppressed the nausea and felt a little relieved. Just endure it a bit longer and it would soon be over. But at that moment, a flesh monster burst out of the rotten meat and pounced, grabbing the Rakshasa king and biting off its neck. The Rakshasa king's stamina plummeted. It was about to be instantly killed, so Zhang Yu hurriedly used the Abyssal Eye on that monster. King's Flesh Elite. Level 30. Strength 0. Agility 0. Spirit 0.
Constitution 0.
Skills: Weakening Curse, Deadly Lifesteal, Undying. A level 30 elite, yet all 4 attributes were 0. It was the first time Zhang Yu had seen such a setup. He immediately inferred a few clues. The Rakshasa king's attributes were suppressed by the weakening curse. Deadly Lifesteal could instantly drain stamina, and this monster had an undying skill, so Psychic Storm couldn't kill it. As for it moving so fast and killing the Rakshasa king in one hit, there had to be a higher level controller behind it, the real boss. These deductions made Zhang Yu too afraid to rush blindly into the corpse, so he could only keep waiting for resurrection. Soon, the Rakshasa king appeared again and was sent back into the corpse to clear the way. The Rakshasa king has been afflicted by a special grade curse. All 4 attributes permanently +10. Zhang Yu stared at the prompt. On the Rakshasa king's left side, flesh suddenly bulged, and a flash of sword light passed through it. The Rakshasa king split open the lunging flesh monster with one strike. But the body that had been cleaved in 2 actually split into halves, wrapped around it from both sides, and in the blink of an eye sucked it dry into a mummified corpse. The Rakshasa king has fallen. Dead again. Zhang Yu couldn't help cursing under his breath. Who exactly could clear this dungeon? The Rakshasa king was originally a level 30 hidden boss, but the dungeon's curse only made it even harder to deal with. The repeated deaths proved that even the strongest level 30 character would struggle to get through here. Watching the flesh churn in front of the corpse, Zhang Yu knew that trying to take a detour or break through at a single point would only be courting death. In the end, he gave up and decided not to be greedy for these few attribute points for now, withdrawing to observe and make plans later. For the moment, Zhang Yu couldn't think of a better way, so he handed the job of digging the path entirely to the Rakshasa king. After all, the dungeon had no time limit and the Rakshasa king could resurrect, so they could just grind it out. Every time it reappeared, Zhang Yu sent it charging into the flesh passage, swinging its great sword and hacking forward. The scene looked like forcing a hard push, yet the Rakshasa king had barely gone 10 meters before it was torn to pieces by the flesh monsters. The Rakshasa king has been afflicted by a special grade curse. All 4 attributes permanently +10. The Rakshasa king has fallen. Zhang Yu had no choice but to wait for it to resurrect, then send it back to die. Watching the Rakshasa king go up and fall again and again, he helplessly mocked himself. Die, resurrect, resurrect, die. This Rakshasa sure has a lot of lives, but the flesh inside the corpse isn't going to shrink on its own. We'll get through it eventually. The freshly revived Rakshasa king seemed to give him a glare, then hefted that great sword and charged deeper in again. After repeating this several more rounds, At last the Rakshasa king dug into the chest cavity of the king's remains and entered a vast open space. There were no internal organs in the chest cavity. The top was supported by huge ribs, and all around was flesh and blood. In the very center hung a black stone. Zhang Yu took a glance with the abyss eye, and the interface popped up with information. First awakening stone, God tier. Note: formed from the essence of a certain king. Those who awaken using this awakening stone will gain the power of a king. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up, but he quickly steadied himself. He didn't immediately dive in. Since the boss hadn't appeared and the surrounding flesh monsters hadn't been cleared out, rushing in recklessly would only be suicide for Rakshasa King. Instead, he had Rakshasa King move toward the awakening stone, while he himself patrolled across the surface of the corpse, planning to find the boss controlling these monsters first. But after only a few steps, a large group of monsters burst out from the flesh-covered ground beneath his feet. At a rough glance, there were several hundred of them, blocking the way completely and making it impossible to break through. Zhang Yu decided to change tactics. Let Rakshasa King keep getting surrounded and killed, then revive, but this time don't burrow into the corpse first, have it crawl to the surface and search everywhere. He circled around the corpse and finally found a flesh monster trapped by watergrass beside a rotting wound on the shoulder, unable to move at all. That thing had 0 in all 4 attributes. Even with a high level, it had no way to turn things around. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up, and he called Rakshasa King over to touch it. As soon as Rakshasa King reached out and touched that mass of flesh, a prompt immediately popped up. Rakshasa King has suffered a special grade curse. All 4 attributes permanently +1. Zhang Yu also moved in and tried touching that mass of flesh. The prompt was even more direct. Special grade curse suffered. All 4 attributes permanently +10. He instantly understood. Touching these monsters would incur a curse. But this curse wasn't a debuff. It permanently increased all 4 attributes. Zhang Yu and Rakshasa King started frantically poking the trapped flesh monster from left and right. Every 10 seconds, the system would pop up once. Special grade curse suffered. All 4 attributes permanently +10. Special grade curse suffered. All 4 attributes permanently +10. The two of them farmed attributes like they were leveling up, growing more and more hooked as they went. It wasn't until Rakshasa King's 4 attributes all reached 1000 that the prompt stopped appearing. Zhang Yu also reached the same cap not long after. The cap is 1000, so it can't be farmed infinitely. What a pity. He felt a little regretful, but also knew this discovery had come in time and was crucial. At this point, purely in terms of the attribute boost brought by the dungeon curse, Zhang Yu and Rakshasa King had both gained a significant increase. The next step was to use this newly acquired strength to face the boss that had yet to appear, and the awakening stone waiting for someone. His spirit attribute had surged to 4,280 points. With this kind of mental power, even without Qi Shao and Zhan Lu, just picking up an iron sword at random would still let him deal over 100,000 damage. Zhang Yu was very satisfied with this harvest. He had only been happy for a few seconds when he frowned again. He still hadn't found the boss controlling these flesh monsters. Without the boss, these monsters couldn't be completely eliminated. And without eliminating the monsters, he couldn't obtain the God tier awakening stone. The treasure was right before his eyes, yet he couldn't get it, and the more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. He stared at those immobile flesh monsters, and a thought flashed through his mind. Wasn't this pile of corpses the remains of the Cursed King? The abyss I had only said that the corpse bigger than a mountain belonged to a certain king, and the burial ground of kings had indeed been born because of the Cursed King. He also happened to have the Cursed King's blade in hand. Perhaps this was the only solution. He took out the Cursed King's blade and stabbed at a rigid flesh monster. SSS. That cracked blade pierced the monster with ease. Black smoke rose, and the monster vanished. Successfully killed the flesh of the king. EXP +0. Artifact quest for the Cursed King's blade. 72/100000. Seeing the prompt, Zhang Yu almost laughed out loud. He didn't care at all that the experience was 0. Now that he had found a way to kill, there was no need to fight alone. He and the King of Rakshasa charged into the blood-flesh passage hacked open by the King of Rakshasa. One in front and one behind, luring monsters, finishing them off and collecting the corpses. Their cooperation was seamless as they fought their way deep into the Cursed King's chest. Artifact quest for the Cursed King's blade. 1982/100000. The monsters inside the chest were finally wiped out. Zhang Yu let out a breath and had the King of Rakshasa go take the awakening stone first, just in case there were still traps. Successfully cleared the king's burial ground dungeon. Obtained first awakening stone, divine grade. The divine grade awakening stone landed in his hand, and the dungeon teleportation portal appeared beside him. Zhang Yu looked at the awakening stone in his hand and the exit nearby, stunned. The dungeon's difficulty seemed absurd, but it actually wasn't that hard for him. And along the way, he hadn't encountered a single boss, only regular monsters. If not for the heart of the curse and the Curse King's blade, even a sufficiently powerful profession user could probably clear it. The rewards and penalties were clearly mismatched. There had to be a conspiracy behind this. Just as he was thinking that, a talent trigger notification popped up. Talent, I Am Legend triggered. Discovered a mythic trial hidden within the dungeon. Forcibly dropped an item to unlock the mythic trial. A black heart suddenly appeared beside the awakening stone, about the size of a normal human heart. Zhang Yu's expression changed, and he immediately used the Eye of the Abyss to inspect it. Heart of the Curse King, Divine Grade. Note: the fallen king will eventually return. These 4 words made his head sink. The Curse King might not be completely dead and was plotting to be resurrected. The key was this Curse King's blade and this Divine Grade Awakening Stone. Whoever used the stone for awakening would very likely not be empowering themselves, but instead be possessed by the Curse King. What a vicious scheme. Zhang Yu's face darkened. He had figured it out. Turning the dungeon into a solo instance and using the Divine Grade Awakening Stone as bait meant that anyone capable of clearing it would definitely be a human genius, and the Great Xia Empire would cultivate such people into powerhouses. Then, when the Curse King used Awakening to resurrect, he would instead use the Empire's power to become even stronger. Thinking of that, cold sweat broke out on his back. If not for his special talent, which could force a trigger at a critical moment and reveal this heart, he very likely would have already fallen into the trap and been used as a resurrection sacrifice. The situation was clear now, but the danger was still right in front of him. Zhang Yu's heart sank. The Curse King's plan might really succeed. As long as he walked out of the dungeon today, everything that came after would be completely ruined. He had once thought the Odysseus, Ishtar, and others in the abyss were annoying, but only now did he realize that the truly terrifying one was the Curse King. The moment that name appeared, the abyss's danger level shot straight up. He took a deep breath and reached out to touch that black heart. A panel popped up with an option and a red warning. Awaken the soul of the Cursed King and begin the mythic trial? Warning: this trial is extremely dangerous. Zhang Yu gave a bitter smile. There was no retreat left. Backing down would only turn him into the other side's puppet. Since the only chance was the mythic trial, he would gamble on it. Begin the trial. He pressed confirm. The black heart instantly spewed out thick mist, turning into a vortex that swallowed him whole. When he opened his eyes again, he was standing on a small platform floating in the fog. The Rakshasa King was gone, his storage space was sealed, and the return scroll was useless. Dense mist surrounded him on all sides. There was no path, and no way back. So someone actually saw through this king's scheme and made it here. A low, magnetic voice rang out. A man in a black robe, with an obsidian brooch pinned to his chest, appeared out of thin air. Beneath his handsome face were red eyes and 2 goat horns on his head. He was not human, but a demon, the Cursed King himself. His aura pressed down instantly, making the surroundings feel heavy. Zhang Yu immediately activated Abyss Eye, but the panel displayed, unable to detect target. The Cursed King swept him with a mocking glance. A mere level 22 human dares come looking for this king? You do have nerve. Sword Formation Master? Never heard of that class. Your base attributes? Not bad. You have potential. Unfortunately, you'll die here today. He extended his long fingers and pointed into the air. A system prompt popped up. Curse Heart disabled. All curses converted into negative effects. The Cursed King sneered and said that these curses were originally his power. Once he took them back, the curses on Zhang Yu would turn into lethal negative effects. 10 seconds and you'll die. 10, 9, 8. He counted down slowly as if watching prey. But halfway through he frowned, and the smile on his face vanished. He stared at Zhang Yu in confusion. Why are curses not working on you? Zhang Yu's heart tightened, but he didn't show any sign of backing down. In fact, he knew the reason. His unique weapon, Qishao, had a passive that granted immunity to mental attacks. Curses counted as mental-type attacks, and Qishao had blocked most of the effect. As long as the Cursed King couldn't get past that passive, he still had a chance. The Cursed King quickly understood. So your unique weapon can withstand this king's curses. A unique weapon of divine grade, not a low rank. A cold smile curled at his lips. But thinking this king only has curses would be far too naive. No sooner had he spoken than a terrifying pressure crashed down. Zhang Yu's breathing caught. His entire body was forced into a precarious struggle just to stand. his hands trembling as he nearly lost his grip on his sword. Instinct told him this was not an opponent he could withstand head-on. The cursed king looked at him, his tone carrying cruel admiration. "Human boy, you can still stand without kneeling. You're stronger than most. If it were anyone else, they would already be on their knees begging for mercy." After saying that, his intent was obvious. Unless a miracle happened, Zhang Yu would not last another moment. The cursed king stared at Zhang Yu, his voice low. "As long as you are willing to submit, this king will bestow upon you the name of a deep abyss demon and grant you a territory. What do you say?" Zhang Yu had been crushed into alarm and panic, but after hearing those words, he actually smiled at the cursed king. The cursed king frowned. "What are you laughing at?" For the first time, he felt that this trembling, laughing opponent was a little off. Zhang Yu raised his head and met its gaze. "Since this is a mythic trial, I'm the trial challenger and you're the examiner, then we have to follow the rules. At the start, you sealed away the curse heart on me and tried to kill me with curses. Later, when you found curses didn't work on me, you didn't change tactics. Instead, you used pressure to force me to surrender. That means in this instance, you must rely on curses to kill me and can't casually break the rules." The cursed king fell silent, his expression changing. Zhang Yu's smile widened. "I'm betting on that. Trials have a path to pass. They can't possibly be set up as a certain death trap. And my Qishao is exactly the key to breaking this deadlock." As soon as the words fell, the sword formation space opened. Qishao floated in front of him, and a burst of red energy exploded, scattering the curse mist all around. The cursed king suddenly burst into laughter. "Interesting. Truly interesting. For you to have made it this far, it really wasn't all luck. This trial is, after all, a curse trial. As long as you can endure the curse, you might clear it. But if you want to truly clear it, you still have to defeat this king. Right now, this king's power is not even 1,000th of what it was at his peak, and you're just a little level 22 brat. Even if you can break through my defenses, you still might not win. As long as this king slowly wears down the durability of your equipment, I can still kill you." Zhang Yu laughed out loud, his tone full of mockery. "Too bad, cursed king. Maybe we're just naturally incompatible. Perfectly fine by me. My attacks ignore defense, and they hurt a lot." Qishao vanished. The next second, 10 sword formations simultaneously bloomed. Qishao, Zhanlu, and 8 iron swords rushed at the cursed king from 10 directions. Qishao and Zhanlu struck first, and the numbers instantly surged. The two special weapons stacked together, directly pushing Zhang Yu's attack to 4,000, plus 1,152% crit damage and a 21x damage bonus. The first wave forcefully dealt 60 million damage. -639842111. That terrifying number popped up, and the cursed king was stunned. Immediately after, the remaining 8 iron swords, empowered by Qishao and Zhanlu, hit one after another. -1279680. Another string of million-level damage. After taking 2 heavy blows in a row, the cursed king's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly put distance between them. "You brat, what exactly is this damage?" he roared. Zhang Yu sneered. "I told you it'll hurt." He once again took flight with his swords and charged forward. The 8 iron swords were responsible for disruption, while Qishao and Zhanlu launched the frontal assault. But in the trial dungeon, aside from curse skills, all of the cursed king's other means were restricted, and he was only a remnant soul now, not even 1,000th of his peak strength. Under Zhang Yu's burst damage, he was fleeing in utter embarrassment. Qishao slashed. -479888158. Zhanlu followed. -159965052. The iron sword struck again. -159960. A series of damage numbers exploded like thunder on the cursed king, popping up one after another. His entire body turned cold, cold sweat streaming down him. "Impossible! This is impossible!" the cursed king cried in terror. "It's one thing that you can ignore this king's defense, but why is your damage still this high?" He had originally thought that even if Zhang Yu's weapon durability was worn out, it still wouldn't shave off much of his HP. But now the situation had reversed. The one who couldn't hold out anymore was him. In fact, it wasn't someone else, but the cursed king himself who was still alive. Just as Zhang Yu relaxed a little, 2 more swords stabbed into his back, throwing his aura into turmoil. The cursed king roared, placing all curses on himself and causing his stats to surge. He had reached the second phase, standing proudly in midair, looking down at Zhang Yu with a cold laugh. "Your damage may be high, but your flying swords are too slow. As long as I'm faster, you can't touch me." Zhang Yu recalled his flying swords and reopened the formation around the cursed king. Before the 10 flying swords could even reach him, the Curse King had already teleported away, dodging while continuously stacking curses on himself, rapidly recovering his stamina and mental energy. Watching his composure, Zhang Yu clearly realized his weakness for the first time. Flying swords worked against low-level monsters, but when facing a king with both speed and mobility, if he couldn't catch up, he couldn't deal damage. More fatal still, he had no guaranteed hit skill, no mental recovery bonus from the Heart of Curses, and could only cast Mental Storm a few times. He couldn't kill his opponent. The Cursed King mocked him. So what if you can be immune to curses? If you won't obey me, don't even think about getting out. Work for me and I'll let you go. I can even grant you abyss power and raise you to level 70. Zhang Yu sneered and refused. I'd rather starve to death than take even a bite of your favor. Then 5 days passed. Zhang Yu was starved to the point of near death, lying on the ground, unable to move. The Cursed King looked at him mockingly. You can't even hold out for 5 days? Humans really are fragile. But Zhang Yu used up his last bit of strength to deliver his final message. He had already brought the Cursed Blade and the Heart of Curses into the dungeon. No one could enter again, and the Cursed King would be trapped here forever, keeping company with his bones. Those words were like a knife, stabbing straight into the Cursed King's heart. He fell silent. Originally, he had still been able to gather curses into his fist at close range, exploiting a loophole for melee damage, but Zhang Yu's actions had sealed off that path. They were both trapped, one surviving by relying on resurrection curses, the other declaring victory through despair. The scene was quiet except for the echoes of hunger and curses. His fist could instinctively have killed Zhang Yu, but the Cursed King didn't make a move. He also thought of the consequences Zhang Yu had mentioned. The Heart of Curses, the Cursed King's Blade, and the God-tier Awakening Stone had all been brought by Zhang Yu into the trial dungeon. If Zhang Yu died, those items would be trapped in the dungeon forever, and not even the one who cleared it would be able to obtain the God-tier Awakening Stone. As for the Cursed King himself, he would be trapped here too, unable to get out. Seeing his silence, Zhang Yu smiled weakly but tauntingly. You say humans are fragile, and I admit it. But how about we compare and see who's harder, who's less afraid of death? You're the Abyss King. Do you really dare die with me? The Cursed King hadn't expected to be forced into such a position by a human youth. Fury surged in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He coldly shot back. Your kind of humans are best at pretending. All talk and a soft heart. Still afraid of death. I'll see whether you're really not afraid to die. Zhang Yu said nothing more. He just smiled and closed his eyes, deliberately conserving his strength. He was actually afraid of death. He just thought of death as a long sleep, a sleep from which one never wakes. 3 days passed, and Zhang Yu could no longer hold out. His aura was feeble, and he had almost lost consciousness. Seeing this, a flicker of surprise flashed in the Cursed King's eyes. This human had actually gritted his teeth and held on until now. If he didn't act, Zhang Yu would die, and he himself would be locked in this trial forever. The Cursed King could wait, but he refused to be trapped to death. With a clenched teeth growl, "Brat, I'll give you this one." He restored the effect of the Heart of Curses on Zhang Yu, then layered on instant death, hunger, and dehydration curses, pulling Zhang Yu back from the brink of death to full condition. Zhang Yu opened his eyes, and his strength returned. Though he was still hungry and thirsty, he could stand. Looking at the Cursed King, he smiled with ease. Looks like I'm the one who won in the end. You didn't dare die with me. The Cursed King said coldly. Aren't you afraid I still have other resurrection methods? Zhang Yu shrugged. Then I just die, I guess. Did I have any other way? The Cursed King's expression darkened. I can make a concession and let you pass this mythic trial. The condition is, you must sign a devil contract with me. A devil contract? Zhang Yu's face fell. He knew exactly what happened to humans who signed contracts with demons. Gain power, lose your soul, and even lose your life. The old stories of the Great Xia Empire were still fresh in his memory. The Cursed King wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he smiled. This is the greatest concession I can make. You humans may have misunderstood what a contract is. In fact, it's a fair agreement. If you want benefits, you must pay a price. Once it's signed, both sides must honor it. Neither can break it. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yu asked directly about the terms. Purple flames ignited in the Cursed King's palm, condensing into a roll of parchment covered in devil script, which floated over to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu used the Abyss Eye to inspect it, and the parchment clearly read, Contract of the Cursed King. Contracting Demon, Aredes. Contract Party, Zhang Yu. Content. The Cursed King Ardis will admit defeat in the mythic trial and allow Zhang Yu to clear it. In return, Zhang Yu will give Ardis 50% of the experience gained before reaching level 70. Zhang Yu stared at the contract, speechless for a long while, his expression complicated. After reading it, Zhang Yu's face instantly darkened. 50% of my experience? Dream on, he said angrily. Right now, leveling up once already took over 1 million experience points, and it would only get higher later. If half of that had to be given away, there'd be no way to keep leveling. Ardis sneered. Boy, Abyss demons value fairness. The rewards you get from clearing the mythic dungeon are more than enough to offset that 50% experience. In fact, this king is already asking for less. Zhang Yu stared at him and asked bluntly, You'll revive once I reach level 70? Ardis no longer bothered to hide it and said frankly, You should understand our situation. This king will of course be revived. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to save you. Zhang Yu's mind raced as he calculated the pros and cons. Letting the Cursed King revive was extremely risky, but that was a matter for the future. By the time he truly reached level 70, he might have already collected all 10 divine weapons, and their refinement should be maxed out as well. By then, he might not be much weaker than the Cursed King when he revived. Thinking of this, he looked at Ardis and said calmly, If that's all the contract says, I can sign it. Ardis snorted. Don't lump this king together with those trash who play underhanded tricks. This king doesn't set traps in contracts. Zhang Yu didn't refute him aloud, but he didn't believe him at all in his heart. Still, he had no other choice now. A system prompt popped up. Do you wish to sign a devil contract with the Cursed King Ardis? Note: Ardis is a former demon king. Signing the contract may lead to unknown consequences. Zhang Yu clicked confirm. The parchment scroll suddenly burst into flames in midair and turned to ash. The contract has taken effect. Ardis was engulfed in flames. In the blaze, he looked at Zhang Yu with a smile, his tone filled with provocation and anticipation. Zhang Yu, I'll be waiting for the day you reach level 70. When I return at full strength, I wonder if you'll still be able to stop me. Zhang Yu replied coldly, Ardis, I will stop you. Heh. Then let's wait and see. As soon as the words fell, Ardis was burned to ash by the flames. System prompts flashed across the screen one after another, crashing down like a torrential rain. Successfully killed the remnant soul of the Cursed King, EXP plus 10 million, minus 50%. Obtained First Awakening Stone, Divine Grade, Heart of the Cursed King, Divine Grade. Heart of the Cursed King, Divine Grade. Any curse effects you receive will be converted into positive effects. All attacks carry the curse attribute and can randomly inflict unpurifiable curses on targets, except the holder. No equipment level restriction. Does not occupy an equipment slot. Completed the mythic trial. Obtained title. Cursed King. Unique. Cursed King title. All attributes plus 10,000. Can command psychic abyss monsters. Ding. Detected that the host has achieved the feat, Scheming with a King, rewarding a Divine Grade Talent Awakening. Congratulations, host, on awakening Divine Grade Talent. Abyss Sovereign. Abyss Sovereign. Every abyss monster killed permanently increases all 4 attributes by 1 point. Cleared the King's Burial Ground Dungeon. Obtained Godstone *2. Class-specific skill scroll *1. Beginner skill scroll *1000. These prompts were as dazzling as lightning, nearly blinding Zhang Yu's eyes. He immediately opened the attribute panel to check the changes. Name Zhang Yu. Title Cursed King. Class Sword Formation Master. Unique. Level 24. 22%. Strength 12,860. Agility 12,740. Spirit 14,340. Vitality 12,740. Class Special Attributes. Critical hit rate 33%. Critical hit damage 330%. Talents. Absolute Luck, Level 1. I am the Sword Immortal, Level 2. Abyss Eye, Fearless Body, I am Legend, Abyss Sovereign. Equipment. Iron Sword Case, 10/10. Divine Sword Qishao, Divine Sword Zhanlu, Empire Special Merit Medal, Curse Necklace, Curse Ring, Curse Circle, Heart of the Cursed King, Blade of the Cursed King. Skills. Sword Formation, Level 5. Sword Control, Level 5. Sword Formation Space. Attribute Conversion, Level 5. Poison Resistance, Level 10. Mental Storm, Wind Control, Block Intuition. Fate Seats, 6 lives. Zhang Yu's current 4 attributes were absurd, like those of a mini-boss, and his combat power had soared several times over. Staring at these numbers, he felt both delighted and wary. The benefits were astonishing, but that contract and the words, "See you at level 70, were like a blade hanging over his head. This kind of thing was extremely rare, and only a handful of people could get it. Its effect was comparable to a swappable talent, and its utility was immense. Not to mention the newly awakened Abyss Sovereign, a god-tier talent. Just thinking about how, in the future, he would sweep through the Abyss battlefield and how far his attributes would soar made Zhang Yu feel hot all over. The strong would only grow stronger. He was only level 24, yet he had already unknowingly widened the gap between himself and ordinary professional. After looking over the most important spoils, Zhang Yu eagerly took out the exclusive skill scroll. Before level 30, a professional could learn at most 3 exclusive skills. The sword formation space and attribute conversion he already had been a huge help in real combat, and he was most looking forward to this final one. Once the scroll was used, the result popped up. Obtain skill. Sword Intent Acceleration, level 1. Effect. Flying sword speed increased by 100%. If I'd known, I should have come to this skill sooner, Zhang Yu muttered under his breath. If he had gotten this move earlier, he wouldn't have been tormented by the Curse King for so long. But curse as he might, this skill had indeed solved one of his major problems. It was good news. Then he took out the beginner skill scrolls. Before level 30, aside from the 3 exclusive skills, he could also learn 5 universal skills. This dungeon had given him 1,000 scrolls, enough to fill the universal slots again. He started farming on the spot. Scroll after scroll was torn open, white light flashing, and the results came out one after another. Culinary Mastery, LV. 10 greatly improves the quality of cooked food. Poison Arts Mastery, LV. 10 poison attribute damage plus 100%. Medical Arts Mastery, LV. 10 potion healing effects plus 100%. Hidden Weapon Mastery, LV. 10 projectile damage plus 100%. After several hundred scrolls, these were the only 4 universal skills he obtained. Universal skills depended heavily on luck, and he often pulled junk. But when he saw the line about Hidden Weapon Mastery, his eyes lit up. Did his flying swords count as projectiles? He immediately took a training wooden dummy out of his storage space. The flying sword left its sheath and stabbed straight at the dummy. 389,439. Nearly 390,000 damage. Normally, without Qishao and Zhanlu, and under his talent's 20x bonus, a steel sword should only deal a little over 370,000 damage. The extra amount now matched Hidden Weapon Mastery's 100% bonus exactly. The conclusion was clear. Flying swords could benefit from this skill. This is useful. Zhang Yu smiled with a hint of viciousness. At last, he had drawn a universal skill that could be used immediately. After sorting out his new gear, talents, and skills, he rubbed his hands together and prepared for the real main event, drawing from the Wheel of Fate. 2 divine stones, 2 exclusive weapons, all together. He also put away the previous batch of spoils, then tossed the 2 divine stones into the wheel for a double draw. The stones turned into specks of light inside the wheel, cards spun, and the magic circle lit up with an eye-searing red glow. 2 red cards bearing a deep blue treasured sword flew out, finally transforming into 2 divine swords, Zhanlu. The Zhanlu in the sword formation space was drawn out, and the 2 newly obtained swords collided with the old one, instantly fusing into a single entity. Its aura surged wildly, and Zhang Yu felt as if he had been swallowed by a tidal wave, a chill running down his spine. A system prompt appeared. Divine Sword Zhanlu, exclusive Tier 3 attack plus 3,000, damage plus 300%, automatic guardian protection. The wielder is immune to water attribute attacks. Damage dealt by the wielder will be converted into a temporary shield lasting 1 minute. No equipment level requirement. Artifact quest. Find the Zhanlu Stone, 0/1. Note. One of the 10 great swords, guarding its master and sweeping away demons, cleansing the world. Zhang Yu drew in a sharp breath. Converting damage into a temporary shield was already a god-tier skill for other damage dealers. On him, it was a perfect match made in heaven. The scene before him was simple. Flying swords faster, output higher, damage instantly turning into shields, offense and defense both doubled. Almost completely rewriting the Abyss battlefield he had imagined. Zhang Yu felt like he had activated a cheat. His damage was already outrageously high to begin with. Once Qishao and Zhanlu came into play, his damage numbers shot into the hundreds of millions, and even his shields could reach that same level. Now he couldn't even imagine who could still be standing after taking a single basic attack from him. An exclusive weapon really is an exclusive weapon. The shock others couldn't see surged within him. The refined level 3 Jeanlu before his eyes satisfied him so much it almost made him embarrassed. But the Jeanlu stone required by the quest was something he had never even heard of, so he had no choice but to set it aside for now. After cleaning up the spoils, his excitement faded, and his stomach began to protest. He pulled out some dry rations and water and wolfed down a full meal. Just as he was satisfied and about to leave the dungeon, a strong smell of blood drifted through the air, and distant roars came in fits and starts. Zhang Yu instantly deployed his sword formation, and 10 iron swords emerged from the void, circling around him. A few feathered arrows tore through the air, only to be sliced into fragments by the flying swords in midair. Following the direction of the arrows, he saw several abyss monsters charging toward him. He immediately activated Abyss Eye. System prompts flashed by rapidly. Abyss Archer, Elite, Level, 35 Strength, 12,000 Agility, 15,000 Spirit, 3,000 Constitution, 5,000 Skills. Demon Breaking Arrow, Triple Shot. Hellhound Level, 30 Strength, 2,000 Agility, 10,000 Spirit, 500 Constitution, 3,000 Skills. Sprint, Hell Roar. Just as the archers drew their bows, before they could even fire, they were turned into sieves by Zhang Yu's flying swords. Before the hellhounds could even howl, they were chopped into experience and loot. Prompts kept popping up. Successfully killed Abyss Archer, EXP plus 30,000, minus 50%. Successfully killed Hellhound, EXP plus 20,000, minus 50%. Obtained Abyss Archer Heart *1, Hellhound Teeth *2. Curse King's Blade Divine Artifact Quest, 1996/100000. Abyss King talent triggered. For attributes permanently plus 6. Not far away, even more shrill screams rang out. We're under attack. Zhang Yu rushed over. He saw a knight holding up a massive shield, desperately holding off the encirclement of more than a dozen hellhounds. Behind the knight was an archer whose leg had been bitten off, and beside him a healer was frantically trying to treat the wound. Several hellhounds still had strips of human clothing and flesh hanging from their mouths, clearly having just eaten people. Beasts, Zhang Yu said coldly, and his flying sword swept across. The hellhounds were slain before they could even finish howling, turning into experience points. The 3 rescued people let out a sigh of relief and repeatedly thanked him. If not for you, we'd have been dead for sure. Frowning, Zhang Yu asked, isn't this supposed to be behind the Great Xia Empire's defensive line? How did they get in here? The knight froze for a moment, as if assuming everyone else already knew what was going on, then hurriedly explained. The Abyss army broke through the first line of defense. The main force at the front has withdrawn to the second position. Zhang Yu's expression immediately darkened. More commotion quickly rose all around. The knight continued explaining the situation in detail. Great Xia had built 3 lines of defense on the Abyss battlefield. The first position was deep inside the battlefield, less than 100 kilometers from the Abyss entrance. The second position was at the battlefield's edge, about 500 kilometers from the entrance. The dungeon of the king's burial ground lay between the 2 positions. The third position was Great Xia's border. If it could not be held, the Abyss army would charge directly into the country. Did the first stronghold fall in just 8 days since I came in? Zhang Yu's heart sank. After doing the math, that meant the front line had collapsed very quickly and very bloodily. There was fear and hatred intertwined in the knight's eyes. A Duke-level demon came over there, and even Elder Bai was severely wounded. If not for War God Wan arriving in time, Elder Bai might have lost his life. Elder Bai is seriously injured? Zhang Yu grew even more anxious. After the healer had just stopped the archer's bleeding, she said softly, Captain, Brother Li is too badly hurt. He won't be able to hold on for much longer. We've already lost 2 comrades. We have to give up the mission and take everyone back to find a high-level healer for treatment. The knight's fist clenched suddenly, his face full of unwillingness. Damn it! He fell silent for a moment. Then Zhang Yu asked again, what is your mission? The knight looked hesitant and only spoke after a long while. The atmosphere was tense. The situation was even worse than they had imagined. The decision to withdraw, the duty they bore, and the life and death of their comrades all pushed everyone to the edge of conflict. Zhang Yu didn't say much. He directly took out the Qianlong badge. Don't worry, I'm Zhang Yu from the Qianlong Squadron. I can help you complete the mission. When the knight saw the 2 bars and 2 stars on the badge, he immediately saluted and reported hoarsely, Lieutenant Colonel Zhang Yu, we are the reconnaissance squad of the 2nd Legion. We were sent to the northwest to investigate a Abyss stronghold. We were ambushed on the way, and 2 comrades were killed. We can't continue anymore. Zhang Yu nodded. You withdraw first. I'll go investigate that stronghold. The knight hurriedly refused. Lieutenant Colonel Zhang Yu, I can take their place and escort you forward. Zhang Yu shook his head and handed over a return to city scroll. No need. It's too dangerous. Take this and bring them back. You've worked hard this time. The knight looked at the scroll, his eyes reddening. Thank you. Then he used the scroll to teleport the two of them away. Watching the teleportation point disappear, Zhang Yu muttered softly, There's an abyss stronghold in the northwest, perfect for grinding attributes. But he didn't head there immediately. Instead, he first returned to the entrance of the King's Burial Grounds dungeon. When he came out of the dungeon, he had sensed the temporary teleportation array left by Elder Bai, but there had been no time to check it then. After returning to the entrance, he finally found the formation and a message. Zhang Yu, the Abyss Army has launched an early offensive. The situation is critical, and I must go support the front. Once you come out, return directly to the capital through the teleportation array. Don't linger on the Abyss battlefield. After reading it, Zhang Yu's face darkened further. The situation is worse than I thought. He immediately destroyed the temporary teleportation array. Since he had taken on the reconnaissance mission, he wouldn't be able to return in the short term. Besides, this place was about to fall, and he couldn't allow the teleportation array to be discovered by the Abyss. He still had the Return to City scroll given by Guan Xin on him, and planned to return to the watch wall of the second stronghold after completing the mission, then use the city's teleportation array to go back to the capital. After making his decision, he headed northwest, clearing out Abyss monsters. He encountered patrol after patrol along the way. When he saw the stronghold from afar, he checked his talent. Abyss Monarch, for attributes plus 114. In a short time, I've gained 114 points. That's almost 2 levels. A divine tier talent is really insane. Excitement appeared in his eyes, and he treated this hellish battlefield as a leveling ground. Outside the stronghold, he first scouted around once. It wasn't large, with fewer than 500 monsters. Their average level was 30, but the defenses were tight. He couldn't find any chance to rush straight in, and he wasn't sure whether there was an even stronger boss inside. He quickly calculated his battle plan. Based on 500 monsters, my sword array can cover the entire stronghold, and with Psychic Storm splash damage, the power will multiply by dozens of times. If I also use the 3rd tier Qishao and Zhanlu, then even if Odisse is inside, I can blow it up. He found his position and was about to make his move, when 2 abyssal demons with powerful auras walked out from the entrance of the stronghold. One of them, apart from the horns on its head, looked exactly like Zhang Yu's father. Dad! Zhang Yu froze. Before he could recover, the demon who looked like his father said a few words to his companion and then instantly teleported away. This scene completely threw him off. A sudden chill ran down his back, and a cold sneer came from behind him. A mere level 24 human? And you dare sneak your way here? Interesting. Zhang Yu's pupils constricted, and he instinctively activated his block intuition. Qishao flew out from the sword array space. He grabbed the hilt, turned, and blocked the demon's claw. The demon looked somewhat surprised, then transformed into black mist and retreated, avoiding Zhang Yu's counterattack. Zhang Yu hurriedly used the Abyss Eye to inspect it, only to receive a prompt. Unable to detect, there was only one possibility: the opponent was at least level 74, far above Odisse and Ista. So you have a skill that guarantees a block? Quite interesting. But can you block a second time? The demon grinned. Before its words had even faded, it instantaneously moved right in front of Zhang Yu and pointed its fingernail straight at his forehead. Zhanlu blocked that fingertip strike out of thin air, forcibly bearing the impact and being sent flying. Qi Zhao's death immunity passive was forced to trigger, and Zhang Yu's HP was reduced to 1 point. The demon was stunned as well. A level 24 human had actually managed to take 2 attacks in a row. Zhang Yu seized the moment while it was dazed and unleashed a mental storm. The demon's expression changed slightly, and it hurriedly pulled up its cloak to wrap itself up. Boom! The mental storm erupted within a radius of 500 meters, flattening the entire stronghold. System prompts kept popping up one after another. Successfully killed Abyss Archer, Abyss Warrior, gained experience. Curse King's Blade quest progress updated. Abyss King's attributes increased. Golden light surged out from within Zhang Yu as he leveled up to 25, and his status was fully restored. The light blue shield formed by Zhanlu wrapped around him. Zhang Yu pulled out a forced return to city scroll from the ruins. Bai Lao was too badly injured to be saved. He had to retreat first. Just as he was about to activate it, A black beam shot through the air and pierced the scroll directly, and Zhang Lu's temporary shield instantly vanished as well. System prompt. Return failed. A battered abyssal demon emerged from the void, its eyes burning like fire as it fixed its gaze on Zhang Yu. A level 24 human nearly injured this prince. You're the young man Otis and Ista reported? Zhang Yu, it really is you. You are the greatest threat to the abyss. Seeing that it had not been blown to death by the mental storm and could even stop his return, Zhang Yu's expression grew even uglier. Bai Lao was severely injured, and it was very likely related to this demon as well. Just after escaping the tiger's den, he had fallen into a wolf's lair. His heart sank, and he hurriedly thought of a way out. Suddenly, furious roars came from afar. Ning Wuwei charged over at astonishing speed, holding a purple gold spear and unleashing a forbidden technique. Godslayer Spear. The spear tip burst with terrifying power, going straight for the demon, shaking heaven and earth. The strike looked capable of killing Otis instantly, but the demon merely tilted its head to glance at it, a look of contempt appearing in its red eyes. An ant trying to shake a tree. It only extended one index finger and blocked the attack. Zhang Yu immediately realized that this guy could easily suppress Ning Wuwei's ultimate technique. He didn't hesitate at all, and immediately rushed forward, drawing Qi Xiao, prepared to fight to the death. Qi Xiao, Zhan Lu, and the 8 iron swords were all summoned at once, pointing straight at the demon's back. Sword intent surged abruptly, and 10 sword lights shot through the air toward DSAS. DSAS frowned slightly and pressed its index finger against the spear tip. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and ripples spread across space. Skill. Nullification. The forbidden technique Ning Wuwei had just activated instantly failed. What? Ning Wuwei's expression changed, but the 10 flying swords had already all struck DSAS. Damage numbers with a massive increase crazily popped up. 4960-17986. DSA's face changed, and fear-filled numbers flickered past one after another. It didn't even have time to counterattack, transforming into black mist and retreating to create distance from Zhang Yu. Ning Wuwei immediately rushed to Zhang Yu's front, blocking him with a panting breath as he threw a return-to-city scroll at him. I'll hold him off. He's very strong. Teleport away immediately. Zhang Yu caught the scroll, still shaken. Instructor, if you had come even a little later, I might have been done for. You little brat. You actually provoked a being like Dioses. Ning Wuwei stared at the demon in the distance, his hands trembling. He is one of the 7 dukes of the abyss, and Bai Lao was badly wounded by him. Run now. Don't linger any longer. Dioses' gaze slammed onto Zhang Yu, his killing intent surging. You're only level 25 and already dealing this much damage? I can't leave you alive. A suffocating pressure exploded outward, shaking the entire ground. Ning Wuwei gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand firm. Zhang Yu, I'll do everything I can to buy you a chance. You must get out alive. Zhang Yu, startled by the scolding, apologized. Instructor, I'm sorry. I was too arrogant. Just as the conflict reached its breaking point, Dioses' expression suddenly changed drastically. His aura plunged all at once. Ning Wuwei and Zhang Yu both saw it. 11 curses had stacked upon Dioses, and a divine curse was rapidly weakening. And no way, this is the Curse King's curse. Dioses cried out in terror, glaring furiously at Zhang Yu. What did you do to this duke? Why do you have the Curse King's power? Zhang Yu was stunned too. Then he remembered the divine equipment he had obtained after clearing the mythic trial. Heart of the Curse King, divine. Curses received are converted into positive effects. Attacks carry curse attributes. Randomly inflicts an unpurifiable curse on the target. Back then he had thought it was useless, but he never expected it to be so terrifying now. Once the curse took hold, Dioses' aura kept dropping, even becoming weaker than some of the stronger foes. Ning Wuwei stared in dumbfounded shock, almost ready to finish off Dioses himself. The demon clenched his teeth, hatred surging to the max. Zhang Yu, I've remembered you. Next time. His voice was full of fear and unwillingness. When the abyss comes back, I'll tear you to pieces for sure. Before Dioses could finish, he was crushed by a curse and unable to move, forced to teleport away instantly. Ning Wuwei stood frozen in place, staring in the direction where Dioses had vanished, unable to come to his senses for a long while. Dioses? Just retreated like that? At that moment, Wan Chang'an arrived at the battlefield. Seeing the two of them, he hurriedly asked, Zhang Yu, Wuwei, are you alright? I sensed his aura just now. Where is he? Ning Wuwei recounted every detail of what had just happened. After hearing it all, Wan Chong'an froze. Dioses was driven back by you too? His tone was filled with disbelief. After all, Dioses was one of the 7 dukes of the abyss. No one would dare claim they could beat him. Zhang Yu explained everything from start to finish, bringing out the heart of the Cursed King, and how he had participated in the mythic trial inside the burial grounds of the king, eventually signing a contract with the Cursed King Aridus. Wan Chong'an's expression grew increasingly grave. So something like this really happened? Zhang Yu asked directly. Chief, I was able to drive off Dioses entirely thanks to the Cursed King's power. The problem is, when I reach level 70, the Cursed King will revive. What should we do about that? Silence spread between the 3 of them. A demon king who should have been destroyed was still alive. If that news got out, both the abyss and humanity would be thrown into upheaval. Wan Chong'an bore the heavy burden of protecting the nation and its people. He could not make a rash decision. Ning Wuwei spoke up softly, almost pleading. Chief, this absolutely cannot be let out to those old officials. If word gets out, they won't spare Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu saved Daxia. He shouldn't be executed. Wan Chong'an was silent for a long time before finally sighing. This is a matter of national security. Keeping it hidden might itself be treason. His hesitation carried both responsibility and fear. The atmosphere in the room was taut, like a string drawn to its limit. He looked at Zhang Yu, his voice low but firm. Child, what do you think? Zhang Yu did not dodge the question. I don't want to die, but I also don't think hiding it is the right thing to do. The Cursed King was bought with the blood of Daxia's soldiers. If one day I can't hold him back, Daxia can't be caught unprepared and slaughtered again. Wan Chong'an looked at Zhang Yu in silence for a long time, then finally nodded. I understand. You didn't disappoint me, and I won't disappoint you. When they returned to the watchtower wall, news came from the front that the abyss had retreated. The city erupted in an uproar. People cheered, celebrating having defended the wall once again. Zhang Yu did not join the revelry, and instead walked into the teleportation array with Wan Chong'an, leaving in a blinding flash of light. Ning Wuwei stood in the empty teleportation chamber, let out a long sigh, and turned to leave. No one in the city knew why Deses had suddenly withdrawn. They only knew that Great Xia had once again held the line. Standing atop the city wall, Ning Wuwei looked out at the barren wasteland beyond, then at the jubilant scene inside the city. Finally, his gaze fell in the direction leading to Great Xia's heartland. Zhang Yu, you must be all right. A few days later, on the top floor of the central trial tower in the capital, Zhang Yu sat quietly in front of a door, waiting for the judgment that belonged to him. In the room beyond the door, 5 elders with terrifying auras sat in all directions. Wan Chong'an, wearing a military uniform, stood before the elders. The atmosphere was as cold as a blade. Someone demanded that Zhang Yu's matter be explained clearly from beginning to end. The elder seated in the center slowly spoke. Zhang Yu had signed a contract with the Cursed King, and this was far too serious. The next decision would affect Great Xia's future and concern the lives of all under heaven. As soon as the words fell, with a clang in midair, a gigantic balance scale appeared. 5 soul flames of identical weight flew out from the scale and landed in front of the 5 national elders. The elder in the middle explained the voting rules. The left side represented Zhang Yu as innocent, meaning they would temporarily allow the Cursed King to revive, cultivate Zhang Yu, and when necessary, mobilize the entire nation to destroy the Cursed King. The right side represented Zhang Yu as guilty, meaning he would be sentenced to death immediately and uprooted at the source to preserve the peace of the common people. Then voting began. The first national elder, with a cold expression, pushed the flame to the right. The Cursed King has already caused Great Xia heavy losses before. We can't take another risk. The second also pushed right. Even if he's a genius, we can't gamble with hundreds of millions of common people. The balance clanged as it tipped to the right. Wan Chong'an clenched his fists. One more vote to the right and Zhang Yu would die. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the national elder with the most fiery temper slammed the table and stood up, angrily denouncing them. Just because of one dead demon, you want to kill a genius of Great Xia? You're so scared you've shrunk your guts? So what if the Cursed King comes back? This old man will personally cut off his head. He pushed the flame to the left. Then another national elder spoke up as well. Retreating in the face of the abyss will only make us retreat deeper and deeper. There isn't just one Cursed King in the abyss, but we only have one Zhang Yu. His talent is worth gambling the nation's fate on once. Having said that, he pushed the flame to the left. With a clang, the balance steadied once more. Everyone's gaze fell on the elderly man in the corner who had remained silent the entire time. Oldly. Though his hair was white, his face was youthful. and he had not said a word from beginning to end. The elder in the center reminded him, "Old Li, it's your turn." Old Li slowly opened his eyes and smiled faintly. "Of course I'll protect Zhang Yu." After saying that, he pushed the flame to the left. With a loud clang, the balance completely tipped to the left. Wan Chong'an let out a long breath of relief. The elder in the center announced the result. Zhang Yu was innocent. Then he proposed the next item, how to cultivate Zhang Yu and the contingency plan in case they failed. Just as the meeting was about to continue, the national elder who had advocated executing Zhang Yu suddenly turned to question Old Li. "Old Li, weren't you the one who hated the Cursed King the most? Why are you protecting Zhang Yu?" Old Li smiled and gave his reason. "Zhang Yu is very likely to become my grandson-in-law. How could I kill my own grandson-in-law?" As soon as those words were spoken, the expressions of the other national elders changed, and they immediately exploded into uproar. "What do you mean? That's not fair. Your family has already produced several legendary professionals, and now you want to snatch someone too? This meeting can't go on." Several national elders began arguing, and the atmosphere instantly descended into chaos. Wan Chong'an stood to the side, quietly watching this group quarrel. Zhang Yu waited for hours before finally seeing Wan Chong'an come out, and immediately stood up to greet him. "Chief, how did it go?" Wan Chong'an smiled and spoke crisply and decisively. "The national elders are betting on you. As for the Cursed King, from now on, that's for you to handle." Zhang Yu's eyes lit up, and he answered briskly, "Yes." Wan Chong'an patted his shoulder, keeping his voice low and steady. "Don't overthink it. Just improve your strength step by step for now. I'll take you to Kyoto University to settle in, and there'll be a reward too. Because of certain special reasons, we can't publicly commend you, so we can only replace it with a material reward." With that said, they teleported from the central trial tower and arrived at the entrance of Kyoto University. The school gate, dozens of meters tall, loomed in the night. Standing before it, Zhang Yu suddenly felt very small. As he led the way, Wan Chong'an explained, "Half of Dxia's divine tier experts come from here. There are many strong people in the school and many opportunities too. If you want to deal with the Cursed King, you'll need the resources here. Remember, don't slack off once you get into the school." Zhang Yu nodded, both excited and nervous. It was late at night, yet the campus was even livelier than during the day, with practice figures everywhere. Wan Chong'an casually explained the rules. Everyone admitted to the school was the best among the best from all over. When they first arrived, they could still show off, but after staying a while, they would realize that everyone around them was a monster. That contrast pushed people to work even harder, but hard work alone still couldn't guarantee a way out. Took them a long time to reach the residence. It was an old, run-down 6-story building in a remote part of the campus, the plaque read Building 0. Outside, it was dark and peeling, like a haunted house. Zhang Yu frowned. Can someone really live here? But Wan Chong'an said this building wasn't simple. Don't underestimate it. Many of Kyoto University's divine tier powerhouses have lived here, and not many people are qualified to stay inside. At that moment, an old white-haired granny appeared behind the tightly shut door. She glanced at Zhang Yu and asked Wan Chong'an, "Little Wan, is this the student you insisted on stuffing in here?" Wan Chong'an respectfully called her Granny Nyo. Zhang Yu secretly used the Abyss Eye to probe her, but he couldn't see through her at all. She was at least level 75 or above. Zhang Yu was shaken. Even the dormitory granny was this high level. Kyoto University's threshold was brutal indeed. Granny Nyo stared at him for a moment longer before slowly opening the door. "This time, I'll give you face and make an exception to let him live in Building 0. If he performs poorly, I'll still kick him out. Remember, don't treat this place as a safe haven." Her words were short, but each one landed like a hammer blow, and no one dared to talk back. Zhang Yu stood at the entrance, feeling both relieved and tense. On the surface, it was a place to stay. Behind it lay an even greater trial. Wan Chong'an nodded and replied, "Granny Nyo, rest assured, this kid won't disappoint you." After saying that, he looked at Zhang Yu again. "Granny Nyo will take you in later. These next few days are busy, so rest well first. If you don't understand anything, just ask her. I'm leaving now. Someone will bring your ID card tomorrow." Zhang Yu suddenly called out to him, "Wait, Chief, where's my reward?" Wan Chong'an smiled and patted his shoulder. "Silly boy, moving into Building 0 is your reward." With that, he left behind only a cryptic remark and vanished into the night. Granny Nyo urged coldly, "What are you spacing out for? Go in." Zhang Yu came back to his senses and followed her into Building 0. As soon as he reached the corridor entrance, he saw a dungeon portal. Granny Nyo explained flatly. That's a secret realm dungeon unique to Building 0. If you want to keep living here, you have to enter the dungeon and earn rent. Since today's your first day, tonight's rent is waived. Zhang Yu asked, "What's in the dungeon?" "Only bosses, powerful bosses." Granny Nyo took him upstairs as she spoke. "Only room 203 and 208 on the second floor are occupied. The rest are empty. Pick whichever you want." Zhang Yu glanced around and pointed to the room in the corner. "Room 210. I'll take this one." Granny Nyo took out a black key and handed it over. "From now on, room 210 is yours. As long as you can still pay the rent, no one can enter without your permission, not even the national elder." She stared at him. "Any more questions?" Zhang Yu shook his head.
No.
Granny Nyo nodded. "Good. I like kids who don't babble. Rest well tonight." With that, she turned and left. Zhang Yu inserted the key into the lock. The interior of Building 0, which looked like a derelict building from the outside, was actually clean and tidy. The bed smelled of sunlight, there was a private bathroom, and hot water around the clock. It was much better than he had imagined. Just as he sat down on the bed, a prompt suddenly popped up on the room panel. "Entered a special domain, EXP plus 10 per second, minus 50%. Zhang Yu froze. Even idling could increase experience? After calculating it, he got excited. 10 points per second, 36,000 points per hour, and 288,000 points after a full 8 hours of sleep. He was level 25 now, and leveling up to 26 required 5 million experience. By this rate, even if part of it were split off to the Curse King, he would only need to sleep in this room for about 34 days to reach level 26. For ordinary people, that speed was astonishing. No wonder half of the Divine Tier powerhouses at Kyoto University came from Building 0. Just lying down could still earn experience. As long as you lived there long enough, even an average player could soar. After those days of exhausting battles with the Curse King and the Demon Duke, drowsiness quickly overtook him, and Zhang Yu fell asleep the moment he hit the bed. Early the next morning, someone knocked on the door. Zhang Yu rubbed his eyes and opened it, only to see Granny Nyo standing outside with a stack of school uniforms and an ID card in her hand. "This is your school uniform and ID card. Keep them safe." She handed the items to him and reminded him, "Remember, the Kyoto University ID card is equivalent to your future identification. All records will be stored in it, so never lose it." She added, "The school doesn't use cash. Everything is paid with points. This card already has 100 points from the school." Zhang Yu immediately asked, "How do I earn points?" Old Lady Nyo said, "You can earn points by attending classes, clearing campus instances, and taking on campus quests. Of course, if you've got the ability, you can also grab other people's points. The school encourages competition, but it does have a bottom line. Accounts with fewer than 100 points are protected, and others can't steal from them." "I'm not leaving." Old Lady Nyo's words were still echoing in the hallway when Zhang Yu memorized the rules and thanked her respectfully. "I understand. Thank you, Old Lady Nyo." Old Lady Nyo gave him a few reminders about things that should have been explained at the freshman training session. Points were just the currency used for in-school transactions, and they couldn't be used to pay the rent for dormitory number 0. If he wanted to live in this building, he'd have to go downstairs into the Mystic Realm and farm star stones. A second-floor dorm cost 1 star stone per day, and many facilities in the building also required star stones. She also reminded Zhang Yu that since he hadn't attended the training, she was telling him a bit more. After she finished, she turned and disappeared around the corner. Watching her leave, Zhang Yu let out a wry smile. Points, star stones. His first task after starting college was already making money. When he reached the first floor, he saw a blonde youth, standing beside the instant's entrance, wearing red armor, his aura as cold as a blade. He only glanced at Zhang Yu before teleporting straight into the Mystic Realm, not even bothering to greet him. Zhang Yu stared at that back and muttered softly, "Another resident of this building? Looks like he's not weak." He walked up to the entrance and activated Abyss Eye. A panel popped up, Star Mystic Realm. Level, none. Difficulty, normal, hard/nightmare. Note, different difficulties yield different amounts of star stones. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Yu chose Nightmare. The instant he teleported, Old Lady Nyo slowly stepped out from the corner, a contemptuous smile on her lips. "Every time it's like this. The first time someone lives in this building, they always pick Nightmare. Perfect for knocking down these geniuses' arrogance." After the teleport, Zhang Yu appeared on a grassland beneath a starry sky. Above him were a sky full of stars, beneath him soft green grass. The scenery was beautiful, but the sense of danger was even stronger. Not far away on the grass stood 3 humanoid monsters in armor, motionless like hunters waiting for prey. The interface displayed Star Knight, Boss. Level 25. Strength 15,000. Skills Starlight Dash, Starlight Guard, Oath of the Stars. 3 level 25 bosses. Their stats were terrifying, even exceeding part of the strength of some level 30 hidden bosses in his memory. Zhang Yu frowned and muttered, "It's already nightmare difficulty, and this is way too outrageous." Still, thoughts were just thoughts. He had already raised Qishao in his hand, his movement crisp and decisive. The 3 of them instantly shattered into specks of light. System prompts kept popping up. Successfully killed a Star Knight, EXP plus 100,000, minus 50%. Obtained Star Stones *30. Zhang Yu froze for a moment, weighing the 30 Star Stones in his hand, and immediately did the math in his head about rent. Enough for 1 month's rent? He had thought Star Stones were scarce, and had been tense when he first came in, but he hadn't expected them to drop so quickly. The interface continued to prompt. Successfully cleared nightmare difficulty at level 25. Increase difficulty? Zhang Yu directly clicked Increase. The interface responded, Star Secret Realm has been upgraded to level 35. 6 level 35 Star Knights instantly appeared out of thin air. Zhang Yu didn't even bother looking at their stats. He carried Qishao forward and charged in. The fight was over in one go, and the monsters were again sliced down cleanly one after another. The system prompted again. Successfully killed a Star Knight, EXP plus 300,000, minus 50%. Obtained Star Stones *300. The prompt sounded again. Successfully cleared nightmare difficulty at level 35. Increased difficulty? Zhang Yu didn't stop, and only said 2 words, continue. The system raised the difficulty to level 45. Then 12 level 45 Star Knights appeared at once. This time, Zhang Yu used both Qishao and Zhanlu. The blade light was brief and vicious, splitting the enemies apart as easily as cutting paper. The system's rewards were even more exaggerated. Successfully killed a Star Knight, EXP plus 600,000, minus 50%. Obtained Star Stones *3000. The system notifications echoed across the grassland. Standing amid the remaining starlight, Zhang Yu now had a huge pile of Star Stones in his hands. Outside, Granny Nyo's gaze watched coldly from the end of the corridor, as if observing a trial deliberately arranged for someone. Zhang Yu realized one fact. If he wanted to keep this dormitory under control, he first had to sharpen his teeth, then fill his wallet. A streak of golden light burst out from Zhang Yu's body, and he directly leveled up to 26. Another system prompt popped up. Successfully cleared nightmare difficulty at level 45. Increased difficulty? He answered continue without hesitation. Immediately, 24 level 55 Star Knights spawned in the instance, their aura so heavy it made one's chest feel tight. For the first time, Zhang Yu used a psychic storm. A terrifying storm exploded around him as the center, instantly engulfing the 24 knights. The system repeatedly popped up kill notifications and rewards, experience and star stones. 2 beams of golden light burst out again, and Zhang Yu rose to level 28. He was leveling up even faster than he had imagined. The dungeon was basically an experience barrel. More importantly, every time the difficulty increased, the boss level went up by 10 and the number doubled. For others, this would be courting death, but for Zhang Yu it was money delivered to his door. The Star Knight had no HP lock. It was simply a contest of stats. And Zhang Yu happened to have a skill whose damage increased with more enemies, and it was true damage at that. The more monsters there were, the stronger he became. The higher the difficulty, the faster he leveled. The system asked again, having successfully challenged the 55-level nightmare difficulty, would he like to increase it? He chose continue once more. Immediately after, a prompt appeared. It detected that the challenger had raised the dungeon difficulty 5 times in a row, triggering a hidden mechanism. Would he like to challenge the hidden boss? Zhang Yu's eyes lit up, and without a second thought he accepted. The level 65 hidden boss was strong, but he was confident. If he really couldn't handle it, he could just exit the dungeon. There was no risk. Starlight poured down, and a blue-skinned woman over 10 meters tall, holding a scepter and draped in robes, walked out from the light. The Saintess of Stars, boss, level 65, with terrifying stats. Strength 100,000, agility 300,000, spirit 800,000, constitution 500,000, and skills listed as Starlight Dirge, Starflame, and Starfall. By conventional calculation, her HP was estimated to be at least 55 million. far beyond what Zhang Yu at this stage should casually be facing. Zhang Yu said nothing. He raised his hand and swung his sword. Qi Xiao swept across her chest, and the Saintess of Stars dropped to her knees on the spot. His status bar immediately jumped with a 6 million temporary shield, meaning that strike had dealt at least 6 million damage. Seeing no kill notification, Zhang Yu suspected there was an HP lock mechanic and immediately focused on his opponent. Sure enough, the Saintess of Stars erupted with starlight and cast a skill. Starfall. Dense stars crashed down from the sky, and each hit stripped away 100,000 of Zhang Yu's shield. Fortunately, he had 90% damage reduction and the shield converted from Zhanlu. Otherwise, he would have been smashed to death during her phase transition. Starfall lasted a full minute, and by the end, his temporary shield was almost gone. He cursed softly. A level 65 boss really was fierce. Before the opponent had time to strike again, he landed another slash. The Saintess, just getting back on her feet, was knocked down again. As she rose into the air, the starlight around her brightened even more, and she cast Starfall once more. This time with even greater density, each star reducing his shield by 200,000 on impact, doubling the damage. A 6 million shield suddenly felt desperately insufficient. Zhang Yu knew he couldn't keep enduring this kind of bombardment. He had to dodge. He immediately poured all 10,000 points of spiritual power into Zhanlu, converting output into shields and instantly flashing to the flank to evade the densest rain of stars. His movements were crisp and decisive, switching offense and defense in the blink of an eye, pushing the battle into an even more dangerous and thrilling tug-of-war. Zhang Yu converted all 5,000 plus points of spirit into agility at a 5-fold rate, then activated the wind riding skill from the riding wind boots. In an instant, he became fast as lightning, weaving back and forth through Starfall and barely dodging an entire round of area bombardment. It's my turn. Zhang Yu stared at the Saintess of Stars high above, cancelled the attribute conversion, and used Qi Xiao and Zhanlu simultaneously, attacking from both sides. The two swords transformed into red and blue pillars of light, stabbing straight at her vital points. The Saintess of Stars no longer stood there foolishly. With a shake of her staff, she chanted a strange incantation, and the surrounding starlight condensed into a shield. The two swords struck it and were rebounded, failing to deal any damage at all. Physical immunity? Zhang Yu's expression darkened. The Saintess then summoned a mass of blue fireballs, hurling them down at high speed. With no shield, Zhang Yu didn't dare take them head-on. He immediately switched attributes and retreated, dodging most of the fireballs. The grassland was set ablaze with blue flames, and he lost 1% stamina per second. Fortunately, his sword array and the blood-reviling King Blade kept healing him, and his stamina recovered again. Taking advantage of the Saintess's recovery lag, Zhang Yu threw out a spirit storm. A violent mental impact surged toward her, shattering the shield and dealing true damage. However, Spirit Storm only scaled with spiritual power and did not benefit from the 6,000 attack provided by Zhang Yu's exclusive weapon, so this strike only dealt 44 million damage. The Saintess was not killed instantly. Instead, she was enraged and cast Starfall again. Zhang Yu complained helplessly that this boss was way too durable, but it made sense. A level 65 hidden boss shouldn't be killed so easily by someone at level 28. He relied on attribute conversion to dodge the star waterfall, and as soon as his mental storm came off cooldown, he fired off a second one. Boom! The Star Saint was blasted straight away, let out a miserable cry, and scattered into starlight. System prompt: successfully killed the Star Saint, EXP plus 8 million, minus 50%. Obtained Star Crystal *1, condensed from the power of the Star God. Extremely precious. Zhang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first time he had taken down a high-level boss head-on, unlike before when he had relied entirely on weapon mechanics to take advantage. Just as he was savoring the battle, the dungeon was shrouded in starlight, and a prompt pulled him back to reality. Due to your outstanding performance, the Star God has bestowed a glimpse upon you. Accept the Star God's blessing? Note: you can only receive the blessing of one deity at a time. Zhang Yu froze for a moment, but without hesitation he accepted. The star crystal flew out on its own and began absorbing the starlight within the dungeon. The next moment, daytime in the Great Xia Empire instantly turned to night, and stars filled the sky, scattering starlight across the land. Everyone touched by the starlight saw their EXP rise, and the entire nation was thrown into an uproar. Granny Nyo, guarding the entrance to the secret realm at dormitory number 0, widened her eyes. The Star God has descended? Who obtained the blessing, Wang Haoren or Zhang Yu? There are only those two in the secret realm right now, so it can only be one of them. Her hands trembled with excitement. But after the star crystal drained the starlight, it poured the power back into Zhang Yu. The system displayed. Obtained Star God's blessing. All attributes increased. Then another warning popped up. The Star God's power has been contaminated by the demon god. Blessing failed. Zhang Yu was stunned, immediately thinking of the devil contract he had signed with Ardis. This had to be the Curse King's doing. Cold sweat broke out on his back. He knew that old bastard had left a backup plan. If this blessing hadn't forced it out, then when he leveled up and faced stronger opponents later, the consequences, his heart sank. If the Curse King made a move, Zhang Yu really might be secretly killed. Even worse, the demon god behind the Curse King could contaminate even a deity's blessing. Zhang Yu frowned. If he wanted to cleanse the demon god's curse on him, who could he possibly turn to for help? At that moment, with a thud, the star crystal fell to the ground. The heavenly anomaly dispersed, and the starry sky returned to daylight. Zhang Yu picked up the crystal and found a black, smoky crack on its surface. He murmured to himself, "Looks like the demon god's rank is higher than the star god's. If I want to beat the Curse King, I'll have to find a god with a higher rank than the demon god before I reach level 70, and then obtain that god's blessing. Sounds incredibly difficult." Just as he was about to put away the crystal and leave the dungeon, another beam of starlight fell from the sky. The starlight condensed into a robe, swallowing the crystal's remaining power. Star God's robe, divine grade, can store divine power. Deity favor gain plus 50%. No equipment level restriction. Star God's power. Unleash the Star God's wrath. Dealing a devastating strike. One use. Can be recharged with star crystal. Zhang Yu was stunned, not expecting such a reversal. Although the Curse King had interfered and ruined his chance to obtain the blessing, he had instead gained a divine grade robe. Once equipped, the robe invisibly enveloped his entire body. Though he couldn't see it, he could feel a powerful force flowing through him, ready to be unleashed at any moment. With this power, even if I run into Deus, I'll have a fighting chance. Thinking that, Zhang Yu exited the dungeon. Just after he left the secret realm, Granny Nyo hurried over and asked with delight, "Zhang Yu, did you receive the Star God's blessing?" Zhang Yu shook his head. Granny Nyo muttered softly, "Then it must have been Wang Haoren." Before she could finish, another beam of light lit up inside the dungeon, and a blonde Salnan in red armor walked out. Granny Nyo didn't even wait to ask. She grabbed him hard, so anxious it looked like she wanted to drag him away. "Kid, come with me." When Zhang Yu went upstairs, he even muttered, "What a strange old lady," and then contacted Chen Yun. "Teacher Chen, I've arrived at Kyoto University." Chen Yun replied that they should meet at the Academic Affairs office. Zhang Yu hadn't attended the freshman training camp and didn't know which college he had been assigned to, so he could only go ask. The door to the Academic Affairs office was open, and Chen Yun was handling paperwork. Zhang Yu knocked and greeted him. Chen Yun smiled and said the enrollment procedures had already been completed. Once Zhang Yu chose a college, he would be formally enrolled. Zhang Yu asked directly what colleges the school had. Chen Yun put down the documents and explained, under normal circumstances, freshman training camps assign students to more than a dozen colleges based on their traits. There are also a few with especially outstanding performances who get recommended into hidden colleges. You didn't attend the training camp, but your college entrance exam performance was very impressive, so I can directly recommend you to a hidden college. Zhang Yu immediately asked, "Teacher, which is the strongest hidden college?" Chen Yun looked at him and smiled. "As expected, it's you. I can recommend 3 hidden colleges for you. First, Shenlong College. The dean is the vice principal and it has the most resources. Most of its faculty are level 75 and above, and experts gather there in abundance, but here it's winner takes all. If you can compete, you get resources. If you can't, you get nothing. Second, Mingjing College. Its dean is a god-tier healer. Its resources can't compare to Shenlong College, but it's small 1. Class of students never exceeds 20, and every student can receive the dean's personal training. After finishing, Chen Yun introduced the 3rd college. Jianqing College is the most special. Right now, there's only 1 student there. There. Only 1. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up and he asked why. Chen Yun explained with a wry smile. The dean is named Yi Qingsong. He's the strongest person at Kyoto University, but he has a strange temperament. He doesn't recruit based on talent. He only looks at whether it feels right. He also loves alcohol, isn't very restrained, and skips many classes himself. That only student there now has been at the school for a year and has barely seen the dean a few times. He's basically been training on his own. That only made Zhang Yu more interested. Jianxin College sounds interesting. I don't really recommend you going there. Chen Yun shook his head. There's only Yi Qingsong as a teacher, and he doesn't care much about students. Besides, he can see the problem on your body. Sigh, but knowing your personality, I knew you'd choose Jianxin. Fine, go try it first. If you really don't get along with Dean Yi, come back to me, and I'll give you a recommendation letter for Shenlong or Mingjing. Chen Yun pointed the way. Jianxin is in the bamboo grove northwest of the school. Just go straight there. If you can meet Yi Qingsong, it means he's interested in you. Whether you can get in still depends on you. After thanking him, Zhang Yu headed northwest. Not long after, he entered the bamboo grove. The wind rustled through the bamboo leaves, and the surroundings were silent. Just as he was observing his surroundings, a drunken chanting voice came from deep within the grove. Wine in hand, song on my lips, hic, how much of life remains? Zhang Yu looked up and responded, May I ask if you are teacher Yi Qingsong? I, Zhang Yu, would like to join Jianxin College. A voice laced with a whine hiccup came from the woods. Humans who have signed contracts with demons. I don't like them. Leave. Those words struck him like a blow to the head. Zhang Yu's heart tightened. His contract with the Cursed King wasn't even known to war god Wan Chang'an. Yet this Yi Qingsong saw through it at a glance. He immediately judged that the other man was extraordinary, and that only made him want to stay even more. Since you can see so clearly, why not take another look? Zhang Yu probed. Even looking dozens more times won't help. That demon aura of yours is too strong. Standing next to you kills my mood for drinking. Get lost. Ye's voice was cold. Zhang Yu's brows sank, and he stopped being polite. He activated his sword formation, and 10 flying swords shot out, cleaving horizontally toward the bamboo. In an instant, the bamboo grove was thrown into utter chaos. From deeper inside, Yi Qingsong angrily shouted, The bamboo didn't do anything to you. Don't damage the environment. Before the words had even faded, a chilling sword chi slashed out from the grove. One of Zhang Yu's flying swords met it head-on and forcefully bounced that sword chi back. Perfect block.
Ye Wingsong snorted koldi.
So it's a move that guarantees perfect blocks? Too reliant on skills, not a good thing. Then he sent out 3 more sword chi strikes in succession. Zhang Yu didn't dare be careless. He immediately converted his mental power into strength and agility, grabbed an iron sword, and guided his flying swords with his eyesight, forcibly deflecting the 3 sword energies. Yi Qingsong let out a drunken belch. This time's passable. Then 6 sword energies came charging in even faster. Zhang Yu felt a little unable to keep up. He forcefully recalled the feeling of practicing perfect parries in the Luocha King dungeon, and only then barely blocked the 6 sword energies. Yi Qingsong said faintly, Now it's getting interesting. Turn off attribute conversion and try using your sword control skills. As soon as he finished speaking, another sword energy shot straight over. Zhang Yu immediately cancelled the attribute conversion and controlled 10 flying swords to Yingsong. The sword energy attacked in waves, sending 8 flying swords flying one after another. Zhang Yu seized the timing with the 9th sword and finally countered this strike with a perfect parry. Again!
Ye Wingsong shouted.
Another 3 sword energies burst forth. This time Zhang Yu focused all his attention, staring fixedly at the trajectory of the sword energies. The flying swords in his hands flashed and collided like living things. Each parry felt like gambling one's fate. The sword force struck again and again. Clang, clang, clang. After 3 crisp rings, this time the other side used only 6 flying swords to send the first 3 sword energies back. One last time. Deep in the bamboo grove, those 6 sword energies suddenly shot out several times faster than before. Zhang Yu's expression changed, and he hurriedly mobilized the flying swords to meet them. But this time he only blocked 3 of them. The other 3 struck him directly, yet dispersed like wind, leaving no wound behind. The bamboo grove instantly fell utterly silent. Senior, Zhang Yu called out, but no one answered. He calmed down, feeling a little disappointed but quickly relieved as well. If he couldn't block them, it was simply because his cultivation wasn't enough. He couldn't blame anyone else. He'd just go back and train more. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a burst of snoring came from deeper inside. Zhang Yu froze. Following the sound, he saw a middle-aged man in rough cloth clothes, with a face full of stubble, lying on a giant rock and sleeping soundly. Beside the rock were a wine gourd and a snapped bamboo stalk. Fell asleep. Zhang Yu sighed helplessly and could only set the wine gourd upright before preparing to leave. Who would have thought that the man would suddenly mumble in his sleep, Kid, within 3 days, get me a Heart of the Ice Emperor, then call Wang Haoren and go to the western outskirts of Kyoto together for class. Zhang Yu stopped in his tracks and looked back at him. Senior, what is the heart of the Ice Emperor? And who is Wang Haoran? The man rolled over, his snores growing even louder, clearly dead asleep. Zhang Yu had no way to wake him, so he could only go ask Chen Yun at the Academic Affairs office first. After hearing him out, Chen Yun almost didn't believe it. Yi Qingsong actually asked you to get a heart of the Ice Emperor within 3 days? Just how much did he drink? Zhang Yu asked whether the task was difficult. Chan Yun sighed and explained. The heart of the Ice Emperor was a material dropped by the boss in the Polar Icefield dungeon, and the Polar Icefield was the school's level 25, 50-player large-scale raid dungeon. You're only level 21, right? You can't even enter. As he spoke, he casually used appraisal on Zhang Yu. The result showed, Zhang Yu, Sword Array Master, level 28. Ha! After rubbing his eyes to confirm, Chen Yun froze. What have you been doing these past 10+ days to reach level 28? Zhang Yu replied indifferently, nothing much, just killed some bosses. Chen Yun glanced at him and didn't ask further. Changing the subject, he said, since your level is enough, I won't stop you. The Polar Icefield is in the dungeon hall in the middle of the school. It costs 500 points each time you enter. Do you have enough? Zhang Yu awkwardly said that he only had the 100 points given by the school, even joking that he might have to go rob some points. Chen Yun directly handed him 1,000 points. Don't go do anything that'll make people hate you. This is my personal sponsorship. Go on. With the points in hand, Zhang Yu hurried to the instance hall. As soon as he stepped inside, he was met with a chorus of shouts. Some people were advertising to carry runs, some were calling for party members, and some were even shouting through loudspeakers. The hall was as noisy as a market. In the center was a teleportation array covered by a light curtain. Entering it would take you to the school's instant storage hall. Zhang Yu walked in and was instantly teleported to a spacious hall, where entrances to various instances floated all around. Above them, a light curtain displayed instance information and the top 10 clear teams. At each entrance stood an identity verification platform. Swiping a card and deducting points was all it took to enter. Zhang Yu glanced around and found that public instances ranging from low level to high level were all available here. The place was packed with people and fiercely competitive. From level 20 to level 60, there were at least 3 instances at each stage. Even students from ordinary academies could level all the way up past 60 entirely within the school, without ever needing to leave the city and take risks. Zhang Yu walked to the entrance of the Polar Icefield instance and checked the panel information. Polar Icefield instance. Level 25. Party size 50. Note: the highest challenger level must not exceed 30. Each challenge requires a payment of 500 points. Below the panel, clear records were also posted. Xuanlong Academy, Team Leader, Zhao Bin, Team Size, 50, Clear Time, 4 hours 28 minutes 56 seconds. Zhang Yu's heart sank. Shenlong Academy had abundant resources and was strong to begin with, yet even this team took 4.5 hours. It seemed this instance was indeed not easy to clear. At that moment, a senior girl wearing glasses walked over and asked in a gentle voice, Junior, do you want to challenge the Polar Icefield? Zhang Yu turned his head to look at her. What is it? We're forming a team. We already have 36 people. Do you want to join? Once we're full, we'll go in. Zhang Yu shook his head. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. After saying that, he swiped his card at the identity verification platform and was teleported in directly. The senior girl froze, the corner of her mouth twitching. Nearby, a man named Wang Fei, clad in heavy knight armor, walked over and asked, Where did that student from just now go? Sun Qing pointed at the entrance. He went in. Wang Fei was even more shocked. He went in alone? Did he read the instructions? Sun Qing shrugged. He could see very clearly. He didn't even blink when he refused me. Wang Fei sneered. Rash kids like that will only hold us back if they come in. Keep looking for people. We've prepared enough, we can definitely clear it. The scene cut to the ice plains. Zhang Yu was already standing in the wind and snow. The cold wind was like a blade, the snow like curtains, and visibility was so low it was easy to get lost. This is a large-scale raid, he assessed inwardly. He didn't run around blindly. Instead, he deployed a sword formation on the spot, illuminating a radius of 500 meters, and followed the map to find a path. Then he summoned the Rakshasa King to walk ahead as a scout, while he followed behind. He hadn't gone far before a prompt popped up. The Rakshasa King has been attacked. A snowfield elf assassin wrapped in a bearskin coat burst out of the wind and snow, driving a knife into the Rakshasa King's back and instantly dropping its health by 1/3. Zhang Yu immediately activated the Abyss Eye and saw the monster's detailed attributes. Snowfield Elf Assassin, Enhanced Elite, Level 25, Strength 15,000, Agility 20,000, Spirit 10,000, Constitution 5,000. Skills: Backstab, Stealth. Zhang Yu froze for a moment. A minor monster stats were this high? It was even stronger than his level 30 Rakshasa King. So this really was designed for a 50-man team. With a casual wave, he used flying swords to kill the assassin. A battle report popped up. EXP plus 100,000. Minus 50%. Obtained Elf Blood *1. Seeing the experience value, Zhang Yu quickly did the math. At this rate, after farming today, he might even reach level 30. After getting a handle on the monster's strength and EXP, he sped up and repeatedly unleashed Mental Storm. The Curse King's blade restored mana quickly, so he hardly had to worry about mana at all. Each time he cast a skill, the monsters within a radius of 500 meters were wiped out, and his experience kept rising rapidly. After advancing smoothly for about half an hour, a huge iceberg blocked the way. At the foot of the iceberg was a cave entrance, and at the entrance stood a tall, slender elf, holding a blade in both hands, cold as if he were the blade of ice itself. Snowfield Elf Swordsman, Enhanced Boss, Level 25, Strength 30,000, Agility 30,000, Spirit 15,000, Stamina 30,000. Skills: Ice Blade Chi, Blizzard Dash, Dual Blade Slash. This was the first boss. Its stats were absurdly high, almost comparable to the level 35 Star Knight in the Star Secret realm. Just after Zhang Yu finished reading the stats, the swordsman exploded into action, charging at the Rakshasa King wrapped in a blizzard, his blade light carrying freezing force as it hacked down fiercely. The Rakshasa King was forced toward the front line, and the situation instantly turned tense. Zhang Yu's hand trembled as he prepared to counterattack. Someone tried to take that slash head-on with a move called Sword Flash. But because of the huge stat gap, he was cut down to a sliver of health. "Come back," Zhang Yu said coldly, putting on his mask and recalling the Rakshasa King. The Snowfield Elf Swordsman's aggro immediately shifted to him. Blizzard Dash. The opponent rushed over, but Zhang Yu did not kill him outright. Instead, he deliberately used his flying swords to block, wanting to use him as training. After being taught a harsh lesson by Yi Qingsong's Sword Chi, he understood. This world wasn't just about numbers. Skill mattered too. He had been crushing his way through all along, and the monsters he encountered were either too weak or too strong. Very few were truly useful for practice. Right now, the only ones that could genuinely challenge him were bosses like the Rakshasa King and the Saintess of the Stars. The Snowfield Elf Swordsman in front of him was clearly a technique-type boss. Its stats were higher than his, but not enough to one-shot him, making it perfect for honing his control. Clang. Zhang Yu first relied on his passive blocking instinct to deflect a strike, causing a brief stagger and creating distance. The opponent then drew his blade and charged again. This time Zhang Yu took 2 slashes, losing less than 5% health, and quickly returned to full under the combined recovery of the sword formation and the Curse King's blade. As expected, this little bit of damage isn't a threat to me. He loosened up and used his flying swords to force the enemy back before countering. He kept training like this for half an hour, and finally matched the opponent's rhythm, perfectly blocking the dual blade slash with pure will. "Thanks for the sparring," Zhang Yu said flatly. Red Sky shot out and, with one strike, killed the Snowfield Elf Swordsman. System prompt: successfully killed the Snowfield Elf Swordsman, EXP plus 300,000, minus 50%. Obtained Elf Longsword, Platinum Attack plus 300, Sword Skill Power plus 30%. Skill Cooldown minus 25%. Usable at level 25. A beam of golden light burst from his body, and his level directly rose to 29. After clearing the swordsman guarding the cave, Zhang Yu summoned the Rakshasa King again and advanced deeper into the cave. The cave was more complex than he had imagined, with fork after fork, some leading forward and some ending in dead ends. Worse still, the cave was hiding a large number of elf assassins who could turn invisible, constantly launching ambushes and striking when people least expected it. In such a narrow maze, even a full party of 50 could hardly make use of its numerical advantage. Without a few fully geared, high-burst core fighters, going in would be suicide. Zhang Yu happened to be exactly that core fighter. Those assassins could not hurt him at all. What truly hindered his advance was the maze itself. He spent nearly an hour twisting through the cave, fighting and killing his way along, and finally arrived at a large cavern resembling a palace. In the center stood a huge block of ice, and inside it seemed to be a frozen female elf. Just as he stepped inside, the cavern shook violently. Cracks spread across the surface of the ice, Then it exploded with a boom. An incomparably stunning Elf Queen appeared before him. System: Ice Elf Queen World-Class Boss. Level 30. Strength: 30,000 Agility, 20,000 Spirit, 80,000 Constitution. 100000. Skills: Sorrow of Frost, Ice Burst, Frozen for 1,000 miles. Level 30. Terrifying Attributes. Zhang Yu knew perfectly well that this kind of dungeon had to be tackled by a party of 50. Without top-tier gear, reliable command, and seamless coordination, even with more people it would still end in a wipe. No matter how beautiful you are, you're still a magic-type boss, and you can't perfectly block. Then I'll just send you on your way. He no longer hesitated. Sword intent surged, acceleration triggered, and Qishao and Zhanlu tore into the queen's body at the same time. The queen let out a miserable scream, her entire body wrapped in freezing ice. The temperature in the cavern plunged, and the ground and stone walls rapidly froze over. Zhang Yu wasn't surprised. This kind of world-class boss would always have a second phase. After the ice sealed completely, a beautiful yet bone-chilling song echoed through the cave, and the second phase officially began. The Ice Elf Queen unleashed Sorrow of Frost, and the prompt stated, all party members' attributes decrease by 50%. Everyone nearby was stunned, and the teammates all felt themselves weakened. Zhang Yu was the only exception. His panel did not drop. Instead, all attributes increased by 50%. Zhang Yu smiled and raised his hand, sending the flying sword toward the frozen queen again. Qishao first cleaved the ice apart, and Zhanlu followed with a stab, instantly emptying the blood bar in her chest. Another system message popped up. The Heart of the Curse King effect triggered, and the Ice Elf Queen suffered the enslavement curse. Do you want to enslave her? Her? Zhang Yu froze for a moment, his curiosity only growing, and clicked, yes. The queen, who should have died, let out a shrill scream. Black miasma surged from the wound in her chest, winding around her entire body. She struggled desperately, but her power was being devoured, her expression gradually going blank, her eyes losing all life. The system prompt appeared. Successfully enslaved Ice Elf Queen can be summoned from the pet space. Obtained Ice Emperor's Heart *1. Zhang Yu obtained the dropped material yet received no EXP at all. Clearly, it was because he had enslaved the boss. Looking at the queen who had become his servant, with just a single thought he could make her do anything. Zhang Yu was stunned. The Heart of the Curse King could actually turn a world-class boss into his own pet? That was absurd. While he was still tallying the spoils, a bell rang in the dungeon hall. Someone had broken the record. The light screen displayed, the Polar Icefield dungeon record has been refreshed. A large number of players rushed to the dungeon entrance, staring at the screen and waiting for the new record to appear. The discussion exploded. The last time the record was broken was 3 years ago. How could anyone possibly solo clear a large team dungeon? After the light screen displayed the new information, the entire place fell deathly silent. The record breaker had spent just over 2 hours to single-handedly solo the Polar Icefield. The crowd immediately exploded into uproar. Some guessed, Zhang Yu is the national top scorer, while others mocked, which freshman could possibly do that? The noise was like a wet market. Wang Fei and Sun Qing were teleported in and immediately pushed aside by the crowd. Wang Fei asked in confusion what had happened, and Sun Qing whispered that someone had broken the Polar Icefield record. Wang Fei remembered hearing that someone had wanted to solo clear it before, and laughed, saying that was impossible, then pushed forward to join the excitement. At that moment, Zhang Yu walked out of the dungeon. He was instantly surrounded like crazy, with a flood of people asking to add him as a friend, begging for a carry and shouting prices. Squeezed so tightly he could hardly breathe, Zhang Yu curled the corner of his mouth indifferently, swiped his identity card on the recognition terminal, and teleported back into the dungeon. The crowd gasped. He went back in again? He still wants to solo clear it? One person taking the experience of 50 people. The leveling efficiency was obvious to everyone, and the commotion only grew louder. The shouting outside only intensified. Wang Fei and Sun Qing stood outside the crowd, unable to react for a long time. He really solo cleared it? Wang Fei asked in a low voice. The detection scan already checked. Sun Qing exhaled and replied softly. It's a job I've never seen before, called Sword Array Master. It looks like a support class. Wang Fei's eyes lit up. A hidden class? But the strength doesn't seem like an ordinary hidden class. It's more like a legendary one. Someone like that has to be cultivated. Don't recruit anyone yet. Let's just wait outside. Then are we still forming a party? Sun Qing froze for a moment. Wang Fei waved it off. If Zhang Yu joins, the number of people won't matter. The crowd was still arguing, but Zhang Yu had already returned to the polar icefield dungeon. Last time he obtained the Ice Emperor's heart. This time he came back to keep leveling. This place gave high experience and could carry him all the way to level 30 before he advanced classes. He also had two other goals: to see whether the boss was still there after he enslaved the Ice Spirit Queen, and to test whether the school-issued reward could grant academic credits again. After he broke the record last time, the school awarded him 10,000 points plus 10 academic credits. Academic credits were extremely hard to earn at Kyoto University. Graduating required 300 credits. Even if you attended classes for 4 years, you could only get around 100 at most. The rest had to be earned by clearing dungeons, completing quests, and taking commissions. Zhang Yu wanted to test whether repeatedly breaking the dungeon record would award credits again. If it did, he could collect enough credits to graduate within a month and wouldn't need to attend classes every day. With his previous experience, Zhang Yu rushed through much faster this time. In less than an hour, he once again reached the Ice Spirit Queen's territory. The giant block of ice in the center of the cave was still there, but the queen was no longer inside it. No boss. Zhang Yu's mouth twitched. He hadn't expected that the dungeon boss would really be taken away by him. Dungeon resources in this world were worth terrifying amounts of money, and nations fighting wars over dungeons was almost the norm. Large dungeons were like oil fields, and Zhang Yu's move was equivalent to ruining one. If the school found out, it would definitely cause an uproar. But the Ice Spirit Queen had already been enslaved by him, so there was no way he could spit her back out. Zhang Yu shrugged, took a step forward, and directly stepped into the boss's territory. The cave suddenly shook violently, and the surface of the giant ice block in the center rapidly cracked before exploding with a boom. At the same time, a prompt popped up on the communicator. Successfully cleared the polar icefield dungeon. Congratulations on breaking the dungeon record. Reward: 10,000 points. Zhang Yu had cleared it again, but this time it was only 10,000 points, with no academic credits. At the same time, the Kyoto University Dungeon Management Center was in total chaos. A young teacher rushed in, his face full of panic. "Teacher Zhu!" The dungeon exploded. Zhu Yongfu leisurely drank his tea, unfazed. It's normal for a dungeon to have a little problem. Just fix it. Which dungeon was it? The Polar Icefield Dungeon. Zhu Yongfu smiled faintly. Isn't that the 50-player team dungeon? It's an old dungeon. Little glitches happen all the time. What exactly happened? The boss got kidnapped by someone. As soon as those words fell, the teacup crashed to the floor. Zhu Yongfu shot to his feet and rushed to the control console, his voice even changing pitch. How could the boss possibly get kidnapped? The teachers were practically shouting themselves hoarse. Zhu Yongfu quickly lowered his voice and tried to calm them down. "Teacher Zhu, don't get excited yet. Calm down." He himself could barely suppress his anger, sweat beading all over his head. How am I supposed to calm down? Get the dungeon logs out right now and find out what happened. He knew clearly that the Polar Icefield was a large-scale dungeon, worth as much as 10 ordinary dungeons. If it really got ruined, the consequences would be severe. His job might even be on the line. The teacher pulled up the logs, and his expression changed. A first-year freshman soloed the Polar Icefield. After defeating the Ice Spirit Queen, he actually captured her as a pet. Captured the boss as a pet? Zhu Yongfu froze, lowering his voice even further. How did this student pull that off? The young teacher also shook his head.
No idea.
Zhu Yongfu gritted his teeth. Shut down the Polar Icefield dungeon for now. I'm going to the Academic Affairs office to have Olchen pull that student's records. What's his name? Zhang Yu. Got it. As soon as he finished speaking, he hurried toward the Academic Affairs office. The dungeon hall was already in an uproar. Someone exclaimed, "Cleared in 1 hour? Just the travel time would take an hour, right? He killed his way through instantly." Others said that the reason he took 2 hours the first time was because he got lost, and it seemed no one would ever break the record again. The conversation quickly shifted to enrollment status. This Zhang Yu didn't seem to be affiliated with the academy yet. This year he was still. The dungeon entrance lit up, and Zhang Yu stepped out. The crowd swarmed over immediately, with voices of flattery and pleas for a carry all flooding in at once. "Boss, do you take little brothers? I'll even warm your bed if you carry me to level up." Zhang Yu's expression was calm, but knowing the matter was serious and not wanting to waste time, he softly said, "Sorry," then switched to wind element mode and used his wind riding skill to shoot out of the crowd like a gust of wind, vanishing in an instant. The crowd gasped in awe. That speed was absurd. He must have several tens of thousands of agility, right? Even his back view looked cool. Someone confidently declared, The name Zhang Yu will definitely spread across the entire school by tomorrow. After leaving the dungeon hall, he headed straight for the academic affairs office. There was no way he could keep the matter of kidnapping the boss hidden. He had to report it first. He couldn't wait until something major happened and even his student status was gone. When Chen Yun saw him come back panting, he assumed he had failed his solo run and comforted him. Back so soon? Don't be discouraged. That's a large 50-player dungeon. It's hard to clear solo. Didn't Yi Qingsong give you 3 days? Find a team first. Your output is high, so you should be able to clear it. In Chen Yun's view, no matter how strong someone was alone, they only excelled in damage output. Large dungeons required tanks, healers, and crowd control to work together. Zhang Yu wanting to solo it was indeed risky. But Zhang Yu said calmly, "Teacher Chen, I've caused a bit of trouble." Chen Yun didn't mind at all. Got into a conflict with someone? Don't be afraid. The school clinic can save people. Zhang Yu said bluntly, "I caught the dungeon boss in the polar ice field." Chen Yun's smile froze instantly, and he stared wide-eyed. "What did you say?" At that moment, Zhu Yongfu rushed in, his face full of rage. "Give me Zhang Yu's file. That little brat turned the Ice Spirit Queen into a pet and ruined one of our large-scale team dungeons. I'm going to tear him apart." The office fell silent in an instant. Chen Yun hurriedly stepped in front. "Lao Zhu, calm down first. There may be some misunderstanding. Zhang Yu probably didn't do it on purpose." "Not on purpose?" Zhu Yongfu looked like he was about to explode. "Cut the crap and give me the records. If the principal finds out, I'll lose this job." He turned to Zhang Yu and ordered, "You go out first. Come back in after I finish talking with Chen Yun." Zhang Yu felt a little awkward and forced himself to speak up. "Teacher."
I'm Zhang Yu.
Zhu Yongfu froze, then immediately cast a detection spell. The result appeared. Zhang Yu, Sword Formation Master, level 29. "It was you." Zhu Yongfu erupted on the spot. "Level 29? Just what did you do in the polar ice field?" Zhang Yu said honestly, "I was just grinding mobs normally, and then somehow the Ice Spirit Queen became my pet." As for his contract with the Cursed King, it had already been classified as a top national secret. He couldn't say it, couldn't mention it, and everyone had to pretend they hadn't seen anything. All he could do now was play dumb. "I really don't understand how this happened." Zhu Yongfu's mouth twitched as he stared at Zhang Yu. "Can the Ice Spirit Queen be sent back?" Zhang Yu shook his head, his voice calm. "I'm afraid not." "Can't be returned?" Zhu Yongfu was so angry the veins on his forehead throbbed. "Do you know what it means to the school for a large team dungeon to be scrapped?" Chen Yun quickly tried to smooth things over. "Lao Zhu, don't be anxious. If we're short a boss, can't we just catch a substitute out in the wild and shove it in? The polar ice field setting can still be modified." Zhu Yongfu sneered. "You make it sound easy. A wild boss on the same level as the Ice Spirit Queen. How easy do you think that is to find?" Chen Yun still refused to give up. "Then where are we supposed to catch one?" "An S-rank world boss, level 30. Once it appears, it gets besieged by the major guilds. Who could possibly bring it back alive? Capturing one alive is virtually impossible." Zhu Yongfu's face darkened further, his brows tightly knit, but Chen Yun changed his tone. "But there's always a way. Zhang Yu didn't intentionally ruin the dungeon. He was just running a normal dungeon and something went wrong. Who could have foreseen that?" Zhu Yongfu snorted coldly. "Old Chen, you're playing favorites. Just what is it about this kid that you've taken a liking to?" Chen Yun said bluntly. "No need to beat around the bush. I'll say just one thing. Zhang Yu is level 29 now. At level 28, he could solo the polar ice field, and at level 28, he could also solo a level 50 large-scale dungeon. A genius like that is worth far more than a team dungeon. Our dungeons are meant for students to hone their skills. Zhang Yu being able to subdue the Ice Spirit Queen is a testament to his strength. We shouldn't be cutting off a student's path to rise." Zhu Yongfu fell silent for a moment, then his tone eased. "But if the final boss in the dungeon is gone, how am I supposed to explain that to the principal?" Chen Yun patted the table to reassure him. "The principal values talent. Tell him the truth and he won't punish you. He may even appreciate you. Think about it another way. First replace it with an ordinary boss and readjust the monster strength. As long as the dungeon balance is fixed, it can still be opened." Zhu Yongfu let out a long sigh. "Looks like that's the only option." Zhang Yu listened, feeling stifled, but still took the initiative to ask, "Teacher, if I can help catch wild bosses, should I? If I really run into a level 30 world boss, I can lend a hand." Chen Yun waved it off. "Don't go looking for trouble. Your top priority right now is leveling up. If you run into a world boss, kill it naturally, but don't take risks or give up those world boss rewards just for the school's dungeon. Zhang Yu nodded. Okay, I'll remember that. Just as he was about to leave, Zhu Yongfu suddenly called him back. Wait a second. Do you have any real combat experience? Zhang Yu was stunned for a moment. I guess. I fought a few people, all the kind I one-shot, but I guess that still counts as real combat. Zhu Yongfu's eyes lit up. Perfect. The National Campus Competitive League is about to start soon. You can join the training squad and represent the school in PvP. Chun Yun's expression darkened. Old Zhu, are you kidding? Everyone competing is at least a third-year student, with a minimum level of 35. Zhang Yu has only just entered school. How is he supposed to handle that level of competition? Why not? Zhu Yongfu planted his hands on his hips. This kid can solo a level 25 large-scale dungeon. He's strong enough. If needed, just bring out the Ice Spirit Queen and flatten the students from the other schools on the spot. This would bring huge honor to the school. And if Zhang Yu wins the championship, he'll benefit enormously too. Chun Yun sighed helplessly and turned to Zhang Yu. What do you think? Zhang Yu was a little curious and a little hesitant. What exactly is the National Campus Competitive League? Zhu Yongfu hurriedly explained. This is the professional combat league hosted by the Ministry of Education of the Great Xia. Universities across the country field 5-person teams to compete on the same stage. Over 1,000 schools are participating, and the competition is extremely intense. The schools and players who win the championship will be sought after by major guilds and companies, bringing huge fame and benefits. After speaking, he stared at Zhang Yu, his voice full of expectation and probing. Chen Yun, meanwhile, continued to wear a worried expression. Whether the school should push a newly enrolled boy onto the national stage had clearly become a point of conflict between the two teachers. Zhang Yu stood in the middle, silent, knowing that his next move would affect many people's calculations. 3 championships. Individual, 3-person, and 5-person. Zhu Yongfu threw out the 3 tasks in one sentence. The rewards are all very generous. I'm not asking for much. Just win one of the 3. Zhang Yu asked again. Isn't Kyoto University full of geniuses? Why are you looking for me? Zhu Yongfu's expression darkened a little. I heard recently that several terrifying figures have emerged from various universities. Our training squads 5 are strong, but if we want to sweep all the championships, it'll be difficult this year. Kyoto University usually wins several awards every year. If we don't get even one this year, it'll be embarrassing. Everyone else understood the reason in their hearts. On the surface, Kyoto University was the strongest, but top universities often ran affiliated high schools and scooped up a batch of kids early, those who didn't need the college entrance exam and could directly enter the university. These people had trained since childhood, and by the time they turned 18, their combat power often overwhelmingly surpassed ordinary people. In the campus league, even Kyoto couldn't guarantee victory. Zhang Yu nodded. Okay, I'll participate. Chun Yun immediately reminded him. Just participate if you can. Don't force yourself. Don't treat yourself like a wager. Zhu Yongfu wasn't having it. Old Chen, quit dragging it out. Everyone's seen Zhang Yu's strength. If he goes up, it'll definitely be a win. This is a chance to bring honor to the school. Chun Yun sneered in response. You just want to grab the glory. If your team doesn't get results, who's going to explain it to you? Zhu Yongfu smiled awkwardly twice. Don't say that for sure. If I really lead the team to a championship, then even the principal won't be able to use it against me. He then turned back to Zhang Yu and pointed at him. The league starts in a month. First get to level 30 and complete your advancement and class change. Before and after first advancement, the difference in a profession is huge. With your foundation, going from level 29 to 30 in a month and smoothly advancing shouldn't be a problem, right? No problem, teacher. By the time it was dark, Zhang Yu had left the academic affairs office. He first spent 2 points at the cafeteria, sent a message to Li Qinger to report that he was safe, and then dragged his exhausted body back to the dormitory. Today he had cleared several dungeons and fought with the strongest people from Kyoto University. Body and mind were both drained. He just wanted to lie down and sleep. But he was blocked at the entrance by Granny Nyo. Her face was livid, and her gaze was like a blade. Zhang Yu, why did you lie to me this morning? Zhang Yu froze, instinctively taking out the star stone from his storage space. I came to pay rent. Forget the rent for now. Granny Nyo didn't look at the stone, only stared at him. I'm asking you, did the star god grant you a blessing? You still said no. Zhang Yu frowned. I really didn't. Don't play dumb. Granny Nyo interrupted. There were only 2 people in that secret realm. The other one was confirmed not to have received a blessing. So the one who did could only be you. The atmosphere froze. Zhang Yu gave a wry smile and finally opened up a little about the truth. The star god did give me a blessing, but in the end it failed. Failed? Granny Nyo widened her eyes. A divine blessing can fail? There's only one possibility. You have some other divine power on you. Could it be that you've already received some other blessing before? Zhang Yu shook his head, his voice low. The power on me isn't a blessing. I'm not really able to explain the specifics. Granny Nyo fell silent, looking both shocked and disappointed. What a pity. I was counting on you to open the treasure vault. The treasure vault? Zhang Yu's eyes lit up, and he raised a hand to unfold an equipment illusion. The star god robe appeared in clear view. The moment Granny Nyo saw it, her expression changed immediately. Everyone else froze too, their eyes suddenly widening. The star god robe? Her voice changed, filled with disbelief. Granny Nyo took a few breaths before steadying herself. Of course, it's the token of the star god. Since he gave this robe to you, it means he has already acknowledged you and is even willing to share some of his power with you. This matter is far too significant. It could even affect the future course of the Great Xia Empire. Zhang Yu felt his heart sink and couldn't help asking, that important? Granny Nyo looked straight at him, her tone turning cold. Zhang Yu, I really misjudged you. You caused such a huge commotion as soon as you entered Dormitory 0. I can already imagine how chaotic things will be in the future. After saying that, she turned and left, ordering, follow me. When Zhang Yu asked where they were going, Granny Nyo didn't look back. To turn a new page for Dormitory 0. He still didn't understand, so he could only follow along. As they went upstairs, all the entrances except the second floor were sealed by thick fog, making it impossible to see inside from the stairway. Granny Nyo said as they walked, floors 2 through 5 of Dormitory 0 are residential areas. Each floor has special bonuses, and the higher the floor, the stronger the bonus. The 6th floor is a public area that all residents can go to, with some floor-exclusive dungeons and special facilities. As long as you have starstones, you can level up quickly on the 6th floor. If you run on the 6th floor, your attributes can permanently increase. Zhang Yu asked how to get to higher floors. Granny Nyo answered bluntly, once your level is high enough and you pass the dormitory trial, you can go up. If you want to live on the 3rd floor, your level has to be at least 40. The 2 of them had already reached the 6th floor. It was a large platform with training equipment and several starlight-filled dungeon entrances. Zhang Yu immediately spotted the blonde boy he had seen that morning at the entrance of the Star Mystic Realm dungeon. He was currently running on a treadmill engraved with array patterns. Granny Nyo casually introduced him. His name is Wang Haoren, resident number 208. Don't let appearances fool you. He's lived here for a full year. He's your senior. A spark lit up in Zhang Yu's eyes. Yi Qingsong had told him to bring the Ice Emperor's heart to the western suburbs of the capital and also to look for Wang Haoren. He hadn't expected the person to be right here, saving him the trouble of searching everywhere. Seeing that he wanted to step forward, Granny Nyo stopped him. That guy ignores everyone whenever he's focused on training. If you want to get to know him, wait until he's done. Come with me first. She brought him to a dungeon and pointed at the entrance. Try to see if you can get in. Zhang Yu frowned. I've already cleared several dungeons today. Can I come back tomorrow? Granny Nyo shook her head. Don't worry. This dungeon has no monsters. If you can get in, you'll gain unexpected benefits. Zhang Yu used the Abyss Eye to look at the dungeon panel. Name? God's Treasure Vault. Level? Only those chosen by a god are qualified to enter. As soon as he heard that, he immediately became interested and asked how to do it. Granny Nyo replied simply, put your hand in. Zhang Yu didn't hesitate and reached his hand into the vortex. In the next second, a strange force suddenly swept over him, instantly enveloping his entire body. The instance erupted in blinding light, illuminating the entire 6th floor. Wang Haoren, who was training, was forced to stop by the glare and turned his head toward that dazzling door. When the light faded, Zhang Yu was already gone. Granny Nyo said excitedly, her voice trembling, he's in! After all these years, someone has finally activated the god's treasury. Inside the instance, Zhang Yu stood in a hall forged from starlight. All around him floated piles of treasures, equipment, and materials, but none of them were ordinary. Their auras were exceptionally powerful. A system prompt appeared. Congratulations on entering the god's treasury. As the first gods chosen in 30 years, you are qualified to draw 1 treasure from the treasury. Zhang Yu looked at the floating treasures, his breathing slightly catching. The world was so quiet it seemed to be waiting for his decision. A magic array lit up before him, shaped like the Fate Star Array, but its color had turned prismatic. Soon, a god stone emanating an unusual aura condensed from the light and fell before Zhang Yu. Draw cards. Everyone watching was stunned for a moment. Zhang Yu stared at the god stone in his hand, his heart racing. If he wasn't mistaken, this thing far surpassed an ordinary god stone. Could his absolute luck talent also take effect here? Thinking of that possibility, he could barely suppress his excitement and directly tossed the stone into the prismatic star array. The god stone turned into multicolored light, and the star array spat out a large pile of cards. Unlike the usual sea of white cards, nearly all of them here were gold cards, with the rest being red cards. Just as Zhang Yu was sighing in amazement, a rainbow-colored card suddenly flew out from the array, with a rainbow-colored stone suspended on it. First Awakening Stone, God level. Note: condensed from the power of a certain deity, it can be used simultaneously with other awakening stones. The user will obtain the power of a deity. After reading it clearly, Zhang Yu was completely stunned. This was the second God-level awakening stone, and it could be used in combination with another. In other words, he might be able to use 2 God-level awakening stones at once for first-tier advancement, something that had never happened before and might directly rewrite history. Imagining reaching level 30 tomorrow and using both stones together, he was both expectant and a little disbelieving. Just after finishing the draw, the system teleported him out of the instance. Granny Nyo and Wang Haoren were already waiting outside, both looking tense. As soon as Granny Nyo saw him, she asked urgently, "What did you draw from the treasury?" Zhang Yu didn't hide it and replied, "A God-level First Awakening Stone." Granny Nyo nearly jumped up. "You hit the jackpot on your first draw? So many professionals can only dream of getting something like that." Her tone carried both surprise and a hint of envy. The odds of winning in the God's treasury are terrifyingly low, less than 1 in 10,000. Hearing that, Zhang Yu could only smile and quickly change the subject, asking how to use that special God stone. Granny Nyo explained that it was called a Star God Stone, condensed from the power of the Star God. Could only be obtained after activating the God's treasury. According to the rules of Dormitory Zero, there were 2 ways to get a Star God Stone: clear the Dormitory Zero trial with limited attempts, or exchange 10 ordinary God Stones for 1 Star God Stone. She suggested everyone save up ordinary God Stones and exchange them in bulk. Star God Stones had a guaranteed minimum of platinum, and with luck they could yield epic quality or above. Zhang Yu calculated in his mind. For others, this was a guaranteed profit deal, but not for him. 1 ordinary God Stone was equivalent to 1 exclusive weapon. If he hadn't drawn his exclusive weapon or fully refined it, trading it away would be a huge loss. He decided to rely on trials to obtain Star God Stones and didn't tell the others about this plan. Feeling a bit tired, he said he was going back to the dormitory to rest. Granny Nyo immediately waved him off. "That's all for now, go back. Also, you don't need to pay rent anymore. Keep the Star Stones to improve yourself." Zhang Yu thanked her, hurried downstairs, and headed back toward the dormitory, while Wang Haoren watched his back, his expression growing somewhat complicated. Wang Haoren kept pressing Granny Nyo. "Granny Nyo, can I also go to the God's treasury and draw cards?" Granny Nyo smiled and nodded. "Of course. Thanks to Zhang Yu, the treasury has been opened." Upon hearing this, Wang Haoren was overjoyed. The Divine Treasury was only open to residents of Dormitory Zero. He immediately took 10 Divine Stones out of his storage space and asked how to exchange them for Star Divine Stones. Granny Nyo said indifferently, "Just go in directly." Wang Haoren rushed toward the treasury with anticipation. On the other side, Zhang Yu returned to the dorm, collapsed onto the bed, and fell asleep, switching on his idle EXP gaining mode. A system prompt appeared within him, and with a burst of golden light, he leveled up to 30 instantly. A pop-up on the panel asked whether he wanted to awaken, and Zhang Yu chose Proceed with Awakening without hesitation. The 2 first-tier Divine Awakening Stones in his storage space lit up at the same time, 1 black, 1 blue, and flew up as beams of light shot into his body. In the next moment, his power surged in an explosive rise. The awakening result jumped through 3 tiers in a row: Sword Formation Master Sword Lord Shadow Sword Lord Ghost God Sword Lord. First tier. The panel data left him staring in disbelief. Name: Zhang Yu. Title: Cursed King. Class: Ghost God Sword Lord. First tier. Level 30. Strength: 25,010 plus 714. Agility: 19,010 plus 714. Spirit: 50,001 plus 714. Vitality, 19,010, plus 714. Class Special, critical hit rate 39%, critical damage 390%. It had increased by dozens of times compared to before awakening. Even more outrageous was that all his skills and constellations had changed and been strengthened. Ghost God Sword Formation, level 5. Deploys a sword formation with a radius of 100 meters, critical damage plus 180%, enemy speed halved and damage taken plus 50%, ally speed plus 50%, damage plus 50%, continuously consume spirit, later rewritten by constellations. Ghost God Sword Control, level 5. Commands flying swords, slaying targets whose life is below 25% from the air. Ghost Sword Divine Speed, level 1. Flying sword speed plus 1000%. All 6 constellations were also enhanced. Sword formation radius enlarged 20 times. Deploying the sword formation and controlling swords consumed no spirit. Enemies within the formation were continuously weakened while allies' stamina and spirit were restored. Each attack caused splash damage. Attacks within the formation were guaranteed critical hits and converted critical hit rate into critical damage. Within the formation, enemy defenses were ignored, and so on. Zhang Yu stared at the panel, unable to say a word for a long time. The awakening brought not only a leap in stats but also felt like he had switched to an all-round class. He could do damage, tank, support, and heal all at once. Those 2 first-tier Divine Awakening stones had actually pushed him straight to such a monstrous level, and even he felt a little embarrassed. After sorting out his emotions and straightening his clothes, Zhang Yu walked to the door of room 208 and knocked, but no one answered. Just as dawn broke, the door suddenly opened. Wang Haoran stood in the doorway, his hair a mess and bloodshot eyes betraying a sleepless night. He looked utterly disheveled, a far cry from yesterday. Zhang Yu paused and asked, "What happened to you?" As if someone had set him off, Wang Haoran rushed forward, his voice trembling. 10 God stones. I saved up for half a year, and in the end I drew from the divine treasury an epic-grade armor. Zhang Yu instinctively tried to comfort him. Well, isn't that pretty good? 10 stones doesn't necessarily guarantee epic gear. Good my ass. Wang Haoran looked like he was about to cry. I already have a custom armor. I can't even use this thing. If I'd gone to the Destiny Star Array to gamble on a 10-pull, maybe I could have refined my equipment up 1 tier. I was so pissed I couldn't sleep all night. Zhang Yu fell silent. Yesterday, he had drawn a Divine Awakening stone from the Divine Treasury, so he knew any comfort now would sound like salt in the wound. He quickly changed the subject. Teacher Yi asked me to find you and said we should go to the western outskirts of Kyoto for class. Wang Haoran's eyes lit up. He actually said that? He did, but he was drunk. Wang Haoran's face immediately darkened. Then there's no need to go. Once he's drunk, he forgets everything. Zhang Yu didn't believe it. No way. He's at least the strongest person at Kyoto University. Could he really forget what he said yesterday today? You don't know him. Wang Haoran shook his head. Come on. Let's go find him in the bamboo grove. He went back into his room to wash his face. When he came out, he was neat and composed, as calm as he had been yesterday. Zhang Yu rolled his eyes inwardly but didn't expose him, and the two headed toward the bamboo grove in the northwest. Deep in the bamboo grove, Yi Qingsong was sprawled on a stone, snoring like thunder. Several wine gourds were scattered around him, and the smell of alcohol was pungent. Looking at their teacher sleeping in the morning, Zhang Yu couldn't help muttering, "It's only morning. Just how much did he drink?" Wang Haoran shrugged. That's just the teacher's problem. He loves alcohol like his life depends on it. Today's actually considered little. He nudged Yi Qingsong. Teacher, Zhang Yu has already obtained the heart of the Ice Emperor. Shouldn't we start class? Yi Qingsong mumbled a few incoherent words in a daze. Zhang Yu? Who? Heart of the Ice Emperor. What for? After speaking, he tilted his head back and went back to sleep dead to the world. Zhang Yu clenched his fists, his face dark. Wang Haoran sighed helplessly. Once he's drunk, that's how he is. He can forget even the biggest matter. After thinking for a moment, he said, "How about we go take a look at the western outskirts first? A world boss has appeared recently, and maybe the teacher is going there to teach class." Zhang Yu nodded. Going to take a look would be good too, and it would be a chance to broaden his horizons. The two turned and left. Yi Qingsong slowly opened his eyes and looked at their backs, then murmured, "Their talent is decent. Next, it'll depend on their character and brains." After saying that, he took another swig of wine and vanished with the wind into the depths of the bamboo grove. Outside the west city gate of Kyoto, the city walls were cast from steel, layered with divine formations and dense cannon emplacements, making the defenses extremely tight. Wang Haoren took out his Kyoto University ID and showed it to the guard. The guard nodded and let them through, and the two left the city. The wild zone outside was completely different from the Westlake City they had seen before. Roads were flat and broad, and there were almost no wild monsters in sight. As he walked, Wang Haoren said, "The Kyoto City Defense Forces regularly clear out monsters outside. Within 10 kilometers of the city, don't expect to see even a single wild monster. There's an abandoned town 30 kilometers away, deserted for 30 years. The monsters there are all at least level 35, and someone has even seen a world boss." After Wang Haoren finished speaking, his gaze lingered on Zhang Yu for a moment. "You're only level 30, stay behind me. I'll protect you." Zhang Yu glanced at him with his abyss eye. "Wang Haoren, Dragon Swordsman, level 35. He replied calmly, "You're only level 35 too. Who protects whom is still up in the air." Wang Haoren immediately bristled. "You don't get it. I'm a legendary class profession, a fully unlocked zero constellation build. My mechanics and stats absolutely aren't something ordinary professions can compare to. Just watch me perform later." Zhang Yu shrugged. "I'm just a formation-based damage dealer with a bit of support. Don't get too full of yourself." The two of them traded jabs a few more times, and the atmosphere grew lively like a lit match. The end of the flat 10-kilometer road was the town. As they entered that area, the temperature dropped sharply, and the air carried a cold, abyssal stench. The dilapidated houses were covered in moss. Even after 30 years, the place still felt eerie. Wang Haoren's smile faded as he warned in a low voice, "We've entered the danger zone. Monsters are hiding in the houses. Don't be careless." Zhang Yu spread out his sword formation. Wang Haoren looked down at his panel and froze. "Damn, aren't you a damage dealer? How is everything you have support effects?" The buff Zhang Yu gave him boosted him directly from a 0 constellation state to something like 6 constellation strength and even stronger. Zhang Yu said calmly, "I just strengthened you a bit. Don't be too surprised." Wang Haoren's face twitched. His worldview was shattered, and he felt both annoyed and jealous. Just then, 6 professionals walked out from the town, all uniformly equipped with excellent weapons. The leader was a mage, who said coldly, "The Flying Dragon Guild is hunting a world boss here. Irrelevant people, leave immediately." Wang Haoren was furious. "This wild zone is public. You can't monopolize it." The mage didn't even spare him a second glance and said indifferently, "Kill them." 2 archers drew their bows at the same time, and poisonous arrows shot out in a flash. The arrows tore through the air like blades. Wang Haoren struck first. He swept his sword horizontally, and the dark red longsword cut down 2 arrows. Sword light flashed coldly as he shouted, "Who gave you the authority to kill people?" The mage was stunned, clearly not expecting a level 35 Wang Haoren to block attacks from level 40 archers. Surprise flashed across his face before he barked sharply, "Something's wrong. All of you, attack together." Fireballs, hail, and poison arrows came crashing down on them like a deluge. True fire erupted in Wang Haoren's eyes. Dragon scales suddenly surfaced on his skin, and with one stomp, the ground beneath his feet roared and cracked apart. His fists thundered like exploding lightning. He roared 3 words, "Dragon Roar." A deep and terrifying wave of sound burst forth violently, shaking everyone nearby so hard their eardrums rang and dust rose from the ground. Several close-range professionals were blasted backward by the intense shockwave, coughing up blood, and even the mage's casting was interrupted. Zhang Yu stood to the side, coldly watching the chaos spread. His sword formation glimmered steadily with a frosty light, as if it had long been prepared to tear this conflict to pieces. As the explosion rang out, all of the attack power was shattered. The group of Flying Dragon Guild professionals was blasted apart by that single furious roar, every one of them heavily injured and collapsing to the ground. The leading mage's expression changed, panic in his voice. "No, his damage is wrong. Retreat. Go report to the guild master." Before he could finish, 6 flying swords suddenly appeared out of thin air behind him. With a flash of sword light, the few of them didn't even have time to react before being cleaved into corpses. 6 bodies stiffened and fell, and the abandoned town instantly fell silent. Zhang Yu stood where he was, his expression calm. Wang Haoren was stunned, staring at him in disbelief. You killed them?" Zhang Yu replied indifferently, "Brother Wang, haven't you ever killed anyone?" Wang Haoren froze. Having grown up on campus, he had never truly seen such a bloody scene. After changing classes and leveling up in dungeons, and getting into Kyoto University while still staying on campus, he had at most quarreled with people. Killing someone with real blades and blood was far too foreign to him. Seeing his expression, Zhang Yu said flatly, "It's fine. There's always a first time." Wang Haoren swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "But they're people. They just died like that." Zhang Yu said bluntly, "They wanted to kill us. Letting them go would only bring more people to kill us. That's just how this world is. Everyone has power, and killing is easy. When there's greed, there's killing intent. You can't hide in school forever." Wang Haoren remained silent for a long time, and in the end only said, "Zhang Yu, I don't blame you. I understand the logic. But I still need some time to process it." "Got it. Want to rest first?" Zhang Yu suggested. "I can go take on the world boss alone." Wang Haoren shook his head. "No need. I can handle this bit of psychological trouble. Let's go." Zhang Yu got to work, dragging the bodies into the roadside weeds, then stripped uniforms off 2 of the corpses and handed them to Wang Haoren. "There are probably still people from the Flying Dragon Guild in town. Don't cause trouble. Disguise ourselves first." Wang Haoren no longer hesitated and changed into the uniform. The 2 of them blended into the abandoned town. The town was full of Flying Dragon Guild members, and there were pitifully few wild monsters. It had clearly already been cleared out. The atmosphere was tense, and everyone was searching for the world boss's trail. Zhang Yu glanced around and said in a low voice, "They still haven't found the boss. We still have a chance to steal the first kill." He then asked Wang Haoren, "Do you know what kind of background the Flying Dragon Guild has?" Wang Haoren replied, "One of the top 30 guilds in the country. Their guild leader is level 75 and very strong." Zhang Yu nodded. That mage just now was going to find the guild leader, which means the guild leader is here too. This boss isn't simple. Wang Haoren frowned. A boss that can make the Flying Dragon Guild leader come in person has to be at least level 65 or above. We too won't be able to beat it. Even if we sneak in and snag the kill, the Flying Dragon Guild won't let us leave alive," Wang Haoren added. Zhang Yu smiled. "Brother Wang, are you scared?" Wang Haoren admitted it outright. "A little. One was level 35, the other level 30. They weren't even in the same league." The gap in strength on the Flying Dragon Guild side was obvious. But Zhang Yu was full of confidence. "Don't worry. As long as I make a move, the world boss is ours. The Flying Dragon Guild won't even get to smell the exhaust." Wang Haoren had wanted to ask where his confidence came from, but then he remembered the buffs Zhang Yu had given him before. The same effects could turn others into war gods, and on Zhang Yu they would only be even more outrageous. He fell silent and instead chose to trust him. "What do we do next?" Zhang Yu glanced around and sneered. "Since there's ready-made labor, let's make use of them first. Once they find the boss, we'll move in and snatch the first kill." As soon as he finished speaking, a shout came from afar. "Found it! Over here! The world boss is over here! Come quickly!" someone yelled. The abandoned town was instantly torn apart by the cries, and the crowd surged toward the source of the sound. Zhang Yu smiled and pulled Wang Haoren into the crowd, following along. By the time they arrived, the Flying Dragon Guild had already formed ranks and was besieging that world boss. Knights at the front line, warriors, archers, and mages unleashing attacks from the middle, while support and healers in the rear kept pumping out healing and crowd control. Several thousand people worked together with practiced coordination. Their target, a towering monster 3 to 4 meters tall, with a sheep's head, a human body, hooves, and flames blazing across its entire body. Zhang Yu quickly used the Abyss Eye to investigate. A cold information window appeared before his eyes. Hellflame Demon Sheep, World Boss. Level 70. Strength 1200000. Agility 300000. Spirit 2000000. Stamina 2000000. Skills: Demon Roar, Hellfire, Death Curse, Ground Shaking, Physical Enhancement. Wang Haoren and Zhang Yu were hiding in an abandoned building. Seeing thousands of people surrounding the boss yet being unable to scratch it, Wang Haoren lowered his voice and asked, "What now?" Zhang Yu's expression darkened. "I can't kill it in one strike. Let the Flying Dragon Guild wear it down a bit first." Wang Haoren stared wide-eyed. "Were you just thinking of one-shotting it?" Zhang Yu didn't answer. His gaze swept across the guild crowd and landed on a tall, thin man, a small braid, and a green grimoire floating beside him. A flash of information appeared. Mei Wanfeng, Voodoo Warlock, level 75. As soon as he finished speaking, the grimoire beside Mei Wanfeng flipped a page, and several green beams shot into the Hellflame Demon Sheep's body. The monster let out a miserable scream and its movements visibly slowed. Green toxins rapidly spread through its body, corroding away its health in chunks. In a short time, the boss's stats had been cut by more than half, and they were still dropping. Pretty ruthless, Zhang Yu said quietly. With Mei Wanfeng's move, the guild's output instantly jumped to another level, and the health bar began plummeting at a rapid pace. Wang Haoren noticed the healing rate of the healer had slowed, and excitement surged through him. At this pace, we can kill it in at most an hour. Zhang Yu, when are we making our move? But Zhang Yu was thinking about something else, his brows tightly knit. I'm thinking about Teacher Yi. Wang Haoren froze. Aren't we planning to snatch the boss? Why are you suddenly thinking about the teacher? Zhang Yu took the Ice Emperor's heart out of his backpack and said quietly, Teacher Yi told us to get this Ice Emperor's heart first, then go to the western outskirts of Kyoto for class. We originally thought that class had something to do with the world boss here, but I realized we were still missing the most important point. This Ice Emperor's heart hasn't been used at all until now. Wang Haoren frowned. You mean we guessed wrong? Not exactly the wrong direction, just that we didn't figure out the details. Zhang Yu shook his head and casually summoned two familiar creatures from his equipment skills, the Rakshasa King and the Ice Spirit Queen. Wang Haoren was stunned on the spot. You're still a summoner? Just how many hidden cards are you still keeping? Zhang Yu replied in a deep voice, It's just a skill. He handed the command to the two summoned creatures. Split up and search this town for anything suspicious. The Rakshasa King and the Ice Spirit Queen nodded, then instantly split apart. One turned into a black shadow and rushed toward the left side of town, while the other turned into ice crystals and flew to the right, beginning their search through every ruin and every alley. Zhang Yu kept watching the battlefield. More than 10 minutes later, a kill marker appeared above the boss's head. Its HP had already dropped below 25%. The surrounding guild members began speeding up the final coordinated kill. As long as they acted now, they could snatch the drop before the boss died. Zhang Yu looked at the constantly shrinking health bar, his fingers twitching. The choice was right in front of him, but behind it were thousands of people blocking the way and an unknown price. At that moment, wisps of black chi suddenly surged up from beneath the feet of the abyssal flame demon goat. The boss, which had been pinned down and beaten the whole time, instantly went berserk. All its abnormal statuses were cleared in an instant, and its 4 attributes surged wildly, as if it had turned into an entirely different monster. Roar! Charged out violently. Before the healers could even react, the frontline knights were smashed through, and the Flying Dragon Guild's formation collapsed on the spot. The abyssal flame demon goat plunged into the crowd and began slaughtering madly. Knights, pull aggro now. Healers, keep healing. I'm almost done for. Support, control it. The boss has gone berserk. In just a few moments, the situation completely collapsed. The Flying Dragon Guild was torn apart, with the dead, the fleeing, and the professionals who abandoned their teammates and ran away, turning the scene into utter chaos. Useless trash. You can't even hold aggro. Mei Wanfeng roared in fury as he shot up into the air. The green magic tome in his hand flipped open, mana surging violently, and a mass of poisonous clouds rapidly condensed in the sky, swallowing the entire abandoned town in toxic mist. Wang Haoren stared at Mei Wanfeng in the sky, his expression changing. He isn't trying to unleash a poison-type forbidden spell, is he? Zhang Yu, we need to. Before he could finish, the abyssal flame demon goat had already teleported behind Mei Wanfeng, opened its mouth, and with a snap, chomp, bit off his head. Mei Wanfeng's headless corpse crashed down from the sky, and the poison cloud dispersed along with it. Captain! The captain is dead. The crowd completely collapsed, and everyone dropped their weapons and fled wildly toward the outskirts of the town. While chewing on the head, the abyss flame demon goat's flames slowly turned green, clearly absorbing Mei Wanfeng's power and evolving toward the poison attribute. It's evolving. Zhang Yu finally stopped holding back. He laid out a sword formation, enclosing the demon goat. With a flash of Qishao, he neatly severed its head. The headless body fell, smashing Mei Wanfeng's corpse into a pulp. The kill was successful, but Zhang Yu didn't receive any kill notification. At that moment, he saw that head actually hanging in midair, its eyes fixed on them, and then green light lit up in its gaze. Zhang Yu, the boss is looking over here, Wang Haoren shouted. Zhang Yu stepped in front of Wang Haoren. Watch out! Boom! 2 green beams shot from the demon goat's eyes, piercing through the entire building and carving long trenches into the ground. The reinforced concrete building collapsed on the spot. Amid the ruins, Wang Haoren looked in disbelief at Zhang Yu, who stood in front of him. You blocked it? Barely. Zhang Yu put away Qi Xiao and Zhan Lu, his voice turning grim. If I didn't have a temporary shield and 100% poison resistance, that strike would have killed me. His death prevention passive was still on cooldown. He had truly just gotten lucky. Zhang Yu used the Abyss Eye again. World Boss Goat. Level 80. This time, the Abyss Eye provided very little information, and even the attributes couldn't be seen clearly. Zhang Yu's expression darkened. Corruption. This boss has become abyssal. Retreat. Without hesitation, he drew Qi Xiao and Zhan Lu, slashing several times to build up a layer of temporary shield for himself, then grabbed Wang Haoren and turned to run. 2 more laser blasts swung down behind them, melting the ground where they stood into scorched earth. The Abyss Flame Demon Goat coldly watched the 2 of them sprint away. Its head and body quickly rejoined in midair, and with a heavy drop of its 4 hooves, it charged after them. It forcibly endured Zhang Yu's slowing sword formation, yet its speed was even faster. Its trailing flames swept across the way, and everything in its path turned to ash. It's too fast. We can't outrun it, Wang Haoren shouted. Zhang Yu glanced back, his expression changing drastically. He simply stopped, turned around, summoned Qi Xiao and Zhan Lu again, and released 8 flying swords, crazily suppressing it and using curses to hold it back. But luck was against him. This time, the effect was poor. The Abyss Flame Demon Goat rushed up close and swung its giant fist down at Zhang Yu. He couldn't dodge, and a thought flashed rapidly through his mind. The temporary shield from Zhan Lu, together with 90% damage reduction and blocking intuition, was enough to take this hit. The Star God Robe didn't need to be used for now. Zhang Yu immediately had Qi Xiao and Zhan Lu block in front of him, ready to take the attack head-on. Red! Wang Haoren shouted from behind. Before Zhang Yu could even react, a massive red shadow covered the sky above him. A crimson giant dragon surged past overhead and slammed into the Hellflame Demon Ram, knocking it flying. Panting heavily, Wang Haoren smiled with some pride. Zhang Yu, pretty cool, right? This is my trump card. Before he could finish, the Hellflame Demon Ram pounced, pinned the red dragon to the ground, and bit viciously at its neck with its bloodied maw. The red dragon let out a miserable cry and was forced down hard. Wang Haoren's expression changed. No good. Red's far too weak. It can't hold. Zhang Yu reacted even faster, immediately enveloping the red dragon with his sword array and pouring all his buffs into it. As soon as the sword array activated, the red dragon broke free from the biting, slapped the Hellflame Demon Ram over with 1 claw, and bit back. The Hellflame Demon Ram also howled in pain as it counterattacked, but Zhang Yu's sword array kept restoring the red dragon, letting it barely withstand the damage. Red's got it pinned. Wang Haoren's eyes lit up. Zhang Yu stopped him coldly. Don't celebrate too soon. That isn't its true body. It's still absorbing power and getting stronger. Even if it can hold out now, it's only buying time. Sooner or later, it'll be counterkilled. Wang Haoren grew tense. Then what do we do? Zhang Yu took out the heart of the Ice Emperor and handed it to Wang Haoren. I just received a signal from my summon. There's abnormal energy deeper in the town, and the boss's true body may be there. I'll stay here and help Red hold the line. You take the heart of the Ice Emperor and find the true body. Wang Haoren looked at the red dragon locked in fierce battle, his expression firm, and stored the heart of the Ice Emperor in his spatial storage. All right, you must hold on. If I don't make it back, you ride Red and retreat first. Zhang Yu said calmly. Don't be so pessimistic. Rakshasa King and the Ice Spirit Queen will help. Wang Haoren didn't hesitate any longer. He skirted around the Hellflame Demon Ram and charged deeper into the town. Zhang Yu summoned all the flying swords he could control and fought alongside the Red Dragon. Once the 2 joined forces, the Red Dragon immediately gained the upper hand, and the Hellflame Demon Ram was forced back again and again. On a broken building in the town ruins, Yi Qingsong stood on a protruding steel bar, calmly watching them split up, a smile on his lips. These 2 kids are pretty in sync. They can handle this boss without me stepping in. Perfect. Let the children handle the children's business, and I'll do mine. He took a swig from his wine gourd and casually flicked it away. The wine gourd was hurled out. The space ahead suddenly twisted, and a pale hand reached out from the rift, grabbed the wine gourd, and crushed it. Then a slender female demon emerged from the distortion and stared coldly at Yi Qingsong. If Zhang Yu were here, he would discover that her appearance was exactly the same as his mother's. Yi Qingsong was slightly taken aback, then chuckled. So it's a Duke-level demon. You were originally coming for me? But after Zhang Yu entered the town, you shifted your attention to him. What's your relationship with him? The female demon replied coldly, none of your business. A long spiked whip appeared in her hand, and she lashed fiercely at Yi Qingsong. Yi Qingsong smiled as he caught the whip, his gaze darkening. If you won't say, then I won't be polite. The female demon snorted. You should be worrying about yourself. This trap was meant for you from the start. I'm not the only demon dealing with you. As soon as her words fell, the long whip instantly transformed into a venomous serpent, coiling around Yi Qingsong. A crack opened in the surrounding space, yanking him in and swallowing him whole. The female demon spoke calmly into the void. The plan succeeded. Yi Qingsong has been teleported into the abyss. You may proceed. She looked down at Zhang Yu for a moment in midair, paused briefly, and then teleported away. While battling the Hellflame Demon Ram, Zhang Yu faintly sensed something unusual. He turned back toward the direction where the female demon had disappeared, frowning. Just now, it seemed like someone had appeared over there. Everyone stared at that monster. Roar! The Hellflame Demon Ram let out a furious roar, and the earth shook. Zhang Yu came back to his senses and saw green flames coiling around its right claw, his heart suddenly tightening. Not good, Red Dragon dodge! Zhang Yu shouted. Red Dragon, still fighting the demon ram, immediately flapped its wings and soared upward without hesitation. A gale sweeping across the area. The demon ram also took to the air, its claw wrapped in green flames lunging straight for the Red Dragon's heart. The Red Dragon had no time to evade. Red Heaven! Zhang Yu shouted lowly, recalling the flying sword Qishao. Gripping the sword in one hand, he activated Ghost Sword Godspeed, and the flying sword's speed surged tenfold as Qishao transformed into a streak of light and shot toward the Red Dragon. At the same time, Zhang Yu drew Zhanlu from the formation and held it horizontally in front of him, blocking by instinct. Clang! Zhanlu firmly blocked the sharp claw. A blue light flashed, and the flame demon sheep's palm was severed and sent flying, black-green poisonous blood spraying everywhere. The Red Dragon seized the opportunity to open its mouth and unleash a violent dragon breath. Scorching flames tore through the sky and slammed into the flame demon sheep. The abandoned town instantly turned into a sea of fire. Zhang Yu grabbed the Red Dragon's claw with one hand. 10 flying swords circled around to protect it, but no notification of the boss's death appeared on the screen. In the sea of fire, a black shadow emerged, its body rapidly swelling. Zhang Yu didn't dare waste a moment and flipped onto the Red Dragon's back. Fly higher, he urged. The Red Dragon soared to a greater altitude. The flame demon sheep burst out of the sea of fire, its body swelling larger and larger. Its giant claws reached straight for the Red Dragon in the sky, as if trying to tear heaven and earth apart. On the other side, with the assistance of Rakshasa King and the Ice Spirit Queen, Wang Haoren penetrated deep into the town center and found the boss's true body. A level 50 burning flesh ball, like a lump of brain matter, its whole body aflame. Compared with the Hell Flame Demon Sheep, it was much weaker, but Wang Haoren still felt the danger. He tightened his grip on the Ice Emperor's heart and the giant sword, took a deep breath and said, I have to finish this quickly. On the city walls, the soldiers finally saw the giant beast clearly. Some called for binoculars, some panted as they pointed it out. A dragon was fighting in the abandoned town. Some of the awakened ones under the Flying Dragon Guild had already fled to the foot of the city wall and shouted, Something's wrong! The level 70 world boss has turned into an abyss monster. As the news spread, Kyoto's West Gate immediately went on alert. Demon-slaying cannons were unsealed, soldiers assembled, and the order to fire was issued. Fire! With the command, a demon-slaying cannon blasted out a terrifying beam of light, piercing through the 100-meter-tall Hell Flame Demon Sheep. Its upper body was directly blasted into fragments, and its lower body crashed back into the sea of fire. Fleshy tendrils were still growing from the wound, clearly not fully dead, but enough to temporarily relieve Zhang Yu's worries. Seeing this, Zhang Yu immediately decided to support Wang Haoren. Brother Wang, how are you holding up? He switched to Rakshasa King's perspective. In the frame, Rakshasa King and the Ice Spirit Queen were both entangled by the tentacles of that brain-like flesh ball. The three of them all frozen inside thick ice, unable to move. Zhang Yu's heart tightened. The battle was far from over. Wang Haoren was covered in blood. Gritting his teeth, he gripped the great sword, leaped up, and viciously thrust it down into the ice-sealed flesh ball. The giant sword pierced through the ice and stabbed into the flesh ball. The flesh ball let out a miserable scream, then exploded, sending Wang Haoren, Rakshasa King, and the Ice Spirit Queen flying together. Rakshasa King has died. Ice Spirit Queen is heavily injured and has returned to the summoning space. Losing Rakshasa King's perspective, Zhang Yu felt his heart tighten. Only after seeing that Wang Haoren was still alive on the team panel did he breathe a sigh of relief. Then he looked again at the half-severed Hell Flame Demon sheep in the abandoned town. This time, a killable marker had appeared above its head. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu let Qi Shao pierce straight through the tonsure. Successfully killed the corrupted Hell Flame Demon sheep. EXP plus 20 million, minus 50%. Obtained legendary weapon. Flame Demon Giant Sword. Obtained legendary cloak. Flame Demon Cloak. Abyss King. 4 attribute points plus 715. Cursed King's Blade Divine, Weapon Quest. 4596/100000. After the Hell Flame Demon sheep died, golden light flashed, and Zhang Yu leveled up to 31. But he had no time to look at the details. Together with the Red Dragon, he rushed to the depths of the town and dug Wang Haoren out from under the rubble. Zhang Yu immediately set up a sword formation to restore his stamina. Wang Haoren's breathing steadied. The Red Dragon rubbed its head against Zhang Yu, then turned into a streak of red light and drilled into Wang Haoren's body. Wang Haoren's vitality and blood were visibly thicker. After waking up, his first words were, "Where's the boss? It's already been dealt with." And it even dropped 2 legendary-grade pieces of equipment. Zhang Yu laid out the spoils. "One each. You pick first." Wang Haoren looked at the red giant sword and the cape, his eyes lighting up. Inferno Demon Sword. Legendary attack plus 3000. Strength plus 10,000. No equipment level restriction. Inferno Demon Cape. Legendary grants 100% fire resistance. Can summon Hell Inferno Demonic Sheep to fight alongside you. And if the sheep dies, it will recover on its own in the cape. No equipment level restriction. Wang Haoren chose the giant sword without hesitation, and Zhang Yu put on the cape. The cape immediately enveloped him in fire elemental energy, and Zhang Yu casually summoned a Hell Inferno sheep over 3 meters tall. Hell Inferno Demonic Sheep. Level 70. Strength 1200000 Agility. 300000 Spirit. 200000 Stamina. 200000. Skills. Demon Roar, Hellfire, Death Curse, Earthquake, Physique Enhancement. Its level was marked as 70, but its stats still looked like a boss's. Wang Haoren stared in dumbfounded shock. "You can summon 3 boss-level summons now. That's absurd." Zhang Yu hid the cape's appearance, finding it too flashy. After the two of them split the loot, Wang Haoren took out a Return to City scroll and teleported back to school together with Zhang Yu. The scene changed to the depths of the abyss. Yi Qingsong was surrounded by 6 demons with cold, sinister auras. Standing in the center, he looked at the leader, Hadi, and sneered, "Hadi, you brought so many people to kill me?" Hadi's smile was gentle, yet tinged with danger. "Yi Qingsong, this duke has always admired you. If you're willing to join the abyss, I can even help you take a duke's seat. Daithas is about to die, and his position will be vacant soon." The demon spoke, his voice like a blade scraping flesh. "Sounds pretty tempting." Yi Qingsong pulled out his wine gourd from his storage space and tilted his head back for a big gulp, swaying with drunkenness. A smile hung at the corner of his mouth. "Too bad your abyss doesn't have good wine. You can't keep me here." Hadi's smile stiffened, and his disappointment carried a chill. "What a pity. Move. Kill him." As soon as he spoke, the 6 demons closed in at once, killing intent exploding instantly as blades and shadows surged toward Yi Qingsong. On the other side, Zhang Yu and Wang Haoren returned to school and headed straight for the bamboo grove. Yi Qingsong wasn't there, and Wang Haoren had already expected that. "That's normal. Teacher Yi comes and goes a lot, and we often can't find him. Let's come again tomorrow," he advised, then added, "Don't go to any other academy. At Kyoto University, only Teacher Yi is most suitable for you. He can truly bring out your talent." Looking at Yi Qingsong's wine-soaked demeanor, Zhang Yu still felt a little hesitant. "I admit he's strong, but does he really look like a teacher? If he doesn't care about anything, then no matter how strong he is, it's useless." In his view, teaching people and fighting solo were 2 different things. Wang Haoren smiled. "Don't be fooled by appearances. Teacher Yi is reliable when it matters. 1 sentence from him is worth a year of someone else's instruction. Besides, at Sword Heart Academy you don't have to attend class every day. For the required courses at Kyoto University, as long as you go to the library and finish reading the books, you can earn the credits. It saves a lot of time." I'll come again tomorrow then. Zhang Yu nodded. As soon as he heard there was no class, he was tempted. The two parted ways in the bamboo grove, and Zhang Yu went to the library. The Kyoto University Library was enormous. Aside from a small number of forbidden books that required permission, students were free to borrow most of the collection. Zhang Yu found a deserted corner and placed his hand on the crystal ball on the table. In an instant, a light screen popped up, divided into 5 sections: jobs, skills, dungeons, monsters, and the abyss. He clicked on the abyss, and the light screen displayed a long list of book titles arranged alphabetically. Zhang Yu chose Introduction to the Abyss. As the light screen vanished, the book flew out from the bookshelf and landed steadily in front of him. Watching all this, he couldn't help but exclaim, Kyoto University really was high-end. The book was packed with hard information about the abyss: monster distribution, levels, battlefield conditions. The average level of the abyss monsters outside Dasha's first frontline had already exceeded level 60. There, battles raged every single day, and anyone able to operate there was a top-tier powerhouse. A nation that could build its defense line to within less than 100 kilometers of the abyss entrance was almost impossible to find a second of, let alone pushing its army right up to the entrance. No one had managed that so far. Humankind's understanding of the abyss was very shallow. The abyss was even larger than the surface world, filled with countless terrifying demons, whose highest-ranking ones were called Demon Kings. They divided up the territory among themselves. The Cursed King's domain was on the outskirts, closest to the entrance, so he had always kept his eyes on the surface world and kept sending troops to harass it. The main battlefield between humankind and the demons in recent years had been against the Cursed King. 30 years ago, the Cursed King personally led his army to invade the Great Xia Empire. Great Xia only managed to kill him at a terrible cost. But after the Cursed King died, a new king rose from the abyss and took over that land. Human beings know very little about this new king. They only know that under his command there are 7 demon dukes, each capable of destroying a large nation on their own. The Disaz Zhang Yu encountered before was one of those 7 dukes. As the pages turned, the final sentence seemed to nail itself into his mind. The power of a demon kingdom was enough to challenge all of humankind alone. Looking at the Zulal, Zhang Yu's heart sank. The Cursed King he had contracted with was actually the former emperor of this kingdom. With a single move, that man could destroy Great Xia Empire's first line of defense. He finally understood the Empire's decision back then. When he was only level 70, they had forced him to confront the Cursed King in a decisive battle not for glory, but as a gamble with his life. If they lost, the entire Great Xia would be plunged back into war. At that time, they had only just gotten a chance to catch their breath and simply could not endure an all-out war. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu felt the burden on his shoulders suddenly grow heavier. As dusk fell, his communicator vibrated, and an unfamiliar text message popped up. Come to the bamboo grove. Zhang Yu put down the book and rushed to the bamboo grove. Yi Qingsong was sitting deep inside, drinking, with multiple wounds on his body. When he saw Zhang Yu, he merely smiled and said he had fought with a few demons, just some superficial injuries, and was planning to go to the school infirmary. Then his gaze turned to Zhang Yu. Tell me about your battle today. Zhang Yu recounted everything in detail. Yi Qingsong nodded. Well done. You passed. I'll go find Qin Yun from the Academic Affairs Office and handle the paperwork. From now on, you're one of the few students in my Sword Heart Academy. Zhang Yu thanked him, but faintly felt that Teacher Yi had called him here for another reason. Yi Qingsong took out 2 photos from his storage space and asked, Do you know these 2 demons? At the sight of them, Zhang Yu's eyes froze instantly. The people in the photos were actually his parents. Yi Qingsong's expression darkened. There's still some human aura remaining on them, and they also look a bit like you. I specifically took these photos. How are they now? Zhang Yu asked urgently. Yi Qingsong shook his head, his tone heavy. Not too good. They still retain a bit of reason, but they've basically already sided with the demons and can no longer be considered human. There are many cases of humans becoming abyss demons, but almost none of demons turning back into humans. Zhang Yu stepped back 2 paces, his face paling. Yi Qingsong went on to explain. Unlike low-level monsters that lose all reason outright, Zhang Yu's parents were Duke-level demons and retained some clarity. In the abyss, they held very high status, second only to the Demon King and the 7 Great Dukes. This was Yi Qingsong's first time encountering such a situation. Perhaps there was a way to bring them back to their senses, or at least persuade them to stand on humanity's side. But this was not something that could be resolved in the short term. Yi Qingsong put the matter aside for the moment and gave him another urgent instruction. In 3 days, the principal is holding a dean's meeting. All the deans from the various academies have to attend. You'll go in my place. Zhang Yu froze. A dean's meeting? You want me to go?
Ye Wing Song Shuruk.
I really can't get away. Those deans have plenty of resources in their hands. It'll do you good to get acquainted with them. Besides, you can even go up against a level 80 world boss. Many deans may not be stronger than you. Zhang Yu was both speechless and annoyed. Teacher, I can understand you skipping class, but handing a dean's meeting to a newly enrolled student? That's way too outrageous. Yi Qingsong didn't take it seriously. Only the sound of the wind and the two of them breathing remained in the bamboo grove. Zhang Yu felt like everything had become a tangled mess. His parents had become high-level demons. The Empire had gambled his life, and now he had to stand in for his teacher to deal with the dean's meeting. He swallowed, realizing that he had already been dragged into a far more complicated and dangerous whirlpool. A group of big shots in their 70s and 80s sat together discussing matters that might affect the direction of the Great Xia Empire. How could a student possibly slip in? The whole picture was just wrong. Yi Qingsong, however, didn't care about any of that and, as usual, kept pushing the Hua onto Zhang Yu. This meeting is crucial. The principal will be grading each academy, and the last place one will be disbanded immediately. Our Jianxin Academy is at the bottom in every category, so we're in serious danger. Yi Qingsong said calmly, your job is to show the spirit of Jianxin Academy at the meeting and keep the academy from being shut down. Zhang Yu looked completely baffled. Teacher, what is the spirit of Jianxin? I'm not even a member of the academy. He wasn't qualified yet, so how could he know any of that empty rhetoric? Yi Qingsong skipped right past that. It doesn't matter. I'm leaving this to you. I've got something urgent, so I'm off. As he finished speaking, he casually tossed him a black ID card and added lightly, insert the card into the communicator. The meeting messages will come through. The words had barely fallen before a gust of wind swept by, and Yi Qingsong was already gone. Zhang Yu stood in the empty space and cursed aloud. Hey, damn it! The goodwill he'd just built up toward this newly met teacher instantly dropped to zero. He even suspected that everything Yi Qingsong had just said about his parents was nothing more than a trick to dump the work on him. Holding that card, Zhang Yu was furious and helpless, but he still inserted it into the communicator. Soon, the principal's meeting notice arrived, along with a segment of direct criticism, specifically naming Yi Qingsong and accusing him of being unqualified as a dean and as a teacher. Zhang Yu looked at it, and scenes of students getting called in with their parents and teachers pushing blame flashed through his mind. It was exactly the same take the fall routine. Just as he was about to pull the card out, his phone vibrated again. It was a bank text. Your account spent 3 million yuan at Mingyue Winery. Available balance, 18 billion yuan. Zhang Yu froze, silently counting it over again, his eyes widening. 10, 100, 18 billion? He was stunned speechless by Yi Qingsong's wealth. Recalling how Yi had shoved him into the meeting, Zhang Yu couldn't help but curl his lips. Since the teacher wants me to work for him, taking some wages should be fine, right? With a mix of excitement and caution, he headed straight for the Imperial Exchange in the school. There, transactions could be made directly with an ID card. In other words, he could now spend Yi Qingsong's money. Zhang Yu placed the card down and immediately searched the auction house for long sword. That night, the exchange exploded. The news spread quickly. Yi Qingsong of Capital University had spent a full 1 billion yuan at the Forged Sword Villa in one go, buying 10 level 30 epic standard longswords. Everyone was stunned. Why would this powerhouse suddenly buy so many low-level longswords? He was probably planning to take on disciples. Zhang Yu picked up the goods and was immensely satisfied. The sword was taken out of the sword formation space, entirely purple in color, with exquisite patterns engraved on the blade. Clearly a fine weapon. The system prompt made it crystal clear. Purple nether sword, epic. Attack power plus 800, usable at level 30. Produced by Forged Sword Villa. A century-old enterprise, quality guaranteed. It had no other special effects, but before Zhang Yu's exclusive weapon was fully maxed out, this was already top grade. He replaced all the junk iron swords in his dorm with them, feeling thoroughly pleased, and went back to sleep immediately. Not long after, in a tavern in Capital City, several elderly men in luxurious attire came looking for him, heading straight for Yi Qingsong. He greeted them with a smile. What a rare visit, gentlemen. Here for a drink. The old men also smiled. Mr. Yi, we heard you're planning to take on a disciple. Our family happens to have a suitable child. Would you consider him? He was a little confused, but the guests were sincere. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu spent 2 days in the library, plunging into books to shore up his fundamentals, while also grinding for credits to get a clearer grasp of the rules and factions of this world. After 2 days, he had not only finished the required courses, but also picked up 10 credits along the way. On the third day, the story continued. Just after dawn, Zhang Yu was still sleeping soundly in bed when Yi Qingsong's ID card suddenly lit up. Before he could react, the teleportation array beneath his feet opened, and he was forcibly taken away. Zhang Yu jolted awake and found himself standing in a grand, gilded hall. Around him, beams of teleportation light lit up one after another, and several high-level professionals with fierce auras appeared in succession. Huh? Did I lock onto the wrong person? I clearly teleported Yi Qingsong. A woman with her hair in a bun frowned, clearly not understanding why the wrong person had been transported. Beside her, an old man with a white beard immediately darkened. Xiao Su, how could you make such a low-level mistake? The child is still asleep. Apologize to him and send him back, the white-bearded elder said sternly. Su Wanting hurriedly apologized, then flusteredly told Zhang Yu she was sorry before teleporting him back. This time it won't be wrong, she muttered to herself, relocking onto Yi Qingsong, and the teleportation array activated again. With a flash of white light, Zhang Yu appeared in the grand hall for the second time. This time, the whole room froze, and even Principal Jing Bingyun didn't react immediately. Su Wanting's face turned green as she quickly explained, Principal, believe me, I definitely didn't get it wrong this time. I locked onto Teacher Yi. Jing Bingyun asked coldly, then where is Yi Qingsong? Only then did Zhang Yu come to his senses. The dean's meeting had begun. He took out Yi Qingsong's identity card and explained to everyone, teachers and seniors, my name is Zhang Yu. For this dean's meeting, I'm attending on behalf of Teacher Yi. As soon as the words fell, the assembled deans erupted in anger. Some shouted, nonsense, while others said, is it even appropriate to let a student sit here? The fury instantly ignited the atmosphere. Zhang Yu had been mentally prepared, so he could only stand there and let them vent. Jing Bingyun suddenly spoke. A surge of pressure enveloped the grand hall, and the scene fell silent. He stared at Zhang Yu and asked in a low voice, Child, are you certain you want to attend this dean's meeting on behalf of Yi Qingsong? Zhang Yu nodded. I'm certain. Jing Bingyun asked again, do you know what's going to happen next? Zhang Yu replied, roughly. Since the person was already here, Jing Bingyun announced that the meeting would officially begin. Vice Principal Duan Xing immediately questioned, Principal, this isn't proper. He's only a student. Jing Bingyun cut him off bluntly. Since Yi Qingsong chose him to represent Jinshin Academy, then he is Jinshin Academy's representative and qualified to sit here. Everyone is treated equally. With that one sentence, the matter was settled on the surface, though the undercurrents only grew stronger. The meeting went straight to the point. Academy rankings. Jing Bingyun called out the standings. Xianlong first, Mingjing second, Huafeng third, while Jinshin Academy was at the bottom in every metric. According to the rules, any academy that remained last for 4 consecutive quarters would be dissolved, with its students merged into other academies. Jing Bingyun looked at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, do you have any objections? Zhang Yu shook his head. No objections. Jing Bingyun raised his hand, about to announce the dissolution decision, but Zhang Yu suddenly spoke up at that moment, interrupting him. Before Teacher Yi handed this matter over to me, he specifically instructed me to show all the teachers the Jinshin Academy spirit. The atmosphere in the meeting grew tense. Jing Bingyun first froze, then sneered and questioned them about what the supposed Jinshin Academy spirit actually was. Zhang Yu replied calmly, never give up until the very last moment. Duan Xing snorted on the spot. You've been fooled by Yi Qingsong, haven't you? The academy is about to be dissolved, and even Yi Qingsong himself doesn't dare show his face. What are you talking about? Never giving up. Zhang Yu retorted calmly that he had checked Kyoto University's elimination policy. As long as a nearly dissolved academy could prove it had produced outstanding students, it would have a reason to continue existing. Jing Bingyun shook his head and said the sample size was too small. Jinshin Academy only had 1 student before, and now it still only had 2. This simply couldn't prove teaching ability. Zhang Yu looked up and answered bluntly, the Jinshin spirit values quality over quantity. Su Wanting said softly from the side, isn't the Jinshin spirit about never giving up? Zhang Yu ignored her, looked straight at Jing Bingyun, and proposed proving their strength. He raised his hand and set up a sword formation. In an instant, the entire hall was enveloped by an invisible aura. Everyone felt the numbers on their panel surge. Speed and damage plus 50%, endurance and stamina continuously restored, attacks guaranteed to crit damage plus 200%, and 50% of defense ignored. Everyone's expression changed dramatically. Such a buff was no ordinary one. It was already approaching Legion level. Some even thought to themselves that, with this buff, they could even put up a fight against a god. After a long silence, Jing Bingyun finally asked about the buff's range. Zhang Yu answered, a radius of 2,000 meters. 2,000 meters? Jing Bingyun's eyes constricted sharply, and he nearly blurted out in shock. A Legion-grade aura, if Zhang Yu entered a battle formation, the combat power of the entire Legion would be instantly elevated, and the shape of the battle could be completely rewritten. Thinking of this, his tone instead softened. Maybe only a freak like Yi Qingsong could have cultivated someone like you. Before his words had even faded, Duan Xing stepped forward again to object. His tone was firmer than before. I admit Zhang Yu is one of the best students I've ever seen, but Yi Qingsong is the most unqualified teacher. Letting him keep teaching Zhang Yu is irresponsible. Sword Heart Academy can stay, but Zhang Yu should be transferred to Shenlong Academy, where we'll use our academy's resources to push him to his limits. These words were plainly aimed at Zhang Yu. The scene immediately grew lively. Gu Bingying, the dean of Mingjing Academy, stepped forward, her voice soft yet powerful. Zhang Yu still hasn't grown into his potential. He needs me to personally protect him. Coming to Mingjing is the safest choice. She was a god-tier healer, and as soon as she spoke, quite a few people supported her. Academies like Fire Phoenix and Holy Light immediately joined the scramble, each presenting their reasons. The arguments grew louder, and no one was discussing whether to disband Sword Heart anymore. Their eyes were fixed solely on Zhang Yu. Jing Bingyun raised a hand to suppress the clamor, reminding everyone of the rules. Zhang Yu was Yi Qingsong's student, and snatching him like this was against protocol. Duan Xing immediately pulled out a tablet and uncovered a crucial fact. Zhang Yu's enrollment procedures for this year's freshmen had not yet been completed, so by the rules, he did not currently count as a member of Sword Heart Academy. Gu Bingying also remembered then. Zhang Yu was that student who had not participated in the freshman training camp. By rights, he should be uniformly assigned by the Academic Affairs Office according to regulations. The scramble flared up again, and the friction between rules and interests pushed the gathering to an even tenser edge. As soon as the deans heard this, complaints erupted everywhere. Let the academies compete fairly. Why should Yi Qingsong be allowed to take him in first without any of us even knowing? Someone fired the first shot. Exactly. Principal, you've always favored Yi Qingsong, and now you're letting him take a backdoor deal and scoop up a genius for free. That's not fair. Another followed. Yi Qingsong's luck is way too good, isn't it? Last year the best student went to his academy, and this year he wants to poach another one? Why not just rename Kyoto University to Sword Heart University? Someone sneered. Sword Heart has been at the bottom for years, yet the students it gets are stronger than the last. What's the point of us deans working ourselves to death? Might as well just lie flat. The more they talked, the more excited they became, and the further the remarks spiraled. Originally, they had still been arguing over Zhang Yu and felt somewhat guilty. But once Duan Xing and Gu Bingying made it clear, everyone immediately seized on the weakness and unanimously turned their guns on Jing Bingyun. The solemn council hall quickly became as noisy as a marketplace. Zhang Yu stood to the side, watching in stunned silence. Who could have imagined that this group of red-faced, neck-veined people were all respected academy deans on ordinary days? Enough! Jing Bingyun finally couldn't take it anymore. His voice sank, and the hall fell silent at once. Rubbing his temples, he explained the situation clearly. Zhang Yu had not participated in the freshman training camp because he had been taken away by the military, not because he had given Yi Qingsong any special treatment. And students choosing an academy should also respect the student's own wishes. Duan Xing was unconvinced and immediately retorted, Principal, that's still unfair. Zhang Yu has only interacted with Yi Qingsong, so of course he thinks Sword Heart is good. He hasn't even seen the other academies. How can he judge which one suits him best? Jing Bingyun looked at him and asked, Then what do you want to do? Duan Xing immediately proposed, Let him stay in Shenlong Academy for a while first. We've ranked first for years and have the most resources. After some contact, he might decide to stay. Gu Bingying also softened her tone and gave Zhang Yu a playful look. Our Mingjing Academy has lots of beautiful girls, all kinds of styles. Come to us, and you'll be the most pampered junior disciple. The dean of Fire Phoenix Academy sneered back, Dean Gu, are you pulling that trick? Who doesn't know our Fire Phoenix's campus belle is my granddaughter? If Zhang Yu comes to us, we'll set him up on a blind date right away. Gu Bingying shot back, Teacher Liu, your Fire Phoenix Academy has more men than women, and even the number of female students doesn't reach 1/10. And you still dare compare beauty with us? Just as the conflict was about to flare up again, Jing Bingyun quickly interrupted. How about this? Zhang Yu will be nominally affiliated with Heart Sword Academy for 1 year. During that time, he can study at all the major academies, and you'll all have the chance to be his teacher. Any achievements he makes during that period won't count as Heart Sword Academies. After 1 year, Zhang Yu himself will decide which academy to formally join. Duan Xing coldly spat out 4 words, barely acceptable. Gu Bingying also reluctantly agreed, and the other deans nodded in silent approval. Everyone understood that, in the end, Zhang Yu would at most choose among Shenlong, Mingjing, Heart Sword, and Fire Phoenix. The purpose of stirring things up was simply to prevent Yi Qingsong from reaping the talent for nothing. Zhang Yu's talent was plain to see, and if he really stayed in Heart Sword, the other academies would have a very hard time. With the matter temporarily settled, Jing Bingyun breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "Since everyone agrees, let's begin today's second item, and also the most important one." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yu immediately sensed something was wrong. The deans, who had just been arguing like an earthquake, instantly fell silent. Their expressions turned solemn, and the atmosphere in the hall suddenly grew cold, carrying a suffocating, murderous air. Zhang Yu put away his relaxed attitude of watching the spectacle and, with the calm of an onlooker, kept looking at Jing Bingyun. Jing Bingyun took a deep breath and solemnly announced, "Our school's most important level, 70 dungeon, Realm of the Holy Spirit, has completely descended into the abyss. Who will go to conquer this abyss dungeon?" he asked. Those words struck like a thunderclap in everyone's hearts. Realm of the Holy Spirit had originally been a dungeon known to only a handful of people within Kyoto University. Though only level 70, it was even more vicious than the nightmare difficulty of other level 70 dungeons, and its nightmare mode was already close to the threshold of a level 70 abyss. The dean's expressions changed, and a heavy silence hung over the grand hall. Everyone understood that what they were about to face was far more dangerous and difficult to resolve than competing for talent. The greater the danger, the richer the reward. Whoever cleared the normal difficulty first would definitely obtain a level 70 epic item. First clear on hard difficulty would directly drop an epic item of level 80 or above, and if nightmare mode was cleared first, it might even yield a legendary piece of equipment without level restrictions. Realm of the Holy Spirit had once produced a semi-divine artifact, and because of it, Kyoto University had long remained firmly among the nation's top universities. But now, this dungeon had actually descended into the abyss. For Kyoto University, this was no small matter. It was a major problem that had to be resolved immediately. Even worse, an abyss dungeon only allowed one attempt at conquest. If they failed, the abyss monsters inside would spill out, dragging Kyoto City and even the entire Great Xia Empire into disaster. No one dared charge in on passion alone. They needed absolute certainty. The discussion quickly shifted to team composition. Duan Xing was the first to stand up. "Principal, I apply to be damage output." Gu Bingying then said, "I'll handle healing." Jing Bingyun nodded. "Very good. You two are both divine tier job holders, so you're most suitable as the main damage dealer and main healer. Realm of the Holy Spirit is a 5-person dungeon. I'll take the tank position, which is the safest. That leaves 2 spots. Either 2 supports, or 1 damage dealer and 1 support." Su Wanting nervously raised her hand. "PR Principal, I can be support." Jing Bingyun looked at her, then after some thought nodded. "That works. Though you're only level 70, you're a divine tier array master, so you're qualified to join the team." Su Wanting clenched her fist and earnestly promised, "Principal, don't worry. I absolutely won't hold everyone back." The team still lacked the final member. Duan Xing suggested, "How about Yi Qingsong?" Gu Bingying sneered, then said helplessly, "Vice Principal, you usually can't stand Teacher Yi, and now you're thinking of him?" Duan Xing snorted coldly. "Not liking someone doesn't mean denying their strength. Having him as the main C would be more suitable than me." Gu Bingying agreed as well, but Jing Bingyun shook her head. "Yi Qingsong is the best choice, but he has more important matters and can't participate." As soon as she said that, the atmosphere sank. Yi Qingsong was widely recognized as the strongest person at Kyoto University, his strength even surpassing Jing Bingyun's. If he took the field, the team could be replaced by Dean Lu from Phoenix Fire Academy instead. But Dean Lu was also a fire attribute user, of the same element as Duan Xing. Facing a boss with high fire resistance would severely limit him. Saying the success rate would drop by 30% was not an exaggeration. Zhang Yu suddenly interrupted. "Principal, let me go." Duan Xing immediately rejected it. "No, you're a student. Don't join the excitement." Gu Bingying also objected. "Little Zhang Yu, your support is pretty good, but this is a level 70 high difficulty abyss. A random mob brushing against you would be enough to take you out, and even my healing couldn't save you." Jing Bingyun's tone was calm but firm. What you should be doing now is improving yourself. You are the future of Kyoto University, and you can't recklessly get involved in this kind of thing. Su Wanting was already about to send Zhang Yu back, but Zhang Yu stopped her casting. His eyes were resolute. Principal, I'm not joking. I have to go now. The fifth person in this team can only be me. Jing Bingyun still shook her head. Child, you don't understand how terrifying abyss demons are. Zhang Yu was unmoved. I know very well, which is why I have to go. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword formation suddenly unfolded. Qishao, Zhanlu, and the 8 purple nether swords flew out of the formation and surrounded him. The chill radiating from the sword blades instantly stunned everyone. They felt a deadly pressure from a level 31 kid. Zhang Yu controlled 10 flying swords, his gaze frighteningly calm. With a turn of the flying swords around him, Zhang Yu said lightly, Teachers, actually I'm the damage dealer. Support is just a side role. Duan Xing stared at those flying swords for quite a while before coming back to his senses.
No.
Even if you are damaged, the level gap between you and the monsters is too huge. At best, joining the team would let you help the support a bit. You simply can't. Before he could finish, Zhang Yu suddenly interrupted him. Teacher Duan, do you have any lock health methods? Duan Xing froze. What? Equipment, skills, talents? Anything works. Zhang Yu stared at him. Anything that can prevent you from being instantly killed. Duan Xing frowned. Of course I do. Why are you asking about that? Before he even got an answer, Qishao transformed into a streak of sword light and suddenly shot toward Duan Xing. Duan Xing's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly condensed a flame shield in front of him. But Qishao was too fast. Before the fire shield could even stabilize, the sword had already pierced through his chest, forcing out Duan Xing's death-saving passive. -9060155375. In the next moment, a flame clone split out from Duan Xing's body and fell in his place inside the hall. The great hall instantly fell into a deathly silence, and everyone widened their eyes in disbelief at what had just happened. The appearance of the flame clone meant he had just been brought below 30% by that single hit. If not for that passive, Duan Xing would already be dead. A level 31 attack, instantly killing and level 80 mage? Everyone present was stunned. Gu Bingying was the first to recover. Swallowing hard, she asked softly, Vice Principal, how much damage did Zhang Yu just do to you? Duan Xing broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling. Over 900 million. After a long silence, Jing Bingyun coughed and turned to Zhang Yu. With damage like that, how often can you deal it? Zhang Yu said calmly, My sword can deal it every time it thrusts once. That last strike was just a normal attack. After saying that, he activated a skill again, Ghost Sword, Divine Speed. 10 flying swords immediately spun wildly around him like electric fans, at an astonishing speed. Many of the deans below turned green at the sight. With his current attack speed, probably half the deans present couldn't even last a second. Someone thought to himself, this cheat is pretty valuable. Huh? Zhang Yu sheathed his sword and looked straight at the stunned Jing Bingyun. Principal, do I qualify to join the strategy team now? Jing Bingyun stared at him for a long moment, then sighed. I never expected Daxia to produce someone like you. You little monster may really be able to end the war between humankind and the Abyss. He turned to the other deans and said, For this Sacred Spirit Realm Abyss Dungeon Strategy Team, Zhang Yu will be the 5th member. Any objections? None. I agree. Seconded. The voices were unanimous. The roster was announced on the spot. Main tank, Jing Bingyun, level 85 Primordial Shield. Number 1 DPS, Duan Xing, level 80 Holy Flame Arbiter. Healer, Gu Bingying, level 80 Radiant Divine Envoy. Number 1 Support, Su Wanting, level 70 Master of 10,000 Arrays. Number 2 DPS and number 2 Support, Zhang Yu, level 31 Ghost Godsword Master. After Jing Bingyun declared the meeting adjourned, he asked Su Wanting to escort everyone out. The formation lit up, and everyone except the 5 members of the strategy team was teleported away. The hall instantly fell silent, leaving only the 5 of them. Jing Bingyun looked at Gu Bingying. Xiao Gu, first reset Duan Xing's invincibility passive cooldown. This operation is crucial. We must leave with absolute certainty. All right, Principal. Gu Bingying raised her hand, and a green glow surged from her palm, covering Duan Xing as the skill cooldown was cleared. Seeing this, Zhang Yu hurriedly asked, Teacher Gu, can you reset equipment skill cooldowns too? Yes. Which one do you want reset? Gu Bingying asked. Zhang Yu took out Qishao. Sorry to trouble you. My personal weapon has an invincibility passive, and it was triggered just now, but it still hasn't recovered. Gu Bingying smiled, and green light once again shrouded Qishao, clearing the cooldown of the signature weapon. Zhang Yu sheathed his sword and nodded. The five of them prepared to set off, and only tension and anticipation remained in the air. While Gu Bingying waited for the cooldown, Jing Bingyun walked up to Zhang Yu and quietly briefed him on the key points of the dungeon. Jing Bingyun said that the realm of the Holy Spirit was a sky island, with monsters mainly consisting of dragonmen. He was fully confident in handling the aggro, and Zhang Yu did not need to worry too much about ordinary monsters. But he had to stay alert for a humanoid dragonman that could copy others. That monster could duplicate the skills and equipment of anyone on the team, and would usually target the highest damage dealer first. Once copied, the Abyss monsters would be amplified by Zhang Yu's sword formation, and with his high damage output, the entire team could very likely be wiped out in a counterattack. Jing Bingyun's advice was simple. Do not strike first, stay in the back line and assist with the sword formation, and only act after the copy dragonman had been dealt with. Then he went over a few more map details. Inside the dungeon entrance, Otis and Ista were lazily guarding the gate, complaining that they had been dumped here to die. The two kept shifting blame to each other, bringing up how they had been wounded last time by Zhang Yu when he injured Duke Dythas, their hatred overflowing. Otis was still shouting about revenge, but Ista was somewhat nervous, reminding him that for now they should just stay alive. If the mission succeeded, there would still be a chance to resurrect. The two grew more and more agitated as they spoke, until the pillar of light at the entrance suddenly lit up. Otis's expression changed dramatically. He quietly ordered them to hide, then hurried into the roadside bushes. Jing Bingyun's group walked out from the portal. Jing Bingyun, Duan Xing, Gu Bingying, Su Wanting, and Zhang Yu. When Otis saw Zhang Yu, he froze, and hatred surged instantly. Duan Xing moved slightly, and a red magic tome materialized out of thin air. Its pages fluttered, and then two fire dragons burst forth, charging straight at Otis and Ista. Caught off guard, the two demons frantically used escape skills and fled the instant they were almost burned. Otis turned and ran, cursing in pain. But Jing Bingyun stepped forward, and a massive black stone shield condensed beneath his feet before crashing heavily to the ground. Skill. Giant shield, taunt. The thunderous impact tore through the air, and the shockwave forcibly dragged the two demons back. Their psychic light waves and water arrows struck the black stone shield, but had no effect at all. At the same time, Su Wanting quickly cast a spell, and a magic array flashed beneath her feet, covering the two demons. Skill. Super Tier Sealing Array. The two demons were trapped in the formation, unable to move, and the situation instantly tilted toward the human conquest team. Gravity Barrier. Buzz. A terrifying force of gravity pinned Otis and Ista to the ground, leaving them unable to move. Standing at the back, Zhang Yu looked at the two demon bosses who had once caused him so much trouble, and who were now being effortlessly suppressed by the principal and the others, and secretly admired them. Truly the top combat power of Kyoto University. 2 level 70 Abyss trash. And you dare come pollute the dungeon of my Kyoto University? Duan Xing sneered. A fire dragon flew out from the magic tome, circling beside him with bared fangs and claws, ready to tear the two demons apart and swallow them whole. Duan Xing, don't kill them yet. Jing Bingyun stopped him. These two are just cannon fodder. The real mastermind is still behind them. Interrogate them first. After saying that, he looked at Gu Bingying and nodded slightly. Xiao Gu, leave it to you. Gu Bingying stepped forward and blew softly at the dazed Ista. An odd, fragrant breeze swept over him, and Ista's gaze immediately went blank as he froze in place. Gu Bingying asked gently, "Tell me, who sent you here?" Ista answered mechanically, "Duke Hadi." Everyone's expression darkened. One of the 7 dukes of the Abyss, Hadi. His background was far more significant than expected. Jing Bingyun said solemnly, "Hadi is good at schemes. He wouldn't only send 2 wild dogs here to die. Keep asking him what they're planning." Gu Bingying nodded and pressed further. "What are you guarding here for?" Just as Ista was about to speak, Otis beside him suddenly let out a bizarre cry. In the next instant, Ista's whole body jolted as his soul exploded, blood spurted from all 7 orifices, and he was dead on the spot. A violent psychic shockwave burst outward, and the elemental energies inside the dungeon instantly fell into chaos. Everyone's expressions turned solemn at once. "Damn Abyss scum!" Duan Xing raged. The fire dragon turned into a giant flaming claw, which seized Otis's head as if lifting up a toy. "You're asking for death?" Otis endured the pain, yet his smile was vicious. "Stupid humans trying to pry out intelligence? Dream on." Killing me is useless, we can revive. You all will die in this instance. Bastard. Then I'll grant your wish first. Duanxing roared. The magic tome sent out another flaming fist, which slammed straight into Otis's abdomen. Otis was struck so hard that his organs shattered, and his scream was torn apart. Jing Bingyun held back Duanxing, who still wanted to keep killing, and turned to ask Gu Bingying, Xiao Gu, can you charm him? Gu Bingying tried, then shook her head.
No.
He's a spiritual archmage. His mental resistance is too high. My skill doesn't work on him. Otis revealed a mocking smile. Stupid humans, this instance is a grave prepared by Duke Hardy. Wait slowly for the Duke's gift. He then turned his gaze to Zhang Yu at the end of the team, malice overflowing. Zhang Yu, you bastard. You're everywhere. I originally planned to kill you the next time we met, but it looks like you're going to die with these old fools. Zhang Yu's expression remained calm. Then he suddenly laughed. Otis, you really overestimate yourself. You do have a little brain. Pity you ran into me in this life. Otis froze. What do you mean? Zhang Yu sneered and gave a low command. Otis, heed my orders. The moment the words fell, Zhang Yu's eyes instantly turned pitch black, like two deep wells that could not swallow light. When Otis saw those eyes, his whole body shuddered, and an unnamed terror erupted deep within his soul. Ma master! He couldn't even finish the words. He began trembling, his face deathly pale, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing. Duanxing looked at Zhang Yu in confusion. What did you do to him? Zhang Yu replied indifferently. We'll talk about it later. Teacher Duan. Put him down first. Jing Bingyun glanced at Zhang Yu's pair of black eyes and seemed to understand something. She hurriedly instructed Duanxing. Do as he says. This demon isn't getting back up. Only then did Duanxing withdraw the giant flaming claw, while the gravity array continued to pin Otis down. Zhang Yu then looked at the dazed Su Wanting. Teacher Su, dispel the array. Oh, okay. Su Wanting came back to her senses and immediately removed the gravity barrier. Otis struggled up from the ground, staring fixedly at Zhang Yu. He was still forcing out a threat that had long since lost clarity. But the color in his face had already changed, and the fierce light in his eyes had been clearly replaced by fear. The entire atmosphere, before those black eyes, froze in an instant. Someone kept muttering in a low voice, Impossible! Impossible! Zhang Yu only uttered two cold words, Kneel. Otis's body went limp, and he thudded to his knees, prostrating himself completely like a crushed bug. Zhang Yu looked down at him, his voice as cold as a blade. Answer me. What are you planning to do here? Otis lowered his head, his voice trembling. Yes, your majesty. Duke Hadi split the Holy Spirit realm into two instances, Yin and Yang. The human strategy team must simultaneously kill the Abyss bosses on both sides for it to count as a true success. If they only take one path, once they enter the boss's territory and activate Abyss conquest mode, the other side will have no team, and the system will automatically mark it as a failure. By then, the Abyss boss will become even stronger and lead the Abyss army out of the instance to slaughter the students of Kyoto University. Those trapped inside the instance will also be destroyed as the corrupted instance shatters, swept into the Abyss where demon slaughter awaits them. My task and Ister's task were to set up an illusion array here, draw your attention, and use my spiritual power to cover the entrance illusion so you wouldn't discover the other path. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed. Hadi's methods were vicious. Gu Bingying closed her eyes to sense it, walked up to the white archway, and blew at it lightly. The space rippled like the surface of water. The next second, a black archway emerged beside the white one, revealing an unknown path directly before everyone. So there really is another path. Gu Bingying's expression darkened. She turned to Jing Bingyun and asked, Principal, this is the first time we've encountered a Yin-Yang instance, right? The plan's completely fallen apart. What do we do now? The original arrangement of assigning people according to one instance was completely ruined. A 5-person team was no longer enough to attack both paths at the same time. Dividing personnel and combat strength had become the most urgent problem. Jing Bingyun froze, unable to make up his mind for a moment. He looked toward Zhang Yu, and Zhang Yu asked Otis to spell out the details more clearly. Otis added, The Yang instance is a corrupted realm of the Holy Spirit, where the monsters have been polluted by abyssal power. The strength of the final Holy Spirit King is at least 20 times higher. The Yin instance is a replica of the Yang instance, but it was forcibly created by Duke Hadi. Its difficulty lies between the abyssal Yang instance and the nightmare difficulty of the Holy Spirit realm. Duanxing frowned and immediately proposed a division of labor. The principal and teacher Gu have to split up, Each instance needs both a tank and a healer. The Yang instance must be assigned the main force at least 3 people. I suggest Teacher Gu, Su Wanting and I go to the Yang instance, while the principal and Zhang Yu go to the Yin instance. Zhang Yu immediately objected. Teacher Duan, that won't work. Duan Xing froze. Why not? Zhang Yu said bluntly. Teacher Duan, you're DPS. Teacher Su is support. And Teacher Gu is healing. If you 3 go to the Yang instance, who's going to take the damage? Teacher Gu's pressure would be too great. Besides, Abyss monsters have high attack and defense, and there's a copying Dragon Man. If it copies Teacher Duan, and then you run into an empowered Abyss boss without the principal as a meat shield, the 3 of you could get wiped out instantly. Duan Xing fell silent. Everyone knew. Without enough tanks, the Yang instance could easily be wiped. And if Jing Bingyun and Gu Bingying both went to the Yang side, the Yin instance would lack healing and wouldn't hold either. The atmosphere grew heavy. Zhang Yu calmly put forward his plan. Principal, Teacher Duan, Teacher Gu, and Teacher Su should all go to the Yang instance together, while I go to the Yin instance alone. Jing Bingyun was stunned on the spot, and Duan Xing nearly jumped up. Zhang Yu, have you lost your mind? Do you even know what you're saying? Gu Bingying also hurriedly tried to dissuade him, and the others' doubts and worries pushed the scene to a breaking point. The teacher's expressions were grave. Jing Bingyun spoke up. Xiao Zhangyu, although the Yin instance is a level lower in name, its difficulty is even higher than the nightmare-level Holy Spirit realm. Going there alone is no different from walking to your death. Su Wanting also shook her head. I don't agree either. Zhang Yu's expression was serious. I'm not kidding. Only if all 4 of you go to the Yang instance together will you have a real chance of taking it down. I can handle the Yin instance, but not by fighting it head-on with my bare hands. Jing Bingyun asked again. Then how are you going to clear the Yin instance? It's not something you can pass with pure damage output alone. Zhang Yu didn't hesitate. With a wave of his hand, he summoned 2 high-tier beasts, level 70 Hellfire Demon Goats and level 70 Otis. Then he said, I also have 2 level 30 boss summons that can take hits at critical moments. With my support on top of that, they can hold the front line. So the Yin instance actually has 3 combat forces, which is enough to clear it. There was no bravado in his words. His gaze was firm, without the slightest retreat. Jing Bingyun looked at the 2 bosses, then at Zhang Yu, and remained silent for a long time. At last he closed his eyes and sighed. I never thought that one day, we'd have to rely on a child to carry the situation. Duan Xing immediately objected. Principal, don't act on impulse. He's only level 31. How could he possibly solo a corrupted Holy Spirit realm? Even with 2 level 70 summons, it still wouldn't be enough. Jing Bingyun said in a low voice, Duan Xing, we all know how terrifying monsters become after being strengthened 20-fold. Even 4 of us going to the Yang instance would be 9 deaths out of 10. Losing 1 person means certain defeat. All we can do now is trust Zhang Yu. The dispute was brief but tense. Suddenly, Gu Bingying stepped forward and said in a calm yet decisive tone, I agree with the split. Duan Xing stared at her, unable to say a word. Gu Bingying turned to Zhang Yu and softly reminded him, Xiao Zhang Yu, promise teacher this. You can't die. Zhang Yu nodded solemnly. I promise. Gu Bingying smiled gently and bent down to press a kiss on his forehead. Zhang Yu immediately felt a warm force drill into his body. Gu Bingying explained, This is my skill, Goddess's Kiss. It can let you come back to life once. So think of it as giving you one more means of survival. Warmth welled up in Zhang Yu's heart, and he murmured his thanks. But Gu Bingying said instead, The ones who should be thanking us are you. She then looked at Duan Xing and said calmly, Zhang Yu is a student chosen by Yi Qingsong. No matter how much you look down on Yi Qingsong, you can't deny his judgment. Duan Xing's expression darkened further, but he didn't argue back. Jing Bingyun nodded. Time waits for no one. Let's set out. After speaking, he picked up his shield and handed the Yang dungeon over to the other teachers to handle, while the mission for the Yin dungeon was given to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu raised his thumb. Leave it to me. Don't worry. The teachers said their farewells one by one, their words carrying reluctance as well as commanding expectations. Do your best. Don't let me down. The last one even made a half-joking promise. If we can make it back alive, I'll make you a bento. The white archway opened, and several teachers stepped through. Zhang Yu glanced at Otis, who was kneeling on the ground, then looked toward the black archway and smiled faintly. Otis, let's see your real skills today. Otis trembled and answered softly, Yes, my king. He stepped across the black archway, and the scenery changed before his eyes. He landed in front of a huge garden maze. Green hedges more than 10 meters high sealed off the surroundings, and there was even an invisible barrier overhead. No flying out. Zhang Yu wasn't surprised. Before entering the dungeon, Jing Bingyun had already explained the map and solution of the Holy Spirit realm in detail. Garden Maze, ancient temple, land of the Holy Spirits, with the Holy Spirit King hidden in the deepest part. And now, he was at the entrance to the Garden Maze, where the true mission began. To get out of the maze, they had to follow the white flowers on the hedge walls. Zhang Yu quickly found the white flowers and immediately summoned the Rakshasa King and the Ice Spirit Queen to stand behind him. The Hellfire Demon Goat charged at the front to clear the way. Otis followed closely behind. Zhang Yu held the center, and flying swords circled around him to form a defensive formation. Once the formation was set, the team advanced steadily. They hadn't gone far before encountering the first Corrupted Dragonman. Corrupted Dragonman Warrior, Elite, level 70. The aura of the Abyss Grand Ducati was unmistakable. Zhang Yu's Abyss, I could only see the name and level, while the attributes and skills were hidden. His heart stirred. Even this was concealed, which meant Hadi's status wasn't low. Those previously corrupted Hellfire Demon Goats were likely his handiwork as well. He didn't think about it any further and had the Hellfire Demon Goat and Otis move up to hold it off. He didn't want to reveal his true damage. Under the enhancement of the Ghost God Sword Master's sword formation, the two of them killed the Dragonman in just a few strikes. System rewards popped up: experience, loot, mission progress, and Abyss King points. Looking at the experience prompt, Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. One small monster gave 1,000,000 experience points. Leveling up was astonishingly fast. He was even thinking about whether he could push all the way to level 40. But the garden maze was far from simple. Hidden within the hedges were numerous vines carrying paralyzing toxins, and they specialized in ambushing the last person in the group. In the past, one could still exit the dungeon at any time, but now that the dungeon had become abyssalized, there wasn't even a chance to leave. Zhang Yu could only proceed with caution all the way, because if a death occurred, the one in danger wouldn't be him alone. Teachers, Kyoto University, and the entire city of Kyoto would all be at risk. Sure enough, not long after they moved on, the Rakshasa King at the rear was entangled by vines lurking in the shadows, and his stamina dropped sharply. Zhang Yu reacted quickly, controlling the flying swords to cut the vines apart. The whole thing took less than half a second, but the Rakshasa King was already nearly out of stamina. Zhang Yu made a calm judgment. The Rakshasa King was too low level and his attributes were too poor, so even with the sword formation's healing, he couldn't withstand the ambush. He stopped to let the Rakshasa King recover, while also thinking about how necessary it was to raise the levels and attributes of his summons. The paralyzing vines here only targeted the last person, so Zhang Yu had to guard the Rakshasa King and the Ice Spirit Queen and let them serve as shields. If he himself got entangled, then even 100% poison resistance would be useless. The vines could reduce resistance and ignore it entirely. Once caught, it was a dead end. Zhang Yu continued forward, and kill notifications kept popping up one after another. After several more corrupted dragonkin fell, he absorbed experience all the way, and with a flash of golden light, he leveled up to 32. He was satisfied with his leveling speed, but there was still regret. Hellfire Demon Goat and Osdis couldn't trigger the splash effect of his constellation, so the efficiency was still a bit lacking. He really wanted to open all the sword formations and wipe out the monsters, charging through in one exhilarating wave of rapid level gains. But the clone dragonkin still hadn't appeared. If he went on a killing spree now, the next wave of clone dragonkin would just reap the benefits. Zhang Yu suppressed the urge and could only hold back from using Wushuang. Meanwhile, on the Yang dungeon side, Jing Bingyun's group in the garden maze was nearly at their limit. The corrupted dragonkin charged wildly, trampling through the sea of fire laid by Duanxing, forcefully resisting Su Wanting's control, and slashing again and again at Jing Bingyun's giant shield. Gu Bingying kept throwing out heals and mana restores, and even her face was covered in sweat. These monsters are way too strong. Even a level 90 nightmare dungeon isn't this hard. Someone in the party shouted, the atmosphere tense. Duanxing was drenched in sweat, cursing through gritted teeth as he flipped through his magic tome at high speed. Fire elements surged out like a flood, but those corrupted dragonkin simply could not be killed off. One died, and another immediately took its place, like endless replenishment. At that moment, he secretly felt relieved. If the principal hadn't also entered the Yang dungeon, and no one had held the front line, they would already have been hacked to death by the abyss monsters. While laying down buff arrays, Su Wanting nervously looked ahead. The four of us are pushing forward so hard already. I can't imagine how dangerous it is on Zhang Yu's side. Her voice was full of worry. Jing Bingyun was like a raging muscle beast, his clothes stretched tight and cracking. He braced the giant shield with all his might and growled, "This won't do. Everyone get ready. I'll charge out directly and get us out of the garden maze first. Duan Xing, open the way with fire dragons. Xiao Su, give us speed. Xiao Gu, clear the vines." "Got it!" Everyone responded immediately. Duan Xing channeled his magic tome, and a fire dragon burst through the air, knocking several corrupted dragonkin in front of them flying. Jing Bingyun roared as he activated his charge skill, forcing his way through the sea of fire with his shield, while the others followed close behind as the four of them desperately broke out. Zhang Yu was supporting them from behind. Hellfire Demon Goat and Osdis pushed forward to clear the path, and soon he, together with Bai Hua, rushed to the exit of the garden maze. By then, Zhang Yu was close to level 33, and his leveling speed was absurdly unimaginable. After leaving the maze, he looked up at the ancient temple ahead, guarded by dragonkin, and a thought struck him. He asked Osdis, "Does Duke Hadi have any other tricks?" Osdis shook his head. "In Hadi's plan, I'm just cannon fodder. He won't tell me everything. But Hadi isn't a demon who bets everything on one path. He always leaves a B plan in case the first one fails." Zhang Yu's expression darkened slightly, and he continued pressing for more. Osdis said Hadi had even predicted in advance that they would split into two routes and had already prepared countermeasures. Originally, the fifth person in the party should have been Lu Huofeng, but Hadi miscalculated and ended up with Zhang Yu instead. "How much of a chance do you think we have?" Zhang Yu asked directly. Osdis replied solemnly, "If the fifth person were still Lu Huofeng, it would be certain defeat. Now that it's you, about 30%. The one who truly determines victory or defeat is you, my king." His words carried no flattery, only blunt calm. 30%. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow, feeling calmer inside than he looked. Osdis only saw the combat strength in front of him, but he didn't know that Zhang Yu still had trump cards hidden away. The cursed power of the Cursed King's heart, which could not be purified, plus the power of the Star God stored within the Star God robe, enough to shake the dungeon's formidable enemies. The real odds of victory were not determined solely by the current number of people. After gauging the difficulty, Zhang Yu ordered Hellfire Demon Goat to charge first. The demon goat bellowed in rage and immediately drew the Dragonkin's attention. Several Dragonkin mages chanted loudly, and the sky darkened at once, with lightning flashing wildly. "Osdis, interrupt them!" Zhang Yu barked coldly. Osdis moved, and a psychic shock directly struck the mages' minds, cutting off the spell in an instant. Hellfire Demon Goat charged up and unleashed a mouthful of hellfire, and several Dragonkin mages were instantly reduced to ash. Successfully killed corrupted Dragonkin mage, EXP plus 1,000,000, minus 50%. Successfully killed the Dragonman mage, EXP plus 1,000,000, minus 50%. Obtained mana spring *3. The remaining Dragonman warriors drew their blades and charged. Odysseus shook their minds again, and the Hellflame Demon Goat took advantage of the chaos to slaughter them from the flank. After a furious assault, the remaining enemies were wiped out. Successfully killed the corrupted Dragonman warrior, EXP plus 1,000,000, minus 50%. Obtained Dragonman Horn *3, Dragonman Scale *2, Dragonman Heart *1. Dragonman Heart, epic, a precious material used to craft legendary items. Blade of the Cursed King Artifact Quest, 4716/10000. Abyss Sovereign, plus 835. A flash of golden light and Zhang Yu's level shot up to 33. Looking at the suddenly swollen EXP bar, he was first thrilled, then quickly suppressed his smile, his gaze growing colder. The temple ahead, Hardy's scheme, and that 30% chance of victory all forced him to be even more cautious. Zhang Yu felt a wave of unease. His leveling speed was absurd. The instance had only progressed 1/5 of the way, yet he had already climbed from level 31 to 33. If he kept farming like this, he could soon charge all the way to level 70. But once his level got too high and the Cursed King was released early, Xia would still not be ready, and even he might not be able to hold on. He was thinking of finding a chance to go to the Abyss battlefield to grind some low-level monsters and first raise his 4 basic attributes. After jotting down the plan, he let the Hellflame Demon Goat and Odysseus lead the way, following behind them as he entered the ancient temple. At the center of the temple stood a massive Dragonman statue, and in front of it was a stone disc with 5 circular recesses. Zhang Yu remembered what the principal had said. To open the passage to the land of the Holy Spirits, they had to gather 5 Dragon Balls in the temple. Each bead was guarded by a Dragonman sage, and only by defeating all 5 sages could they enter. He looked at the 5 differently colored doors and turned to Odysseus. Time to start fighting the boss? Can you hold up? Odysseus's gaze was icy and his reply blunt. The king has ordered it. Even if I can't hold up, I must. Zhang Yu nodded and directly had Odysseus use telekinesis to push open the brown door. Boom! The moment the door opened, a surge of pitch-black evil aura rushed out, instantly filling the temple with abyssal energy. From behind the door stepped out a towering dragon man. Eyes blood-red, half his body corrupted, the other half covered in thick stone armor, like a monster. Corrupted Earth Sage. Boss. Level 80. The information was only a short line, yet the level had jumped straight from 70 to 80. The Hellflame Demon Goat charged forward with a roar, and the corrupted Earth Sage gave it a casual glance before raising a hand. The ground suddenly exploded as a sharp spike thrust up and pierced straight through the Demon Goat's chest. Blood sprayed out, and its HP bar instantly dropped by more than half. The corrupted Earth Sage waved again, and 4 massive boulders were hurled out, smashing open the other 4 doors. The corrupted Fire, Wind, Water, and Thunder Sages appeared in succession. All 5 corrupted sages emerged at once, their corruption aura so thick it seemed ready to solidify into physical form, even stirring the air into mud. 5 of them at once? Zhang Yu's eyes turned dark as water. This was Hardy's plan B. The 10 flying swords around him trembled at the same time, releasing a harsh sword hum. The Hellfire Demon Goat and Otis absolutely could not withstand the siege of 5 bosses. He had to step in personally. His heart tightened again as he worried even more about the situation on the principal's side. He didn't have time to replicate the Dragon Man now, so he had to hold the line first. The journey the principal and the others were on was extremely dangerous. At this moment, in the Yang instance, Zhang Yu's constantly remembered Jing Bingyun team was already close to collapse. The 5 corrupted sages kept manipulating the elements, pouring every attack onto Jing Bingyun in the front line. The temple had been blasted into pieces, with only that Dragon Man statue still standing steady. The black stone shield in Jing Bingyun's hands was already cracked. Gu Bingying was being suppressed so hard that she couldn't even speak, and could only keep healing Jing Bingyun non-stop, not daring to lose focus for even a second. Any slower, and Jing Bingyun's health bar would drop to a dangerous line. Once the front line was breached, their entire team would be wiped out instantly, with no time even to revive. Duanxing hovered in midair, flames roaring around him. It was obvious he was holding back a big move. The corrupted lightning sage broke away from taunt and condensed a lightning spear to hurl at Duanxing, lightning twisting the instant space. But the instant the spear was about to hit him, a reflection array lit up in front of Duanxing. The lightning spear was absorbed and rebounded with twice the force, directly blowing a bloody hole through the corrupted lightning sage. Su Wanting's face turned pale as she kept forming hand seals non-stop, her eyes fixed dead ahead. With me here, no one gets to hurt Teacher Duan. In a hurry, she laid down 3 enhancement arrays: mental power plus 50%, mage skill power plus 50%, damage plus 50%. Duanxing laughed loudly, fire blazing in his eyes, and a dragon's roar tore through the sky. A massive fire dragon materialized out of thin air, large enough to cover half the floating island. With the buffs in place, the flames around Duanxing surged violently. The fire dragon spat out a torrent of fire, sweeping across like a massive blaze and directly tearing open the space ahead, smashing into the corrupted sages. At least for the moment, the situation was stabilized, giving Gu Bingying and the others a chance to catch their breath. Back at the temple, Zhang Yu looked at the dense corruption aura and the 5 shattered doors before him, with 10 flying swords already arrayed around him. He said nothing more and struck coldly. For this brutal battle, he had to endure it in the most direct and ferocious way. The flames surged violently, twisting even the sky, as if they were about to set the entire heavens on fire. The 5 corrupted sages simultaneously sensed danger, fear appearing in their eyes, and immediately began chanting, preparing to cast a joint spell. The 5 elements instantly condensed around them. Jing Bingyun seized the opening and leaped up, raising her huge shield and smashing it down hard. Get down! Skill Earth Tremor. The giant shield crashed down. The floating island shook violently, and the 5 sages were stunned on the spot, their casting forcibly interrupted. A cold light flashed in Duanxing's eyes as the magic tome before him suddenly ignited with sacred flames. Forbidden Art Holy Flame Dragon Judgment. A fiery dragon roared down from the sky, swallowing all 5 corrupted sages in a single bite. In an instant, the floating island was completely engulfed in flames, turning into an island of fire. Meanwhile, in the Yin instance, Zhang Yu smelled the restless fire element and the faint burning sensation in the air, and glanced toward the Yang instance, surprise flashing in his eyes. Teacher Duan's skill? The fire element is actually this dense, and it's affecting even this side. King, be careful. Otis cried urgently. The corrupted earth sage hurled a stone spear. Otis forcefully raised a mental barrier in front of Zhang Yu, but the barrier was pierced, and the stone spear stabbed in. Child's play. A flash of cold light flickered in Zhang Yu's eyes as a purple Yujian sword firmly blocked the attack. Then he controlled Qishao, Zhanlu, and the other 7 purple Yujian swords, mercilessly skewering the corrupted earth sage like a hedgehog. Its HP plummeted below 25%, and it was slain on the spot. System prompt popped up. Successfully killed the corrupted earth sage, EXP plus 10 million minus 50%. Obtained Earth Dragon Ball *1. The remaining 4 sages were critically injured by the splash damage, their HP bars dropping by half. Zhang Yu showed no mercy and directly unleashed Mental Storm. The terrifying gale swept through and swallowed the remaining 4 whole. A series of system prompts followed. Successfully killed the corrupted fire sage, EXP plus 10 million minus 50%. Successfully killed the corrupted water sage, EXP plus 10 million minus 50%. Successfully killed the corrupted wind sage, EXP plus 10 million minus 50%. Successfully killed the corrupted thunder sage, EXP plus 10 million minus 50%. Obtained Fire Dragon Ball *1, Water Dragon Ball *1, Wind Dragon Ball *1, Thunder Dragon Ball *1. Blade of the Cursed King Divine, Weapon Quest, 4721/100000. Abyss King, plus 840. In an instant, the 5 great sages fell, and 5 Dragon Balls floated in midair. Otis was completely stunned, staring wide-eyed at the corpses on the ground, his whole body trembling. This is all of them killed just like that? He was shocked and afraid. Although he was controlled by the Cursed King, his mind was still clear. From their last encounter to now, Zhang Yu had improved too fast, actually able to one-shot 5 level 80 mini-bosses. Otis felt his scalp tingle. This was the power of a king. Abyss demons only acknowledged strength. The stronger you were, the more you could force them to bow their heads. Zhang Yu had already made him look up to him when he was level 33, and once he reached level 60 and advanced to his second-class change, he didn't even dare imagine it. The more he thought about it, the more frightened and convinced he became, even willing to give everything for Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, however, was very calm. He wasn't the least bit surprised that the 5 sages were instantly killed. These 5 were just mid-stage mini-bosses in the dungeon, without any lock-on HP mechanism, so being one-shot by him was only reasonable. What truly made him frown was what came next. The copied dragon men in the Holy Spirit Land would duplicate him. According to Jing Bingyun, the copies could replicate his skills, equipment, and all buffs on his body. Only divine weapons could not be copied. In other words, aside from divine weapons, whatever Zhang Yu had, the copies would have as well. Both sides had Qishao and the Goddess's Kiss's death-preventing effect, plus Zhanlu's passive that could convert damage into shields. If the other side landed the first hit, either of them could be instantly killed. This was a life-or-death exchange of one-shot kills. As Zhang Yu thought about countermeasures, he used the sword formation to restore the Hellfire Demon Sheep's stamina, while signaling Otis to collect the 5 Dragon Balls and keep them safe. The beads were embedded into the hollow on the Dragon Man statue's chest. Boom! The ceiling slowly split open, and a soft light poured down, landing on the statue. The statue trembled violently, forcibly turning back into a living being. The next moment, a huge palm out, carrying Zhang Yu, his summoned creatures, and Otis together in its hand. The Dragon Man leapt up, wings spread, stirring up a fierce gale as it shot into the sky, taking them to a higher floating island shrouded by a barrier above the Holy Spirit Land. After passing through the barrier, the Dragon Men reverted into stone statues again, as if they had completed their duty and continued guarding. But the land of the Holy Spirit had long since been eroded by abyssal power, cold and distorted, with the so-called halos and white robes reduced to mere disguises. Those once saintly dragon men now all looked ferocious, exuding an evil aura. Zhang Yu glanced at the corrupted dragon men nearby and took out the Abyss Eye to investigate. Corrupted Holy Dragon Spirit, Elite. Level 80. All the monsters here were level 80, far beyond the dungeon's intended difficulty. Zhang Yu did not charge in personally. Instead, he first let the Hellflame Demon Goat draw aggro, set up his sword formation from the rear, and then worked with Otis to clear the mobs. Although the Hellflame Demon Goat and Otis were only level 70, They were boss class and far superior in attributes to ordinary monsters. Zhang Yu's sword formation also granted a 50% defense ignoring bonus, so dealing with these high-level trash mobs was not difficult. After several fierce rounds of attacks, one corrupted Holy Dragon Spirit fell. A system prompt popped up. Successfully killed corrupted Holy Dragon Spirit. EXP plus 1500000 minus 50%. Obtained. Divine Dragon Horn *1. The Hellflame Demon Goat and Otis attacked from left and right to draw kills, while Rakshasa and the Ice Spirit Queen watched the surroundings from the rear, guarding against the duplicate's ambush. Zhang Yu pushed forward all the way and reached level 34, but still no sign of the duplicate appeared around them. Looking at the Holy Spirit King's palace towering in the distance, he felt a sinking weight in his heart. Otis had reminded him that Hadi had once changed the dungeon rules to make all 5 sages appear together. Arranging the duplicate for the final battlefield might not be impossible. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu burned with anger. Hadi's methods were vicious, first forcing him to act in the ancient temple, and now perhaps leaving the duplicate until the very last moment for a pincer attack. His original plan had been to duel the duplicate first, then finish off the boss. But if the duplicate and the Holy Spirit King appeared at the same time, he would be forced into a passive position. Even with the Hellflame Demon Goat and Otis supported by the sword formation, it was hard to guarantee they could hold back the Holy Spirit King, strengthened by the Abyss. If he wanted to win then, Zhang Yu would have to use the Star God Robe and instantly kill the enemy with divine power. But once the Star God Robe was used, clearing the dungeon would be secured, and the risk that followed was this. If Hadi broke in at that moment without the Star God Robe, he would become a living target. The more Zhang Yu thought about it, the more anxious he became. He knew the power of the stars had to be saved for the very end. At that moment, Otis suddenly proposed a solution. Zhang Yu signaled for him to speak. Otis said directly, "Put Curse Death on the King's summon. As long as the corrupted Holy Spirit King kills that summon, he himself will trigger the curse and enter a weakened state. Then we can take the opportunity to strike him and the duplicate." After hearing this, Zhang Yu fell silent for a moment. This method did not require the Star God Robe, and it could also bring the initiative back to his side. A conflict was about to erupt, and victory or defeat would hinge on the next move. "You can even have a fair fight with your clone," Otis said, as if taunting him. Zhang Yu's eyes turned cold. "Curse Death? Are you sure it'll work?" Otis hurriedly argued. "My king, you don't need to doubt my ability. My soul-based techniques are extremely strong. Even a Duke-level demon may not be able to withstand my spiritual attacks. The boss in this dungeon can't resist my curse." Zhang Yu remained silent. He had already calculated it clearly in his mind. He was only using the title Cursed King to temporarily keep Otis under control. He could not guarantee that this demon would remain loyal forever. If Otis turned on him, and without the Hellflame Demon Goat, he would immediately be reduced to the awkward situation of 1 against 3. Seeing Zhang Yu hesitate, Otis pushed things to the extreme. "If you doubt it, then I'll place Curse Death on myself. I'll use my own death to curse the corrupted Holy Spirit King." Zhang Yu was stunned. Otis was actually willing to stake his life as a guarantee. That fervor only made Zhang Yu more alert. He understood that Otis was loyal not to him, but to that title. Once the Cursed King revived, things would only get worse. But letting him stay was also dangerous. Zhang Yu issued a cold order. "Since you're willing, then put the curse on yourself." Without the slightest hesitation, Otis began casting on himself. Soon, black curse sigils coiled all over his body, and his gaze turned fanatical and devout. The title's control once again sent a chill through Zhang Yu. With just a title, it could force a mage with such strong mental resistance to sacrifice his life in worship. If the Cursed King returned, no one could predict how powerful he would be. A few minutes later, Otis was ready. He looked at Zhang Yu with fervor all over his face. "My king, I'm ready." Zhang Yu nodded coldly. "Go." Otis walked into the temple. At the center of the temple hung an energy body entirely purple-black in color, with a sinister aura, the king of the corrupted holy spirits. Beside it stood a clone that looked exactly like Zhang Yu, surrounded by a formation of black and white flying swords. Otis no longer hesitated. Raising a hand and summoning soul power, he unleashed Soul Blast at the king of the corrupted holy spirits and the clone. The clone Qishao instantly blocked in front of the clone, parrying the attack. The king of the corrupted holy spirit's eyes turned blood red, and 2 death rays directly pierced through Otis' chest, scorching 2 bloody holes into him. Otis hadn't even finished his move before he fell straight down. The moment his corpse hit the ground, Black chi surged out like poisonous vines and rapidly wrapped around the king of the corrupted holy spirits. The curse had taken effect. The Holy Spirit King immediately sensed it, its expression changing as it began forcefully purifying itself. Before it could finish, the hell flame demon sheep crashed through the wall in a blaze of fire and pounced on it, pinning the Holy Spirit King to the ground and once again firing death rays from its eyes. The death curse carried by the hell flame demon sheep landed on the Holy Spirit King, its stamina plummeting, forcibly interrupting the purification. Seeing the Holy Spirit King suppressed, Zhang Yu's clone immediately rushed in to support. But the space ahead suddenly twisted, and a purple nether sword shot out from a crack in the sword formation, stabbing straight at its face. The clone reflexively used its block instinct to deflect it. Just after deflecting it, Qi Xiao, Zhan Lu, and the other 7 nether swords simultaneously thrust in from 9 directions, tearing the clone into a porcupine with a barrage of sword strikes. The passive effect of the clone Qi Xiao instantly triggered, forcibly reducing the clone's HP to just a sliver. The corrupted Holy Spirit King was splashed by the collateral damage and roared in fury as the entire temple began to shake violently. A shockwave erupted from within its body, sending the hell flame demon sheep flying. At the same time, the clone went completely ruthless and counterattacked Zhang Yu outside the temple. It quickly retracted the clone Qi Xiao, Zhan Lu, and the 8 cloned nether swords. As the sword formation merged, its movements became faster and more lethal. With a flash of sword light, it unleashed its strongest strike outward, aiming straight for Zhang Yu. The scene became tense to the extreme in an instant. Zhang Yu had to face the death curse pressing in from both inside and outside, as well as the pincer attack from the clone. The corrupted Holy Spirit King was being eroded by multiple curses yet could still counterattack, and Odis, whose will had been bound by the title, had become a sacrifice, while the Black Chi continued devouring both friend and foe. Every move was a matter of life and death, and any hesitation would lead to destruction. 10 flying swords shot out at the same time, attacking Zhang Yu furiously from all sides. The ghost sword's speed made the opponent's offense insane, and Zhang Yu simply couldn't block it, but he had no intention of taking it head-on. First, he used his block instinct to defend against the clone Qi Xiao's thrust, then used Zhan Lu's passive to convert damage into a temporary shield, forcibly tanking the combo from clone Zhan Lu and the 8 cloned nether swords, preserving his death prevention passive. 3 summoned beasts were instantly killed. The Hell Flame Demon Sheep, the Rakshasa King, and the Ice Spirit Queen died one after another. The clone's constellation exploded, and Zhang Yu's summons were killed on the spot. He wasn't panicked at all. He controlled 10 flying swords to counterattack, forcing the replica's Goddess's Kiss revival passive to trigger. Zhan Lu once again converted the damage into a temporary shield on his body. The corrupted Holy Spirit King was severely wounded and had no choice but to activate his health-locking skill, rushing out of the temple and flying into the air. Evil light lit up its chest cavity, and then a huge dark purple magic array descended, plunging the entire Holy Spirit land into darkness. The replica flew into a rage and once again summoned flying swords to besiege him. But the temporary shield could withstand it. Not a single bit of damage got through. Ever since Zhang Yu had used a purple nether sword to trick the replica's blocking instinct and seize the initiative, the situation had been irreversible. 10 streaks of sword light struck at once, and the replica was slain. System prompt: successfully killed corrupted replica Dragonman, EXP plus 2 million, minus 50%. Obtained item Mirror of Replication, legendary. Can be used once per day to copy a battle spirit. The stronger the spirit, the shorter its duration. Only one can exist at any given time. It also updated the progress of the King of Curses and Abyss King. Zhang Yu didn't linger. He immediately converted his mental power into agility at 5 times the rate, activated the wind-riding boots to ride the wind, and, along with the sword array's acceleration, rushed toward the Dragonman King statue at the entrance of the Holy Spirit Land. When the Holy Spirit King enters Phase 2, it will unleash one full map attack. Before that attack lands, as long as you get into the barrier supported by the Dragonman King's 5 Dragon Pearls, you can survive it. This was a rule repeatedly figured out by the seniors at Kyoto University. Even if the instance is abyssalized, this rule does not change. Under the 5-fold attribute boost, Zhang Yu relied on more than 200,000 agility and various speed buffs to make it back before the corrupted Holy Spirit King finished charging. The Dragonman King statue transformed into its true form and soared into the air, with 5 dragon pearls barely propping up a barrier less than 10 meters wide. The purple magic array pressed down, and countless light spears fell like a storm, striking the barrier and instantly turning into motes of light without causing the slightest damage. Standing inside the barrier, Zhang Yu watched the dense barrage of light spears outside and said coldly, "If not for Otis, I'd really have a hard time solo clearing this instance. Otis. I'll remember you. He understood that facing the pincer attack of the corrupted Holy Spirit King and the replica, there was almost no way to tank it head-on apart from the Star God robe. According to the principal strategy, after unleashing its ultimate, it would switch to melee and become both tanky and fast. Normally, most people would probably fear Phase 2 the most, but Zhang Yu had a sword array with a 2-kilometer radius, within which enemies were slowed by 50%. On top of that, he could ignore defense. The Holy Spirit King's high defense and speed were useless before him. The flying swords would whittle it down before it could even get close. After the array dissipated, purple light condensed on the ground into a purple unicorn. It was summoned, mounted, and reached into the void to seize a purple spear, charging straight at Zhang Yu. Along the way, 10 flying swords continuously flew out from the sword array space, slashing viciously at the unicorn and its rider. The battle had reached its most direct and brutal stage. Zhang Yu slammed down with a sword, but the corrupted Holy Spirit King didn't retreat at all, charging forward while forcibly tanking the damage. When it rushed up to Zhang Yu, Qi Shao suddenly shot out from the sword array space, transforming into a streak of red light and piercing straight into its chest, flipping it over on the spot and pinning it to the ground. A system prompt popped up. Successfully killed the corrupted Holy Spirit King, EXP plus 40 million, minus 50%. Obtained, Holy Spirit Crown, Holy Spirit Heart *1, Divine Stones *3, Holy Spirit Crown, Legendary Mental Power plus 50%, no equipment level requirement. Holy Spirit Heart, unique, a material for forging divine artifacts. There is only one in the world. A streak of golden light burst out from within Zhang Yu's body, and he leveled up directly to level 35. After taking down the boss, he opened his storage space to check the loot. Directly increases mental power by 50%? Zhang Yu froze. His mental power was now 56,902, and after equipping it immediately became 85,353, a full increase of nearly 30,000, and it would keep rising. The further it went, the more exaggerated this hat's effect would become. He sighed and put on the crown of the Holy Spirit. Then he took out another item, the Mirror of Replication. The description said it could duplicate an entity, perhaps even a demon Grand Duke. Its value might be higher than the crown of the Holy Spirit, but the cooldown was 1 day, so he suppressed his curiosity for the time being. Now it was time for the more crucial item. Zhang Yu took out the Wheel of Fate and the 3 Divine Stones, his heart tightening. If he could pull a new refined Tier 3 exclusive weapon, or even 3 new exclusive weapons, his combat power would soar. Without the slightest hesitation, he placed all 3 Divine Stones into the Wheel of Fate at once. The triple draw began. The wheel spun wildly, and 3 streaks of red light shot into the sky. The heavens turned into a starry expanse, and 3 stars fell, condensing into a starlight sword. The 7 Stars Dragon Abyss Sword. The system displayed. Divine Sword 7 Stars Dragon Abyss. Exclusive Tier 3 attack power plus 3000. Automatically protects its master. The wielder is immune to immobilization effects, immune to lightning attribute damage, gains starlight protection, and is unaffected by the pressure of the strong. Divine Artifact Quest. Absorb the power of the Star God, 0/1. Note: one of the 10 great swords protects its master and slays demons, cleansing the world. The sword slowly descended before Zhang Yu. Its blade seemed to contain an entire starry sky, breathtakingly beautiful. The moment Zhang Yu gripped the hilt, the Star God robe on his body immediately manifested, and the two began to glow at the same time, as if resonating with each other. A system prompt popped up. The 7 Stars Dragon Abyss Sword has sensed the power of the Star God. Consume 1 charge of the Star God robe to recharge the sword? Zhang Yu's heartbeat quickened. This meant he could directly complete the Divine Artifact Quest. He chose to recharge without the slightest hesitation. The power within the Star God robe surged out instantly, pouring wholly into the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss Sword. Boom! The 7 Stars Dragon Abyss Sword erupted with a terrifying aura, and Zhang Yu's vision went dark as he was pulled into the starry sky in an instant. The starlight on the sword brightened and dimmed, syncing with the stars above. The system confirmed. The 7 Stars Dragon Abyss Sword Divine Artifact Quest has been completed. The 7 Stars Dragon Abyss Sword has evolved into a divine artifact and can be refined beyond Tier 3. Divine Sword 7 Stars Dragon Abyss. Exclusive Divine Artifact Tier 3 attack power plus 30,000. Automatically protects its master. The wielder is immune to control effects, immune to and capable of reflecting lightning attribute attacks, gains starlight protection, and is unaffected by the pressure of the strong. It exerts pressure on non-divine beings, reducing their damage by 50%. Note: One of the 10 great swords, protects its master and slays demons, cleansing the world. Looking at the new attributes, Zhang Yu's eyes nearly popped out. This wasn't a matter of strong or not strong anymore. It was simply outrageous. Attack power had multiplied tenfold, every attribute had skyrocketed, and it was practically invincible. Holding the sword, Zhang Yu felt an unprecedented sense of oppression and exhilaration. Zhang Yu held the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword, his hands trembling. He calculated for several minutes, but the more he calculated, the more chaotic it became. In the end, he only remembered one conclusion. The damage value had already exceeded 10 billion. This power, the Trisolarans definitely can't withstand it. Can the Demon Grand Duke take it? He muttered to himself, then drew the purple Abyss sword from the sword case and replaced it with the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword. The moment he switched swords, it was as if he himself had been lifted higher, and his aura changed drastically. Just as he was immersed in excitement, the heaven and earth phenomenon suddenly dispersed. A dungeon portal appeared before him, a blue vortex twisting in the air. Zhang Yu instinctively reached out to touch it, then abruptly stopped. Red Sky's divine artifact quest hadn't updated, and the Abyss dungeon still hadn't been cleared. The portal shouldn't have appeared first. Before his suspicion even settled, a cold laugh came from the vortex. Tisk, so alert? That makes it no fun. As soon as the voice fell, the vortex turned purple. A powerful pressure surged out, and purple miasma transformed into countless tentacles, writhing toward Zhang Yu. Get in here, by this duke. A tentacle lashed out, trying to drag him straight into the vortex. Starlight blazed around Zhang Yu, and those purple tentacles snapped one after another. He didn't budge an inch. With a cold laugh, the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword turned into starlight and thrust straight into the purple vortex. You little monster. Where did you get that divine artifact from? A scream rang out from within the vortex. The purple vortex suddenly closed up, and the aura of the Abyss demon vanished. Successfully repelled Demon Hadi, EXP plus 10 million, minus 50%. A system prompt popped up, and Zhang Yu felt a little regretful. He hadn't managed to kill Hadi instantly, but it wasn't surprising. Hadi was one of the 7 great dukes of the Abyss, and he had plenty of life-saving measures. As he sheathed his sword, he confirmed there were no monsters left in the dungeon, immediately converted his mental attribute into agility, and retraced his steps, planning to go back to the Yang dungeon first to help the principal and the others. The Yang dungeon, land of the Holy Spirit. The Sky Island had been smashed into fragments, and the true corrupted Holy Spirit King hovered high in the air, with a terrifying magic array beneath its feet. Countless purple light spears descended from the sky, stabbing holes all over the floating island. On one of the fragments, the Dragonkin King statue had raised a barely functional barrier, sheltering Jing Bingyun and the others. Inside the barrier, Gu Bingying was healing the gravely injured Jing Bingyun. Su Wanting was gritting her teeth to mend the shattered great shield, and Duan Xing was staring exhaustedly at the corrupted Holy Spirit King in the air. Their mental power was nearly exhausted. Duan Xing warned in a low voice, "Its skill is almost over. It's about to enter phase 2. The air felt as if it were being pressed down, so heavy it was hard to breathe. Jing Bingyun clenched his teeth and stood up, grabbing the broken shield. "I'll go hold the front line. Little Gu, stop healing me. Focus all your power on increasing Duan Xing's damage." Gu Bingying said anxiously. "Principal, if I don't heal you." Jing Bingyun cut her off, his voice calm yet resolute. "This old body of mine should have died 30 years ago. I've already lived enough. If I can preserve Kyoto University here, then even burning myself out will be worth it." He looked at Su Wanting, his gaze softening a little. "You're the youngest, always relying on others. I've always wanted to see you stand on your own. Little Su, can you fulfill this old man's final wish?" Su Wanting's eyes turned red, her voice trembling. Principal." Gu Bingying's eyes were also red, her lips trembling, unable to say a word for a long time. At that moment, boom, the dark purple magic array in the sky dispersed. The corrupted Holy Spirit King appeared riding a unicorn covered entirely in lightning, drawing a lightning-wreathed spear from the void. A terrifying aura erupted from it, directly shattering the barrier raised by the Dragonkin King with the power of 5 dragon pearls. It's entered phase 2. Duan Xing's expression changed. Enduring the agony of mental overexertion, he quickly pulled out his grimoire. Jing Bingyun looked at that figure pressing down with suffocating pressure and sneered. "Looks like the other side doesn't even plan to say goodbye to us. Fine, don't be afraid. The ones who'll win are definitely us." He lifted the broken shield and charged into the sky, steam rising from his body as his skin rapidly turned red. Skill: Primordial Blood, burns primordial bloodline, greatly increasing health and defense for 10 minutes. After the skill ends, 1 level is lost, health is forcibly reduced to 1, and health cannot be restored for 1 month. Jing Bingyun stood his ground and faced the corrupted Holy Spirit King directly, raised his shield and struck it twice, then roared, "Holy Spirit King, come at me!" The other party was enraged. It transformed into a blinding bolt of lightning, spear thrusting straight in. The tip of the purple lightning spear stabbed into Jing Bingyun's great shield, exploding into a burst of thunder. Jing Bingyun forcefully held his ground, raised the shield to knock aside the spear, then hurled a punch at the unicorn's helmet. Armor shattered, the unicorn screamed, and lightning scattered wildly. But the corrupted Holy Spirit King remained as cold as ever. It pulled the reins to steady the unicorn, then thrust the spear again, piercing straight through Jing Bingyun's chest. Blood exploded outward, raining down from the sky. "Principal!" Gu Bingying wanted to rush forward to heal him. Su Wanting stopped her at once, her voice tense. "Teacher Gu, don't waste your spiritual power on the principal. We have to help Teacher Duan with everything we've got, and try to take down the boss within 10 minutes. Gu Bingying looked at her, her expression complicated. In the end, she nodded, a trace of relief appearing on her face. "You've grown up." She transferred her spiritual power to Duan Xing, helping him recover his strength. A blaze reignited on Duan Xing's body, and a flaming dragon burst out from the Magus Tome. He stared at the corrupted Holy Spirit King in the air and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, even if I have to stake my old life on it. I'm taking down this abyss boss today." "Su Wanting, buff me?" Duan Xing roared. "Yes." Su Wanting immediately cast layer after layer of enhancement arrays onto Duan Xing. With his status fully stacked, Duan Xing activated a forbidden art, Holy Flame Dragon Judgment. The flaming dragon roared, as if it were about to burn through the entire sky. It swallowed the corrupted Holy Spirit King in one bite, and the heavens were dyed crimson by the firelight. But not long after, the lightning inside the dragon ran wild, followed by a thunderous boom, boom. The thunderstorm tore the dragon to shreds. Jing Bingyun was blasted away from the frontal impact, and Duan Xing was struck by the backlash, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. "Teacher Duan!" Everyone cried out. Duan Xing clutched his chest, staring fixedly at the still, unextinguished corrupted Holy Spirit King within the thunderstorm, and gritted out, "I can feel it. Its aura is in chaos. That last hit severely injured it. I can still unleash the forbidden art one more time." Gu Bingying's face darkened. "Teacher Duan, can you still use a forbidden art now? Your mental state. Why not?" There was only resolve in Duan Xing's eyes. "Even the principal has fought this hard. How can I, as vice principal, back down?" As he spoke, he began to overdraw his soul, and the Magus Tome actually burst into flames. It was forcibly preparing a second forbidden art. The corrupted Holy Spirit King in the air sensed the danger and shifted its target to Duan Xing, gathering a manic thunderstorm at the tip of its spear. Just then, Jing Bingyun roared, "Your opponent is me, covered in blood." He charged in like a cannonball and slammed the corrupted Holy Spirit King straight off the unicorn's back. Jing Bingyun threw aside his giant shield, circled behind it, and clung tightly to that monster, growling, "Hit me instead!" Duan Xing was bleeding from all 7 orifices. He looked up at the principal, who was tightly embracing the corrupted Holy Spirit King high in the sky, as light and blood intertwined on the horizon, and the battle entered its most dangerous moment. As soon as Jing Bingyun saw the boss, he immediately roared at Gu Bingying and Su Wanting, "Buff me!" Gu Bingying and Su Wanting's eyes were red. Without time to worry about anything else, they exhausted their last bit of spiritual power and poured every single buff onto Duan Xing. The flaming dragon formed below surged skyward once again. Staring at that fire dragon, Jing Bingyun's mind suddenly flashed with a youth silhouette, Su Jinshin. 30 years ago, on the Abyss battlefield, the teachers and students of Kyoto University pursued the 3 demon dukes under the Curse King. The battle had been brutal. Back then, the one who should have stood up as the shield was Jing Bingyun, but he had faltered. In the end, it was Yi Qingsong's disciple Su Jinshin who summoned the power of the Star God with his life and tightly restrained the 3 demon dukes, buying Yi Qingsong the final strike. Thinking of all this, Jing Bingyun's tears fell, and his voice was so low it sounded like self-reproach.
Jiangxin, I'm sorry.
"I am a sinner." Just as he closed his eyes, a shout suddenly came from afar. "Teachers, I'm here." A sword formation spread out in an instant, covering the entire battlefield, and everyone began to recover their physical strength and spiritual energy rapidly. Jing Bingyun opened his eyes in surprise, only to see a Dragon Man King suddenly appear, carrying Zhang Yu on his back as he rushed toward them at high speed. Zhang Yu jumped down from the dragon's back and landed beside Duan Xing and the others, directly channeling the sword formation's restoration into them, and asked, "Teachers, are you all right?" Duan Xing froze. "Zhang Yu, how could you?" Zhang Yu didn't say much, but quickly explained the situation. "I cleared the Yin instance and wanted to come help, so I retraced my steps from the boss's territory and ran back through the Yang instance. I made it." He glanced around, let out a breath of relief, then looked toward the Dragon Man King statue. If he hadn't temporarily used the mirror of replication to copy the statue and borrowed its power to fly over, Jing Bingyun and Duan Xing might not have been able to hold out. Gu Bingying had recovered quite a bit of energy under the restoration of the sword formation. She immediately transferred her mental power to Duan Xing to sustain the consumption of the forbidden technique. Zhang Yu looked up at Jing Bingyun, who was embracing the corrupted Holy Spirit King in the sky, then turned to Su Wanting. "Teacher Su, can you teleport the principal back?" Su Wanting froze for a moment, then nodded gratefully. "Yes, I can." Zhang Yu said, "In a moment, I'll team up with Teacher Duan to fight the boss. I'll leave the principal to you." Su Wanting responded, "No problem." The next moment, Qi Xiao, Zhanlu, 7 stars Long Yuan, and 7 other purple nether swords flew out of the sword formation space, circling Zhang Yu as they released a sharp, piercing sword hum. Zhang Yu looked at Duan Xing and said, "I can't see the Abyss Boss's attributes, but my skill has a finishing effect. If we strike together, we should be able to kill it instantly." Duan Xing laughed heartily and roared. Fire element energy gathered wildly, forming a terrifying flame dragon that surged into the sky. At the same time, Zhang Yu controlled the flying swords to launch forward. The 10 flying swords caught up with the flame dragon, spun around it at high speed, and finally fused with it, transforming into 10 flaming weapons. Su Wanting took the opportunity to set up a teleportation array beneath Jing Bingyun's feet. A flash of white light later, Jing Bingyun was sent away. Boom! The 10 flying swords, together with the flame dragon, pierced through the corrupted Holy Spirit King and tore open the sky of the instance. A series of system notifications popped up. Successfully killed the true corrupted Holy Spirit King. Experience plus 10 million, minus 50%. Obtained item Holy Spirit Core, a material for forging divine artifacts, one and only in the world. Curse King Divine Artifact Quest Progress. Abyss King plus 893. Abyss Instance Cleared, Qi Xiao Divine Artifact Quest Progress, and more. With the instance officially cleared, the real teleportation exit appeared before everyone. Duan Xing couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. Looking up at the once again clear sky, he let out a long breath. Finally, finished. Before Teacher Duan could finish, he fell straight over and passed out. Zhang Yu was startled. "Teacher Duan." Gu Bingying smiled faintly as she blocked Zhang Yu's panic. "Don't worry, he's just too tired." Her gaze turned to Zhang Yu, carrying a half-joking tone. "Little Zhang Yu, you keep surprising me more every time. If I were a few dozen years younger, I wouldn't let go of such a promising talent." Zhang Yu's face turned red, and he stammered in denial. Seeing his embarrassment, Gu Bingying laughed even more unabashedly. Su Wanting limped over while supporting the unconscious and severely injured people and said seriously, "Teacher Gu, if not for Zhang Yu this time, our raid might have been completely ruined." Gu Bingying nodded. Her gaze swept over the ruined instance, and her voice lowered. "Abyss-corrupted instances are becoming more and more dangerous, just like 30 years ago." When she mentioned 30 years ago, Su Wanting's fists tightened slightly and her expression stiffened. Zhang Yu was about to ask something, but Gu Bingying had already turned back to a smile and said to him, "The instance may be broken, but leave the cleanup to me. Go back and rest first. Once everything is handled, I'll urge the principal to give you your reward." Zhang Yu didn't ask further and nodded before leaving. Gu Bingying gently kissed Zhang Yu on the forehead and said with a smile, "This is the permanent goddess's kiss buff. Consider it an advance reward from the teacher." Zhang Yu raised his hand and found that the buff had indeed become permanent. Overjoyed, he thanked her repeatedly before leaving. Su Wanting watched his departing figure and couldn't help asking Gu Bingying, "Teacher, since when did your goddess's kiss become a skill that has to be activated by kissing the forehead?" Seeing her innocent expression, Gu Bingying smiled with an edge of mischief. "Silly girl, you can use it whenever you want." Zhang Yu was sent back to the dormitory, too excited to sleep. After clearing that high-difficulty abyss, he still had energy to spare, so he decided to head to dormitory number 0 that night and spend the starstones he had on hand. Granny Nyo had said before that starstones could rapidly improve one's strength. At the entrance to the 6th floor, Granny Nyo was cleaning. As soon as Zhang Yu greeted her, she asked him how many starstones he had earned from his last dungeon run. Zhang Yu replied offhandedly, "A little over 30,000. Granny Nyo nearly jumped up, asking with even more urgency than a street vendor selling vegetables. She couldn't help but recall, "Didn't you only solo the nightmare difficulty once? With that dungeon, the number of bosses doubles with each additional layer. You cleared it alone all the way to level 55. Did you really kill 24 level 55 Starstone Knights?" Zhang Yu nodded faintly. Granny Nyo fell silent for a long time, and in the end could only sigh. "The God of Stars chose you for a reason. You have over 30,000 Starstones, so don't keep doing those infrastructure tasks anymore. It's too much of a loss." Zhang Yu asked what they were for. Granny Nyo quietly said 2 words, "Go join the Star God Gambling Duel." Zhang Yu froze and asked, "Star God Gambling Duel? That's a gamble between gods and mortals. The entry fee is 30,000 Starstones. Once you enter the dungeon, you'll wager against a projection of a god, and the content depends on what the god's projection likes." Granny Nyo briefly explained the rules. If you win, there are rewards. If you lose, you won't come away empty-handed either. The God of Stars will compensate you. 1,000 points added to each of your 4 attributes, roughly equivalent to the gains you'd slowly earn on the 6th floor. In short, you won't lose out. She added. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. "Sounds interesting. I want to participate." Granny Nyo led him to the entrance beside the God's Treasure Vault dungeon and motioned for him to proceed. "Pay 30,000 Starstones, and the system will match you with a god's projection based on your situation." He did as told. 30,000 Starstones were deposited into the dungeon, and the entrance flashed blue. Star God Gambling Duel Dungeon activated. Matching God Projection. Match successful. The God of Joy descends as a projection. Challenge? Zhang Yu selected challenge without hesitation. As the vortex brightened, he was transported into a dim, shabby room and seated on one side of a long table. Opposite him sat a woman whose face was obscured by thick fog. He tried using Abyss Eye to inspect her, but there was no response. The projection's concealment was very strong. The woman let out a soft laugh, her voice like smoke. "Dear challenger, let's play a delightful game." Zhang Yu asked about the rules. The woman flipped her palm and placed on the table a pistol resembling a revolver. 6 bullets, 3 blanks. We take turns pulling the trigger. You can aim at yourself or at your opponent. If you shoot yourself and don't get hit, you may try again, she said indifferently. Zhang Yu understood at a glance it was basically Russian roulette by another name. It depended on luck and courage. Whoever was unlucky would be punished. But inside the dungeon, true death wasn't possible, so that alone didn't make it thrilling enough. The God of Joy's smile deepened. "So I prepared props. You and I each get 3 chances to draw items, and the 3 items you obtain can be used at any time. In other words, we each have 3 lives." Zhang Yu silently counted the terms over in his head, then said coldly, "Any other stakes?" The woman glanced at him. "There's a bonus prize. If you win, I'll give you my divine artifact. If you lose, you give me yours. How about it?" A serious look crossed Zhang Yu's face. On the surface, it seemed like a high-reward gamble, but he already had his own calculation in mind. He had 2 troublesome things on him, the blade of the Cursed King and the heart of the Cursed King. Once the Cursed King revived, those 2 would become blades pointed at him. He had long wanted to get rid of them as soon as possible. With a smile, Zhang Yu neither took the cards nor backed down. He pretended to think it over, then changed the wager. "If I lose, I can give you 1 divine artifact. But if I win, I don't want your divine artifact. I want the blessing of joy." The God of Joy first raised an eyebrow, then burst out laughing. "Kid, a divine artifact is worth more than a blessing. Besides, you've also been acknowledged by the God of Stars, right? If you take my blessing, it'll replace the God of Stars' blessing. Are you sure you want to trade for that?" Zhang Yu answered flatly, "Sure." He didn't have the Star God's blessing at all. Instead, he was carrying the Cursed King's contract, and behind the Cursed King stood an even higher-level demon god. If he wanted to rid himself of the Cursed King before level 70, he needed to find a god whose rank surpassed that demon god's. If the God of Joy was strong enough, her blessing could become a way out. If she wasn't, then at the very least, after 1 round he could still dump the hot potato of a divine artifact. The God of Joy stared at him, the smile in her eyes turning more interested and provocative. Zhang Yu no longer dawdled either, nodding to indicate they could begin. The room fell quiet. The pistol on the table gleamed with a cold sheen, and the gamble officially began. Things immediately became even more exciting. The god of joy narrowed her eyes, smiling with a deep, meaningful expression. Such a strange mortal. I'm starting to like you. After saying that, she snapped her fingers. 3 blind boxes appeared simultaneously in front of the two of them. She explained the rules. The items inside the boxes were random, and only the person who drew them could know their effects. Zhang Yu asked about fairness, and the god of joy smiled and promised she wouldn't cheat. Besides, this was the star god's instance, and she couldn't hide anything from him anyway. With no further argument, the game began. A coin fell from the air, and the god of joy caught it, asking Zhang Yu to guess whether it was heads or tails. Zhang Yu casually said, heads, and got it exactly right, so he chose to go first. The god of joy pushed the gun in front of him. Zhang Yu didn't rush to fire, but instead placed his hand on the blind box to inspect the items. X-ray glasses can tell whether there's a blank in the chamber. Paralysis rope prevents the opponent from acting on their next turn. Illusion bullet. If the chamber contains a blank, it becomes a live round. If it contains a live round, it becomes a blank. He calculated it in his head. X-ray glasses paired with the illusion bullet would be the safest, and the paralysis rope was also very strong. Since it was best of 5, he should spread the items out instead of burning through them all at once. For the first shot, he tested his luck first and pulled the trigger at himself. Click, a blank. The god of joy smiled faintly and said his luck was pretty good, adding that 3 of the next 5 shots would be live rounds, and asking if he wanted to fire at her. Zhang Yu wasn't in a hurry. First, he used the paralysis rope. A purple cord shot out and bound the god of joy. At this moment, there were only 2 blanks left in the cylinder, and the chance of firing 2 blanks in a row was very low. In other words, his odds were excellent if he fired now. He raised the gun and aimed at the god of joy, then squeezed the trigger. Boom! The bullet hit, and 1 red heart above the god of joy vanished. She wasn't flustered, smiling as she said he had wasted an item. Zhang Yu replied coldly, if it secures a win for 1 round, it doesn't count as waste. The next round was her turn to go first. The gun in Zhang Yu's hand disappeared, and the god of joy received a new gun. She immediately used the X-ray glasses to scan it, her smile growing even more confident. Looks like luck is on my side today. She raised the gun at Zhang Yu and pulled the trigger. Boom! The bullet hit, and Zhang Yu felt a stabbing pain in his chest as 1 red heart above his head disappeared. The gun returned to Zhang Yu's hand. Zhang Yu also used the X-ray scope to check the chamber blank rounds. If he used a fantasy bullet now, he could turn the game around immediately, but then he would have no items for the next 2 rounds, while the god of joy still had 2 in hand. In the long run, that would be unfavorable. After weighing his options, he chose to gamble. First he fired a shot at himself, then at the god of joy. Both were blank rounds. Zhang Yu gave a wry smile. He was really terribly unlucky. The god of joy burst into laughter, mocking his bad luck. Little one, did you offend the goddess of luck? 2 blank rounds in a row. She clapped triumphantly, ready to claim the fruits of victory, and confidently raised the gun to fire at Zhang Yu. Click! Another blank round. At that moment, the god of joy's laughter came to an abrupt halt, her expression freezing instantly. The smile quickly spread across Zhang Yu's face. So that's how it is. The game really is fair. Even a goddess can misfire. She smiled coldly. Zhang Yu let out a breath of relief, raised the gun at her, and pulled the trigger. He had won this round. The pistol returned to the god of joy's hands, but there was no tension on Zhang Yu's face. Instead, he deliberately pressed the advantage, pushing the pressure back onto her. I still have 1 more item. Even if you win this small round, the next one will be mine. Goddess, why don't you surrender now? He said lightly. The god of joy chuckled and took out the X-ray scope to inspect the chamber. After seeing it clearly, the corners of her mouth lifted as she said proudly, Little one, looks like I've won. From the last blind box, she drew out an item. Exploding bullet. Bullet damage doubled this round. Light flowed into the pistol, and she pointed the gun at Zhang Yu. That divine weapon is mine now. Zhang Yu was not outdone. He immediately activated the item converter. A bullet that was half illusory and half real flew out of the blind box, transforming into light and entering the chamber. The god of joy froze for a moment. Fantasy bullet? She hadn't expected Zhang Yu to draw that. She casually fired at herself. Click! A blank round. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Zhang Yu looked straight at her and asked calmly, Goddess, There are still 3 blank rounds and 2 live rounds left in the gun. The chance of a blank is 3/5. Do you still want to keep shooting at yourself? With neither of them having any items left, the game reverted to the original Russian roulette. 1 bullet, 2 points of damage, and pure luck deciding the winner. The God of Joy smiled even more excitedly. I never look at probabilities. She pointed the gun at Zhang Yu again and pulled the trigger. Click! Another blank round. She tossed the gun back to Zhang Yu carelessly. What a pity. Now the odds are 1-1. You choose. Zhang Yu took the gun but did not fire immediately. Seeing this, the God of Joy mocked. Little one, scared? Zhang Yu looked up and smiled at her. Not scared. Since it's come this far, I want something more exciting. In the next second, Zhang Yu pressed the gun to her temple and fired twice in a row. Click! Click! 2 more blank rounds. The God of Joy widened her eyes, shocked and wary. This kid was far too bold. Zhang Yu let out a long breath, gave the gun a flick, and said coldly, Looks like my luck is pretty good. I win this gamble. After saying that, he aimed the gun at her and pulled the trigger. Bang! The dim room vanished in an instant. Zhang Yu's vision shifted, and he was standing in a grand hall resplendent with gold and jade. At the center of the hall, the God of Joy revealed her true form. Stunningly beautiful, she smiled at him and said, Little one, this game today was really fun. Honestly, I'm liking you more and more. Zhang Yu was not surprised. His madness just now was not impulsive, but deliberately to trigger the passive effect of the Star God robe. Divine favor increased by 50%. He had intentionally acted recklessly in front of the God of Joy to make her favor him. Once her favor increased, the outcome would benefit him regardless of future wins or losses. The God of Joy didn't understand his motives. She only felt that the previous round had been even more exciting. Looking at Zhang Yu, she asked, According to the wager, you want my divine blessing, not a divine weapon, right? Right? Zhang Yu replied. She nodded and gently blew a breath at him. A prompt appeared on the panel. Do you accept the blessing of the God of Joy? Note: you can only receive the blessing of one deity at a time. Zhang Yu chose to accept. A surge of powerful energy rushed into his body. But before long, he forced that power back out again. A new prompt popped up on the panel. The power of the God of Joy has been corrupted by the demon god. The blessing has failed. The God of Joy was stunned. She walked closer and examined Zhang Yu carefully, her expression complicated, carrying a trace of pity. Little one, your luck is terrible. I can't give you my blessing. Zhang Yu froze, his expression darkening. The God of Joy said that there was a demon god curse on him, one of a higher rank than his own. Not to mention you, even the blessings of most gods can't suppress it. He had known he possessed the power of a demon god, but he never expected it to actually be a curse. Qi Xiao had only blocked mental attacks before, concealing the signs, but it hadn't made the curse disappear. Zhang Yu asked in anger, I have a demon god curse on me? The God of Joy changed her tune and suggested replacing the wager with a divine artifact. Zhang Yu immediately retorted, We were betting on a god's blessing. You can't just change it to a divine artifact on your own. She said helplessly, I really can't bless you. Before she could finish, Zhang Yu shot back, That's not my problem. I just want a blessing from a god. Whoever gives it to me is fine. Don't tell me you plan to renege on the bet. The tension between the two grew intense. The God of Joy was left speechless, her expression changing as she accused him of having plotted this in advance and deliberately setting a trap. Zhang Yu asked coldly, As a goddess, are you really planning to go back on your word? During the argument, her temples were visibly twitching. In the end, she reluctantly admitted defeat. Fine, I lost this time. I'll find a way to bless you. With that, she tossed Zhang Yu a multicolored die as compensation. Zhang Yu took it and checked its attributes. Chaos Dice, God-tier consumable, can be used on any piece of equipment or item to transform its quality into God-tier. His eyes lit up as he asked, It can really turn any equipment or item into God-tier? The God of Joy nodded, saying it was a treasure forged at the cost of a great deal of divine power, but also admitted that there was only so much she could do before leaving, and the blessing might not be guaranteed. When the bell rang, she sighed and departed, her figure dissolving into points of light. Before leaving, she gave him a star crystal, and the system prompted whether to use it to recharge the Star God robe. Zhang Yu casually recharged it, then was sent out of the instance. By then, it was already night. Granny Niu had left early, and Zhang Yu went straight back to the dormitory. After spending the whole day in a dungeon and fighting the projection of a god, he was thoroughly exhausted. After washing up, he lay on his bed and took out the chaos dice, pondering what would be the most worthwhile item to upgrade. Qi Xiao, Zhan Lu, and those other high-tier weapons were not good candidates to touch, while the purple nether swords were numerous and took up space. Then it suddenly occurred to him, what about the sword box? That plain white sword box had been his first piece of equipment when he changed class and drew cards. Aside from storing swords, it was practically useless, and now it had become the limit on the number of flying swords he could carry, a pure burden. He took the sword box out of the sword array space and, without the slightest hesitation, pressed the dice down. The system asked whether to upgrade it, and the dice glowed with multicolored light as it merged into the sword box. The sword box burst with blinding brilliance, golden runes appearing across its surface, and a sense of pressure spread outward. Sword Spirit Armory, God-tier infinite space. All flying swords inside the sword box can be duplicated. The duplicated flying swords continuously consume spiritual power. The higher the quality of the flying sword, the greater the consumption. There is no upper limit to the number of duplicates. Looking at its attributes, only 4 words remained in Zhang Yu's mind. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. His spirits lifted, sleepiness completely gone. He even put on his outer coat and rushed toward the bamboo grove at the school. He needed to find a place with no one around and immediately test the new sword box. Moonlight fell into the bamboo grove, and the ground looked as though it were covered with a white blanket. Zhang Yu walked to the clearing, summoned his signature weapon and all the purple nether swords, then closed his eyes and began expending mental energy to try copying flying swords. Before long, Qi Xiao, Zhan Lu, 7 stars Long Yuan, and all 10 purple nether swords had been duplicated. The flying swords circled around him, sword aura bursting outward, and their number jumped from 12 to 26 in an instant. But his mental energy was also plummeting at a frantic pace. Even with the sword formation active and the Curse King's blade restoring mana, he couldn't sustain so many high-grade flying swords for long. He stared at the interface and did the math, his expression darkening. With the sword formation on, copying 1 7 stars Long Yuan costs 2,000 mental energy per second. Qi Xiao and Zhan Lu each cost 500. Purple nether swords are cheaper, 100 apiece, but even piled up they're not enough. Even if he copied only purple nether swords, 100 of them would still drain 10,000 mental energy per second, emptying him in 8 seconds. Though a few 7 stars Long Yuan could kill instantly, it still wasn't spectacular enough. On a whim, he suddenly remembered the iron swords. He immediately recalled his signature weapon and the purple nether swords, then summoned 10 iron swords and began copying them. The next second, 10 became 20. Not only did his mental energy not drop, it actually rose under the mana restoration from the sword formation and the Curse King's blade. This is it. His eyes lit up, and he kept copying. 40, 80, 160. Before long, the iron swords surged to 10,240, hovering above the bamboo grove, and only then did his mental energy begin to be noticeably consumed. But the drain was only 100 per second. Even over a minute, that was just 6,000. With his current reserves, he could last more than 10 minutes. More than 10,000 iron swords glinted coldly under the moonlight, an astonishing sight. Zhang Yu tried controlling them. The flying swords formed a whirlwind, growing faster and faster until they became a blade tornado, sword aura exploding outward. The students studying at night were drawn by the sound of the wind and all looked toward the bamboo grove, discussing excitedly, "Look, what skill is that?" Myriad swords returned to the sect. The news spread like wildfire, and the entire academy fixed its attention on the bamboo grove overhead. The more Zhang Yu controlled them, the smoother it felt. In the heat of the moment, he leaped, countless flying swords gathering beneath his feet and laying out a path to the sky. He stepped on the flying swords and shot upward, reaching several hundred meters in just a few blinks. The flying swords then spun at high speed again, whipping up an updraft that held him steady. In the moonlight, he looked down at Kyoto City from midair, his chest swelling with a surge of exhilaration. That exhilaration didn't last long before his mental energy bottomed out. The flying swords began dissolving into points of light, the updraft vanished, and Zhang Yu fell straight down from hundreds of meters in the air. Only then did he realize, "I'm done for, I can't fly." He fell faster and faster, with no time left to think of a solution. He flipped over, face up, preparing to smash into the ground, still thinking he'd go back and find Teacher Gu to grind Qi Xiao passive effects. Just as he was about to hit the ground, a streak of faint light wrapped around him, forcibly taking the force out of his fall and setting him down steadily. Zhang Yu froze. When he opened his eyes, he saw Li Qing'er standing not far away, panting, her staff still glowing. Clearly, she had been the one to save him. "Qing'er?" Why are you here? Zhang Yu asked in surprise. Li Qing'er put away her staff and walked over angrily, questioning him. Dummy, it's been how long since school started? And you still haven't attended the freshman training? You didn't even show up for academy placement. Weren't we supposed to go together? To Kyoto University? Why haven't you come looking for me even once until now? Li Qing'er said, her temper flaring as she spoke. If I hadn't just seen you fooling around in the sky from my dorm, I wouldn't even know where you were. Zhang Yu scratched his head, smiled awkwardly, and hurriedly apologized. It's really not that I didn't want to come. There's just been too much going on lately, one thing after another. I haven't had time. Li Qing'er pursed her lips, as if she didn't want to keep arguing, but then stopped halfway through her words. Seeing that, Zhang Yu quickly asked what was wrong. She frowned and laid it out plainly. The elders in my family are paying special attention to you. They've been urging me to bring you back to meet them. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow and teased. Could it be that I'm just too outstanding, and your family's been impressed? Li Qing'er rolled her eyes at him, her tone growing serious. Don't joke around. They only care about profit. To them, people are just bargaining chips. If you went back with me, they'd use me to pressure you, or even exploit you. After hearing this, Zhang Yu fell silent for a moment, then asked, So that's why you never talked about your family all these years? Li Qing'er nodded. Partly. More importantly, I was afraid that after you found out, you'd feel pressured and slowly distance yourself from me. Dummy. What would you do if they forced you to do something you didn't want to do? Zhang Yu smiled faintly. That depends on what you think. Li Qing'er nervously said she didn't want him to be used, and she also didn't want him to go against his conscience for her. Zhang Yu answered bluntly, Then I just won't do it. She asked again, What if they simply wouldn't let us see each other? Zhang Yu said calmly, They can't do that. Li Qing'er froze for a moment, then smiled, much more at ease. Hearing you say that makes me feel better. Are you free tomorrow? Yes. Then see you at the school gate at 8 tomorrow morning. Early the next morning, when Zhang Yu arrived at the school gate, Li Qing'er was already waiting there with a ponytail tied up. She wore a white shirt and jeans with light makeup, looking neat and capable. By the roadside, Butler Su stood silently beside the car. Zhang Yu handed over the breakfast he had just bought from the cafeteria. Here, you probably haven't eaten yet. Li Qing'er directly took out the big meat bun and took a huge bite, utterly unpretentious. Thanks, dummy. Get in the car first. We'll talk on the way. The car headed toward the Li family manor. Along the way, Li Qing'er briefly introduced her family. Her father, Li Yuankong, was the chairman of the Yao Ri Guild, ranked 3rd in Great Xia. Her grandfather, Li Jinghua, was one of the 5 elders, and her family also owned Yao Ri Group, one of the top 50 companies in Great Xia. The more Zhang Yu listened, the more silent he became, never expecting her family's influence to be so enormous. The drive took about an hour. Just after entering the manor, a red-haired young man stepped forward, sweeping his gaze over Zhang Yu twice before saying provocatively, You're Zhang Yu? The one who lured away my little sister? I heard you're pretty arrogant. Come on, let's have a fight. Zhang Yu was stunned, then immediately activated the Abyss Eye. A line of text appeared in his vision. Li Fong, Flameblade Saber Lord, level 48. A legendary class, all-around offense and defense, top tier in PvP, and a tough opponent. Conflict was about to erupt. When Li Qing'er got out of the car, she tossed a remark at Zhang Yu. He's my brother, a fool. Just ignore him. Then she turned to Li Fong and questioned him. Weren't you at the front lines? Why are you back? Li Fong didn't care in the slightest. His face twisted into a sour expression. I came back specially to check things out. Why aren't you happy? You brat, you're not even married yet and you're already siding with outsiders. What will you do in the future? Li Qing'er lost her temper and shot back fiercely. Are you looking to die? The two of them were about to argue again. At that moment, a calm male voice interrupted them. Zhang Yu looked up and saw a middle-aged man walking over, exuding an extraordinary presence. Li Yuankong. The siblings immediately restrained themselves and bowed respectfully. Father. Li Yuankong first glanced at Zhang Yu, then said to his daughter, Qing'er, your mother is cooking in the kitchen. Go help her. Li Qing'er's expression changed. She tried to explain, but was blocked by a simple go on. She glanced at Zhang Yu, unease in her eyes. Zhang Yu smiled and replied, I'm fine. Go ahead. She said with some apology, Take care of yourself. Don't let yourself be wronged. After that, she hurried off. Once Li Qing'er left, Li Yuankong sized up Zhang Yu again and asked with a smile, Zhang Yu, what do you think of our Qing'er? Zhang Yu answered lightly, She's excellent. Li Fong immediately cut in smugly. My sister is #1 in the world. Her only flaw is that she doesn't take me seriously. Li Yuankang ignored him and turned to Zhang Yu. Then what do you think of my Li family? Zhang Yu spoke frankly. Uncle Li, if you have something to say, just say it. No one here is an outsider. Li Yuankang's gaze deepened. To be honest, my old man thinks highly of you and wants me to win you over. But I'm her father, and I need to make sure my daughter isn't entrusted to the wrong person. Do you understand? Zhang Yu nodded. Li Yuankang continued. Steward Su has also been evaluating you for me all these years. I'm not worried about your character. What I want to know is whether you have the ability to protect Qing'er. You may be the national top scorer, but that only proves you're good at dungeon exams. What I care about is whether you can hold your ground in a real fight. Zhang Yu asked, how do I prove it? Li Yuankang looked at Li Fong. You'll fight him. Li Fong immediately smiled at Zhang Yu and said, relax, you don't need to win. Just show that you're decent. But Zhang Yu shook his head. No. Everyone froze. Li Fong got angry. No? Are you scared? Steward Su was also surprised. Li Yuankang showed no joy and asked, why? Zhang Yu said calmly, my damage is too high. If I fight directly, someone will die. The scene went quiet. Li Fong was even angrier, his face darkening. You brat. Even if you're afraid, don't make up an excuse like that. A flash of disappointment crossed Li Yuankang's eyes, but he still said, you don't need to worry about safety. Li Fong is 13 levels higher than you. Steward Su and I are both watching nearby, so nothing will happen. Zhang Yu still insisted, really, that won't do. Li Fong was furious beyond measure and said coldly, then we'll go to the arena. With the protective formation, even if you're severely injured, you'll survive. Our Li family also has a divine tier healer. Broken bones and crippled limbs can all be treated. Zhang Yu sighed and could only reply, if that's the case, then let's go. With a wave of his hand, Li Fong angrily dragged Zhang Yu toward the manor's arena. Once they reached the platform, the formation lit up and a luminous barrier instantly enveloped the surroundings. Li Fong clenched his fists, stared at Zhang Yu fiercely, and said in a low voice, Zhang Yu, Zhang Yu had originally wanted to say a few polite words, but seeing Li Fong get angry, he changed his words on the spot and said calmly, all right, then please give me your guidance, Brother Li. Before the words had even faded, a muffled thud rang out from the platform. Li Fong charged like a deflated beast, blade light exploding forth. The next second, a streak of cold light appeared across the air and went straight through his chest. Li Fong was sent flying off the arena by a force, and the barrier vanished immediately after. The match was over. Zhang Yu stood on the platform and cupped his fists toward the dazed Li Fong below. Brother Li, I'll accept your concession. For a few seconds, the area fell silent, and Li Fong was stunned. Li Yuankang's expression changed completely. That sword strike had come too fast. An aerial sword had appeared out of nowhere, pierced through the chest, and disappeared, all in less than a tenth of a second. Zhang Yu had only made a casual move, and Li Fong, a level 48, had been instantly defeated. Li Fong refused to believe it at all. Grinding his teeth, he jumped back onto the platform, switched to 2 scarlet long blades, and stared at Zhang Yu as if he wanted to tear him apart. Zhang Yu, this time I'm really serious. Before he could even finish speaking, the same thing happened again. The flying sword appeared from behind, pierced through his back heart, and he was once more blasted off the platform. Li Yuankang's heart went cold as he watched. Only then did he understand why his father had tried so hard to win Zhang Yu over in the first place. The young man on the platform possessed astonishing strength and overwhelming talent. Other so-called geniuses seemed like fireflies before a bright moon in his presence. Li Fong grew furious out of humiliation and shouted that the arena was broken and needed to be replaced with a new one. Li Yuankang coldly interrupted. Enough, Fonger, you lost. Zhang Yu's damage is too high. Without protective measures, you'll die, and even I won't be able to save you. He spoke calmly, yet without mercy, then turned and told everyone to disperse and go eat. Lunch was stifling and gloomy, and Li Fong looked as if his soul had left him. Li Qing'er had originally been worried about Zhang Yu, but at this moment she instead felt puzzled. What exactly had he done to the Li family? The way things had developed was completely different from what she had expected. Before leaving, Li Yuankang hurriedly handed Zhang Yu a beautifully wrapped gift box and instructed Steward Su to send Zhang Yu and Li Qing'er back to school. He then quickly left with Li Fong. After Zhang Yu and Li Qing'er said goodbye and returned to school, he found time to open the gift box in the library. Inside was a profession-exclusive skill scroll. Looking at the scroll, Zhang Yu was jolted. He had seen this item at the Empire Trading House before, and it was worth at least 10 billion. It was so rare that whenever one appeared, it would be snatched up immediately. The Li family's generosity truly was extraordinary. Zhang Yu found a private room and used the scroll directly. As the light was absorbed into his body, he felt a new power flowing within him. System prompt: obtain skill sword intent gathering force, level 1. Skill description: all flying sword attacks can be charged. Charged attacks cannot be blocked. The longer the charge, the damage can increase by up to 100 times. When charged to the peak, it can ignore any HP lock effects. Zhang Yu stared at the description, his chest warming. He could even charge his attacks. Next time, he knew he would be even more terrifying. Zhang Yu saw the name of the new skill, Piercing the Stars, and felt a chill. A maximum of 100-fold damage increase, and it could ignore HP lock? He did not dare think too deeply about it. If he really charged up the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword to full power and unleashed it, he feared it might truly blast the heavens apart. He tried to test the charge-up time. Summoning an iron sword, he began to gather energy. The flying sword trembled before him, and the sword formation funneled power into it in steady streams. The progress on the panel climbed quickly. In the first 2 minutes, it nearly doubled every 10 seconds, reaching 10 times by the 2-minute mark. Then the progress bar suddenly froze and did not move for a long while. It was the same with the purple nether sword. It reached 10-fold in 2 minutes, then slowly increased, stopping at 20-fold after 10 minutes. Zhang Yu realized that each flying sword had its own upper limit. He brought out his specialized weapons, Red Sky, Zhanlu, and 7-star Dragon Abyss, and charged them all at once. This time the speed was much faster. 10-fold in 1 minute, 20-fold in 3, 30-fold in 6, 40-fold in 10. After that, Red Sky and Zhanlu began to stall, with only 7-star Dragon Abyss still sustaining the charge. 15 minutes later, Red Sky and Zhanlu topped out at 50-fold, and 7-star Dragon Abyss took another half-hour to reach 70-fold before it completely froze. He drew the conclusion that to push sword intent to the limit, he had to refine his specialized weapons to the maximum tier. This skill was clearly meant for breaking through defenses. Against a boss like the Curse King, it would likely prove tremendously useful. Just as he finished, his communicator rang. Yi Qingsong sent a message: Bamboo Grove, come quickly. Zhang Yu hurried to the Bamboo Grove. Yi Qingsong and Wan Chong'an were standing side by side, both looking solemn. When Wan Chong'an saw him, he called out, Zhang Yu, come here quickly. Zhang Yu saluted them, greeted the two of them, and then Wan Chong'an got straight to the point. Guess why we came looking for you? Seeing the two of them appear together, Zhang Yu had already guessed. Is it about my parents? Yi Qingsong nodded and told him the results of his reconnaissance in the Abyss battlefield. 50 kilometers outside the first defensive line, they had discovered a demon outpost, where there was a leader who looked very much like Zhang Yu's mother. But Yi Qingsong had been marked by the Abyss and could not approach, so he could only observe from afar and had not figured out the situation inside. Wan Chong'an added that the Abyss monsters outside the outpost were all above level 50, so ordinary people could not get in. The Dragon Rising Squad would send a team to investigate, and if conditions allowed, they would destroy it outright. His tone carried weight. We want you to go as well. The reason they specifically wanted Zhang Yu to go was that he had been making repeated contributions recently and had shown outstanding strength. More importantly, the outpost was very likely the team led by his mother, so going there might bring unexpected gains, and it would also serve as training for Zhang Yu's entry into higher-risk real combat. Yi Qingsong said solemnly, You'll reach level 70 very soon. When that time comes, you'll have to face the Curse King. Right now, this is a rare opportunity for real combat practice. You must seize every chance to fight the demons. Understand? Yi Qingsong instructed in a low voice. Zhang Yu nodded without hesitation. Understood. I'll go. Yi Qingsong nodded, raised his hand, and took him away. A teleportation array lit up beneath their feet, enveloping them both in white light. The light lasted a long time, and Zhang Yu felt dizzy and nauseous, as if he were on a grueling long-distance bus ride. When the light faded, they were already inside a grand hall. Rows upon rows of divine statues stood in the hall, their aura heavy and oppressive, making it hard to breathe. Zhang Yu recognized the star god and the god of joy among them at a glance. Yi Qingsong explained that this was the pantheon, and the statues inside were all gods who had once bestowed blessings upon the Empire's people in history. Though the mortals who once communicated with them were long gone, the lingering aura would wait for the next blessed recipient. Yi Qingsong took the wine gourd from his waist and walked up to a statue holding a sword in its left hand and a wine gourd in its right. The statue lit up, and the gourd flew back into Yi Qingsong's hands. He declared loudly, "Blessed one Yi Qingsong offers immortal wine, asking the sword immortal to protect my junior, Zhang Yu." The immortal wine overflowed, and its fragrance instantly filled the pantheon, drawing the attention of many statues as they began to glow one after another. The sword immortal statue shone the brightest in the end, absorbed the immortal wine into itself, and then spat out a gourd-shaped ball of light that floated toward Zhang Yu. Yi Qingsong explained, "This is the immortal gourd of the sword immortal. Connect your mental power to it and leave a spiritual imprint." Zhang Yu did as told. A screen-like prompt flashed in his mind. "You have established a connection with the immortal gourd. If you are slain in battle, the immortal gourd will preserve your soul." Those words jolted Zhang Yu. He looked at Yi Qingsong and asked, "Teacher Yi, this is?" Yi Qingsong's expression remained calm. "Where you're going is the front line of the Abyss battlefield, the most dangerous place of all. Linking you to the divine gourd is to give you a sliver of hope." His tone was flat, but Zhang Yu knew this gourd had not come easily. Yi Qingsong had definitely paid a price for it. His chest burned hot, and he could only force out one sentence. "Teacher Yi, I won't let you down."
Ye Wingsong similet.
"I know. Go on." As his words fell, the teleportation array lit up again, and Zhang Yu was sent away. Just as he was leaving, the statue of the God of Joy moved. A beautiful woman sat lazily on the statue's wrist, one leg crossed over the other, smiling at Yi Qingsong. Well, I didn't expect the strongest human of our time to be willing to lower himself for the younger generation. How charming." She teased him, then reminded him, "A few blessings bearers have recently emerged in the Abyss-cursed kingdom. If you charge in like you used to, don't come back at all." Yi Qingsong's expression shifted slightly, and he thanked her. The God of Joy even winked and told him to go to Mingyue Tavern again and get her a bottle of immortal brew as well, saying there was still a good show waiting for her in Zhang Yu's corner. Zhang Yu was teleported to the first stronghold of the Abyss battlefield, the war-trodden Great Wall. After the Demon Grand Duke retreated, Great Xia swiftly retook and fortified the position. The moment Zhang Yu stepped out of the teleportation array, he stood within a city like steel. On the city walls, professionals were installing demon-exterminating cannons. Soldiers and professionals fought high-tier Abyss monsters year-round, and the lowest among them were all above level 50. This was the most dangerous place of all. On the city walls, everyone carried a heavy air of killing intent. It was precisely these people, holding the line at the front, who kept the abyssal monsters blocked outside the war-trodden Great Wall. This city was not only Great Xia's iron wall, but also like an eye on the battlefield, holding off the first wave so the rear had time to set up defenses. If it could not be held, everything behind it would descend into chaos. Zhang Yu emerged from the teleportation array and had barely landed before he was greeted by an old soldier in his 50s, who saluted and said, "Lieutenant Colonel Zhang Yu, I'll take you to see General Ning." The old soldier led him to the entrance of a separate building and reminded him, "General Ning and the 3 members of the Qianlong squad are inside discussing tactics. Go in by yourself." Inside, Ning Wuwei was assigning tasks in front of a sand table. Sitting across from him were 3 people: Gao Ning, the white-haired level 62 nether assassin, serving as a scout; Zhuang Wanxiang, the bald level 64 dragonblood hunter, acting as the frontline tank; and Lu Yilan, the black-haired, straight-haired level 60 rain summoner, responsible for support and healing. After Ning Wuwei finished introducing them, he pointed at Zhang Yu and said, "This is Zhang Yu, recommended by Wan Zhanshan." Zhang Yu stated his identity and level. Zhang Yu, level 35, Ghost God Swordmaster. The expressions of the 3 changed at once. Level 35? Too low. Doubt filled the air. Zhuang Wenxiang spoke first, his tone edged with hostility. "Captain, I'm not looking down on him, but sending him to an Abyss stronghold is too dangerous. We may have to fight demons above level 70. Can he really handle that at level 35? Gao Ning and Lu Yilan didn't object, but they nodded in agreement. Ning Wuwei wasn't angry. He simply smiled and laid it out plainly. "If you have doubts, say them clearly. Don't forget, once we leave the city, we're entrusting our lives to our teammates. Doubt can get the entire team killed." He turned to Zhang Yu. "Since you have objections, how about we fight it out on the sparring platform?" Zhang Yu nodded. "Fine." Just as they were about to move, a low alarm sounded throughout the city. Ning Wuwei remained composed. Alarms like this could go off several times a day. Usually, ranged professionals would bombard the walls for a few rounds, then melee fighters would go down to clean up, and everything would be wrapped up within 2 hours. Only when the alarm became shrill would it signal real danger. Ning Wuwei said with a smile, "Since you've come and shown a more direct proof, come with us up onto the city wall." Zhang Yu followed them up onto the wall. The defenses were already neatly arrayed there. The professionals were eager to fight, staring at the black fog in the distance. Abyss monsters were very good at taking advantage of the chaos to farm experience, and killing them also brought military merit, rank promotions, and resource exchanges. Danger and reward went hand in hand. The black fog in the distance churned, and the first wave of monsters surged out. Their levels varied, the highest being 60 and the lowest 30, with an astonishing number of them. Zhang Yu looked at the dark mass and said nothing. Ning Wuwei cursed under his breath, putting on an act. But before he could finish, even lower and more guttural roars rose again outside the city. The second wave of abyss monsters charged even fiercer, and the black fog roiled even more violently. The atmosphere on the city wall instantly grew cold. Those who had still been excited just a moment ago all darkened their faces the next. "Again?" someone asked in a low voice, as if questioning fate, and as if trying to rally themselves. "No way. Another wave just after we cleared one? Get ready. Don't let them reach the city," the commander shouted, and the ranged classes quickly formed up, while the support classes busied themselves buffing the front line. Ning Wuwei glanced at Zhang Yu and asked in a low voice, "Still okay?" Zhang Yu did not answer. He only looked ahead with his head raised, his expression astonishingly calm. The next moment, he lifted his hand, and the sword formation opened again. Dense flying swords appeared in the sky, their cold light piercing like blades. At his command, tens of thousands of flying swords fell like a storm. Boom! The monsters in the front were shredded on the spot, while those behind never even got the chance to charge forward, and were wiped out in a continuous sweep. The Abyss army that had just charged halfway instantly split into two. The channel was flooded with kill notifications, and experience and mission progress surged wildly. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest 25862/100000 Abyss King plus 22031. A few seconds later, the outside of the city fell back into dead silence. The black smoke dispersed, and the wasteland was left wide open, with hardly even any corpses. Everyone on the city wall was stunned. Those professionals who had been shouting the loudest just a moment ago were now all dumbfounded and speechless. This wasn't a battle at all. It was a one-sided massacre. After standing there for a long while, Ning Wuwei finally said in a low voice, "This kid is ridiculous." He knew Zhang Yu was strong, but he hadn't expected him to be this strong. With one round of attacks, he had wiped out an entire Abyss army. Immediately, the city wall erupted in cheers. "Holy shit! Too fierce. A true sword immortal really appeared. Who said he was going to be brought back? Can we still bring him back now?" The sharp anger and pent-up frustration were completely scattered by that one sword. Ning Wuwei patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Well done. With your ability, that cursed king will be pinned down by you sooner or later." Zhang Yu replied indifferently, "It's still early." His calmness made people even more tense. Just as his words fell, black fog surged again in the distance. The third wave of monsters had arrived. Ning Wuwei smiled as he led Zhang Yu into the city, and the professionals along the way all cast looks of approval. In their eyes, anyone who dared kill Abyss monsters was a hero, and the more they killed, the more impressive they were. When Zhang Yu returned to the meeting room, Gao Ning, Zhuang Wenqiang, and Lu Yilan's expressions had already changed. Zhang Yu's display outside the city had thoroughly shocked them. Before the meeting began, Ning Wuwei first asked whether anyone had objections. Gao Ning, Zhuang Wenqiang, and Lu Yilan all shook their heads in agreement, not even voicing a single objection. Ning Wuwei then looked at Zhang Yu. "And you?" Zhang Yu shook his head. "None." The meeting officially began, and a virtual sand table projected the Abyss battlefield. 50 kilometers northwest outside the Great Wall, there was a medium-sized demon stronghold. Ning Wuwei said, "The higher-ups have designated this operation as the Demon Hunt Plan, and we'll call ourselves the Demon Hunting Squad. Our main task is to figure out why the demons are stationed here. If we can take down the stronghold, do it, but that's not the primary objective." After hearing this, Zhuang Wenqiang and the others no longer doubted as they had before. After witnessing Zhang Yu's power, they understood that not to mention a stronghold, Zhang Yu's abilities could even wipe out an entire army. Ning Wuwei continued making arrangements. "I'll launch a direct frontal assault on the barrier first to draw out the boss and force it out of the camp." Zhuang Wenqiang and Lu Yilan, You two will feign an attack with me and buy time so they can't repair the barrier. Zhang Yu and Gao Ning will handle the flank assault. Sneak in from the side, cut off their retreat, and scout the situation inside. Remember, the top priority is to determine their objective. Extermination is secondary. Understand. Everyone answered in unison. Understood. The hillside to the northwest of the camp was the starting point. The plan was for Gao Ning to clear out the surveillance magical beasts guarding the camp, while Zhang Yu would directly infiltrate the camp to steal Abyss intelligence. Once Zhang Yu succeeded, he would signal with a flare, and everyone would retreat together to the Bing Great Wall using forced return scrolls. Gao Ning frowned and objected. Captain, I'm better at infiltration. Why send Zhang Yu? He'd be more useful staying at the front. Ning Wuwei glanced at him. His voice was calm, but brooked no objection. The Abyss Demon this time isn't simple, and it's connected to Zhang Yu. Letting him go in might bring unexpected gains.
Gao Ning frose.
Zhang Yu has ties to the Abyss? Ning Wuwei looked grave. That's a top-secret matter of Great Xia. All you need to know is that Zhang Yu is the core of this operation. Don't ask anything else.
Gao Ning silently nodded.
Ning Wuwei asked if there were any other objections. When no one spoke up, he ordered them to collect their gear and prepare to move out. Everyone was given a gear box. Zhang Yu opened his and found 10 advanced healing potions, 2 forced return scrolls, a team wireless earpiece, and a bracelet made from Abyss monster bones, used to conceal human aura. After putting on their earpieces and bracelets, the 5 of them quietly left the city and bypassed the Abyss monsters along the way, heading toward the demon camp. Aside from Zhang Yu, the others were all high-level professionals. With Zhang Yu able to convert his attributes, the group moved at an astonishing speed. In less than 10 minutes, they reached the stronghold 50 kilometers away. From a distance, the camp was crowded with well-trained Abyss patrol squads. Above it, black miasma churned and evil energy hung heavy. The Abyss aura here is several times denser than usual. Ning Wuwei stared ahead, his expression darkening. They must be plotting something big. They split up according to plan. Zhuang Wenxiang and Lu Yilan sneaked toward the main gate, while Zhang Yu and Gao Ning circled around to the northwest hillside. They would first clear out the hillside guards, then wait on the summit for the signal. Voices came through the earpiece. Everyone in position. Ning Wuwei took a deep breath, condensed a long spear in his hand, and his eyes turned cold and hard. Move! With a command, he surged out like a flash flood. The magical beasts patrolling along the way were sent flying by the force of the blast. A purple barrier instantly rose over the camp. Ning Wuwei thrust his spear into it, sending ripples across the barrier, barely blocking the strike. A horn sounded immediately afterward, and swarms of magical beasts rushed out, aiming to pounce on him. Ning Wuwei did not hesitate. He directly unleashed a forbidden art, the god-slaying spear. The spearhead erupted with terrifying power, and the wind and clouds roiled in chaos. The long spear split the barrier open, and the shockwave shattered the 100+ demons that had charged out into pieces. From deep within the stronghold came a savage roar. A towering hammer demon rushed out, brandishing a giant hammer as it swung down at Ning Wuwei. Each blow seemed to crush mountains, pounding deep craters into the ground. Ning Wuwei moved like a coiling dragon, weaving through the hammer shadows and repeatedly thrusting at the opponent's vital points. But the other's skin was thick, and Abyss mages behind it kept reinforcing it continuously, leaving no opening to strike the vitals. Human, is that all you've got? Like scratching an itch? The hammer demon grinned at him and seized an opening to sweep its hammer sideways. Ning Wuwei crossed his spear to block, metal clashing against metal as sparks flew everywhere. A terrifying force blasted him hundreds of meters away. The hammer demon laughed wildly and turned into a black shadow as it pursued him. In the shadows, seeing that the boss had been drawn out, Zhuang Wenxiang drew his twin axes and sprang out, cleaving apart several Abyss mages who were repairing the barrier. The horn sounded again, and more magical beasts surged out. The battlefield exploded in an instant. Collisions like artillery fire, flesh and blood spraying, roars shaking the heavens. Everyone was fighting with all they had, offense and defense switching in an instant, and no one yielded even a step. Come on! Zhuang Wenxiang raised his axe and faced a black mass of Abyss troops head-on. The clash was ignited, so intense there was no turning back. Abyss scum! Today I'm going to hack you all to pieces! Zhuang Wenxiang stood fast at the camp gate, cutting down with ruthless ferocity. In the shadows, Lu Yilan kept buffing him, their coordination crisp and efficient. With the amplification, Zhuang Wenxiang seemed like a different person, standing guard at the gate and slaughtering wildly. abyss monsters that rushed in fell wave after wave beneath his blade, their corpses dissolving into black mist. Not far away, on a small hill, Gao Ning saw that the monsters had all been drawn to the gate and said softly to Zhang Yu, "It's our turn." Zhang Yu nodded. Gao Ning pulled out his dagger, leaped down from the slope, stepped onto a patrolling demonic beast, and in a flash drove the dagger straight into its vital point. The beast didn't even have time to scream before it turned into black mist and dissipated. He then immediately vanished, moving soundlessly. Zhang Yu hid behind a tent and watched the demonic beasts responsible for vigilance in the stronghold fall one by one. Without a sound, all killed instantly. A chill ran down the back of his neck, and he silently grew more wary. He also leaped down from the slope and smoothly infiltrated deep into the camp. Gao Ning was clearing out the sentries in the dark, and Zhang Yu advanced without obstruction. On the open ground before the tents, a group of abyss mages were setting up a formation around a giant black cube. Using the abyss eye, Zhang Yu investigated it and obtained the result: a giant abyss core. That thing could release abyss aura. According to the records, an abyss core was usually only the size of a third-rank Rubik's Cube, but the one before him was actually over 1 cubic meter in size, and the entire stronghold was soaked in abyss aura. He immediately used the military headset's holographic camera to photograph the core and upload it to the military server. Less than a minute after the photo was sent, Wan Chong'an's urgent voice came through the headset. "Quick! Keep the holographic camera on." Zhang Yu complied and kept shooting. After Wan Chong'an looked at the footage, his voice turned grave. "We've got a big problem." Wan Chong'an explained that once such a huge abyss core unleashed its power, all dungeons within 1,000 kilometers would be abyss corrupted. The formation those mages were setting up was a leap teleportation array. It could ignore barriers and directly send the core to another leap array. The problem was that there was already a trader within Great Xia who had long since built a receiving array inside the country. Once the formation was completed, the giant core would be sent into the homeland, and the consequences would be unimaginable, possibly the greatest disaster in 30 years. Zhang Yu lowered his voice and asked whether they could destroy the formation directly. Wan Chong'an firmly rejected the idea. "No. As long as the trader is still there, destroying this place will only alert them and make them hide even deeper. The military has already locked onto several suspects, but there isn't enough evidence to move against them directly, or it'll cause massive chaos." Wan Chong'an's instructions were very clear. They could monitor the energy fluctuations of the leap array. Zhang Yu's task was to force the other side to activate the teleportation array, but he must absolutely not allow the abyss core to be sent away. Once the teleportation array was activated, the military would immediately lock onto the target. At that point, Zhang Yu could act freely, and the military would provide full support. Zhang Yu paused for a moment, then agreed to take the job. "Understood. Leave this side to me." He briefly explained the situation to his teammates. After hearing it, everyone's expressions turned grim. They had thought they were only here to gather intelligence, but instead they had fallen into a life-or-death trap that could affect thousands of kilometers. They had not expected something this huge to be hiding behind it all. Outside, Ning Wuwei, who was entangled with the demon boss, spoke first over the communications channel. "Zhang Yu, since this is the mission Wan Zhanshun has assigned to you, I'll hand over command of this operation to you. What do you want us to do?" Zhang Yu replied calmly. "Instructor Ning, you guys retreat first and withdraw to the Bing Great Wall." "Retreat!" Zhuang Wenxiang immediately shouted. "Brother Zhang Yu, you want to shoulder this deadly job all by yourself? How could we possibly leave you behind and run?" Zhang Yu said in a calm tone. "The key is to make the demons activate the teleportation array. We already launched a forceful assault once just now, so they're definitely on guard. If we don't withdraw, they probably won't activate it." Zhuang Wenxiang asked anxiously, "Then what about you?" "Don't worry, I have a life-saving method. Even if a demon duke comes, I won't die," Zhang Yu said lightly. Ning Wuwei instantly understood what he meant and immediately gave the order. "Zhuang Wenxiang, this is a military order. Pretend you're no match for them. Withdraw from the demon stronghold, and find a chance to teleport away. Gao Ning, Lu Yilan, you two just use your return to city scrolls to leave." "Understood," Gao Ning answered. Lu Yilan also nodded. The two reminded Zhang Yu to be careful, crushed their return to city scrolls, and instantly disappeared in the direction of the Warspear Great Wall. Still fighting fiercely at the main gate, Zhuang Wenxiang saw his teammates withdraw and cursed loudly. He swung his battle axe like a windmill, sweeping across several abyss monsters. After cutting a bloody path, he also killed his way out of the stronghold. Just after Zhang Yu and the other two teleported away, Ning Wuwei turned to Zhang Yu and said, "Zhang Yu, I'm withdrawing too. The Abyss boss I was dealing with will head back soon. Be careful on your own. Don't worry, Instructor Ning. I've got this, Zhang Yu replied. Good, I trust you. Good luck. After saying that, Ning Wuwei deflected an attack from the Hammer Demon and took the opportunity to retreat and widen the distance. The Hammer Demon sneered. Human, trying to run? Pathetic. It bared its teeth in mockery. Ning Wuwei only sneered in response, suddenly accelerated, and thrust his spear straight in. The Hammer Demon laughed and slammed down forcefully, trying to overwhelm him with brute strength. But this time Ning Wuwei didn't clash head-on. He tilted the spear tip aside, letting the hammer strike past it, then used the momentum to close in on his opponent. In the next instant, a strange revolver appeared in his left hand, aimed directly at the Hammer Demon's eye. The Hammer Demon's pupils contracted. Ning Wuwei said calmly, Abyss trash, this is a gift for you. A gunshot rang out. A blinding white flash tore out like a demon-exterminating cannon, piercing one of the demon's eyes. Oh! The Hammer Demon roared in agony, clutching its ruined eye in fury, wishing it could tear Ning Wuwei apart. But Ning Wuwei had already crushed his Return to City scroll and teleported away in an instant. Despicable human! I'll definitely kill you! The Hammer Demon roared at the top of its lungs in the wilderness, its voice shaking the ground and causing the nearby abyss monsters to cower in a heap. No matter how it howled, it could not change the fact that the person was already gone. Inside the demon stronghold, Zhang Yu hid in the shadows, watching a group of abyss mages building a teleportation transition magic array. The array was already complete, but it still hadn't been activated, as if waiting for some order or the right moment. Not long after, the Hammer Demon, whose eye had been blasted blind by Ning Wuwei, returned in a fury. Every step it took caused the ground to tremble. When it reached near Zhang Yu's hiding place, the Hammer Demon slammed its weapon into the ground and roared, Healer, get your ass over here and heal my eye. A demon healer hurried out, and just as it started to work, its expression changed drastically. It dropped to its knees, trembling. General Aruz, your wound has been afflicted with a permanent debuff. Can't be healed.
I'm powerless.
What? Aruz stared wide-eyed, furious beyond measure. Then what do I need you, a useless waste, for? Before he could finish speaking, Aruz brought his hammer crashing down, smashing the healer into a pulp. The abyss mages around him turned deathly pale, heads lowered, too afraid to look up. From the shadows, Zhang Yu saw everything clearly, and his heart sank. Only then did he truly understand. These abyssal demons were not only cruel to humans, they showed no mercy even to their own kind. Aruz stood beside the magic circle, coldly threatening the stiffened mages and ordering them to activate the teleportation array immediately. The frightened mages looked pale, but they hurriedly began channeling power into the array in panic. Zhang Yu held his breath, gripping the thing hidden in his chest, waiting for the crucial moment. The situation had just reached its tipping point. Aruz summoned several more demon healers, but the result was the same. No one could remove the permanent debuff on its eye. Enraged, it slaughtered every healer in the stronghold, and in the end could only accept the fact that it had temporarily become one-eyed. As Aruz was bandaging his own wounds, a female demon walked in through the doorway. Her appearance was exactly the same as the mother in Zhang Yu's memory. She asked in a deep voice, Aruz, what happened here? When Zhang Yu saw that face, his fists clenched, and his mind churned violently. Her aura had changed, but that face he recognized. It was his mother's appearance. But how could she have become like this? Questions crowded his mind. The moment Aruz saw her, he immediately put away his fierce expression and bowed with a flattering smile. Lady Hellos, just a few humans with a death wish came to make trouble. I've already driven them off. Everything is under control, please rest assured. Hellos's gaze was as cold as a blade, pressing down so heavily it was hard to breathe. You should know how important this plan is. For this, the king even moved pieces that had been lying dormant in the upper echelons of Daxia for many years. If anything goes wrong, it won't just be you. Your entire family will be buried with you. Aruz nodded, trembling. Please rest assured, my lord. The teleportation array is fully prepared and will not go wrong. As long as you give the order, it can be activated right now. Hello said coldly. Since you're so confident, then begin. You'd better pray nothing goes wrong this time. Aruz loudly gave the order, and the abyss mages surrounding the enormous abyssal core began casting. The teleportation array flickered on and off like it was breathing, as energy rapidly gathered. Zhang Yu suppressed the shock over his mother and focused all his attention on the teleportation array. He had timed it perfectly. The moment the array activated, he had to strike instantly and utterly destroy the spatial core, sealing off the enemy's escape route. At the same time, a teleportation array also lit up in the residence of a high-ranking official in Dacia's capital. The military detected the energy fluctuation at once and immediately issued a wanted order, with Wan Chang'an personally leading the team out. As the teleportation array in the demon stronghold took shape, Zhang Yu acted without hesitation, summoning his flying swords. He instantly charged into the area around the array, slaughtered all the abyss mages casting the spell, then controlled the flying swords to slam violently into the abyssal core, forcing the core out of the array. Who is it? Aruza's expression changed drastically as it raised its giant hammer and smashed it toward Zhang Yu. A large number of duplicate flying swords instantly condensed in front of Zhang Yu, barely holding back the hammer. Countless flying swords were smashed to pieces, but he also managed to pin Aruza's weapon in place. Hello stared at Zhang Yu, a flicker of something strange passing through her eyes, and coldly questioned Aruz. This is what you called foolproof? Terrified, Aruz trembled and stammered. Lady Hellos, it was just a minor accident. Give me a little time, and I'll kill this human trash right away. With that, it angrily charged forward. Zhang Yu did not move an inch. In front of him, the three exclusive swords, Qi Xiao, Zhan Lu, and Qixing Longyuan, trembled slightly. As Aruz rushed in, the three swords turned into three streaks of cold light, piercing straight through his body. Boom! Aruz was blasted apart on the spot, dropping to his knees and spitting blood. All the abyssal creatures in the demon stronghold were also instantly slain, except for Hellos. Two streaks of golden light burst out from within Zhang Yu's body. He leveled up twice, reaching level 37. Sword of the Cursed King Divine Weapon Quest 43682/100000. Abyss King plus 40031. The stronghold was instantly cleared out. Zhang Yu's strength surged, and his aura abruptly grew several notches stronger. You're still not dead? Zhang Yu saw Aruz still struggling and was about to finish him off. Then a long whip lashed through the air, sweeping away his flying sword and rescuing the near-dead Aruz. Aruz cried out in excitement for help. Lady Hellos, save me! Hellos casually whipped back with a cold expression, slamming the whip hard across Aruz's face and knocking him unconscious on the spot. Zhang Yu stared at Hellos, his lips moving, but in the end he didn't call out that word. Mother. He only asked, You want to save him? Hellos said calmly, The plan has failed this time. Someone has to take the blame. If it dies here, then I'm guilty. Zhang Yu was silent for a moment before saying softly, I can feel that you don't bear any hostility toward me. Are you? Hellos looked at him and answered indifferently, I no longer am. Zhang Yu, the Abyss battlefield is not a place you should be. Leave as soon as possible. Hellos coldly cut off the subject, then added, One more warning for you. Great disaster will soon strike Dacia. You don't have much time left. Before the words had even faded, black mist surged behind Helios, and low-level monsters burst out like a tide, fangs bared, rushing straight at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu didn't look at the monsters at all, keeping his eyes fixed only on Helios as he asked in a deep voice, What exactly happened? How can I save you? Helios didn't answer a single word. She used her long whip to coil up the massive abyss crystal core and Aruz, who was still unconscious, then turned and disappeared into the black mist. Come back! Zhang Yu roared and charged forward. The monsters came like a flood, but his flying sword cleaved through the creatures, blocking his path one by one. When he reached the edge of the mist, he reached out, only to fail to grab Helios, and was instead tackled by an abyssal demon hound. More monsters poured out of the mist, tearing and biting wildly. Soon, Zhang Yu was buried alive beneath a heap of monsters. The monsters emerging from the black mist kept increasing, even spilling out of the stronghold. In the next instant, centered on Zhang Yu, a violent psychic storm exploded. All the abyssal monsters in the stronghold and that stretch of black mist instantly turned to nothingness. The divine weapon quest for the Blade of the Cursed King has been completed. Abyss King plus 111031. Zhang Yu staggered to his feet and looked toward the direction Helios had left, a trace of bewilderment in his eyes. Soon, he suppressed his emotions and said with self-mockery, At least Mom hasn't completely lost her mind yet. There's still a chance. The system prompt made him laugh in anger. Sending over so many low-level monsters, he hadn't leveled up at all, but his stats had been maxed out in one go. Mom had clearly done it on purpose. Zhang Yu checked the panel for the Blade of the Cursed King. Blade of the Cursed King Divine Great Attack Power plus 100,000. The wielder gains the skill Curse Incarnation. Attacks can execute targets below their own level without equipment/class restrictions. Curse Incarnation, level 10 attacks or being attacked have a 50% chance to inflict Absolute Curse, with no mental power consumed. Absolute Curse. The target loses 10% of max HP and 10% of max 4-dimensional attributes per second. The caster steals the reduced attributes. Attributes disappear upon the target's death. Anyone killed by this curse cannot be revived. Ignores lifelock effects. Can only be purified by the caster. Note: the Curse King's divine weapon, imbued with resentment. Only one who can withstand its wrath may ascend the throne. Zhang Yu stared at the panel, his head buzzing. He seriously doubted whether the person who forged this blade had any shame. Out of curiosity, he drew the sword. The blade was long and narrow, jet black, wrapped in a chill, dark aura. The instant he gripped the hilt, bone-deep cold seeped into him. The black aura crawled up the hilt and over his arm, instantly staining the entire arm black. Shi Hong's passive effect triggered at once, and a red glow enveloped Zhang Yu's arm, forcing the black aura back into the blade. The hilt turned even colder, like a bottomless well ready to swallow anyone at any moment. Zhang Yu's heart tightened. This thing could not be allowed to fall back into the hands of the Curse King. He decided that before the Curse King resurrected, he would either destroy it or seal it away. Because the blade's power had not yet fully manifested, if it fell into the Curse King's hands, things would only get worse. What a lucky day. I got to watch a touching tale of master and disciple, and then another of mother and son. The projection of the god of joyful pleasure appeared before him, smiling wickedly. Zhang Yu, why didn't I meet you sooner? You can bring me even more amusement. Zhang Yu immediately sheathed the blade and asked, Goddess, since you're following me, have you found a way to deal with the divine blessing? The smile on the god of joyful pleasure's face paused. Half serious and half casual, she replied. That blessing of yours isn't something that can be handled in a day or two. I'm still thinking of a way, no need to rush. Let's not talk about that for now. The god of joyful pleasure coughed twice, then smilingly put forward a condition. Don't you want to know why your parents turned into abyssal demons? Zhang Yu's eyes lit up, and he immediately pressed for details. The god of joyful pleasure covered her mouth and chuckled. I know, but you'll have to find me some amusement first. What kind of fun? Zhang Yu asked. There's a stone tablet at the entrance to the abyss. It can only be shattered by the power of the Cursed King. Go smash it for me, and I'll tell you, the god of joy said. As soon as he finished speaking, the projection vanished, and its aura dissipated with it. Zhang Yu muttered to himself and looked into the distance. Black Qi roiled at the abyss entrance, billowing out like a rupture in hell, dyeing the sky a murky darkness. There, the monsters were all above level 70, and the abyss's corruption would continuously erode any intruder. The longer one stayed, the greater the danger. At the lightest, one would fall into hallucinations and madness. At worst, one would be corrupted into a monster. He decided to scout first and retreat if things looked off. With the bracelet masking his aura, he reached the entrance edge half an hour later. The power of Qi Shao lit a layer of red glow over his body, blocking the abyss's aura from seeping in. Only then did Zhang Yu relax and begin to observe. It was a huge pit over 100 kilometers in diameter, with black Qi continually seeping upward, and high-level abyss monsters roaming all around. Even the most casual one he touched was far above level 70. Zhang Yu thought of the temptation to grind monsters and level up, but quickly suppressed the idea. He had the Abyss King talent, and killing more abyss monsters would raise his upper limit. Rushing to level up would only help the Cursed King raise the bar. He still hadn't prepared the Divine Blessing, second-class advancement, or exclusive weapon, so charging ahead now would be no different from courting death. He fumbled around the edge of the pit and found a stone tablet shrouded in black Qi, inscribed with demon script. Zhang Yu could only make out a few words like abyss, demon, and king. But he hadn't come here to read a monument. He snapped a photo, drew the Cursed King's blade, and brought it down in one slash. The stone tablet shattered with a thunderous crash. Zhang Yu immediately fell back and pulled out a Return to City scroll, ready to leave at any moment. After waiting a while and finding the surroundings calm and quiet, he felt a little dissatisfied. That's all the fun she had in mind? So lame. Then he simply returned to the Arsenal Great Wall. What he didn't know was that the abyss had already erupted into chaos. All the demons in the Cursed Kingdom received the same message at once. Cursed King Zhang Yu has destroyed the Demon King tablet. Someone smashed the Demon King tablet. Who is Zhang Yu? Didn't the cursed king Aretes die? He must have inherited the cursed king's will and is coming back to seize the throne. Shouts of killing intent, excitement, and panic spread through the abyss at the same time. After 100 years of silence, it was finally going to get lively. Meanwhile, in the Demon Dragon King city, the Demon Dragon King, Algernon, sat upon his throne. His aura so gloomy it seemed ready to crush anyone beneath it. He stared at the message before him, his brows and eyes filled with killing intent. Aretes, even in death you won't stay quiet, and you insist on coming to steal my throne? He said with a cold sneer, his voice dripping with frost. Fine. This king will see whether you really have the ability to take it back from me. As his words fell, the murderous aura in the king's city spread outward as well. Just after Zhang Yu accepted the challenge and returned to the Arsenal Great Wall, he immediately received a notification. Demon Dragon King Algernon has accepted your challenge. Your current support in the Cursed Kingdom, 0.01%. When Abyss support exceeds 50%, you will engage Demon Dragon King Algernon in a battle to the death. The victor will be king. He froze. Demon Dragon King Algernon? He had seen that name in an introduction to the Abyss. After the Cursed King died, the new Demon King that emerged in the Abyss was this very name. The human side knew almost nothing about him. His strength, his appearance, all of it remained a mystery. Zhang Yu couldn't for the life of him understand why he had been dragged into such a life-or-death battle. Did I trigger this by smashing that stone tablet? He wondered. At that moment, the god of joy burst out laughing in his ear. The laughter sounded like bells and blades at once. How fun! Too fun. A human boy actually wants to seize the throne of the Abyss. Could there be anything more amusing under heaven? He laughed so hard he doubled over, even his eyes trembling. Zhang Yu understood that this deity had played him, but he couldn't be bothered to argue. Since he was already going to deal with the Cursed King, adding a Demon Dragon King wasn't any more trouble. When the fleas are many, you don't fear the bite. He steadied his mind and asked bluntly, I did as you said. Now tell me about my parents. The god of joy put away his smile and slowly explained the whole story. The Demon Dragon King, Algernon, possessed a divine artifact called the Heart of the Abyss. That thing could turn living beings into demons and grant them immense power. Over the past 30 years, Algernon had used it to create many new demons, and the Kingdom of Curses had already grown nearly to the strength it had under Ardis back then. Zhang Yu's parents were transformed by the Heart of the Abyss. Because they resisted fiercely, Algernon made them his right and left hands and further strengthened them. By now, they had completely turned into demons, and most of the memories they had as humans were nearly erased. It was only a matter of time before those memories vanished entirely. Then can I save them? Zhang Yu asked. The god of joy spread his hands. As far as I know, the corruption of the Heart of the Abyss can't be reversed. At least for now, no one knows how to turn them back into humans. But if you can kill Algernon and seize the Heart of the Abyss, then at least there's still a chance to preserve some of their human memories. How strong is Algernon? Zhang Yu pressed. He won't be any weaker than the King of Curses 30 years ago, the god of joy said lightly. But don't rush. Your challenge has no time limit. As long as you don't enter the Abyss, he can't do anything to you. You still have time to grow stronger. He added, if he comes out himself, then he's preparing to invade directly like the King of Curses did. When that happens, it won't just be your problem alone. Also, don't underestimate the underlings. Be careful not to get killed by them. That would be no fun at all. After speaking, the god of joy looked around and smiled. Someone's coming. I'm leaving first. As soon as the words fell, he vanished into thin air. Almost at the same time, Ning Wuwei arrived with the demon hunting squad. Seeing Zhang Yu, he smiled and patted his shoulder. Zhang Yu, well done. We checked, and that demon stronghold really was wiped out by you. Didn't run into any trouble, did you? It went fairly smoothly. Zhang Yu didn't mention the god of joy or the Demon Dragon King, and instead asked, how's the situation in Great Xia? Did you catch the mole? Ning Wuwei's smile grew even more sincere. Just in time to tell you, thanks to you, the military captured a big fish. Right now, War God Wan is personally interrogating him. Follow the trail and we'll be able to root out a whole string of human traitors, someone said. The military decided to award Zhang Yu a first-class merit and promote him from major to colonel. As soon as that was announced, the area immediately became lively. Zhuang Wenxiang grinned recklessly. Brother Zhang Yu, damn impressive. You just joined the Qianlong squad and already got a first-class merit, and in just over a month you went from major to colonel. That speed is insane. Looks like a new war god is about to emerge. Lu Yilan came over smiling to introduce herself, and Gao Ning nodded in agreement. Exactly. With Zhang Yu's abilities, in a few years he might really become a war god. Zhang Yu blushed and quickly waved his hands. I really didn't do much this time. Stop praising me. Ning Wuwei patted his shoulder, his tone carrying an unarguable certainty. Don't be modest. What you did is something many people couldn't accomplish. You deserve these honors. Come on, the celebration banquet is ready. Today, you're the main character. Before he could finish speaking, the crowd had already pulled Zhang Yu toward the city square. The square was already packed with people. And as soon as he arrived, applause and cheers immediately surrounded him. Ning Wuwei smiled and explained, the military issued a full army commendation this time. You're now a hero known to everyone. Go on, enjoy the cheers. With that, he directly pushed Zhang Yu into the center of the crowd. Professionals came up, lifted him, tossed him into the air, and caught him again. The scene was rough but intense. Zhang Yu sank into the cheers as if in a dream. Combined over 2 lifetimes, he had never been praised by so many people. At the banquet, they poured wine down his throat, and when he woke up, it was already the next day. Hiss, I drank too much yesterday. He rubbed his head for a long while before finally picking up his communicator. On the screen was a text from Grandma. Well done. Keep it up. D, happy face asterisk. Seeing that line and the emoticon after it, Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile, a warmth rising in his heart. So this was what it felt like to be a hero. Turns out it really was pretty nice. He replied to Grandma, saying that he was doing fine, and also sent greetings to his aunt, then washed up and headed out. Yesterday, the Iron Spear Great Wall had only just finished holding a lively victory banquet, but today it had already returned to its cold, rigid defensive state. Everyone stayed at their posts, desperately holding back the abyss monsters and refusing to let them cross the Great Wall, protecting the Great Xia behind them. Looking at the familiar faces on the wall, Zhang Yu sighed. Everyone's really giving it their all. He truly admired these people defending the city. Ning Wuwei and the others had other assignments, and were teleported away as soon as the banquet ended. Zhang Yu had nothing else to do, so he stepped into the teleportation array and returned to Kyoto University. Just after he arrived at the school, the projection of the God of Joy appeared again and waved in greeting. Hey Zhang Yu. The moment Zhang Yu saw her, his head hurt. He sighed. Lady Goddess, if you want to have fun, you can't keep pestering me, can you? I tricked you once last time, so can you not come again this time? The God of Joy said solemnly. I, the dignified God of Joy, am not that petty. I really do have serious business today. Zhang Yu didn't want to beat around the bush, so he asked directly, what is it? The God of Joy smiled and said, I have a friend who might be able to help you solve the issue of the divine blessing. Zhang Yu immediately became alert. Solve the divine blessing? Explain clearly. He added, let me say this first. I'm not Pei Yuan Lurza this time. Don't worry, it's serious business. I promised you, I won't joke around. The God of Joy put her hands on her hips. Her smile was not very trustworthy, but she went on. Go to the Star God Gambling Dungeon. Once you get there, a new divine projection will come to find you. She's waiting for you. After saying that, her projection disappeared. Star God Gambling Dungeon. Zhang Yu muttered, but figured it wouldn't hurt to go take a look. After returning to dormitory number 0, he first greeted Granny Nyo, who was guarding the door, then entered the Nightmare Difficulty Star Secret Realm Dungeon right in front of her. 10 minutes later, Granny Nyo's eyes widened in disbelief. When Zhang Yu came out, he was carrying 30,000 star stones in his hands, and then he went straight up to the 6th floor and entered the Star God Gambling Dungeon. For others, entering the Star Secret Realm took an hour or 2, and at most they could scrape together a few dozen or 100 star stones. After paying rent, they still had to count every coin carefully. Zhang Yu got 30,000 in 10 minutes, and Granny Nyo couldn't help but complain. This kid treats the secret realm like a wholesale market? Zhang Yu had already entered the Star God Gambling Dungeon. Before his eyes was a brightly colored, fantastical forest. The dungeon prompt showed that the god descending this time was the Goddess of Fate. By the clear spring in the center of the forest, the white-clad Goddess of Fate was sitting there soaking her feet, while animals at the shore lowered their heads to drink water. Zhang Yu stepped forward and first bowed respectfully. Greetings, Goddess of Fate. She brushed back her hair and said indifferently, Joy told me about your situation. In a calm tone, yet with pressure, she said, I can tell you how to break the demon god's curse, but the guidance of fate doesn't come for free. Zhang Yu asked, what price do I have to pay? The Goddess of Fate stood up, walked up to him, lightly sniffed his aura, and her eyes changed slightly. Your aura is strange, different from the people of this world. Even I can't see through your fate. Zhang Yu was shaken inside. This secret was known only to him. The goddess of fate continued. You are the most mysterious existence I have ever seen. Your past is hidden in the fog, your future leads into the fog, and even your present is in complete disarray. No wonder the god of joy is captivated by you. She was even more direct. I don't like the unknown. If you're willing to tell me the secret you're hiding, I'll tell you how to break the demon god's curse. Zhang Yu remained silent for a long time, weighing the pros and cons, before finally saying, I'm from another world. A flicker of surprise flashed in the goddess of fate's eyes, but she quickly calmed down. I see. As if she suddenly understood many things, she no longer asked further and instead said, the cursed King Ardis is the blesser of that cursed demon god. The reason you can't receive blessings from other gods is because he offered your body to the cursed demon god. Now, your body has become the cursed demon god's vessel in the human world. Gods cannot bestow blessings upon gods, so your power has been sealed all this time, the goddess of fate said. Zhang Yu's expression darkened. Then how do I get out of this? The goddess of fate raised her hand and pointed at his chest. Most of the cursed demon god's power is concentrated here. This also gives you a chance to destroy the curse along with its source. My heart. Zhang Yu froze. More precisely, the heart of the cursed king, the goddess said. This heart contains his power. If it remains inside you, you will eventually be possessed. But on the other hand, if you destroy it, the curse will disappear with it. Zhang Yu frowned. The heart of the cursed king is a divine artifact. How am I supposed to destroy it? The goddess of fate gave a straightforward answer. Go find the god of forging. How do I find the god of forging? Zhang Yu asked. He's only interested in equipment. If you can bring him something that moves him, he will naturally come looking for you. A spark lit up in Zhang Yu's eyes as he immediately thought of his 10 signature weapons. If he collected them all and fully refined them, could he lure the god of forging out? Who wouldn't want to see a full set of divine artifacts? Seeing that he had an idea, the goddess of fate smiled slightly. Looks like you know what to do. I won't say any more. This conversation ends here, and I'll keep your secret. Just as she was about to leave, she paused. A golden stone emerged in her palm. This is the clearance reward. It should be suitable. Zhang Yu took it and glanced at it, and his expression changed completely. Second Awakening Stone, Divine Grade. Note, condensed by the power of the god of fate, it can be used together with other awakening stones. After use, you will obtain the power of the god of fate. A divine grade Second Awakening Stone. Zhang Yu froze, hardly believing it. The most precious item in the Star God treasury was only a divine grade First Awakening Stone. Yet the goddess of fate had casually given him a divine grade second one. He had originally only intended to confess that he was a transmigrator. But in the end, not only did he find a way to break the curse, he also got a divine grade awakening stone for free. In the entire world, there were hardly a few people who could use both divine grade first and second awakening stones. The goddess of fate said indifferently, Fate has long since set the price, Zhang Yu. Your secret is worth this. Her projection dissipated, and Zhang Yu was sent out of the Star God gambling instance. He stared at the entrance, a thought rising in his mind. If I can get a divine item every time I go in, wouldn't I be able to farm it by going in repeatedly? Thinking of this, he immediately rushed back to the first floor, re-entered the realm of stars. 10 minutes later, he earned 30,000 star stones, and immediately returned to the 6th floor to try entering the gambling instance again. The system then poured a bucket of cold water over him. No divine projection has descended for the moment. Matching failed. Matching failed. Zhang Yu's face darkened, disappointment flashing across it. Looks like this instance isn't something you can just farm whenever you want. And here I thought I'd found a way to wholesale divine artifacts. He suppressed his emotions, put away the star stone, and headed to the school library. Ever since he'd been horribly screwed over by the god of pleasure last time, he'd made up his mind to learn demon language. Otherwise, the next time he might get sold off as a cash machine again. In the library, Zhang Yu opened a demon language dictionary and took out the photo he'd snapped of the stone steel, translating it word by word against the text. Soon, he made sense of the inscription. Within the abyss, the king reigns supreme. If you wish to replace the demon king, break the steel to prove your resolve. After reading it, he suddenly came to a realization. It turned out he'd brought this on himself by first provoking the demon dragon king. To put it bluntly, he had shouted in front of everyone that he wanted to replace him, so of course the demon dragon king would set his sights on him. Sure enough, Being uneducated is a disadvantage. Zhang Yu muttered bitterly to himself. If I had understood demon language earlier, I'd never have touched that steel. He cursed the god of pleasure again, his motivation for studying instantly surging as he buried himself in demon language research. An hour later, Zhang Yu was slacking off in the library when his communicator suddenly popped up with a group message from the Abyss strategy team. Oh right, he almost forgot this group existed. Zhang Yu remembered that he still had 8 Abyss dungeons left to complete for his Qishao Divine Artifact quest, and quickly opened the group chat. As soon as he entered, the messages were flooding in like an explosion. The administrator directly at everyone.
Urgent.
Strategists below level 50 who are near Kyoto, head immediately to Yenshan Wuling Valley. A special Abyss dungeon has been discovered, and reinforcements are urgently needed. As soon as the message went out, the group exploded. Holy crap, I'm near Yenshan. That's the territory of the Yaori Guild. They sent people there and they failed. They failed? Shouldn't the military be sent then? What's weird is, after they failed, the dungeon didn't spawn monsters. Instead, it evolved, and the challenge cap dropped from 70 to 50. The difficulty went up, but the level cap went down? That's way too scammy. I have a feeling this Abyss is cooking up something big this time. If you don't have the strength, don't rush in recklessly. If you lose your life, you might even make the dungeon more troublesome. As Zhang Yu looked at the flood of messages, his expression darkened. Yaori Guild? Wasn't that Qing'er's guild? The Abyss not only failed to spawn monsters, it mutated and upgraded on its own. Something was definitely wrong. He immediately left the library and called Bai Jingua. The moment the call connected, Bai Jingua's voice came through from the other end. Zhang Yu, I was just about to look for you. I didn't expect you to call me first. Zhang Yu got straight to the point. Old Bai, are you looking for me because of Yenshan Wuling Valley? Bai Jingua didn't beat around the bush. You should have received the news. This time it's far more serious than we imagined. If we don't resolve it, Kyoto City could turn into hell. Zhang Yu agreed to take action. Bai Jingua breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. The one who locked the level cap at 50. I can only think of you as someone capable of doing that. Go to Mist Spirit Valley first. I'll send you the details. Read them on the way. Yenshan lies north of Kyoto City, a mountain range. The average level of monsters in the mountains is 50, and Mist Spirit Valley is the most famous place there. Besides a large magic or vein, there is also a level 60 open-world dungeon. 10 years ago, the Yaori Guild spent 500 billion to buy the mining rights to that magic or vein. They stationed themselves permanently in Mist Spirit Valley, opened the dungeon to the public, and anyone could come farm it. A major supply hub was built right beside the dungeon with a pharmacy, blacksmith, inn, and general store all available. The magic or mine from the vein was processed at the supply hub into potions and equipment, then sold on-site to dungeon runners. The dungeon was difficult, and potion and gear consumption was huge. Every day, the Yaori Guild's or output wasn't even enough for one day's worth of consumption by the people farming the dungeon. Thanks to this setup, they saved on transport costs and made a fortune, turning Mist Spirit Valley into their biggest cash cow. So when something went wrong with the dungeon, guild leader Li Yuankong immediately panicked. He sent out an elite team of level 70 players, hoping to end it quickly and protect the business. In the end, the entire team was wiped out. Logically, after an abyss collapses, abyss monsters should be released, and the outside world can suppress them in time to salvage the situation. But this time, even more bizarre things happened. The dungeon didn't release any monsters. Instead, it mutated on its own, its difficulty skyrocketed, and it forcibly capped challengers at level 50 or below. If level 70 players went in, they died. Level 50 players entering it were basically walking to their deaths. Overnight, Mist Spirit Valley slipped out of the Yaori Guild's control. When Zhang Yu arrived at Mist Spirit Valley, quite a few class holders below level 50 had already gathered outside the valley. The Adventurers Association had posted a bounty, and the Yaori Guild had also offered a huge reward, hoping to find someone to solve the abyss. The people who came were of mixed ability, and Li Yuankong didn't dare let anyone in recklessly anymore. So he could only have Li Fong guard the valley entrance and screen them. Only those whose level didn't exceed 50 and who could beat Li Fong were qualified to go in. Up to now, not a single qualified candidate had been able to enter the dungeon. No one could get past Li Fong. Next, Li Fong knocked a level 50 knight flat with one punch, roaring until his face turned purple. The Abyss dungeon in Mist Spirit Valley could level up again at any moment, and he still hadn't managed to gather any decent teammates, so he was anxious to the point of near collapse. If only Zhang Yu were here. Just as he was thinking that, he looked up and saw Zhang Yu really walking out from the crowd. Brother-in-law, Li Fong got so excited his voice changed pitch. Zhang Yu froze at the shout, and Li Fong had already rushed over to grab his hand, eyes glistening. Brother-in-law, you're here to help, right? I'm so touched. Zhang Yu felt a bit awkward and frowned. Brother Li, don't be like this. Sorry. I got too excited. Li Fong let go, but the excitement in his eyes didn't fade. You came at the perfect time. With your damage output, if we find 3 more decent ones, we can just go straight in and take on the abyss. As he spoke, he shouted toward the guild. Make way for my brother-in-law and let him into the valley first. I'll head in once I've gathered the team. The people from the Yari Guild immediately stepped aside, but the class holders outside the valley erupted in dissatisfaction. Why can he go in without a test? That's too obvious. I checked. He's only level 37. Not even close to meeting the requirement. The Radiant Guild already suffered a wipe once, and you still dare come back? If it really collapses, can you take responsibility for that? The objections surged up. Li Fong's expression changed, and his aura suddenly burst forth. A scorching wave of fire exploded outward, forcing the crowd to step back. He swung his twin blades, the blades wrapped in blazing flames, and said coldly, My brother-in-law's damage can one-shot me. He's the main DPS. If anyone's unconvinced, come up and say it to my face instead of just yelling from the back. Those harshest objections fell silent at once, and many level 50 players' expressions changed. Zhang Yu said nothing more and went straight to inspect the dungeon. The entrance to Mist Spirit Valley was no longer what it used to be, but a dark crimson vortex, with arcs of lightning crackling around its edges. Just standing outside, one could already feel an icy sense of danger. Li Yuankong stood before the entrance, his brows tightly furrowed. Zhang Yu stepped forward to greet him. Li Yuankong looked at him, his expression easing a little, but then he turned his gaze back to the entrance and remained silent. Zhang Yu activated Abyss Eye, Mist Spirit Mine Cave Abyss Dungeon. Level 60. Difficulty Abyss. Maximum party member level limit 50. Countdown 3 hours 36 minutes 53 seconds. After reading it, Zhang Yu frowned. It's directly classified as Abyss, and there's a countdown. I've really never seen that before. Li Yuankong said in a grave voice. When the countdown ends, the difficulty will increase again. Really going to upgrade? Zhang Yu asked. Really? Li Yuankong's tone grew even heavier. This dungeon has already gone through 1 countdown before. Back then, it jumped straight from Hell to Abyss and a level restriction was added too. Judging by the current momentum, it'll only get harder and harder. If we drag this out, no one will be able to clear it. If Abyss monsters get out, the ones in trouble won't just be us Radiant. Even the capital city of Kyoto in the south could be affected. Zhang Yu said directly, Uncle Li, let me solo this dungeon.
Li Yuankong froze.
You alone? Seriously? Zhang Yu nodded. Even a level 70 rating team could get wiped by this dungeon. Now that it's evolved, it'll only be more terrifying. Sending ordinary level 50 professional in is no different from sending them to die. Li Fong is the same. Li Yuankong knew the logic, but as the Radiant Guild leader, he couldn't just ignore it. Li Fong, whether in level or experience, was still far from enough, and he couldn't casually send people to their deaths. Strength was the most suitable person to go in. If he didn't let Li Fong go in, not only would he fail to suppress public opinion, but he would also dampen the enthusiasm of other professionals. There was obviously a most suitable candidate, yet no one was sent to run the dungeon. Anyone could see there was a problem. By then, probably even fewer people would be willing to touch this dungeon. But Li Yuankong also understood that he did not truly know Zhang Yu's real strength. Zhang Yu's file was top state secret. Even as the son of a national elder, he could not look up the details. What Li Yuankong feared most was Zhang Yu going in alone and failing there. If anything really went wrong, the Li family could not bear that responsibility. Thinking of this, his attitude was firm. No, running it solo is too dangerous. At the very least, you need a tank, a healer, and support to keep you alive first. Zhang Yu shook his head. Uncle Li, I can handle it myself. I have enough damage and I have support too. Forcing a few level 50 people in here will only hold me back. As he spoke, he casually unfolded a section of the sword formation, even enveloping Li Yuankong within it. As soon as Li Yuankong felt that buff, his expression changed, especially the effect that ignored 50% of defense. It was absurdly powerful. Zhang Yu said lightly, not exaggerating. My support doesn't even amount to 1/10 of my damage. Li Yuankong remained silent for a long time. Glancing at the dungeon countdown, He finally took out a wristband and handed it to him. Wear this when you enter the dungeon. Zhang Yu took it and asked, what is this? The life ring produced by the Yaori group. It can monitor your life state in the dungeon in real time. If I judge that you're in danger, I'll use the Gauss core to forcibly pull you out. Understand? Uncle Li, you've gone to the trouble, Zhang Yu said gratefully, putting on the wristband and adding, I have 1 passive death immunity and 1 resurrection chance. If something really goes wrong at the start, don't rush to pull me out. I may still have a chance to turn things around.
Li Wankang nudda.
Understood. Zhang Yu no longer delayed and reached his hand into the Abyss dungeon. Do you wish to challenge the Mist Spirit Mine dungeon? Yes. After confirming, he was drawn into the dungeon. Immediately, Li Yuankang saw Zhang Yu's HP bar pop up before his eyes. Zhang Yu, I'm counting on you, he murmured. Then instructed Steward Su through the communicator to bring the Gauss core to Yenshan. Zhang Yu appeared in a dim mine tunnel. Oil lamps hung on both rock walls, their flames weak, and the air carried a pungent stench. The abyssal aura here was so thick it was terrifying, almost on par with the abyss entrance. The moment he entered, he sensed something was wrong. He did not dare act rashly, immediately summoning the Hell-Flame Demon Goat, the Ice Spirit Queen, and the Rakshasa King. The 3 summons surrounded him from left, center, and right, guarding against ambushes. Relying on the Hell-Flame Demon Goat's firelight, he slowly moved forward, but strangely, after walking for a long time, he didn't even see a single monster. The dungeon was silent as if dead. According to the information White Xinghua had provided, the Mist Spirit Mine should have been densely packed with monsters, but now it was empty. The more Zhang Yu walked, the more alert he became. He went straight to the deepest part of the mine and entered a natural cavern. The ground was covered in blue-glowing magic crystal ore, and the atmosphere was chillingly cold. A blood-red magic formation was drawn in the center of the cavern. Zhang Yu did not rush forward, instead letting the Rakshasa King scout first. As soon as the Rakshasa King stepped onto it, the magic formation instantly lit up, and several bloody hands burst out, tightly binding the Rakshasa King and dragging it toward the center of the array. The Rakshasa King is being corrupted. Rescue it immediately, or you will permanently lose the Rakshasa King. It really was a trap. Zhang Yu's brows darkened. He summoned flying swords and severed the bloody hands one by one, casually returning the Rakshasa King to the mask. The blood-red magic formation once again fell silent, as if nothing had happened. Zhang Yu felt a chill in his heart. The Yao Yao Guild's raid team was very likely defeated after being trapped by this kind of formation. That squad had probably been wiped out like this. There were no abyss monsters to be seen in the dungeon. They had probably been cleaned out by them, and even the boss might have been defeated. But in the end, they had fallen to this blood-red magic formation. Standing at a distance, Zhang Yu was about to use his flying swords to destroy the magic formation when suddenly an arrow tore through the air and shot straight at his face. Zhang Yu reacted quickly, wielded his sword to slash, and split the arrow in 2, then looked up toward where it had come from. Someone came out from there, wearing the uniform of the Radiance Guild, but with demon horns growing from the top of his head, and eyes red like 2 gemstones. Has a human turned into a demon? Zhang Yu's heart sank. His abyss eye swept over him, and the system panel popped up. Zhong Tiancheng, level 70, Holy Archer, not fully turned into a demon yet? Just as a sliver of hope rose in his heart, Qi Shao had already blocked a sneak attack from a demon assassin behind him. Zhang Yu looked again. Han Ying, level 70, Shadow Assassin. The panel was still showing as a professional. Nearby, a Hellfire Demon Goat pounced, and Han Ying retreated into shadow, disappearing without a trace. Soon after, 3 more people emerged from the shadows. Lu Ningyi, level 70, Great Elementalist. Shi Yan, level 70, Shield of the Holy Knight. Wu Ningning, level 70, Elf Saintist. They were also wearing Radiance uniforms, with demon horns on their heads and hollow eyes, as if their souls had been lost. Zhang Yu froze. Without saying a word, the 3 charged at him. Zhang Yu still held out hope and didn't want to kill them. He recalled the Ice Spirit Empress and the Hellfire Demon Goat, then released a swarm of copied flying swords to suppress them first. With his 90% damage reduction from equipment and talents, plus the 7-star Dragon Abyss further reducing enemy damage by 50%, those newly transformed level 70 demons couldn't even break through his defenses. They were injured slower than he healed. If he used his cursed avatar, the enemies would instead be killed by backlash themselves. Relying on his damage reduction, Zhang Yu pinned the 5 of them to the ground. Walking up to Zhong Tiancheng, he still wanted to ask, "Bro, Can you still? Before he could finish, Zhong Tiansheng went boom and self-detonated, instantly shattering the copied flying swords pressing him down. Although Qishao and Zhang Lu blocked most of it, the explosion still forcefully took away a tenth of Zhang Yu's HP. Before he could react, the others also started self-detonating wildly, one after another. After a round of self-detonations from the 5 of them, Zhang Yu's HP was directly cut in half. Just then, a pitch-black beam shot out from the magic array, straight for Zhang Yu's face, carrying an icy, bone-deep chill. Zhang Yu relied on his blocking instinct to control the flying swords and deflect the beam away. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a pity. I actually missed you. A sinister, familiar voice came from within the magic array. Blood surged and roiled, and a somewhat aged, weary figure slowly rose from the blood. Daithas. Zhang Yu recognized him at a glance, one of the 7 dukes. Daithas stared at Zhang Yu and sneered. Zhang Yu, do you know how badly you've ruined this duke? The curse you place torments me every day, stripping me of everything and driving me out of my position as one of the 7 dukes, making me dance to others' tune like a dog. If not for you, how would this duke have fallen to this state, even having to personally do these lowly jobs? Heaven has eyes. Today, you've fallen into this duke's hands. I'll make sure you thoroughly taste what it means to be worse than dead. With an enraged roar, Daithas' oppressive might as a demon duke suddenly erupted, bearing down on Zhang Yu, trying to crush him into submission with sheer aura. But this kind of thing was completely useless against Zhang Yu. The 7-star dragon abyss blocked it, and that oppressive force was blown away like wind, instead letting Zhang Yu breathe a sigh of relief. His earlier tension vanished completely. Daithas was stunned for a moment, then sneered. Not bad. You really are tough. There aren't many who can remain calm under this duke's pressure. As expected, you're a great trouble for the abyss. But courage alone isn't enough. After suffering last time, I specifically studied you. I won't give you another chance to turn things around this time. You have 2 divine weapons, granting immunity to mental and water-based damage. But I command thunder, fire, poison, and darkness. The tiny bit of passive defense you have means nothing to me. Besides, your attacks can ignore defense and come with the Curse King's curse. As long as I turn my body intangible, you can't hit me, and if you can't hit me, you can't hurt me. With both of those sealed off, Zhang Yu, you have no escape today. Disses said it with absolute confidence, as if Zhang Yu was already dead in his hands. Yet Zhang Yu calmly opened his curse avatar and quietly drew power with 7 stars dragon abyss inside the sword formation space, while appearing outwardly composed. Go on. I'm listening. This sent Disses into a rage. A swarm of venomous snakes formed from blood surged out of the magic array and lunged at him. Zhang Yu responded head-on by sending out a large number of copied flying swords. The blood snakes were pinned to the ground. Disses sneered. You really have gotten stronger lately, but can your flying swords block blood? Can they block thunder? As soon as he finished speaking, black lightning surged over his body, transforming into thunder snakes that shattered the copied flying swords and charged straight at Zhang Yu. The thunder snakes slammed into Zhang Yu, black arcs of electricity coiling over his entire body. Disses said smugly, Don't worry. This poisonous lightning won't kill you. It'll just numb your nerves and leave you unable to move. I'll have a good time with you. Before the laughter even died away, the black lightning wrapped around Zhang Yu suddenly changed course, actually transforming in reverse into thunder snakes that rushed back toward Disses. Disses had no time to dodge. His own skill trapped him first, black lightning spreading over his whole body as he froze in place. What is this? He screamed, staring fixedly at Zhang Yu. What did you do? Why is the damage being reflected? Zhang Yu smiled faintly and opened the sword formation space. The version's already been updated, you fool. I'm immune to lightning-based attacks now too. 7 stars Dragon Abyss had been charging for a full minute. The next second, sword light burst out like stars, shooting straight at the paralyzed Disses. -464050629560. A ridiculous damage number exploded into view, and 7 stars Dragon Abyss forcibly pierced through Disses' chest, tearing open a massive bloody hole. His aura instantly plunged to the bottom, his lock health passive triggered, and he barely entered brief invincibility. Terrified by the damage, Disses lost all will to fight and, taking advantage of the invincibility window, fled in disgrace back into the blood array, trying to escape. Zhang Yu did not pursue him. He only said coldly, Disses, your time is running out. This time you really won't make it back alive. Absolute curse has been applied to Disses. A system notification popped up. Disses' expression changed dramatically when he saw it. He knew Absolute Curse was a forbidden technique of the Curse King, one that ignored lock health effects and burned away 10% of maximum HP every second. Anyone killed by it could not be revived. Despair swallowed him instantly. No, don't. Zhang Yu, don't kill. Disses collapsed and begged for mercy, but before he could finish, black aura erupted wildly from within his body and poured into his 7 apertures. Aya! His scream tore through the air as the black aura burned him to ashes alive. Successfully killed Disses. EXP plus 100 million, minus 50%. Obtained legendary equipment. Disses's ring, Disses's circle, Disses's necklace. Disses's ring, legendary strength plus 50%. Equipment level 90. Disses's circle, legendary agility plus 50%. Equipment level 90. Disses's necklace, legendary spirit plus 50%. Equipment level 90. Disses set effect, stamina plus 50%. Gain skill, Dark Thunder Domain. Dark Thunder Domain. For a short time, deal 100 instances of Dark plus Thunder mixed damage to each enemy within range. Each Thunder hit is equal to 10 times the sum of all 4 attributes. Obtained, Heart of the Demon Grand Duke *1, Demon Grand Duke Soul Ember *1. Heart of the Demon Grand Duke, legendary, can be used to forge divine artifacts. Demon Grand Duke Soul Ember, legendary, can assist in the second awakening. Abyss King, plus 111032. Curse Kingdom Demon Support Rate, 10.00%. Ding. The host has achieved the accomplishment, Slay the Demon Grand Duke, rewarding an advanced awakening talent. Congratulations to the host for awakening the advanced talent. Equipment Master. Ignores class and level requirements when equipping gear. Golden light burst from within Zhang Yu's body, and his level instantly surged from 37 to 41. The dungeon clear chest also popped open automatically. Attained Godstone *3. Red Sky Divine Artifact Quest Progress, March 10th. Zhang Yu's eyes nearly went blurry. There were too many rewards to count at once. He first focused on the newly obtained Diasis 3-piece set and the new talent. As soon as Equipment Master was activated, he could wear anything, so without hesitation he swapped out the Curse 3-piece set on him and directly equipped the Diasis 3-piece set. After changing gear, he opened the panel to check his stats. Name Zhang Yu. Title Curse King. Class Ghost God Sword Master, Unique. Level 41. 15%. Strength 209,913. Agility 197,613. Spirit 345,484.
Constitution 197 613.
Class traits: critical hit rate 50%, critical hit damage 500%. Talents: absolute luck, level 1. I am a sword immortal, level 2. Eye of the Abyss, fearless body, I am legend, Abyss King, plus 111,032. Equipment Master. Equipment: Sword Spirit Armory, Divine Sword Qishao, Divine Sword Zhanlu, Divine Sword Qixing Longyuan, Star God Robe, Riding the Wind Boots, Imperial Distinguished Merit Medal, Holy Spirit Crown, Disses Necklace, Disses Ring, Disses Bracelet, Curse King's Heart, Curse King's Blade, Flame Demon Cloak, Rakshasa King Mask. Skills: Ghost God Sword Array, level 5, Ghost God Sword Control, level 5, Sword Array Space, Attribute Conversion, Sword Intent Momentum, Dark Thunder Domain, Wind Control, Poison Resistance, Culinary Mastery, Poison Mastery, Potion Enhancement, Hidden Weapon Mastery. Constitution, 6 lives. The bonuses from 4 legendary pieces and the Abyss King directly pushed his 4 attributes into 6 digits. This was no longer just strong. It was absurd. Swapping out the curse set meant losing Mental Storm, but gaining an even more terrifying Dark Thunder Domain. Zhang Yu roughly did the math. The basic damage of each Thunderstrike in Dark Thunder Domain was equal to 10 times the sum of his 4 attributes. With the total exceeding 1,000,000, each strike alone would break 1,000,000. Once the skill was activated, it hit each enemy 100 times. Add his 1,520% critical damage, 20x innate damage bonus, and the Constitution Splash effect. Conservatively speaking, each target would be struck thousands of times, with each hit dealing damage on the scale of hundreds of millions. He was shaken. With damage like this, even gods could be shocked numb. In simple terms, this skill was viciously overpowered. After confirming his panel, he opened his storage space. His biggest gains this time, besides the Disses 3-piece set and the Awakened talent, were those 3 Divine Stones. To others, they might be trash, but to Zhang Yu, the 3 Divine Stones were 3 signature weapons. At this moment, He knew the value of this loot was immeasurable. No worse than the Dis's 3-piece set at all. Ever since I drew Qishao and Zhanlu, it's been over a month. In this month, I only drew a God-tier First Awakening Stone and 3 Qixing Longyuan, and I've already triggered absolute luck 6 times. Zhang Yu checked the timing, confirmed the count was enough, and immediately took out the Fate Compass in the dungeon. Qixing Longyuan has already completed its Divine Weapon quest. If I'm lucky, I can refine it to max tier this time, and draw a new signature weapon as well. Filled with anticipation, he tossed all 3 divine stones into the Fate Compass. The Fate Star array lit up, and the red card spun rapidly within it. Watching this, Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel that his luck talent was too ridiculous. Other people mostly drew white and blue cards, and occasionally got excited for ages over a flash of gold, while his card pool was almost entirely red cards. The gap was just too obvious. Soon, 2 red cards flew out and transformed into 2 Qixing Longyuan. The one in sword array space also flew out. The 3 swords collided, and the entire blade burst forth with terrifying divine weapon pressure. The Abyss dungeon shook violently, and starlight filled the sky. Divine Sword, Qixing Longyuan, exclusive divine weapon max tier attack plus 100,000, automatic protection of the wielder, wielder immune to crowd control, immune to lightning damage and can reflect lightning attacks tenfold, wielder receives star blessing, unaffected by the pressure of the strong, deals to non-divine beings. After Qixing Longyuan reaches max tier, its attributes surge. Plus 100,000 attack, tenfold reflection, enemy damage reduced by 90%, and the most absurd part is guaranteed to hit. Divine Weapon Quest. Collect the 10 max tier sword weapons. 1 out of 10. Note: one of the 10 sword weapons protects the wielder and subdues demons, cleansing the world. Zhang Yu stared at the panel and nearly forgot to breathe. The attack boost, damage reflection, and damage reduction were only the surface. The truly terrifying part was those 4 words, guaranteed to hit. It looked simple, but in practice it was outrageously overpowered. His mind raced and he came up with a practical plan. When he was about to reach level 70, he would use Qixing Longyuan to build up momentum and store his power to the limit, then farm a few more waves of monsters and level up to 70 naturally. The moment the Curse King revived, he would bring the sword down, guaranteed hit. Thinking of this, his confidence in the life and death duel with the Curse King surged. And he didn't just have this one max-tier divine weapon. Qixing Longyuan also had a divine weapon quest, which meant that as long as he collected all the signature weapons and max-refined them, those signature weapons could be taken to yet another level. Curse King, you laid so many schemes and dug so many traps, yet you still couldn't figure out just how insane I am. Zhang Yu grinned, already deciding the Curse King's fate in his mind. He put 7 Stars Dragon Abyss back into the sword formation and was about to check his newly drawn divine weapon when the Fate Star array was still spinning. Not finished yet, he muttered in confusion. A 3rd red card flew out, yet it was not a weapon, but a red scroll. What is this? Zhang Yu froze. The scroll turned into red light and drilled into his body. The next second, the panel popped up with a new quest. Path of the Sword Immortal, Part 1. Unique Mythic Quest Slay a God. Zhang Yu stood there, stunned. Unique Mythic Quest? Slay a God? He understood every word, but put together it was like heavenly scripture. This quest simply didn't seem like something a human could complete. Even that unreliable god of fun, he knew he couldn't beat. Forget it. I only wasted a god stone anyway. Zhang Yu quickly calmed down. Getting a divine weapon from the draw was already a huge win. You can't be too greedy. He set the Sword Immortal quest aside for now and headed toward the dungeon exit. Halfway there, he stopped again and picked up all the torn fragments of clothing from those members of the strategy team. Those were the last traces they had left in this world after self-destructing. Zhang Yu said softly, "We didn't know each other, but Deses is already dead. I guess I've avenged you. Rest in peace." After speaking, he carried those fragments and left the dungeon. Left the dungeon. The Abyss, the Curse Kingdom. Inside the Demon Dragon Royal City, Demon Dragon King Algernon sat on the throne, eyes closed as he devoured the power of the Abyss. Hylos teleported into the Great Hall and knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty, Deses has been slain, and the news has already spread throughout the kingdom. Right now, Zhang Yu, the Curse King, has risen to 10% support." "I know." Algernon's voice was calm, his eyes still closed. "How is Hadi recovering?" Hylos asked hurriedly. "Since Grand Duke Hadi was repelled by Zhang Yu in the realm of the Holy Spirit and fell under a sleep curse, he has remained in slumber within his own territory to this day," Hylos replied. Only then did Algernon open his eyes and spread out his palm, where a blood-red fleshy orb slowly emerged. Use the Abyss Seed to break Hadi's curse first. Once he wakes up, send him to the Great Xiar Empire and find a way to kill Zhang Yu, he said, pushing the blood-red orb toward Hylos. Hylos accepted the Abyss Seed, hesitated for a moment, then still lowered his voice and said, Your Majesty, Zhang Yu now already has the strength to kill a demon Grand Duke. We've just lost one Grand Duke, and Hadi isn't good at fighting. If we send him to the Great Xia Empire, Algernon's expression turned icy. Do you need to question how I do things? Hylos shuddered all over and hurriedly lowered his head. I wouldn't dare, my lord. Go. Yes. Hylos retreated in fear. In the Great Hall, Algernon spread out his palm again, and Zhang Yu's phantom figure appeared in the air. Zhang Yu, he sneered. If Hardy can kill you, then you really are trash, unworthy of challenging me. If you kill Hardy, I'll send you a few more Demon Grand Dukes and raise your support rate to over 50%. Once you're truly qualified, I'll personally cut you down. As soon as the words fell, Algernon suddenly clenched his hand, directly crushing Zhang Yu's projection. He closed his eyes and continued drawing in the power of the Abyss. With the Abyss's empowerment, his aura kept rising without pause. On the other side, while the Abyssal Cursed Kingdom began its move, Mist Spirit Valley was not idle either. Li Fang had finally gathered 3 barely decent teammates and rushed to the entrance of the Mist Spirit Mine dungeon, only to find no sign of Zhang Yu. Huh? Where's my brother-in-law? He looked around but couldn't find him, so he asked Li Yuankong, who was guarding the dungeon entrance. Dad, where did Zhang Yu go? Li Yuankong didn't answer at all, his eyes fixed on the dungeon, palms sweating profusely. Zhang Yu had been in the dungeon for a while already, and for most of that time his HP bar had been full. But just moments ago, his HP suddenly dropped below 50%, nearly frightening Li Yuankong into using the Gauss Core on the spot. Fortunately, not long after, his HP filled back up, and Li Yuankong finally breathed a sigh of relief, though his nerves were still tightly strung. Zhang Yu was soloing a level 50 Abyss dungeon while he himself was only level 37. Even with full HP, he could still be instantly killed by a single blow. As long as his HP dropped to 0, he would have to immediately use the Gauss Core to pull Zhang Yu out. Dad! Li Fang suddenly shouted, nearly making Li Yuankong jump. What are you yelling for? Li Yuankong snapped back to his senses and cursed with a dark face. Can't you see I'm watching? Li Fang froze for a moment. Dad, I just wanted to ask where Zhang Yu is. My team is already assembled. Zhang Yu has already entered the dungeon. Li Yuankong replied coldly. What?
Li Fang exclaimed.
Dad, have you lost your mind? How could you let him enter an Abyss dungeon alone? He's only level 37. This was his own request. Li Yuankong couldn't be bothered to say more. Li Fang was unconvinced. Even if he wanted to go in by himself, you should have told me. If I followed him in, I could at least help him take some damage, right? Li Yuankong retorted mercilessly. You useless bum would only drag him down if you went in. In this Abyss dungeon, only Zhang Yu can handle it. Just as the two were arguing, there was suddenly a stir at the dungeon entrance. The people around fell silent in an instant, and every eye focused on the vortex. If the Abyss aura continued to intensify, it meant Zhang Yu had failed, and Kyoto City might be in grave danger. The next second, the vortex lit up. The Abyss aura coiling around it began to disperse, and that patch of dark red slowly receded back to its usual blue. Success! Li Yuankong shouted excitedly. Zhang Yu cleared this layer of the Abyss dungeon. To him, this was no small matter. First, the Yaoyue Guild had kept hold of this cash cow. Second, Kyoto City would, for the time being, not have to face an unknown disaster. Difficult. Most importantly, if the dungeon wasn't handled properly, the Yaoyue Guild would definitely take the blame, and in the end even his father might be implicated, or even lose his position as an elder of the nation. In the end, Zhang Yu had saved the Li family. Li Yuankong instantly exploded with excitement. If not for the people around him, he really would have jumped up and down on the spot to celebrate. Li Fang was even more dumbfounded, and said in disbelief, Brother-in-law, you cleared the dungeon by yourself? He had long been prepared to risk his life for this Abyss dungeon. Yet Zhang Yu, who was more than 10 levels below him, had actually solo cleared it, so far beyond absurd that it made him question his life. Soon, the light from the dungeon vortex faded, and Zhang Yu walked out. The moment he appeared, his aura stunned everyone. Level 41? Li Yuankong stared at his level in shock. Zhang Yu had entered the dungeon at level 37, and now he had jumped straight from 37 to 41. That was nearly 5 billion experience. Even if he had been killing monsters above his level, He shouldn't have gotten that much experience. Could there have been a great demon above level 80 inside? That thought sent Li Yuankong's mind into chaos, with one wave of shock after another crashing over him. Zhang Yu said, "Uncle Li, these are the clothing fragments of the 5 raid members.
I'm sorry.
I could only bring these out." Li Yuankong took the scraps of cloth, his expression instantly growing complicated. His excitement was suppressed by a heavy grief. He said softly, "You've worked hard. I thank you on their family's behalf." "It was nothing," Zhang Yu replied calmly, then said, "Uncle Li, the Abyss dungeon has been cleared. I'm heading back to school first." Li Yuankong was taken aback. "Leaving already? Not staying to claim the reward?" "No need. I've gained enough this time." Zhang Yu declined with a smile. To him, the items inside the dungeon were worth far more than any reward outside. After saying goodbye to the still-stunned Li Feng, he returned to school. He was level 41 now. According to the rules of dormitory number 0, once he passed the trial, he could move up to the 3rd floor, but Zhang Yu cared more about getting the Star God Stone and going to the God's Treasury to draw the grand prize. When he entered the building and saw Granny Nyo guarding the Star Secret Realm, he stepped forward to greet her. Granny Nyo looked at him and teased, Well, back to restock?" Zhang Yu said seriously, "Granny Nyo, how do I start the trial for dormitory number 0? Granny Nyo waved her hand. "Come back when you reach level 40. As soon as she finished, Zhang Yu said, "I'm already level 41. Mrs. Nyo was stunned on the spot. After checking his level, sure enough, he was level 41. She asked in confusion, What did you do? I remember you were only level 37. Zhang Yu told her the truth outright. He had leveled up by solo clearing an Abyss dungeon. Mrs. Nyo half-jokingly said, "Then your dungeon must have had a Demon Grand Duke in it." But she didn't dig any deeper and turned to lead him up to the 3rd floor. At the gray fog at the floor entrance, Mrs. Nyo went over the process as usual, her tone serious. "Rules are still rules. To challenge the trial, you first pay 1,000 star stones. If you fail and want to try again, you'll have to pay another 1,000. "Got it. No problem." Zhang Yu nodded. Mrs. Nyo added, "Even if you pass, the dormitory rent on the 3rd floor is still 100 star stones per day. I no longer have the authority to change that amount. It's a rule set by those above. The limit is to help you waive it. Can you afford that?" "I can afford it," Zhang Yu answered crisply. A 10-minute run in the Star Secret Realm was enough to earn a year's worth of rent. That little money was nothing to him. Mrs. Nyo continued, "Last rule. Dorm number 0 will do its best to ensure your safety in the dungeon, but the trial itself is dangerous. If anything feels off, you must exit immediately. You can leave this dungeon at any time, understand?" "Understood." "All right. Then give me the 1,000 star stones." Zhang Yu immediately took out 1,000 star stones. Mrs. Nyo flicked her sleeve, and the star stones turned into specks of starlight, merging into the gray fog at the floor entrance. In an instant, the gray fog transformed into a blue vortex. Mrs. Nyo looked at him and said, "Go in. If you pass the test, you'll be able to go up to the 3rd floor. The benefits on the 3rd floor won't disappoint you." "Okay, I'll take a look." With curiosity, Zhang Yu stepped into the vortex. In the next moment, he was teleported to a sealed room. There was no door, no window, sealed on all 4 sides. He looked around and froze. "This counts as a trial?" Just then, the voice of the God of Joy suddenly rang out. Zhang Yu, dorm number 0 is too boring for you, so I brought you here. This is the gap between dungeon space and reality, considered a transfer station." Zhang Yu's expression immediately darkened. It was her again. Looking at the suddenly appeared God of Joy, he asked helplessly, "What kind of new trick are you trying this time?" "Don't be upset," the God of Joy said with a grin. "Not everyone gets the chance to come here, you know. I brought you here because I've got a benefit for you." "You? What are the benefits?" Zhang Yu frowned. The God of Joy said leisurely, "Your original instance at most had you fight small monsters and ordinary bosses. Clearing it only earned you 1 Star God Stone. The process was boring, and the rewards were meager. Whether you drew anything good was just luck. My modified instance is different. The path is more dangerous, the difficulty is higher, and it's more exciting. Besides the Star God Stone, I can also give you 3 legendary pieces of equipment." Zhang Yu shook his head directly. "Not interested. Send me back. I already have a divine artifact and legendary equipment on me. Those rewards don't entice me." The God of Joy immediately raised the offer. "Wait, 5. I'll give you 5 pieces of legendary equipment. That's the highest reward." Zhang Yu said coldly, Goddess, look at this gear on me. Do I seem like someone short of a few legendary items? Don't joke. The god of joy blinked. Then what do you want? Zhang Yu stated plainly. At least one divine artifact. The god of joy rolled her eyes. How could a divine artifact be that easy to get? The chaos dice I gave you last time was already the last god-tier item I could dig out recently. Zhang Yu looked at her, then joked. You're a god. Surely not everything you have on you is non-artifacts, right? How about you take off the clothes you're wearing and give them to me? It's not impossible. The moment the god of joy said that, Zhang Yu cut her off. Dream on. She hurriedly refused, waving her hand and changing her words. Fine, I really don't have any divine artifacts right now. Change your request. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Yu suddenly asked, Can you get me Zhanlu's stone? His divine artifact quest for the Zhanlu sword required finding a piece of Zhanlu stone, but he had searched through all the records and couldn't find any trace of it. It felt like such a stone might not even exist. The god of joy froze for a second. Zhanlu stone? What do you need that for? Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. You know about Zhanlu stone? The god of joy nodded. Yes, it's a crystal formed from the tears of the goddess of water. But she hasn't cried in a long time, so nowadays almost no one can get Zhanlu stone. Zhang Yu hurriedly pressed. Then can you make the water goddess cry? The god of joy twitched at the corner of his mouth and stared at him for a long while. You think she's easy to bully? The water goddess is about on the same level as me. How am I supposed to make her cry? Zhang Yu smiled faintly. God of fun. Don't you think making a goddess who can't cry is more interesting than sending me into a dungeon? The god of joy was moved by his words, her expression turning serious as she began to ponder. Taking advantage of the momentum, Zhang Yu asked again, By the way, how does the water goddess's strength compare to yours? The god of joy thought about it and said, She doesn't like fighting, and she's a bit socially anxious. Her strength is only about the same as mine. Zhang Yu laughed. Isn't that perfect? Anyway, she can't do anything to you. We just want to make her cry. Keep the trouble small. Tell you what, I don't want those few legendary pieces of equipment of yours anymore. Give me one piece of Zhanlu stone, and I'll get to watch you clear the dungeon I modified, and see the water goddess cry too. A 2-for-1 deal, pretty worth it, right? The god of joy raised an eyebrow. Zhang Yu also smiled. The moment I said I wanted to make her cry, didn't you get tempted? If you really didn't want to do it, could I have persuaded you? The god of joy chuckled softly, her gaze falling on him. Little one, I'm liking you more and more. Thanks to the star god, I got to meet a human as interesting as you. She nodded after speaking. All right, I agree. You go conquer the trial dungeon I modified, and I'll figure out a way to make the water goddess cry. She added, Just a heads up. The reward is rare, so I strengthened the dungeon a little. Don't mind. Zhang Yu agreed without hesitation. The moment he finished speaking, the god of joy snapped her fingers. Space warped, and Zhang Yu was teleported outside a great city. Beside him hovered a 20-sided die. The voice of the god of joy sounded in his ear. This time it's a role-playing dungeon I just released. You'll be playing an assassin, and your only objective is kill the Lord of Wind City. Whatever method you use, as long as you kill him, you clear the stage. Every action you take in the dungeon will be limited by the die, and your attributes will also affect the point total. Moreover, you have independent attributes and a profession in this dungeon. The rules are simple. Good luck. The voice vanished. Zhang Yu looked at the die, then at the 2 guards at the city gate. A memory flashed through his mind of tabletop RPGs he'd heard about before. Everything you did depended on dice rolls. He had never played one himself. He had only heard of them. Let's go in first. He walked toward the city gate. The 2 guards immediately blocked him, demanding sharply, Stop! What are you here for in Wind City? Zhang Yu answered casually, Visiting relatives. A system prompt popped up. Required roll to deceive the city gate guards. 12. Rolling the die now. The die spun and stopped on 9. Deception failed. The city gate guards will attack you. The 2 guards charged with their spears, shouting, You're sneaking around all suspicious. Clearly up to no good. Take him down. Zhang Yu tried to summon his flying sword, only to find he had just a dagger in his hand. The flying sword was gone, and the sword formation couldn't be activated either. His expression turned cold as he grabbed the dagger and blocked forcefully. His heart sank. All his personal skills had been sealed. Required roll to counterattack the city gate guards. 15. Rolling the die now. The die spun, this time stopping on 20. Counterattack successful. City gate guards killed. A mysterious force helped him strike. Zhang Yu knocked aside 2 spears, his figure flashing as his dagger swept across the throats of 2 guards. The 2 collapsed to the ground, blood splattering across the street. Residents inside and outside the city screamed, and more soldiers rushed toward him. Retreat first. Zhang Yu took off into the alley, dodging desperately. Points required to evade the guards' pursuit. 16. Starting dice roll. The die stopped on 18. Evasion successful. You have successfully escaped the guards' pursuit. As soon as the prompt appeared, he felt his body grow lighter, his speed and reflexes improving by several notches. In a few leaps, he vaulted over a high wall and completely shook off the pursuers. Zhang Yu stopped under a secluded eave and pulled out the status panel to check. Name, Zhang Yu. Class, Assassin. Strength, 15. Agility, 25. Spirit, 5. Stamina, 5. Equipment, Poison Dagger. Skills, Stealth, Throat Cut, Deadly Strike. Only then did he realize that all attributes and skills in the instance had been reset. His original equipment had all been scrapped too. Is the god of pleasure afraid I'll just take my flying sword and hack everyone apart? So she deliberately turned the opening into a low-end version? Zhang Yu muttered as he looked at those pitiful stats. He was used to panels with 6-digit numbers, so coming back to such miserable values was indeed a bit hard to adjust to, but he quickly figured it out. Since this instance had been specially modified by the god of pleasure, there must be a way out that she had arranged. With his current attributes, the only viable option was to rely on agility. Zhang Yu rolled for agility, sneaked into a household, and changed clothes. Just now he had killed 2 guards at the city gate, and the whole city was hunting him. If he wanted to move around casually in the city, he had to change his appearance first. After changing clothes, he blended back into the streets and, while he was at it, familiarized himself with the city layout, slowly drawing closer to the Lord's mansion. The town was surprisingly complete: gear shops, pharmacies, inns, even a class change hall. But the Lord's mansion had just been the scene of a murder, so the gates were already under lockdown, heavily guarded, with not even a fly able to get in. By assassin rules, he should have disguised himself as a guard or servant and slipped into the mansion before making his move, but this instance was made by the god of pleasure. Before he entered, she had specifically said the difficulty had been increased. Zhang Yu wasn't originally an assassin, and even if he were, taking the conventional route would very likely fail. He had to think of another way. He hid in the shadows, watching the guards, his mind turning at full speed. Think from the god of pleasure's perspective. She likes excitement, so she definitely doesn't want to see me sneak in step by step. That'd be way too boring. So how do I make an assassination interesting, while still ensuring success? After thinking for a long while without getting anywhere, he suddenly remembered the class change hall on the way. A crazy idea surfaced. Could he change classes? If Assassin Zhang Yu couldn't do it, then why not switch to another class? He immediately abandoned the infiltration plan and headed straight for the class change hall, standing before a statue identical to the one of the god of pleasure. He cursed under his breath. This woman really has no shame, but still began the class change. The class change requires 20 points. Begin rolling the dice. It can really change classes. His eyes lit up as soon as the prompt appeared. The dice spun and stopped on 1. Class change failed. 2 chances remaining. Damn bad luck. He rolled again. It first landed on 20, but then, as if someone had given it a push, it rolled again and ended up as 1. Class change failed. 1 chance remaining. There's something fishy here. Zhang Yu cursed on the spot. He could clearly feel the idol mocking him. The third roll was still 1. A 20-sided die rolling 3 ones in a row was an absurdly low probability, and Zhang Yu was completely convinced that this was the god of joy messing with him. Class change failed. No class change chances remaining. Please find another way to clear the stage. Are you forcing me to honestly follow the assassin route? He stared at that smiling face, angry and unwilling to accept it. He decided not to play by the rules, grit his teeth, and exit the trial dungeon right in front of the idol. After all, though this dungeon had been modified by the god of joy, it was still fundamentally the trial dungeon of dormitory number 0, and he could leave at any time. When Granny Nyo saw him come out suddenly, she was also stunned. Zhang Yu, why did you come out? She had thought that, with his abilities, Zhang Yu should have been able to pass this trial. Zhang Yu said nothing. He didn't bother explaining either, and instead took out another 1,000 star stones and handed them to Granny Nyo, saying directly, Granny Nyo, I want to challenge it again. Oh, okay. Granny Nyo was stunned for a moment. She thought he had just shaken his hand last time and wanted to try again. so she didn't ask further and helped him reset the dungeon. The next second, Zhang Yu was sent back to the dungeon starting point. Outside the city, with the city gate guards revived, everything exactly the same as last time. As expected, this dungeon can load a save. Zhang Yu curled the corner of his mouth, now certain. Although each reload cost 1,000 star stones, he had plenty of them. Anything that could be solved with money wasn't a problem. This time, he was already familiar with the process. Using agility to roll the dice, he first drew the guards away with a feint, then slipped quietly into the city and headed straight for the class change hall. But after rolling the dice a few times, the result was 1 3 times. At this point, it was basically confirmed. The class change hall was a pit deliberately set by the God of Joy. Zhang Yu backed out, returned the still-dazed 1,000 star stones to Granny Nyo, and reopened it. After several consecutive reloads, he figured out the pattern. During class change, there really was a small chance of rolling a 20, but just when it was about to appear, an invisible force would always alter the dice into a 1. No need to think about it. It was definitely the God of Joy playing tricks. Zhang Yu came up with a countermeasure. After reopening a few more times, he waited until the exact instant the dice was about to show 20. The moment that invisible force was about to act, he pressed both hands down on the dice and refused to let it keep rolling.